Being applied by Minnesota. Front court over to Christian. He's got Watson with him. Dunk that thing home! Right on Rudy Gobert! Oh, Rudy! Where you at, bro? Christian Braun just dunked that thing on your melon. Denver leads it by 12. Through the window is Anthony Edwards. Layup no good. Rebound down to Porter. Porter quickly up the floor. Denver's pushing the pace. Alley-oop. Dunk! Christian Braun! Let's go! Christian Braun! Denver leads it by 14! Timeout, Minnesota! I want to say who's your daddy, but I'm not going to go there.
The Christian Braun show at the end of a Nuggets and T-Wolves game is not what I expected to say this morning, but that's what it was.
It's just a dunk contest. Who won?
Christian Braun multiple times won that dunk contest. Couldn't believe it. You know, you're getting to this game that it was one of the biggest games of the year, and game starts highly competitive. It felt like there was something extra, right? It felt like there was something else to it. And Minnesota wanted this badly. They said it before the game that they wanted this badly. And Anthony Edwards, Jaden McDaniels, both being like, look, and it makes sense. For where these teams were at before the game started, Nuggets are defending champions. They're worried about doing that. Minnesota's trying to work their way up to it. They got a whole bunch of young guys on the roster. The number one seed should be something that they would covet and be proud of if they got.
Hell yeah.
The thing is, the Nuggets wanted it too. They just didn't say it. Because I don't know if you listened to the post game on Altitude. Right after the game gets done, Jamal Murray is talking to the fans last night as everybody's like chucking basketballs in the arena. I was so confused for a second because they were doing that, and I was like, everybody's still there. I mean, typically there's a handful of people who stick around and listen for the post game, but everybody was in their seats. And then I just saw chaos happening around them, and I go, oh yeah, last regular season game at Ball Arena. So what they did is they signed a whole bunch of mini basketballs and started chucking them up into the stands. But as Jamal's talking, he admitted as much. They wanted it. He's like, we wanted to have home court advantage because look at all these fans here. They're great. Like all that stuff. They just didn't say it out loud. But it's amazing because Minnesota's a good team. They're big. They're athletic. They're incredibly long. They're just a really talented roster with a couple of really good younger players. They have the Defensive Player of the Year. Again, what is this for Gobert? His third, fourth Defensive Player of the Year award he's going to win?
I think it's 3.
And Jokic goes 16 of 20 from the field. Think about how demoralizing that is, by the way. The guy that we have named multiple times the Defensive Player of the Year doesn't even have an answer to stop Jokic. And by the way, they didn't even have him guarding Jokic for most of that game. They would put him on AG and then have him just kind of keep an eye on Jokic and double when he went to the rim. And it still didn't matter. 16 of 20 from the field for 41 points, 11 boards, and 7 assists.
Gobert already has 3. Could win it again this year. 4
So
times.
this will be 4.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
God.
the overall favorite by far to win this again. It could be his 4th. And Jokic still 16 of 20 from the field. But my God, man, end of the game, it's close, Marty. Did you have on your bingo card that closing out the lineup for a game like this in a tough competitive atmosphere would be Christian Braun and Peyton Watson on the floor? And they would come up with the most exciting plays and momentum-changing plays in the game? I mean, Christian Brown went first, a two-handed dunk in traffic between like three guys, including Gobert. And I remember I watched the first one, and I go, wow, it's impressive. Because you didn't just go up against three dudes near the rim. You went up against three dudes, and one of them being Rudy Gobert. That's tough. And then he throws out. It's when I watch the replay, did he switch hands in midair to the left?
I think so.
Like he kind of went up with two-ish and then just switched and almost used his right arm as a buffer and throws it down. Jamal Murray called that the best in-game dunk he's ever seen. And I think it was situation, time of game, and player you did it against, right? We've seen AG dunk on Landry
Baptize
Shamet,
someone, yeah.
to win a basketball game. Hell, man, earlier this year when AG had that putback dunk that he grabbed from like his hip and threw it back in, I thought that was pretty nice. But you do that to Gobert, that's crazy. And again, the impact of this game on the standings along with the situation inside the game, insane. But then, shortly afterwards, you follow that up with an alley-oop to Christian Brown. So it's like they took a timeout after the left-handed dunk, I think, didn't they? Or maybe it was like a possession after.
They definitely took one after the alley-oop.
But then the
all
alley-oop-
Nuggets were just on the court.
And then the alley-oop, and then it was like another timeout. And then it was Peyton Watson, his sixth block of the game, turning into him. A great pass by Jamal on that, by the way. Like, jumps to catch the block midair, and as he's still in midair, just chucks it down floor, right past the outstretched hand of a defender, and then it's Peyton Watson doing the... When Peyton Watson dunks, Marty, it's like, I'm going to pull this as far back as I can and then throw it down. Which I've said in sports, if I could do something I've never done in order, it would be do the flippy through the air thing that Simone Biles does, because that looks incredibly fun, followed by like one of those Peyton Watson dunks, because that would feel cool. But this team, in a game that they needed, showed up. Was it perfect? No. Turned the ball over a lot early in the game. Early. The funny thing, they out-rebounded Minnesota by a pretty wide margin, by the way. And for a team who was struggling to rebound, 11 offensive boards for the Nuggets to 9 for the T-Wolves, 44 rebounds overall to 35 in favor of the Nuggets. They did their job on that part, that aspect of the game. But when you need one, they get one. And now you are in control of your own destiny with 2 games left in the regular season. And both of those games against really bad opponents. All you got to do, mind your P's and Q's against these teams who can't wait to get out of here and go golfing or head to Mexico or whatever they're going to do in the offseason. Spurs and Grizz. And I know Vic is like, yo, well, the Spurs, you got to watch out because they beat this team. You know what the Thunder did to the Spurs last night? They won 127-89. So you can do that very easily.
And San Antonio's in a dead heat with Charlotte for that number 3 pick overall, or the third best odds in the lottery.
Neither one of these teams want to win.
They're uninterested in winning.
So take care of business, grab that 1 seed, and I love it, man. You're back in the same position you were last year. Home court advantage throughout the entirety of the Western Conference, and if you get lucky enough where Boston gets bounced in the East, it's yours for the entire postseason. Every game 1 and every potential game 7 that they will face will take place in front of us here in Denver at Ball Arena.
God, I hope there's no game 7s.
I mean,
just a repeat of last year would be really nice, wouldn't it?
It would be. Now, don't get me wrong, Marty. If there is a game 7, it will be incredibly fun. You'll want to die the entire time. You'll want to die. But that still is weird. Over the last 2 years, with the Avs winning 2 years ago and the Nuggets last year, not a single game 7 was faced.
The last game 7 for the Nuggets was probably that Blazers series, right? Where they lost at home. They just stopped making threes?
Yeah, I think it was. Wait, Blazers. Was that 2022 or 2021?
No, I think this was pre-COVID. I think this was 2019.
Hang on. Nuggets playoff history. Yeah, because they haven't faced one in a while. You're right. The last game.
Well, I guess
7.
there were some bubble games that went Game 7, obviously.
Well, yeah, coming back down from 3-1 twice. But I'm trying to think that Blazers series in 2021 was at 7. No, that was 6. So, yeah, the last one that you had was the Clippers back in the bubble, where you came back from down 3-1 for the second consecutive series. What's funny, so the first 2 years that they made the postseason in this era of the Nuggets, the Jokic era, it was a 7-game series against the Spurs in which they won. Then after that, it was the 7-game series against the Blazers in which they lost. The following year was a 7-game series against the Jazz in which they came back from down 3-1. Then a 7-game series against the Clippers, which they won, coming back down from 3-1 again. And they haven't had a 7-game series since.
And then they said, let's not do those anymore.
Then it was the Western Conference Finals in the bubble was a 5-game series loss. Following year was a 6-game series win against the Blazers to open it up, and then a sweep against Phoenix. A 5-game series loss against the Warriors the following year, and then it was 5-game series win, 6-game series win against the Suns, sweep the Lakers, 5 games against the Heat. We haven't faced it in a while. But I don't want this to get lost either. I know I mentioned it earlier, but I just want to emphasize the point. Jokic was 16 of 20 from the floor against the best defensive team in the NBA. I mean, that's what Minnesota is. They're really good. Like, even with Karl Anthony Towns out, who's not like some staunch, huge defensive presence, but he's 7 feet tall, so he's going to be a factor. But you talk about Gobert, and you talk about Naz Reid, and you talk about Jaden McDaniels. Slow-Mo is a really effective defensive player.
Unless he's getting 3 fouls in like 14 seconds.
But that's the thing. And maybe my favorite outside of the Christian Brown show towards the end of the game, my favorite part was how frustrated Jokic got Gobert in the third. Gobert wanted to hit somebody. And Jokic was like, I think that he knew they were letting him play physically for the most part. You know, it was weird ebbs and flows in the game where it was like no fouls and then a lot and then none and a lot. But it got to that point where they were kind of letting things go. And I remember Jokic just takes Gobert and throws him to the floor. Remember that? And then Gobert peels himself back up. Jokic gets the ball again, hammers Gobert in the paint again, and one for Jokic. And Gobert was like, I will light this place on fire.
I think even Jokic thought that was a foul because he stopped kind of going after that ball. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he thought it was a foul because it was pretty obviously a foul.
Yeah.
But they were letting him play physically. So he's like, all right, let's just see what's going to happen here. But this, I remember Vic was bringing up, do you remember who he was talking about where he's like, you won't even, Anthony Davis. They don't even put Davis on Joker because this is why. 5 fouls for Gobert at the end of the game. They had slow-mo on Jokic. He picked up like 3 fouls in 2 seconds. If you try and guard him, he's going to cook you and put you in foul trouble. And if you don't get in foul trouble, it's because you aren't playing him physically enough, and then he's going to be 16 of 20 from the floor.
Doesn't Towns always have trouble with him too? Doesn't he always foul out?
He's always in foul trouble.
Yeah.
Because again, that's what they just did with Naz Reid, what they did with Towns, which is put Towns on Joker, let Gobert just kind of scan the floor and go help when he feels like it's necessary. What a game the last night. God, how fun was that? You haven't had the playoff type atmosphere game for a while here with the Nuggets, and you got one for two teams that really wanted that game. And what does it come down to, by the way? Games close the entire way, back and forth. You know, for a good portion of the game, Minnesota actually had a lead. But it came down to what? Late game execution, where there's nobody better in the league than the Nuggets. No, Jamal's impact was huge when he was on the floor, and he was only on the floor for 27 minutes. But you get to that last 5-6 minute range, and it's pick your poison. Who do you want to hurt you? Because Jamal will hit shots. Jokic will hit shots. You know, Porter took that pretty crazy fadeaway jumper from the corner, and he knocks it down. And once he does that, you're like, okay, we're screwed. There's nothing I can do.
I don't know if you're watching the ESPN broadcast or not, but Bob Myers was the color. And as soon as MPJ hit that shot, he was just like, well, these guys are killers. I don't know what else to say.
So I watched the altitude one. So on ESPN, it was Bob Myers. Who was on the play-by-play?
Dave Pash?
Oh, Dave Pash?
Yeah.
I just went back I recorded both, but I watched the altitude. I went back to ESPN just to hear their calls on the Christian Brown dunks. And I was like, oh, I wish there was more.
Kaz's was pretty good.
Kaz's was good. I thought
Rudy, where you at, bro?
appropriate call.
Yeah, I like that. I want to hear Dave Pash say that one.
Masters, by the way, pushed back to 8:30, I believe, our time. They said 10:30. I'm assuming that's Eastern. So 8:30 our time. So nobody has teed off yet in Augusta. But when they do, we'll keep you up to date on all that stuff that's going on in the PGA. 303-504-0925. What a game from the Nuggets. We do have a matchup that's set, by the way, in the NBA playoffs. The Clippers are going to play the Mavs in the opening round. That is set. Everything else is not yet.
Was that set prior to last night's game?
No, last night's games set that in stone. I don't know how they did, but it was likely that was going to happen. But it's kind of like, Marty, it's kind of like Avs and Winnipeg are going to face off, and we know that. It's not official, but it's going to be soon, that sort of thing.
Because the Clippers sat out Harden, Kawhi, and Paul George last night against the Suns. And good job, ESPN, not putting that game on, knowing that these guys sit so much.
Correct.
Nuggets and T-Wolves was a way better game.
Yeah, so the Clippers weren't going to move anywhere. The only thing that can happen now at the Clippers is could they drop to the 5 seed or not, which is not going to matter for a matchup perspective. So I think they're just like, whatever. We'll take whatever opponent comes our way, and then we'll move on. But 303-504-0925, a lot to get to this morning. Stick around. All right, so let's take a quick look here at both of the standings in the NHL and the NBA and kind of where we stand. NBA, Western Conference. Nuggets are a game up of both Minnesota and Oklahoma City. They win their last two games. No matter what, they are the number one seed in the conference. Oklahoma City right now is the 2 seed, followed by Minnesota at the 3. The Clippers and Mavericks are going to be 4-5. It just depends on which order. For now, it's going to be Clippers 4 and Mavericks 5, and they will face each other in the first round. Now, after that, the Pelicans sit in the 6th seed, but only a half game up on Phoenix. Sacramento is currently the 8. The Lakers and Warriors are the 9 and 10. The Lakers and Warriors can do no better than a play-in spot. They can change their seedings, I guess, but they cannot get out of the play-in games. And that is the Western Conference as of now. Phoenix, the real thing to keep an eye on, because Lakers, Warriors, and Sacramento all feel like they're going to be play-in teams. The question is, who's going to jump? Can the Suns jump out? Or can the Pelicans stay? Phoenix wins last night, by the way, against the Clippers, whom I already mentioned. They benched a whole bunch of their guys. I don't know what the thinking was going into that.
See who snapped for them, though?
Snapped for who?
The Clippers.
I did.
Our old friend.
Was it Bones?
It was Bones Highland. 37.
God, he put up 29 shots yesterday. 29. You know what? With no Kawhi, no Paul George, no James Harden, no Russell Westbrook, Bones said, it's my time.
And Ty Lue was like, I don't care. Go, sure.
Yeah, he threw up 12 threes, made 6, but finished with 37 points. He finished with 37 points in 43 minutes played, Marty, and he was a -7 on the night. Good Lord, who is this guy?
Bones Highland experience.
Kobe Brown, a bench player for the Clippers, was a -30 in 28 minutes. That hurts. But anyway. Oh, did you see this? What a weird stat line. Look at Nurkic's stat line and read that off for me real quick. Yusuf Nurkic.
Nurkic, 30 minutes, 1 of 1 from the field, 1 of 2 from the line, 19 boards, 10 assists.
3 points,
3 points
on 1 shot attempt, 19 boards, and 10 assists for Nurk?
That's very strange.
So he had the oddest double-double of his career. Okay, got it. Anyway, that's what that looks like. Now in the NHL, we all know that the Avs and Winnipeg are on a collision course, and there's pretty much nothing that can be done about this. There are 3 games remaining. The Dallas Stars are 5 points ahead of you. Technically, could you win out, they lose out, and you win the Central? Yes. Is that going to happen? No. You will play Winnipeg. The only question from here on out for the Avs is, are you going to get that first game at Ball Arena, or is Winnipeg going to get their first game in Winnipeg? That's the only question that's left. You're currently 2 points ahead of Winnipeg at the moment. You have that stupid thing in the schedule now where they don't play again until Saturday, and then it's a Saturday, Sunday back-to-back. And then they have 1 game remaining that they will not play until the following Thursday, like a week from today. So that's the only real hurdle or question that's left for the Avs at the end of this year. As far as teams making the postseason, at the very bottom, there's kind of a jumbled mess here, okay? So Dallas, Colorado, Winnipeg, they're all locked in. That is your Central Division representatives. In the Pacific, Vancouver and Edmonton are locked in. Nashville is locked in, but they're currently in a wild card spot. Or they will be in a wild card spot. So the question now is, between the Kings, Vegas, and St. Louis, who is going to make the postseason? The Kings are third in the Pacific at 93 points. Vegas is right behind them at 92. But the Blues are at 89 points. Will they have a chance at a wild card? Probably not. But it's not totally impossible here. They would need a lot of help to get there. But stranger things have happened. Left on St. Louis's schedule is Carolina, Seattle, and Dallas. So they could rattle off some wins here, especially if Dallas, Carolina, they're pretty much locked into their seeding. I don't know how much they're going to care about these games down the stretch. Seattle, obviously, eliminated from the postseason already. And Dallas is the last game of the year for St. Louis, Marty. They could be locked into a spot to where that last game doesn't matter to them. And maybe they do the old rest thing. So a lot still to kind of play out at the bottom end of the Western Conference in the NHL. But for the Avs, it's very easy. Win enough of these games to keep Winnipeg in the rearview mirror so you at least get home ice at Ball Arena for Game 1 and a potential Game 7 if you need it. Same position as the Nuggets. Win these final 2 games. Keep home court advantage for as long as humanly possible.
The West in the NBA it's got some dead spots in it where it's like any of the bottom teams, you're like, whatever, you can face them, no problem.
Right.
The NHL does not have that at all. I don't like any of these matchups.
I know. They all feel like they're tough, right? I mean, look, the Western Conference is like, it's a stacked conference in the NBA this year, too. And maybe it's just like my confidence in the Nuggets is just so high that I don't really care.
That plays a factor, too, yeah.
The Avs are good, but I'm not at that confidence level with the Avs right now because they have a lot of variables that kind of work into it where some nights defensively they don't show up right. Some nights you get bad goaltending. Some nights a goalie can get you. Like, all that stuff factors in. Like, that goalie thing is the real equalizer in this discussion, isn't it? When we talk about the Nuggets, there's no like, oh yeah, well, if Nurkic has a hot game from 3, well, he's not going to have a hot game from 3. Not possible. I mean, the closest thing, I guess, in the NBA to like a hot goaltender, is it just the Warriors when they hit threes? Like, the Warriors, nobody's scared of them right now. If Steph Curry goes 12 of 19 from 3-point range, well, then you're scared, right?
And that's a one-night only thing anyway. So it's like, well, fine. You can have your one.
Yeah.
That was fun. Everybody liked it.
By the way, speaking of the NHL here, Frank Saravelli has this that says, sources tell the Daily Faceoff, the NHL, Arizona Coyotes, and Smith Entertainment Group have made significant progress on the framework of an agreement to relocate the Coyotes to Salt Lake City. The NHL is currently working on 2 different schedules, one with Arizona remaining in Arizona, the second, Arizona being moved to Salt Lake City. And you're like, okay, interesting. Well, not that hard to understand. Layman's terms, Arizona might move to Salt Lake City.
I just don't get the Salt Lake part. Why? Why there?
To be honest, doesn't Salt Lake City kind of feel like a place where hockey's played? Like more
Sure,
than
if you could host
Arizona?
the Olympics, then yeah.
Well, and why? Why is very simple. Arizona doesn't seem to care about their hockey team. I mean, I know there's always an indifference from taxpayers about taxpayer-funded stadiums, but at the end of the day, it's kind of like, do you want the team or not? And they go, literally take it or leave it.
Oh, no, don't go.
But here's where it can affect the Avs. Because here's a follow-up. It's from Travis Yost, who's an analyst at TSN. He was asked the question on Twitter as they were kind of going through this process of what if they're moved. Because he said, well, the NHL is relocating and surely divisional format planning now. Basically asking the question, well, if they move to Salt Lake City, do you have to change around the divisions? And he said, my best guess is NHL moves Colorado and Salt Lake to the Pacific if they get another team that's added to the NHL for an expansion purpose. Which, no. Just leave them. I've had too much conference realignment in college football to deal with like other sports doing this. Thank God I was too young to really remember when the NFL did it, because that would have messed with me big time. Because I remember there was an NFC and AFC Central division that then went kaput.
Once you move all your games to the Pacific, every away game is going to be an 8 o'clock start.
Brutal. Salt Lake, you stay in Pacific time zones, please. You want to get a hockey team, you suffer the late nights because you're going to be so excited that you got a brand new team that you will stay up until 2 a.m. if you have to watch
Here's
hockey
the tax
games.
you pay. You're up till midnight.
Anyway, just something to monitor here for what's going on with Arizona and a potential change, I guess, to the NHL. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. So, again, guys, the Masters is pushed back a few hours. It's delayed, and it sounds like it's going to be opening now at 8:30 Mountain Time this morning, 10:30 Eastern. So once that starts, we'll give you some updates on the scores and everything that's going to be happening day one of the Masters at 8:30.
The rest of the forecast for Augusta is beautiful. It's like 71, 75, 84.
So I haven't
It's
even
sunny.
checked. Is it just like raining this morning?
It's just
and then
raining this morning.
yeah.
And it's going to be like windy this afternoon. I think today's the only bad day.
Well, once that happens, we'll keep you guys up to date on it. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Something that happened yesterday that I think could potentially impact a very important team in the NFL. Now, I say potentially because for anybody else, this would impact them. But these guys just might not care. We'll get to it next. All right, so traditionally, this would affect the team big time, okay? If I were to tell you that star player who's a young guy could potentially face legal trouble. Let's say for the Broncos, Marty, Patrick Surtain gets in some trouble with the law, and he potentially might have to miss some time or worse. You would be like, oh, this is a disaster. But when I tell you a Chiefs team that had really no skill position talent on the outside at wide receiver until midway to the end of the year, Rashee Rice explodes and becomes this viable number one option. And he is facing up to 6 counts of, if you didn't see the story, he was like racing in was it a Lamborghini, a Ferrari, some souped up car. He was racing with his buddies on a highway, gets into an accident, and then they flee the scene. Which, by the way, it's a big no-no. Don't do that. But he's facing charges for that, as he should be. But when you're facing 6 counts, that could include some pretty serious punishment, which might be jail time. And so from a strictly football perspective, if Rashee Rice does have to, if he is guilty of these, which I don't think there's any doubt that he is. I mean, there's some photographic evidence of him walking away from the car. If he has to miss any amount of time for suspension or whatever else, how much do you think that matters for the Chiefs? You know what I mean? I'm kind of at the point where I thought that Tyreek Hill leaving the roster was going to crush him, and it didn't. And then I thought that, oh, they have no skill position talent. The Chiefs are not going to do anything this year. And then they win the Super Bowl again. I mean, isn't that weird?
Oh, so you're just saying any player can be good on this team? Doesn't even matter what your name is?
No. I'm not saying any player can be really good. I'm saying that it doesn't seem to matter if they aren't.
I don't know. Kadarius Toney did his best to tank that.
And it's still, but Marty, and they still won the Super Bowl. Like, it didn't matter.
Yeah. Well, they also stopped playing him.
Yeah, I know, but it's like they signed him with the intention of this is going to be probably our number one, and then he wasn't, and it didn't matter. You know, I know in this offseason they got Marquise Brown, they got Hollywood Brown, which is going to bring a different dynamic to him, but still, it's just like, it feels like nothing is going to affect that team ever. Unless, like, Mahomes, if Mahomes was the guy facing 6 counts, then I'd be like, you know what, the Chiefs are in trouble. But because it's not him, I don't think it matters at all.
And this is what, a deep receiver draft, right? You obviously have the last pick in the first round, but if it's deep, you can get somebody.
Right. We got our number 2 overall pick in the mock draft today that we will do at 8. Or do you just want to keep it at 9? Should we just keep them at 9 o'clock?
Sure. 9's good.
So we'll do them at 9 o'clock every day. So we'll have our second pick at 9 this morning. The Rockies last night, by the way, if you guys are actually watching Rockies games, I told you yesterday, the team looks better. They're getting better quality starting pitching. Right now, they aren't doing the little things correct. And the little things being bullpen coming in and playing well. Like, I'm a huge Justin Lawrence guy. He's had an awful start to the year. Came in a situation last night, tie ball game, but he gives up 2. 5-3 lead for Arizona. And then at the end of the game, Marty, bottom of the 9th, 2 out. Bases juiced. You're down 2. Nolan Jones at the plate, and he flies out to right field. Before that, Chris Bryant strikes out, and I'm going to tell you guys something right now. I've hit my limit, okay? I know it's early in the year. Things can turn around. You aren't just going to totally give up on somebody, you know, however many games. What is this, 11, 12 games in the year? If they don't play Toglia at first base over Chris Bryant every day, I'm going to start to lose my mind. Michael Toglia, he has 3 homers already this year. 3. Chris Bryant is hitting 100. I can't have this happen. I don't care how much money he makes. I care about the best players. You're already going to pay him, no matter what. It's going to happen. I want the best players to play. And Tolia playing over him is not just better for the short term because he's playing better right now. It's better for the long term because he might actually be a piece of this team down the line. Like, you need to look at Chris Bryant like, who was it? Was it the Cubs? Looked at Jason Hayward. We're paying you a bunch of money. I don't care. You're going to go to the bench. You'll get some spot duty. You'll play when somebody needs a break, but outside of that, no. I am ungodly frustrated by the Chris Bryant experience, and I want this done. And I remember the day they signed him. Didn't that happen when we were on the air? And we were all like, why did they do this?
That? Why would he come here?
Well, it was, kind of a two-parter. It was, why would Chris Bryant do it? But also, in what world does this make sense?
He was on track to be a Hall of Famer. He won Rookie of the Year, brought the Cubs to a World Series, won an MVP in his first 3 years. And now he's hitting 100 in Colorado.
Well, try and speak in code here. I've heard that Chris Bryant has a little bit of the Anthony Rendon syndrome. You might like baseball, but you might not really like it. That sort of thing.
Well, he certainly takes enough breaks during the year. That's the thing. If a guy is hitting so badly, maybe you just put him on the DL for a little bit, the IL for a little bit. Well, he can't keep going back there.
Seriously, man. I know that they got to find ways to get Chuck rest because Chuck is I was going to say an old man. He's an old baseball man. Okay, he can't play 162 games a year.
Hi, Chuck Blackman. I'm an old baseball man. Nice to meet you.
But I'm like, play Toglia at first base, put Montero at DH. Montero's not doing great either, but at least he's a young guy. I can't have him an everyday player unless he just starts to get red hot, which remains to be seen since he's come over to Colorado. Anyway, you know what is really fun to watch every night with the Rockies, by the way, right now, is watch Zeke Tovar because he is getting 2 to 3 hits a night. He's hitting 333 this year, and he's an amazing shortstop. For whatever reason, Marty, the Rockies will cycle through pretty elite level infielders no matter what. I mean, you went from Tulo to Nolan to Trevor Story to Zeke Tovar.
Even DJ was in there for a little bit.
DJ was in there for a second. Rymack is maybe not the same level as those guys, but still a decent enough player. I tell all that just to tell you I'm incredibly frustrated with the Chris Bryant experience. And I don't need him playing over guys like Tolia anymore. I'm done this early in the season. The Nibbler, by the way, quality start. It's been 5 in a row for the Rocks. Pitching staff doing better. Bullpen needs some help. So, anyway, Rockies lose 5-3. 1 for 9, by the way, with runners in scoring position. That's the little stuff I'm talking about. Get a base hit when you need it. They can't. Get out of an inning when you need it. They can't. So, with just a couple of minutes left, saw this story. Iowa's already come out, they had this whole press conference thing, Marty. Iowa's come out and said, we will retire Caitlin Clark's number 22 number. And I'm like, is this the quickest jersey retirement ever? She stopped playing 5 seconds ago. And they're like, it's going in the rafters. Players, we know Jokic's jersey is going in the rafters, right? But I'm pretty sure, Marty, when he says, I'm going to hang him up, I don't know if, Calvin Booth and the Cronkies are going to come out 24 hours later and be like, it will happen tomorrow.
Well, it better because I don't know if he's ever coming back.
I was just thinking that, actually. As I said it, I was like, well, maybe they'd have to, but make sure it's before he jumps on a flight to Serbia and never returns. So, you know what? You might be right. It might have to be that way. Season ends, Marty, and on June 18th, they're like, all right, we have to do this. Let's just live in fantasy land and say the Nuggets win another championship, years down the line. And Jokic goes, all right, I'm riding off in the sunset on that one. They go, okay, so the day before the parade, we're going to get everybody at Ball Arena. We're going to give you a statue. We're going to hang up your jersey. Then we're going to have the parade, and then you can go play with your horses for the next 50 years. How's that sound? Never returning to the States again. Like, I actually have thought about that. When Jokic retires, will he ever come back to America? Even for a visit?
I think the only way would be like a statue unveiling, or if the Nuggets are somehow in the finals again.
I see him
It's
going.
not to go sightseeing.
I see him going Andrew Luck, right? Like, Andrew Luck retired, and we have not heard him speak since his retirement. Like, he came back to Indianapolis once, I think, for one of their games, and you looked at him and you go, wow, he looks different. Like, way skinnier than I thought he would be.
So he's really not coming back. You can't play quarterback looking like that.
Oh, yeah. All of those, like, we should bring Andrew Luck out of retirement. I'm like, have you guys seen him? That guy is not. I'm not saying that he's fat. It's the opposite. He's just really skinny. It's like he lost muscle, and then now he's just like, he looks kind of like me. Just a skinny guy, kind of tall, gangly, I guess is the way you put it. And for him, I think he realized, oh, I only had to put on all of that muscle because I got hit 80 times a week, and it didn't feel good. And if he looked like me, Marty, he'd be dead. 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line. If you guys want in, download the Altitude Sports Radio app, and you can take us wherever you go. Listen to all your favorite shows and even the Avs games, no matter where you are, all thanks to our friends at the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So you can watch a show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway app and get exclusive grocery offers and perks. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. What a game from the Nuggets. What a game from Joker. What a game from Christian Braun. Get to all that. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
Inbound goes to Jamal Murray. Backcourt pressure being applied by Minnesota. Front court over to Christian. He's got Watson with him. Dunk that thing home! Right on Rudy Gobert! Oh, Rudy! Where you at, bro? Christian Braun just dunked that thing on your melon. Denver leads it by 12. Through the window is Anthony Edwards. Layup no good. Rebound down to Porter. Porter quickly up the floor. Denver's pushing the pace. Alley-oop. Dunk! Christian Braun! Let's go! Christian Braun! Denver leads it by 14! Timeout, Minnesota! I want to say who's your daddy, but I'm not going to go there.
Hey.
Cease and desist.
Hey. Send my people his way.
Hey, Vic, you were at the game last night.
Loudest that place has been since Game 5 of the NBA Finals.
Did you ever expect that at the end of that game, we'd say, did you see what Christian Braun did to the Minnesota Timberwolves yesterday? Because between him and Watson, for whatever that time frame was, it was maybe 5 minutes of real time, not game time, but real time. It was Christian Braun, two-handed jam in between three different dudes, including Gobert. Then his left-handed dunk that in your conversation with Jamal Katie's conversation with Jamal after the game said it was the greatest in-game dunk he's ever seen.
Yep.
And then the alley-oop to Christian Braun shortly after that. And then Peyton Watson, after swatting another ball, his sixth block of the night, goes full court and showtime dunk. I couldn't believe that's how the game ended with the pace that was going earlier. It's crazy.
Do we have, by chance, Marty, I don't know if we rolled on the Altitude post-game show last night. I had a chance to interview Christian Braun on the court because it was fan appreciation night.
Yeah.
And so he lingered on the court, and I had to ask him.
I was wondering what was happening when Katie was talking to Jamal, and I was like, everybody's still in the stands, and there's chaos erupting
they
around
were
them.
throwing little mini basketballs to the fans.
That they were signing,
yeah,
right?
exactly. We got to get our hands on this interview because I asked Christian Braun, was that the greatest dunk of your life? And his eyes lit up, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was mid-flight, and he had the ball in his right hand, and he said, well, here we go. Here goes nothing. Left hand flush over, the 3-time or 4-time Defensive Player of the Year?
I think if he wins this year, it'll be four times.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that was that transition, that whole 17-second, because I think it was 17 seconds of dunkage.
Mm-hmm.
One dunk left emoji, followed by the next dunk, which was an oop. I mean, that's as crazy at a 17-second span as I've seen in the arena all year.
After the two-handed flying jam alley-oop, I almost needed some private time.
Yeah.
It was awesome. And the way they took over late in that third quarter as they pressed the issue, and they were down, and they get within 2, and then they're down by 5 again, and blah, blah. Once they went up 81-80 and then started getting some stops, and then started to push the issue a little bit. I'm like, oh, okay, now it's serious now. Now it's serious time. And bam, as Kaz said in the call, they pushed it to 14. They win by 9. Just awesome. Just awesome. That's one of those, okay, you think you're ready for big dogness, but you ain't big dogness quite yet. We still got you. I know Cat was out. I dig that. But not quite yet, because the big fella had himself a night.
Well,
the spin move around Gobert on the baseline. Let's talk about athleticism for a second here. And everybody who says the big fella ain't athletic can kiss my butt.
Yeah.
Because he's not an aircraft carrier in the low block, okay? Dude, he spun.
He's got great footwork.
Dude, he was behind Gobert, and Gobert is still facing the bench.
he's too quick for Gobert.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, think about that. Think about what we just said there. What was his biggest, everybody knocked Joker when he came out? Lumbering.
Big, lumbering.
He's too quick for Gobert.
Right.
Yeah.
He's too quick for him.
You know what he is? He's a human dump truck. You know, he can't get anywhere fast.
When he's in the paint, don't you guys hear this? Boop, boop, boop. By the way, I have my voice back, so I need to do this real quick. It's a great text. CB with the Leroy Jenkins. friends. That's what he did to Rudy Gobert.
Oh, dude. I mean, that was.
That's as much fun as I've had at a game since game one. I mean, it's funny that it works out that way. Game one at Ball Arena was the ring ceremony game that finished with the chants.
Yeah.
Game 41 at Ball Arena, the last regular season game, was that.
Yeah.
I mean, and sandwiched in between, they go 33-8 at home, best home record in the Western Conference. But that was the most fun I had at that arena since game one.
Sure.
And it was tight, though, bro. Here's the thing, Moj. As much as we enjoy what transpired, the fourth quarter, that's a good team on the other side.
It's a very good team.
It's a good team.
It's a very good team.
And it was nip and tuck, nip and tuck. You just had to stay in range. I could tell. They were just like, all right, just stay in range. Don't get too upset that you're not up. You know, they were chasing all night, just chasing. They'd get to within one or two, tie the game, and then here comes Anthony Edwards and Mike Conley, who's a Nuggets killer, silent Nuggets killer, by the way.
Does not miss from three.
He really doesn't. And then they go up 5 again, 6 again, and you're like, oh. Then you reel them back in. Then they go up 5 again, 6 again, and then you reel them back in. It was just playing over and over until the fourth quarter. And what I thought was the key juncture of the game, Nikola Jokic, who dominated, he's the MVP, more on that talk later, he goes to the bench. The key 8-minute stretch, he's on the bench. What do you do without him? And they played great.
They
without him.
did.
Those
They actually-
non-Jokic minutes in the beginning of the fourth quarter were the difference in this game.
I guess rarely do we see that second unit actually push the lead at all. I don't care if it's even by a point. Hey, Brett, they pushed the lead.
Yeah.
That bench unit was great.
They went with the playoff strategy. They just played AG at the 5 and said, let's go.
Can I say one thing, and maybe we have to live with this? Reggie gets a little crazy sometimes. Reggie,
I think he's overplayed. I think he's played more than
Okay.
maybe his body wanted.
okay. I think that there's a couple possessions. I'm like, Reg, pass the ball. No, pass it, Reggie. Pass it. He gets in shot clock trouble, and he gets to the elbow and throws up some wild shot. I'm like, Reggie, please don't do that anymore.
I think that's going to be different in the postseason because he's going to have probably a staggered lineup with Jamal on the floor too.
Yeah.
You know, it is funny because
But the fact, real quick, Brett,
Mhm.
the fact that you can play a Christian Brown 27 minutes last night and get that kind of production out of him.
well, him and Peyton closed the game.
And Peyton was great. Obviously, yeah, Peyton Watson. And you start to look at that guy and you're like, they saw something when he was a freshman doing nothing at UCLA where they go, you know what? We need that guy. So whoever scouted Peyton Watson, I want to give that guy a high five, and I want to give that guy a raise too, because you can take any freshman across the country in any program. What do you average, Vic, in his only year at UCLA, his freshman year?
Less than 3 points a game.
Less than
He
3
barely
points
played.
a game, barely played, blah,
It's
blah,
the
blah.
least points per game for a first-round pick ever.
And they said, we got to have that guy.
Ran into Tim Connolly in the locker room last night.
He's got to be proud of his team, too.
Yeah, you know, Tim Connolly's a
Nuggets
good
locker
dude.
room?
Yeah. He came
You
in.
stop by say.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
he
whoa, whoa,
built
whoa, whoa.
that place.
Oh, no. Hey, you go to your little hole, Tim.
No, man.
It's
No.
behind the double doors
It's a
to the
different
left.
setup.
You go to your own little hole.
It's a different setup there, bro. He built that place. He built that team. Those guys are indebted to him. They love him. They still love him.
I don't like this cross-pollination crap.
Oh,
Hey,
this doesn't
I
bother
don't.
me
I don't
one
want
bit.
somebody else's bumblebee in my flower. No. I don't want the
Yeah,
bumblebee.
you're
Vic,
weird.
Vic,
We get it.
what did you think Mose was
I
going
know,
to say
he's
about
just
the guy who left town?
I mean, he's a weirdie. So I saw Tim Connolly after the game.
Actually, really, we all really liked him.
course.
He's a great.
This
dude.
one's in jest.
I
And
love it, yes.
and I said to him, because I didn't know what to say. What do you say? Your team lost a huge game that I know that they wanted to win badly.
Yeah.
I think they wanted it worse than the Nuggets. Their players did. They did, but they just couldn't get it done. And he had a simple thought to me. He just said, "Best player in the world, best player on the court, usually wins games like this." The end.
Yeah.
Ain't that
You
the
have-
truth? Yeah.
The best player in the world and the best player on the court. And all the other stuff that comes with it. Christian Brown dunking on people's heads. Peyton Watson, 6 blocks. AG with all the assists last night.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they went with Brown and Watson during the key stretch down the end, and they sat AG and KCP. Think about that for a second. They went with youth in the key moments.
Well, and the youth was stepping up in
Yeah.
that big moment, which that's so huge for them, by the way, for when the postseason rolls around. For them to play minutes in that type of game,
Yeah.
huge.
So all this transpires, but at the end of the day, none of that matters if you don't have everybody revolving around the sun that is Nikola Jokic.
Well,
Can I
and
ask you- but
that's what I wanted to get to just quickly here, Moj, was
Yeah.
I know I start the show with Christian Brown and his dunks and all that stuff. The what feels like soon to be 4-time Defensive Player of the Year in Rudy Gobert. Jokic is 16 of 20 from the floor with 41 points.
He shot 80%, my friend, against the Defensive Player of the Year.
Well, and they did what you were talking about. I think was it last week, Vic, with Anthony Davis. You're saying that the Lakers refused to have him guard him.
Yeah.
They do that with Gobert.
Sure.
They'll put Nas Reed on him. They'll put slow-mo on him and let Gobert just kind of spy. But when it got time for Gobert to guard Jokic, do you guys remember what happened? It was in the third quarter. Jokic bullied him and pissed him off.
He bullied his ass out of bounds.
It felt like Gobert was going to start punching people in the face. He was that frustrated. And let's be honest, Vic, when he bullied him out of bounds, that was definitely a foul on Joker. But the feel of the game at the moment was, all right, play a little physically, see what we can get away with.
The
All
foul
right.
came earlier. The foul came when they were wrestling for the ball, and Joker pushed him off to go get the ball.
Right.
The ball was taken from him by, I think, Kyle Anderson, and then Joker pushes off Gobert. That's where the foul should have been called.
Mm-hmm.
And then it got crazy. And then it turned into a wrestling match. And it was just such an exciting game to be at the arena with fans that understood the gravity of that outcome. They understood, right? That even if they don't win the top seed, Moj, let's say somehow they vomit in one of these last two games. I
They
still
shouldn't,
think,
but
let's say they do.
okay.
And I'm not saying they will, but let's say it happens. The gravity of winning that game against that team at that moment, that's going to run miles for them.
I think so too.
Because it just showed little brother, hey, you go back to your corner.
I see, absolutely did. I see late in the game, Luka Garza comes in, and it's a free throw situation for the Nuggets, or sorry, for the T-Wolves.
Well, the game was done by then.
Yeah, but he comes in, he lines up next to Joker, and he's just kind of looking over just a little bit. He's got to be like, oh man, come on. Big fella's going for 41. He's all sweating. His arms are like pink piglets.
Oh,
That's right, I said
you
it.
Drop the piglets.
Yeah, and then here's Garza just standing next to the block. He's got to be going, oh my God. Let me feel your aura, something like that. It's just that kind of game is really, it's obviously really, really fun. I want to say this too. If there was any question about how good and healthy Jamal Murray is, there should be none.
He almost didn't play in that game.
Oh, he did? Well, dude, he looked great.
I know, but they almost kept him out. He had to, according to Coach Malone,
He had to beg and plead,
on the flight back from Utah,
threaten.
they had to huddle up. He and Jamal and all the strength and conditioning coaches, and he had to beg them to play in that game. They planned on sitting him for that game.
Well, he said it to Katie afterwards. He goes, I was not going to miss this game. That's
He
what
looked
he said.
great.
You know, it's funny. All the
Very
talk,
efficient from the floor, very active, didn't have to do it all. He was great.
it just goes to prove, Moj, all that talk about, well, the number one seed's great, but we want to be healthy. This game's not that big a deal. It's just another game. All that talk was just talk. Because deep
Jamal
down,
admitted it
of
after
course.
the game.
Of course, deep down, they all want the number one seed.
Mm-hmm.
And they all wanted that game. They just weren't as out there as the Minnesota Timberwolves. They weren't Jaden McDaniel-ing this thing. They weren't Anthony Edwards-ing this thing. They weren't saying, we're the better team.
Like, listen to Jamal after the game. Listen to this.
What statement did you make with this one?
I wasn't sitting out this game. We wanted to get this game by any means, and we brought the energy. You guys brought the energy, and we want the home court advantage. It was simple as that.
Stop right there. They
Simple
wanted
as-
that game too. It's
yes,
just
they
they
did.
didn't say it in the same way that Minnesota did.
Correct. And that's a smart thing. Hey, as we get to our first break of the day here on this beautiful Thursday, talking to Jeff Legwall today.
Jeff Legwall at 8 o'clock. By the way, Masters is delayed a couple hours, so they will tee off at 8:30 this morning Mountain Time.
I got a song stuck in my head.
Oh, God.
I don't know how to get it out.
This is not the place for you to uncork. This is not the place. He's already been silenced. It's not the place. You're down.
You'll like it, though.
We do have the Christian Brown interview. We do. You're not even on the air, dude. I mean he's preemptively taking you off. You're not on the air, and you're not going to be on the air because nobody cares about your stupid song in your head.
So now he's just annoying Marty and talkback because he can't mute that.
We do have the Christian Brown interview.
Mamma mia,
we do
Papa
have
Pia.
some interesting stuff from Joker after the game about the MVP talk, and I want to discuss just MVP chatter in this town and what we're looking at here for the next few weeks. What we have
awesome
at our disposal. What we won't be doing today is discussing the song in his head. That I guarantee.
I just need to know how to get it out.
I guarantee that's not going to happen.
I just need to know how to get it out. You know what it is?
Let me slap you across the face real quick.
You'll like it.
Let me just one slap and it'll come right out of your system.
Here it comes. I want a new drug.
Yeah.
Get 'em out.
Go. That's the sound of Tulatero, and that's the sound of your luck arriving. This is Brett Kane. You can buy official state lottery tickets straight from your phone with the Tulatero app. The Lucky for Life lottery game, a fan favorite, giving the chance to win $1,000 a day for life. Now participating in the draw is easier than ever in the Tulatero app on your homepage, and we're going to start you off on this Thursday on a high note. Use our code MAGIC and play your first lottery game in the app for free. A free lottery ticket when you use the code MAGIC. Download the Tulatero app, Tulotero. Wishing you loads of luck.
Kana, the day you are done with this show, not even the day you are done, as soon as we sign off the air on our last show ever, I'm going to retire your hat immediately and put it on the wall.
Why?
Because I want to eclipse what the hell Iowa just did with Caitlin Clark. I want it to be even. I want to have
yeah.
I want to have the fastest hat retirement / jersey retirement in history on this program.
I thought what Marty O just told Brett Kane during that commercial break was the funniest line I've heard in weeks on this show.
It was pretty funny.
I thought that was, and it's sad really because I wish our commercial breaks were broadcast. It wasn't vulgar. It wasn't crude. It wasn't rude. It was just the funniest response I've heard. So Marty is sitting there in his little cave, like he normally is by himself, and Brett is searching for Masters on the televisions. And he says to me and Brett, or me and Mosier, do you guys have what?
Paramount Plus subscription.
And I'm like, what the hell is that? Then he says to Marty, do you have Paramount Plus? And Marty goes, what did you just say to me?
Yeah, like I threatened him. Yeah. Turns out nobody here has
And that
one.
is the reaction you get from people when you ask if you have a random, I don't know what that is.
You know what?
You offended me with the question.
I guess I'm just going to have to wait for the NFL to put a game on Paramount Plus before I get a subscription.
What is it?
Is it CBS?
Yeah, CBS.
CBS's streaming platform that you have to pay
You know what it feels like?
$13 a month
Get
or
the
whatever it
app.
is?
Don't you have the app on your phone, Masters app?
Vic,
I'm trying to get on the TV, though. The TV doesn't have the app on it because it's all Apple products.
I got you.
Vic, this is what modern TV feels like. Tell me if I'm wrong.
It's such a science now.
Vic, I drive a Nissan. What do you drive?
Infinity.
Okay, so this is what
Forgot my car for a second there.
It's like Toyota and Lexus, right? Infinity is the luxury
Yeah.
brand of Nissan. I got a regular old. I got a Nissan
Acura
pickup.
is Honda, right?
Correct. And so it's like, okay, you've got your regular CBS. That's Moj in his truck.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got Paramount. That's Vic in his little Xfinity or Infinity thing or
Right.
whatever the heck that little
Right.
bug-looking thing he drives is. Right?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like you got these, then you got your luxury brand. Okay? And so that's what all these apps are now. I mean, this.
What do you mean by bug?
Well, you've got regular HBO.
I drive
okay?
a little SUV. What do you mean bug?
What's kind of humpy.
I mean humpy. It's
Yeah.
rounded. It's got rounded.
It looks like
rounded
a
edge.
hump.
Anywho.
My
Okay,
car's silver.
So, but you see, but you see what I mean, right? So that's like regular HBO. Da da da. Oh, now you got Max.
Right.
Well, what the hell? But Max is like what, the Acura of HBO? I mean, what? It's like you take your company and you break it up into two companies to charge more bread.
What did you say to me?
Here's what I said to you. So for 2 consecutive nights, we've had, with just a couple of regular season games remaining, our two teams in action on national television. Both of these teams feature players that are in the thick or the favorites for an MVP, and both of them put on master classes in the last 2 nights.
You're so right. The MVPs in 2 respective sports were crowned at Ball Arena on a Tuesday night, ESPN, on a Wednesday night, ESPN, for national television audiences to enjoy. Saw Joe Sakic last night, mentioned the same thing to him. I said, Joe, we're going to have 2 MVPs in this town. His eyes lit up. He was ready to go. He thinks McKinnon, just like Bednar, deserves it. He thinks he's playing better than anybody else in the game right now. Obviously, Joker. I'm not sure there's any more debate there. Who do you think's the bigger debate? McKinnon in hockey or Joker in basketball? Where is what's
The bigger
race?
debates in the NHL.
NHL,
According to the straw poll from Tim Bontemps, it's not even close with Jokic.
Joker's going to run away with it, which is what he should be doing. McKinnon, if they did a Bontemps straw poll for the Hart Trophy,
McKinnon's probably on top, but it's not by a lot.
yeah, because Kucherov is doing his Kucherov thing, and he's just, you look at.
Well, and also, Moj, in the NHL, you could make an argument for probably 3 to 4 different guys. Like you're talking about McDavid.
If Matthews
Austin
gets to 70,
gets to 70.
if he gets to 70 goals, man, that's really, really huge.
I mean, the Jokic and what SGA, Luka,
Right.
It's not
It's
close.
not even close. But people will say, well, Cooch, that's even assuming he wins the Art Ross because he's got 139 already. McKinnon's 2 back at 137. McPickles didn't play last night. And the Oilers still beat the snot out of the Vegas Golden Knights 5-1.
Jeez.
So he's not in the Hart race anymore, or excuse me, the Art Ross anymore, which means he's probably not in the Hart anymore. The only way McDavid, I think, was going to win it is if he won, and he's done it a million times, but if he's going to win the Art Ross. So it's probably down to Kucherov and McKinnon at this point, and I just think, for some reason, a lot of things figure into it. I think everybody sees what McKinnon is doing. They saw his game the other night. Any voters who were, like I said to you yesterday, that were sort of on the fence, they have permission to vote for McKinnon now, right? Yeah. They're like, oh, everybody saw it. Okay, I can do it. Blah, blah. I don't know if you guys feel if this plays into it or not. Do you remember Kucherov at the All-Star game?
He was playing angry. He was being
in
weird.
the skills competition.
Yeah.
Remember that?
He got weirdy angry.
He purposefully messed up the entire thing.
Yeah. What was his deal?
He didn't want to be there, but they made him be there, I guess. I don't know. But I think people are going, come on, dude, just try a little, da-da-da. I think all of that plays into it. I really do. The likability factor perhaps may be one aspect of it. I don't know. But either way, if none of that factored into it, I'm still going with 29 because he's kicking butt.
Right.
He doesn't have freebies. When you look at all the freebies that other guys have gotten around him, he doesn't get the freebies that other guys get. So he's my guy too. So this is unprecedented, Vic, you tell me. Unprecedented. Two guys in the same building.
It's never in the same building. Well, now, I don't know what building Magic Johnson and Wayne Gretzky, if they played in the same building. They played in the same building. This was 1989.
That's the Forum. They played in the same building.
And they shared the same building in L.A. The last time two MVPs from those two sports, hockey, NHL, and NBA, won an MVP in the same season, you have to go back to 1989. Wayne Gretzky, Magic Johnson. Same thing's going to happen in our little town here. Same thing's going to happen in Denver, Colorado. And let me tell you, Nikola Jokic hates it. Hates it.
Hates the attention?
Hates the MVP chatter. Hates the debate. Hates the talk. Hates everything about it. Let me play a couple things for you. Do you mind?
Go ahead.
Let's start with just a random stray that came from a couple comics doing some simulcast, some like Manningcast type thing.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Cedric the Entertainer and Kevin Hart were doing a Manningcast version
type of NBA thing. Yeah.
They're watching another game. It's not even the Nuggets game. Another game. And suddenly MVP talk enters the equation. And this is what they said about the race.
But you also got to think about the Joker. The Joker.
They cannot give Joker any more MVPs.
No.
The NBA cannot give Joker any more MVPs. It's not good for the NBA. Yeah. Joker cannot win another MVP. Let's just.
And he's doing this thing. Can he win another Finals MVP?
Well, that's different. That's playing the game. But
our show.
All right, Marty couldn't even survive it. Marty couldn't even get through it. Listen, Cedric the Entertainer and Kevin Hart.
Well, it was Kevin Hart doing all the yapping.
Yeah,
there.
but Cedric agreed with him. He agreed with him. Guys, I'm going to say some things this morning. Buckle up. Buckle up. Because I'm tired of this. And we've gone through it every year now. We've gone through it every year. How often have we talked about the MVP on the show? We really have ignored it, right? It's not that.
Well,
it's over
this
with,
year,
right?
This year,
this
like
year.
recently.
We've ignored it. It's not an issue here anymore. We know what kind of player he is. We know what he is. We know what he means to this team. We know this. We know that Michael Malone calls him the best player on earth. And how lucky are we to have the best player on earth?
Well, so do his teammates.
We know that Tim Connolly, who I saw in the Nuggets locker room, knows he's the best player on earth. It's an opposing GM now. Okay? He's help find the guy. We know all this. Not sure why we always continue to search for that kind of affirmation from randos like Kevin Hart and Cedric the Entertainer. And who was the dude last week that was pounding on Joker saying that he's the worst MVP over the last 40 years? Gilbert Arenas. I don't know why we continue to play this game, because the man himself, Nikola Jokic, when asked about the MVP, as he was last night, hates to talk about the MVP. And we've avoided the subject like the plague. Last night, it came up.
To be honest, I think they don't even care anymore because I think it's the whole MVP conversation. It's kind of getting out of their control. So I think I'm playing good basketball. The team is playing good basketball. If I win it, great. If I don't win it, congrats to the other guy. I think there is a lot of players playing really good basketball in the league, and I think a couple guys deserve to have that award.
It's out of control in his mind for two reasons. It's the antithesis of why he plays basketball. It's a team sport. You play to win a game on a court. You don't play to win a game in the court of public opinion. You don't play to win the popularity game. It's turned into a popularity game off the court, and it's not why Nikola Jokic plays basketball. He hates it. He hates the popularity contest. It's so divisive. It's so territorial. And you know what, guys? It's racially motivated.
I look, when it comes to that,
listen to me. I hate to say it. I hate to go there. But a lot of this is racially motivated, and he doesn't want to do that. He is not that kind of guy.
Well, I'll say two things on that. First of all, he's never going to say anything about the MVP again, given what happened last year, because the one time he said a small thing to you, Vic, after, where was that at? Was that San Antonio? It was in Texas, right?
It was in Houston.
Houston.
They beat the Houston Rockets, and Kendrick Perkins had said he was stat padding.
And then he goes, not bad for a stat pad, or whatever that comment was. And then the next day, all hell broke loose because Perkins threw out Steve Nash, Dirk Nowitzki, whatever. He's never going to say anything again because that was just a mess. Now, a lot of people, textures, are saying what you're saying, Vic. I certainly think they could be a part of it. I also think there's another aspect here where Kevin Hart is Hollywood. Cedric the Entertainer is Hollywood. There is no sport that mingles more in Hollywood than the NBA does. And Jokic never will be caught dead there.
Yeah, he is
ever.
not. He is
he's not
so
that,
not Hollywood.
That kind.
Kevin Hart's also a Philly dude who's probably a big Embiid fan.
I'm sure he
but
is.
Kevin Hart hangs with LeBron.
Yeah, both things can
Kevin
be
Hart
true.
is not going to hang with Joker.
I understand what you're coming from. I'm not putting a blanket on this and saying it's all racially motivated. I'm saying some of it is.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that that's not the sole reason for it. Because if that's the case, then they wouldn't be pining for Luka.
I get it. I get it. We're not all, I totally agree with you. I'm not putting a general blanket over this and saying it's all fueled
I wasn't saying that with you.
But I'm saying that there are some who believe that.
Yes.
Who
I
think
agree.
it's bad for the sport.
I agree with you.
Well, he just said, okay. Listen, Kevin Hart is flippant anyway. That's his gig. He's a comic. He's an actor. He gets reactions. He's flippant, and he can say things and just spout off for fun, right? And not be held accountable for it because that's what his job is. Mm-hmm. But if we're talking about realness, like if he's sitting down and go, and okay, Kevin, lay it out for me. Why is him winning another MVP bad for the sport?
Tell us how it's bad.
Tell us how it's bad.
He never said, by the way. I listened to that whole clip. He never said why it would be bad. He just goes, he
just said it would be bad. It's bad
he
for the game.
He never explained why.
Right.
I would love to sit down with those same two guys. Just, again, I hate to pick on those two, but they're the ones who we have sound from. Love to sit down with them last night and watch a game in which it's the biggest game of the Western Conference all year, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's the number one game in the Western Conference
100%.
all year. And I'd love to show them. So that guy there who is dominating the game, taking the defensive player of the year guy, the guy who blocks all shots, and abusing him on national television, that guy's not good enough for your MVP award.
Yeah.
That guy, in the biggest game of the year, against the best defensive team, against the best defensive player, he goes for 41 and just bodies him.
On 16 of 20, like
just
didn't miss a shot.
Bodies him.
If it was somebody who had credibility in terms of the game, just think of anybody in your eyes who has credibility talking about the NBA and the game of basketball. If that person came out and said, this is bad for the league for Joker to win another MVP, then that person would be held accountable. Okay, explain why, because they have a form to do it. Mm-hmm. Kevin Hart and Cedric the Entertainer are doing just that. They're just spouting off being silly, goofing around, so on and so forth, and they can say whatever they want, and nobody will hold them accountable or nobody will ask them why. You think Cedric's going to go, okay, KH, you tell me why. It's
know
bad
what?
for Joker
I
to win
have,
another
I have a
MVP.
better response on the text line, and perhaps I should have used this phrasing because you're exactly right. Randy, who writes in 0188, it's not racially motivated. It's culturally motivated.
That's what I'm getting at.
That's a much better term because I was struggling where to go with this, how to title it. It's culturally motivated because you're right. For all the people that consider Nikola Jokic, oh my God, well, how could you vote for him? They look at Luka and say, "Ooh, bright lights! Look at Luka."
Yep.
And Luka's a great player who's deserving as well. Luka's more Hollywood, right? He's Hollywood.
That's the point I've been trying to make. When people say it's racially, I'm like, I think that's
culturally
too far. It's a cultural thing because Jokic is not the type that will hobnob with the Hollywood types. He wants to go hang with his horses and his family.
Exactly right. He
It's
wants
funny,
to go farm.
But on your little appetizer hour, I'm parking my truck, and I'm listening to you, and you crack me up, but you're also correct. Whenever Joker decides to hang it up, whether it's the fire truck parks, they get in the city and county building, and he says, "Goodbye, everybody." The next second on Earth, he's on an airplane to Serbia to never be seen again.
Yeah.
And I mean,
I disagree with you, by the way. He'll be back here many times.
You think so?
The
Oh,
joke,
God, yeah.
the joke here was, Caitlin Clark. I already announced we're retiring her jersey, and it was like she stopped playing 5 seconds ago.
Right.
And I go, it's the quickest jersey retirement I've ever seen. And I go, well, God, you might have to do that with Joker because the second that his last game ends, he's going to be gone 24 hours later. You might just need, hey, before you leave, just quickly come back to Ball Arena tomorrow because we're going to hang your jersey up and build you a statue.
Vic, when you said, "Hey, maybe I'll come see you this summer," right? What did he say to you?
You will not find me.
You will not find me. That's what I think is the story here. He's not going to be in the U.S. He's not going to be hanging out with all these celebs. He's not going to be intermingling and all that kind of thing. He's going to be gone.
Yep.
Somewhere at the horse track in the backwoods of Serbia.
So I'm glad
that's his life, man.
I'm glad that texter, Randy, thank you very much. That is the perfect way to spin this. It's a culturally divisive award. The NBA culture, as we all know, it's much different than the NHL culture. Hockey culture is its own little beast, right? Hockey's all about team. There's no individual. There's none of that partisanship. It's just team. The NBA is the opposite of that.
Mm-hmm.
Watch me. Look at me. Check out my new shoes. Look at my commercial. Check me out on Instagram. Check me.
Hey, listen.
It's not what he does.
I'm going to give you 2 plays from this year, just quickly, because we got to get to a break. But 2 plays from this year. Christian Brown's dunk from last night. And let's say AG's putback dunk. Remember when he had it around the hip and then threw it back down? Guarantee you those got more views on Twitter than any play that Jokic has made all year, despite the fact that Jokic is the best in the world.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
I mean, he's not a highlight reel kind of player. He is with this passing.
Well, he's a highlight reel if depending on what you like.
You know what?
But most NBA people like the high-flying dunker type.
Because he does the basic over and over and over and makes it look easy.
Here's the thing, Vic. It's not basic.
It's not.
But he
It
makes
looks
it look basic.
He shot. I'm going to repeat something, and I want you to drink this in. You're drinking from that cup. Keep drinking. Keep drinking as I say this. You don't put that cup down. You keep drinking this in.
It's coffee. I'm not going to choke.
One more as I say this. He shot 80% against the Defensive Player of the Year. 80% in his face. Drink that in. How's that taste? How does that taste, 80%? Do you understand how many people shoot 80% against the Defensive Player of the Year in the biggest game of the year? How many?
I miss a good old-fashioned spit take, by the way. What happened to those? All right, 303-504-0925. A ton to get to. We got our second selection in the mock draft today coming at 9 o'clock. Stick around.
Frozen 4 today, baby. Masters today, baby.
Yeah, they're going to start at 8:30 this morning, so 45 minutes. We'll get the first guys off the tee, round one of the Masters. From what Marty said, just rain this morning, and it looks beautiful the rest of the day, Marty, so shouldn't have any more interruptions at Augusta.
I choose not to speak about the Masters with these two in the room.
It's okay.
Fair.
The Pios skate at 3 p.m. against Boston U on ESPN2. First game of the Frozen 4. The other one's Michigan-Boston College. Every year it's a Boston team. Can we chill out?
Well, or a UMass team. I mean, Cale was there, the Frozen 4 with his UMass team at one point. Did you realize that Eric Lacroix, son of the late, great Pierre Lacroix, his son Max, who did such a great job at the Hall of Fame, is the backup goalie for BU.
Really?
So we got a little Pio versus Terrier thing going on today. And so this is big, dude. This is big. The Pios, I mean, even in their opening game, tight.
Would you rather be a graduate of Boston U or Boston College?
Well, BU is are they both private?
Boston College is.
Well, so is BU.
So which one would you rather if you had to take one?
If I was
degree?
a Terrier or I was a Golden Eagle?
BU.
Or Eagle. Yeah, probably BU. And they have
BU too.
They have a cool little rink too. I've been to the Avs have practiced at their rink. It's a nice little rink.
We know what we call Boston College folks.
Fluties?
Folks who couldn't get into Notre Dame.
Hey, Moj.
Hey, what?
NHLPA player poll released yesterday.
I saw that.
Let's see if you can guess these correctly, okay? If you need to win one game, who is the goalie you want on your team?
Oh, I didn't see this. I thought you were talking about Crosby. Who's the goalie I want on my team?
Well, I'm going to roll through a few of these questions on the AHL player poll.
I'm guessing they're probably going to say Hellebuck.
Hellebuck's fourth.
Wow.
Vasilevsky is one.
Vasi, he's still good, but
Shesterkin 2. Sorokin is 3.
Well, we saw
and then
Shesterkin
Hellebuck.
straight up here in Denver. What he can do.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, we did.
If you need to win one game, who is the forward you want on your team?
They're going to say McDavid.
Yeah, almost 49% said
Yeah.
McDavid. After that, it is
McKinnon.
Sidney Crosby.
Oh, then Sid comes too. Okay.
And then McKinnon.
Okay.
Yes. So McKinnon finishes third. You need to win one game. What defenseman do you want on your team?
It is Cale.
By far and away. Cale gets over 56% of the vote in that one. The next one closest is Victor Hedman with 10.5%.
Yeah, Cale's number one.
Best stick handler.
Wow. Cooch has got to be in there. He's really good.
He is fourth.
Well, Big Pickles is probably one.
McDavid won.
Yeah, okay.
The only guy close. McDavid had 35.5%, 21% too. Patrick Kane still.
The old fella's he's got skill still. I mean, his hands have not gone away. His legs are a little bit difficult, but
Nathan McKinnon was fifth on that list, by the way, behind Kucherov.
All right.
Most complete player in the league.
That is Sid.
Sidney Crosby with 38% of the vote. After that, it is Barkov, Kopitar, McDavid, and then McKinnon.
Who's voting on this?
This is
Players, NHL players.
NHL player poll.
And the thing about that is, too, you talk about complete player. I mean, that's both ends of the ice, so on and so forth. Alexander Barkov is really good. Andrei Kopitar has won the Selke a ton because he's really good defensively and he's really good offensively. He'll never win you a scoring title or anything close to that, but he's damn good on both sides of the puck.
Just a couple more here. Which player, and I like this question, which player do you least enjoy playing against but would like to have on your team?
Oh, that's one of the Tkachuk brothers.
It's got to be one of these.
There is a Tkachuk brother in there.
Yeah.
I would say Matthews higher than Brady.
Matthews is not in the top 5.
No, Matthew Tkachuk.
Oh, Matthew. Yes,
Yeah,
Matthew
one of the
Tkachuk.
Tkachuk.
Sorry.
Matthews higher
Yes.
than Brady.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's at
How
he's
about-
third.
Oh, how about that Rangers goon? Not the tall one.
Who, Trouba?
Trouba.
No,
Nate?
Nate is fifth.
Okay.
First is Marchand.
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
Well,
Yeah,
he licks
yeah.
people.
Well, not anymore. He's done
Yeah,
licking.
but he's a historical licker.
Well, he is. He's got licking in his past.
I mean, you can't just say to somebody who has a past of licking that it's over. He has licked people.
Best breakout passer in the game.
Kale.
Yeah, Kale's number one by far. 26.5%.
Yep.
After that is Quinn Hughes and then Adam Fox.
Yeah, these guys, the defenseman who can send it 80 feet tape to tape, it's like, oh, my God. I mean, that'll get you going, baby.
So, Moj, we are pretty much, the NBA playoff race still has a lot of question marks, but in the NHL, I think we're set for that trip to Winnipeg, right? I mean, that's where you are mentally. Mentally, Dallas is gone. Dallas, you're not catching.
And I want to break down all these standings in just a second, both the NBA and the NHL, because the NBA has a matchup now. The Clippers and Mavericks are set for the first round. Two more things real quick.
Okay.
Most difficult player to face in their own end. Kale finished 5th in that category. Victor Hedman was number 1. And then Ball Arena was ranked as the 4th toughest place to play as a visiting team. T-Mobile in Vegas was number 1.
Yeah, I was gonna rate Vegas because of that crowd and that PA announcer.
The Canadian, you remember that Canadian episode on The Simpsons? Ralph had to be Canada and all this kind of stuff.
I
And
watch cartoons.
they had the sign that says, now entering Winnipeg. We were born here. What's your excuse?
Oh, yeah, I've seen
Remember that?
Last one, I think we'll get a kick out of this. Which global destination would you most like to see host NHL games?
Yeah, Winnipeg. Yeah.
No, that's got to be.
What global destination?
Global
Are
destination.
we talking about, taking the game
Hawaii?
Like just
away from this
I mean, where do
continent?
players
It's a country. It's countries.
Okay.
Countries.
Well, then it's got to be. It's
I don't
where
know.
do players want to
Italy.
go? Yeah, Italy. They want to go to
Italy's
Rome?
number 1.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
12%.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
They'd be like, hey,
And France, is Paris in there at all?
hey,
Italy, Sweden,
Okay.
England,
Right.
Switzerland,
Yeah.
France.
We.
Can you imagine if you took an ice rink to the Amalfi Coast and said, hey,
Hey. Dude,
Is there hockey in Italy?
Oh, absolutely there
they
is.
play it in
Yeah.
northern Italy.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely they
cold up
play.
there.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, last thing. Did you guys have been keeping track of this Arizona Coyotes thing?
Oh, yeah, man.
Dude,
Salt Lake, baby.
They could very well be in Salt Lake as soon.
I think that's a great move.
The report is, well, I mean, the guy who wants to bring hockey to Salt Lake doesn't own the Coyotes.
But if you can't get listen, you can't keep playing in that small little thing.
No, you can't.
You can't. Okay,
No,
we all
you
know
can't.
this. The NHL's embarrassed by it. It's cute, right? It's cute to play a few games there, but the NHL can't. You can't play in that.
The thing is, Phoenix is such a big market.
Well, they can't sustain a team.
They can sustain a team. It's just that they can't find a place to put the damn team.
Well, that's their problem.
Okay, so when they first get there, they're playing in, what do you call it? American Airlines. What was the name of that place?
It's exactly what it was. They shared it with the Phoenix Suns. And
it was bad.
It was awful because all of the seats behind the goal, you couldn't see the goal.
That is
couldn't see half the ice.
That is correct. And they had to look at the Jumbotron to see the other end of the ice, or their end of the ice. So they get the great deal on the land way out west.
Glendale.
So Glendale says, we're going to build you a rink. And that's an hour away. I mean, with traffic, it's an hour away from downtown Phoenix. Well, I'm just saying, it's a Wednesday night. You want to take the kiddies out, an hour drive west?
I have zero
It's a
sympathy.
pain in the butt.
I have zero
Okay.
sympathy for the city of Phoenix. If you can't figure it out, you move the team.
Okay.
That's your problem.
Then you go to Tempe and you're playing at the Mullet and you want to buy the dump. Okay, so the owner says, all right, here's what I want to do. See all this area here in Tempe? It's a dump. It's poisoned. The ground is bad. I'll take care of everything. I will clean the dump. I'll go 10 feet down with the soil if I have to, whatever it takes. But I want to build this complex right here at the dump. And the voters go, no, we like our dump. They shoot it down.
Dude,
I know that's the prerogative.
Why is there sympathy for Phoenix if they can't figure out how to keep a franchise? That is your problem.
That is
I don't
correct.
I agree with you.
sympathize.
I agree
I
with
mean, where is the sympathy?
Okay, hold on.
Poor Phoenix. Hockey's big down there. They've had a team. Okay, well then keep your team.
You
It's
saw
obviously
the-
not that big.
Hold on, last thing. So you saw the plan. There's this big parcel of land just outside Scottsdale, the border of Scottsdale, and there's going to be an open public auction, and the guy who owns the Coyotes wants to buy that and build a rink.
I've seen this. I've
And all
seen the
this stuff.
plans,
And it
they
looks
have
beautiful,
a huge
right?
mega complex
It looks beautiful.
with housing, real estate.
Right.
It's absolutely stunning. But all it is a plan.
Right. They got to buy the land first. Mayor of Scottsdale comes out like 4 days ago and goes, Hell no.
Well, then kick rocks. Okay,
you know what? Then what are we talking about?
I don't know.
You
Nobody
started
wants
this
it.
whole conversation by saying, "Oh man, hockey's been." I was there when the Coyotes arrived. I was there in Phoenix working when Winnipeg couldn't sustain. They lost their first franchise. Came to Phoenix. Everybody was happy, and from the very get-go, they had trouble. From the very get-go, they couldn't get traction. From the first few days that the Coyotes arrived, it was always an uphill climb. So you know what? Go to Salt
Bye.
Lake. See you later. You know what? They will sustain the product in Salt Lake. I guarantee you that. I guarantee they won't have any trouble finding an arena, getting fans. Salt Lake's a great sports market.
Why are you pointing at me?
Because you seem to be arguing this
Don't-
Phoenix side.
I'm not. I'm just saying.
I live there. I know
I'm
what
saying
Phoenix
it's
is.
hard-
You know what Phoenix is? Phoenix is Denver on steroids when it comes to transplants.
I understand.
You think that the people that live in Phoenix are loyal to the Phoenix Coyotes?
I'm just telling you, it's mind-boggling to me to see a city that size
Tough.
just blow. I know, no. I'm just saying, just blow it on a team. Just
So
blow it.
what? They don't deserve it.
You're right.
I agree
can't
with
argue.
Vic. Yeah. Look, if it means something to you, they wouldn't go.
Yeah, since when is that like a sympathetic cause? You know who deserves teams? You know what? Omaha. I've said this before. Omaha would be great for a hockey team.
I think that it would
Salt
work.
Lake is
I really
great
do.
for a hockey team. It doesn't have to be a big metropolis. You know what it is? It's a place. Omaha and Salt Lake, aren't they just as big? They're bigger than Winnipeg.
Let me be on record. Omaha sucks.
Okay, you're.
Did you get that one down, Martin? Did you record that?
Yeah, good one.
Come at me, Corn.
Burn.
Salt Lake City has a population of 204,000 people.
Okay. How big is Winnipeg?
Winnipeg.
And Greater Salt Lake City, by the way. That's not just Salt Lake proper.
Winnipeg's 750.
Okay, Greater Salt Lake. Do Salt Lake Metro. Because I guarantee Salt Lake Metro is bigger than that number. And they can sustain an NHL team.
Yeah, the greater area is
All right.
It's got to be
2
a couple
mil?
million.
Yeah. So it's a wonderful town. It really is. I mean, I've been there many times. It's a wonderful town, and it's a great place to put a hockey team. They've hosted the Olympic Games, for crying out loud. They have the logistics.
They've had minor league teams.
They have
They've had the
everything.
Grizzlies forever. Yeah.
Exactly. They have everything they need. Get it out of Phoenix where they can't get their crap together.
By the way, the greater Omaha area is 1.5 million, just so you know.
Nobody cares.
303-504-0925. So, yeah, when they take their cows and Lamborghinis into town, all 1.5 million of them. Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com, next.
bam, bear. All
All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. What's up, Leggy?
Morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Hey, Jeffrey, the further we get on here, it just appears the Broncos are taking their old sweet time finding anybody else to be a quarterback on their roster. Now, maybe they have some grand plan in the draft or whatever, but this looks like Jarrett Stidham City, baby, at least for the time being, but they are just chilling out when it comes to a QB, are they not?
Well, Moj, and, I know, again, people accuse me of being the party crasher and all of that, but I tried to warn people they were in a tight box. The minute they made the decision to release Russell, and their ability to move around was going to be limited. I mean, they can't really move up, really. They don't have the firepower other people do, and there might be only one or two teams interested. And even thinking about that, everybody's looking at Arizona and possibly the Chargers in that window there for the move-up teams. And, moving back they can do, but there's a lot of teams interested in doing that as well. So, and when they sat out free agency, they were sort of letting everybody know, because what told me was a lot of these veteran quarterbacks were signing for backup jobs when they would have had a chance to compete for a starting job. And I don't know anybody I've ever met in my 37 years who played quarterback in the NFL who didn't want to compete for a starting job. So
you look old for 37.
What's that?
I didn't know you were 37. Go on.
Yeah, I wish I was 37. This shirt might be 37. No, when these guys were signing for backup jobs, the league was telling you the Broncos were sitting it out.
Well, you know what's funny, Leggy, is it's becoming more and more apparent to me that the Broncos just, at least with that first round pick, aren't getting a QB. That's just the way it feels right now. So I'm like, okay, so you have the number 12 overall pick. What does that look like? I looked at the last 20 years of the number 12 overall pick, and in the last 20, I picked out maybe 4 guys that I would say didn't live up to that billing. You got names like Vita Vea and Fletcher Cox and Marshawn Lynch and Haloti Ngata and Odell Beckham Jr. Just the last 3 years was Jahmyr Gibbs, Jamison Williams, and Micah Parsons. I'm like, this is an enviable spot to be, to find somebody who's like you consider a franchise piece.
Again, I take a lot of crap for saying it, but if you stay there, you're getting one of the best players in the draft, because everybody else up in front of you is going quarterback crazy. I'm going to keep saying it because it's true. This was frankly the lead-in. It will be the lead-in to my top 100. But I did not have a single scout or GM tell me during this college football season that this was the best quarterback class they'd ever seen. Yet we're all acting like it's going to get drafted like the best quarterback class we've ever seen. And it's either going to happen that way and be a stunner, or the reset will take place when teams are actually making the picks. But this is not the best quarterback class ever. And if 5 quarterbacks go in the top 12, it will be drafted like one of the best quarterback classes ever. And that's my issue with all of this. Yes, they need a quarterback, but you can't just take one who isn't good enough at 12.
How legit, Leggy, are these whispers we continue to hear about Dak Prescott and Sean Payton making a deal happen in Denver?
Well, the Cowboys have done this to themselves. I mean, there are people I know in the league who think the Cowboys are going to take a quarterback in this draft. So if they do that, then they've let Prescott go all the way to the end of this deal. They've put themselves in this part of the rumor mill, and until they do something with Dak, I think he is in play in some fashion. If the Broncos. That would sort of look like a Russ redo.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
This time it would be Sean Payton's version. Okay, I want to do it. type of thing. I let you guys do it. Now I want to do it. So
Jeff, why am I so torn on Dak? I think he's good. I think he's a good quarterback.
Yeah, but
I don't know if he's. I mean, he had 36 touches last year for 4,500 plus yards. That's flipping awesome.
And then they lost.
But then why can't I? Yeah, but then why can't I? Why can't I get all jacked up about him, man?
Well, you've got to decide how you're going to look at quarterbacks in the modern era. A lot of people I know, if a quarterback hasn't won a Super Bowl, he stinks. And that's just how they feel about it. He's not good enough. When there are so many other things that have to happen for guys to win Super Bowls. I mean, Peyton Manning waited years and years and years and years to win a Super Bowl. He didn't win till 06, 08, I mean, whatever it was. I mean, he waited. Dan Fouts is in the Hall of Fame. He never won one. There's guys in the gold jackets never won Super Bowls. And it's more about how we discuss quarterbacks. If you just think everybody who didn't win a Super Bowl stinks, you're not going to be excited about guys who didn't win them. But it's hard to find them. We've never seen the desperation level at quarterback higher, I don't think. And that's why it always feels like turmoil all around the NFL for all the teams who can't figure out how to deal with the fact that Patrick Mahomes is 28 years old.
Leggy, I'm going to give you 5 names. Let's say a huge quarterback run happens. I'm going to give you 5 names of players. I want you to rank 1 through 5 who you would draft first to last out of these 5. Roman Dunze, Quinyon Mitchell, Brock Bowers, Jared Verse, or Fuaga, the tackle from Oregon State.
I would have to be honest and tell you where I have them graded. It would be Bowers, Odunze, 1-2 for me.
Okay.
Are you done, by the way? Are you done with your top 100?
I have turned it in, which is always a nervous exercise.
Hey, wait.
You guys know, you've seen me do this. I'm going to take so much crap because I put the quarterbacks where they belong.
Yeah.
But you're right. But so wait. So I know this is getting released.
And I'm just going to remind everybody, I've had C.J. Stroud as QB1 last year, and I'm not letting that go.
Yes. Yes. Now, Leggy, I remember I've done this with you the last couple of years. Now that this is official, I know it doesn't get released until like the week of the draft, right? Early that week?
The 20th. It will run on the morning of the 20th.
Okay, so I get...
Please address your concerns at that point.
I get today and I get next Thursday to play a game with you that I like to play, which I ask you a number way towards the back end of the top 100. Can I do that with you again this year?
He's got to go to
you get 2. You're not getting any
That's
more.
fine. That's fine.
God,
so
you're tight, Leggy.
1 today, 1 next week, and these will be beyond 50, okay? But I'm just going to say, I'm going to give you a number. You tell me who's there, okay?
Yep.
67.
Why would you pick 67?
Why?
Trey Benson, running back, Florida State.
There you go. See?
All right.
Juice, dude.
But I told him I can't do above 50. Maybe next week we do like 52.
Hey,
okay?
Leggy, when I was in school.
You're not getting anything above 60.
Hey, we sign your checks.
Hey, Leggy, when I was in school.
You keep the money. You're not getting anything above 60.
I like it. I was in school. Whenever I had to do like the big term papers and all that kind of stuff, the day I turned it in, I'm like, oh, thank God. I got this crap out of my face and I don't have to work on it anymore. Blah. That's why I probably could never go back to school. It'd just kill me. Do you feel the same way after you've done all your entire list? Does it feel like, just deep breath time or what?
I mean, I reviewed 580 players to do this thing, and I don't know. I'm a moron to do it. Nobody else would even, I got a job, at the, this is kind of like a side hustle, so I don't know.
How many hours does this take? How many, if you had to put it together, how many hours do you think it takes to put this top 100?
I don't even want to know because then I would be the dumbest human being alive.
Well, you know what? It takes people like you to dig into it because otherwise there's no content. Without you, we have no content. Without you, we're useless.
Where else would I know, Leggy, that Trey Benson's the 67th best player in the draft?
Exactly
I would have no idea.
Well, to me, is, and I take it for what it is. I mean, a lot of people think, you're just some guy who covers the Broncos. Why should I give a crap what you think about the draft? But
No,
one of the best scouts who ever lived is the guy who taught me all this. Almost 40 years ago. So I really owe it to C.O. Mercado that he is one of the best NFL scouts who ever walked the earth, and he should be in the Hall of Fame. And it's actually interesting because Scott DeStefano, a Broncos scout, actually won the C.O. Mercado Lifetime Achievement Award this year for his work in scouting. And Scott, I'm pretty certain, is the longest tenured scout in the NFL right now, and he works for the Broncos.
Well, I'll leave you with this, because it's turned into more than just a cottage industry. This draft analysis and the boards and top 100, you've turned it into an art.
I don't say it very often, Vic, but I was one of the first at a newspaper.
I know you were. But let me ask your opinion on this. True or false? There are just too many mock drafts. It's just jump the shark now.
Well, the issue is people complain about them all the time, but they are one of the best traffic items in the internet world. They always get traffic. That's why people do them. And just in the glass offices in all of the digital media companies, a mock draft is money.
Well, they get traffic here
every time it's posted
because DMAC goes through every single one from 12 to 3 every single day. There's like 8 of them on their show that they go through.
And I agree with you. There's just too many, and I don't know why people do them. Our second pick of our mock draft comes at 9 o'clock this morning, by the way, so stay tuned for that. Jeff, you're the absolute best. Good talking to you, buddy.
Thanks, fellas. Have a good day.
Jeff Lakewald, ESPN.com. Back to the Nuggets when we return. I know what got the flash, but what was bigger? Was it Jokic's performance, or was it the spurt that we got late from Christian Braun? We'll get to it next. Just watch Tom Watson tee off to get the Masters going here in about 15 minutes, which means you have time to jump on the Circus Sportsbook right now and get your bets in for the Masters, because it's sports betting the way it should be on Circus Sports. I've told you guys this multiple times. They have the best odds. You want me to prove it? Well, if you were to bet on Scotty Scheffler to win the Masters, he's at plus 465 on Circa. He's plus 400 anywhere else. John Rahm, plus 1,300. On other sports books, he's plus 1,100. Jordan Spieth, plus 2,350. Other places, plus 2,000. It's the best odds. Go check it out for yourself and get some bets in for the Masters. Make this weekend interesting for you. Download the app, Circus Sports, or go to circusports.com. Masters teeing off in 10 minutes. And we will keep you up to date on all the scores throughout the course of the show.
You know that feeling you get when you come in from a championship celebration and you haven't slept and you've been just enjoying life?
Yeah.
And we've tasted that twice here in the last couple of years, right? And it's just such a wonderful feeling. You're like euphoric. The euphoria it's impossible to define and it's impossible to comprehend unless you feel it. And I'm not saying that last night was that kind of euphoria, but it was down that road. It was like, oh, here's a reminder of who you are.
Mm-hmm.
The team. This is your team. Oh, yeah. Forgot about that.
Right.
I don't know if you got that same semi-euphoric feeling of, oh, yeah, it's a championship team.
Rudy, where you at, bro?
Well, and the weird thing is, like last night, that's my main takeaway. I don't know if it's right or not, but it was so crazy to watch Christian Braun on. It wasn't just the dunk on Gobert with the left hand. It was the fact that it happened 3 times in a row, essentially. Like, it started with the two-handed jam, and then the lefty, and then the alley-oop, and then it was Peyton Watson, and that's when the game was over. That's when Minnesota called the timeout, put the backups in, and waved the white flag.
It was like a 4-dunk, 2-swat sequence there with the backups, the reserves.
But then Jokic is out here shooting 16 of 20 from the field for 41 points. And you're like,
well, see, that's the blank. Here's what it is, because I heard your tease before. What was more impressive last night? The explosion by the youngins?
Yeah.
Or the pure, basic, inevitable domination of the MVP? One is sort of like this, and the other one's a blip. The other one's like, whoop. Yep. And you got that blip for 17 seconds, or whatever it took, and that clinched the game, but you don't get that opportunity if not for Nikola Jokic. Put it that way. You have to have...
It was a nice Marty Marathon pace for Jokic, and then Christian Braun was Usain Bolt, right? It was just 10 seconds, as fast as you can go, as cool as you can go, and then boom.
But the whole, I'm going up with my right hand on the left side of the lane, and here comes the big fella to try and guard me, and then, I'm going to switch to the lefty and dunk on his head.
There was a situation.
That was all that happening in real time, though, Vic, was crazy to watch.
My friend Ben tweeted this, Ben Carey, and he's so right. There was a game.
You know, he's name dropping Ben Carey. Like anybody knows who this clown is.
I'm giving him credit.
Oh.
Jesus.
I just got a tweet from my good friend
giving
Ben.
him credit.
Ben
By the way, Glass House is over there talking about, random name you threw out. Nobody knows this guy. That's every single time you talk to somebody.
You do that all the time. Some guy named George that we wanted to know. Whatever.
Shout out brother-in-law Bob. Karen's last night.
Shut out brother-in-law Bob. Shut up.
What did Ben say?
So he made a great reference point here. A couple weeks ago, the Nuggets are hosting the San Antonio Spurs in a similar situation late in the game. Christian Braun goes up. It looks like he's going to dunk the basketball. San Antonio's got Wemby chasing him. He decides, wait a minute, I ain't doing this. And he decides to bail out, give it to MPJ for a 3. Same exact sequence last night.
Yeah.
This time it's Rudy. And instead of hitting the eject button.
He had P-Watt with him.
Exactly. And instead of hitting the eject button, he says, I'm going to try it. So that tells you who he fears most, who they fear most, Wemby or Rudy. Rudy was a beaten man last night. Rudy was he was a defeated man. He was beaten up by Joker, and then he had his dome spoiled by Christian.
Where you at, bro?
I got a chance to visit with Christian after the game because what he did, what he finished with 8 points? Was it 8?
Total of 8, yes.
I mean, he didn't even score that many, but he had the most electric points of the game. Here's what he had to say. Christian, first of all, talk about the fourth quarter and what the difference was in this game tonight.
I mean, just defense. I just watched Jay Huff kick a ball into the crowd. But, playing defense, our defensive intensity, this felt like a playoff game today, and we know what it meant to us. So, it's fun to, get out and play like that in front of the crowd.
You're in the air. You got Rudy Gobert between you and the rim. You got your left hand on the ball. When did you say, I'm flushing?
He's the defensive player of the year, so you don't want to go up against him, weak. He tends to block all those ones that you try to lay up. And I had P-Watt with me, and he kept kind of stunting and falling. So I had to go up strong, and obviously he's a great defensive player. And I got him that time.
Hey, that's a team that thinks they can beat you. What kind of message did you send to them and the rest of the league tonight?
Well, I think the 1 seed's more important. We understand that they're a really good team. They're really talented. They played us really tough last year. So being at home will mean a lot if we do eventually meet them.
Way to ball, my man. Way to ball. So the 1 seed is a factor. Albeit the last few weeks they've been downplaying that, right? Yeah, health is more important. Oh, no. They wanted the 1 seed. And right now they've got it.
Hey, Brett, maybe I'm a geek. And I admit if I am a geek, I admit it. But I found, the left-handed jam was awesome.
It's something about lefty.
What?
It's something about the lefty jam.
Yeah,
when you're not a lefty.
When you're not a lefty. It was really cool. But watching Joker work Rudy on the low block was exquisite. And again, I cannot get the drop step and the spin around out of my mind because he went under the bucket and a reverse layup. Oh, let me show you. Okay.
All right, so they're going to put this on display. Yeah, just speak loudly,
so
Mosh.
You're guarding me, right? Okay. And he does one of these. Drop right around him and then underneath the bucket back. But
you got to get the elbow in here.
Now Vic's going to do it. Now Vic's going to do it.
Yeah, but just come in here. Drop step. You got to come closer. Okay, closer. You got to get the elbow.
Oh, the old chicken wing.
That's the drop.
But here's the thing. Rudy
foul.
Hey, but Rudy, by the time Joker even got to the bucket, Rudy is still facing the bench just outside the key. And then Joker comes up with the left hand on the reversal, and I'm like, he was so, and this is what I talked about early in the show. You can never say that the big fella is not athletic. Don't anybody ever bring that to me because you're not quick like that. Unathletic means dump truck. Unathletic means cement truck, aircraft carrier. He's not that. He is incredibly quick. His feet are brilliant. And it's just that one little play. I'm going like, this guy is unguardable, man.
Well, Denver Jayhawk on the Safeway Twitch feed says the CB and SWAT is better, talking about which one was more impactful or better last night. Was it Jokic's just whole game, or was it that moment or that series of minutes that CB and Watson played? He said CB and SWAT is better because Jokic is supposed to do what he did last night. Yeah. And I go, no, he's not supposed to go 16 of 20 from the floor against the best defense in the NBA. That's not what's supposed to happen. And this is where I get lost in this too, and I'm as guilty as anybody. Jokic has a game like this. You're like, oh yeah, that's what Jokic does. I'm like, no, that's not what normal human beings do.
See, but he's normalized it, and that's one of the reasons why there's some fatigue there.
But there's normalizing 16 of 20 against the best defense in the league.
I know, but he's normalized it in the eyes of those who are casual watchers. Put it that way.
Okay.
They don't understand how hard that is. Name another player in the league that can go 16 to 20 being guarded by Rudy Gobert.
Literally nobody. Like nobody else does that.
No, another center?
No.
Doesn't happen.
There's not a single one.
Doesn't happen.
And by the way, so I'm going to go back to that Ray Ferraro interview.
80% from the floor and 20 shots?
It's insane. The Ray Ferraro interview with Kreckman and Lindahl on Monday. He said, look, because, Brett, your question earlier about the two MVPs coexisting in the same building, it's just unbelievable. Ray says, my kid is a basketball honk. Like, he's all hoops all the time, all NBA all the time. He said, and the kid is fascinated with Nikola Jokic. The kid he's just got a thing for the Joker. It's his favorite guy now, blah, blah, blah. So it's being recognized all over the place, Vic. And this is in Vancouver, right?
Well, a guy from Idaho just texted the show, said, it was so cool. I brought my kid to school today, and there are people kids running around wearing Nuggets jerseys here. I'm telling you, dude, it's become more than just Metro. It's a regional thing. The Nuggets have exploded regionally.
We're on in Idaho, by the way. You know that, right? What's up, Idaho? What's up? If you're watching this,
Coeur d'Alene?
Let's do this. If you're watching this on the replay, my buddy was at the airport in, where was it? Peter Burns. Well, remember Peter Burns? It was Alabama. He's watching us, which was crazy.
Right. Yeah.
My buddy was at the airport in Montana, and he's like, "I got you. You guys are on."
Well, I got
what's up?
My first.
So
job
what's up,
offer
Idaho? Idaho, text us when you get this. Could be later on in the day on a replay, whatever. The best of whatever. What's up, Idaho?
First job offer was Pocatello.
Pocatello.
Was it Pocatello?
Pocatello.
Maybe that's why I didn't get the job.
That's where Idaho.
Send us a demo tape. This is Vic Lombardi reporting live from Pocatello.
I'm Vic here in the Poconos.
That's where Idaho State is. It's in Pocatello.
But some of the people chiming in on last night's game, there are so many things to discuss. But the dunk by Christian Braun, the levitation, and the reason why that one just caught me off guard is because you didn't expect the dunk. Like when Peyton Watson had that, he stretched the right arm out. You saw it coming. You see most dunks coming. The ones that are shocking to the system are the ones that you do not expect. And that was one of them, where you continue to levitate. You've got a body in front of you. You switch hands, and then it's just a quick hammer. It's not a crazy one. It's just a quick hammer. And that's what that kind of dunk was. I don't remember another dunk from a Nugget player that's like when Aaron Gordon jumped over Landry Shamet last year.
Yeah.
We saw that coming.
Nom, nom, nom,
right?
nom.
You saw that coming, right?
Hey, Landry.
Did you see this one coming?
No.
Nobody did. That's what made it crazy. You didn't see it.
Shamet needed the Heimlich after that.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Real quick. It makes me laugh. Watching the bench in that sequence, the left-handed dunk, the bench goes clearly insane.
I love it when they try to hold each other back.
Yeah, I love that. I love it. Oh. So the bench goes clearly insane. And then the stop, and then the quick trip back and the alley-oop to Brown. And the bench, everybody's losing their damn mind, and the whole building is losing its damn mind. It's just so cool to see. I mean, and again, Vic, this reinforces, look, we're the big dog on the planet here. Okay, there's the left-handed dunk. People who are watching, maybe you can see it on the screen behind Brett. And it just reinforces that we're the big dog on the block. We're still those guys. So remember that, be confident in yourself, sure, and you should be. We're still the one to beat, period, end of story.
Marty, we heard the sound from Kaz calling the dunk. Marty, I just sent you the altitude version from Chris Marlowe, Scott Hastings, Katie Wingy. They didn't know what to say.
Yeah.
It was one. They're like, what words come out of your mouth when you see that? What did you say? What did you do? I'm at the arena and I turned around and I started high-fiving dudes behind me. We were just like, what just happened? What did you do at home?
I just kind of looked in disbelief because I didn't think he'd actually go for it. I thought he was setting Watson up for a lob or something like that, and then it happened so fast.
But did you have an audible reaction? Was there a gasp? Was there?
It was a jaw drop.
At home?
Yeah, I always. Yeah, that's my patented.
That's your go-to?
That's my patented motion. Oh,
there's a lot of patented
and
motions.
then I get a yell from upstairs. What's wrong?
Oh, Marty, did you have anything?
And then before I could say, well, Christian Braun it was on the alley-oop.
Yeah,
okay, so it was back-to-back O's. Yeah. Like maybe I got bitten by a snake. Sure. Right? That's kind of what the reaction was.
So a couple things here. The Masters is about to tee off. 34 about to tee off right now. Just quickly, not to throw like a Molotov cocktail in this. O.J. Simpson's Twitter account on April 10th. Our father, Orenthal James Simpson, succumbed to his battle with cancer. So O.J. Simpson died yesterday.
What?
Yeah. That's this is, I guess, the Simpson family has tweeted this from his official Twitter account.
Wait, I didn't even know he had cancer.
I didn't either.
Are you sure this is...
It's his official account, yes. He was surrounded by his children and grandchildren during this time of transition. His family asked that you please respect the wishes for their privacy and grace from the Simpson family, is what it says.
Wow. That is surprising. I did not realize that he was even sick. Now, you're probably too young.
Well,
you're too young. You're too young to...
I know that But you didn't know the story, but
you didn't
it's one
live
of the
the
most
trial.
Interesting. Well, the trial is one thing, but it's just like you talk about one of the most complicated stories surrounding a sports figure that you can imagine, right? Because OJ was beloved, correct, by almost everybody before all the stuff that happened in the mid-90s.
He was a commercial brand. He did what was it? Hertz rental car.
Yep.
Wasn't he the Hertz guy? And then all of a sudden things went sideways, and his trial hijacked an entire NBA Finals series. I mean, if you recall, and again, this is before your time, Moj, it's the Houston Rockets against the New York Knicks in the NBA Finals. And they're cutting away from the game, mind you. The NBA Finals, they're cutting away from the game to keep us updated on OJ driving a Bronco with his buddy down a freeway.
Two of my favorite
Al
documentaries.
Cowling, AC.
I'll never forget that for the rest of my life.
Me neither.
Two of my favorite documentaries I've ever seen. Both were done by ESPN on this subject, by the way. One of them was when they had the 30 for 30s. They had one. It was the day that happened. I don't remember what day it was, like April something, or whatever it was, or June or whatever it was. But it was that, the OJ stuff mixed in with the NBA Finals. I think there was a big golf tournament that was happening with a golf legend at the time where he was fighting for a master. There was like 5 different sports things happening at once that day.
Well, the NBA Finals are in June, so there couldn't be a Masters, maybe a U.S.
Not
Open.
a Masters. I'm
US
saying
Open.
a major. Sorry,
Okay.
a major is what I meant. But there was all these stories rolled into one. It was incredibly fascinating. And then that one that they did, like the 10-part documentary or whatever it was on the everything leading up to the OJ trial, what happened afterwards. Both of them fascinating. But I'm just like, it is one of the most complicated and bizarre stories that you'll find surrounding a sports figure.
Well,
so yeah, I was too young to live through it,
Yeah.
but I know a lot about this stuff now.
The episode that took place with the Ford Bronco down the highway, that, it was like a hostage crisis. And then the trial that never ended, that would never end, that led to daily soap opera. And it was nuts. It was, how long did that trial go? It was like a year?
I don't know. Yeah.
And then the judgment that followed and mayhem. And it's sad to hear that you talk about passing with very little fanfare. I had no idea he was even sick.
Well, did you guys ever watch it was like the made for TV thing with OJ? It was like The People versus OJ Simpson, I think is what it was called, where Travolta played Bob Shapiro. And did you guys see this at all or no?
I didn't watch that. No,
I saw that. It was great.
Did not watch that.
I thought it was really good. Yeah.
All right,
Travolta was a little weird.
So
but
what's your opinion then?
opinion on?
Did he?
On what?
Come on. The question that we all asked during the trial.
Did he do it?
Did he do it or not?
I think it's fairly obvious that he did.
Did the movie properly, did it convince you? You're a jury.
I don't think that there's almost any question that, yes, he did that.
And got away with it.
Correct.
And John Travolta?
The opinion that I am even more sure of is John Travolta was really weird. And I don't know if Bob Shapiro was actually like that in real life, but he made him look like an insane
Do you
person.
know what that whole trial spawned, right?
It
spawned, I mean, years
like
later.
Johnny Cochran.
The Kardashians.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
of course.
we got a lot of mileage off OJ.
Well, in that
right?
show, David Schwimmer.
We got a lot of mileage.
David Schwimmer played not Rob. What's the old the dad Kardashian? What's his name?
Yeah, Robert Kardashian.
Rob. Yeah. And I swear to God, he had one line in the entire show. Marty, back me up on this. I think David Schwimmer just said juice really sadly multiple times, and that's the only line he had. He would just go, juice. Juice.
Juice.
I have one memory of OJ when I met him, my one and only time. 1991 Orange Bowl, Federal Express Orange Bowl, Notre Dame, CU. I'm on the sideline. I'm on the Notre Dame sideline. OJ's doing sideline for NBC. Tom Ruin's about to punt the ball. OJ's right next to me. And I swear to God, he says out loud, they better not punt it to that kid. They better not kick it to that kid. To Rocket Ismail. And they did. And the rest is history, the clip, blah, blah, blah. I do remember OJ sitting right next to me saying that. And that's the only time he did have 2 gloves on at the time. It was a little chilly.
Of course. So look, we got a lot to get to today. Our second pick of the mock draft is coming up at 9 o'clock. We're live from the Backus and Schenker studios. If you've sustained serious injuries in a car accident, you want the best representation, you can afford the very best because there's no fee unless they win your case. Backus and Schenker, their passion is justice. Visit them at coloradolaw.net. Back after this.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question here. Coming on the stretch with the Avs. It's a total collision course with Winnipeg. You're not going to avoid that.
Just where's first
Where's
game one played?
Dallas is home tonight against the Jets. We're actually going to be rooting for Dallas tonight.
Might as well let them go, right? Just let them go.
Well, they're gone. Well, let them go. They're gone.
Balloon.
Yeah, they're gone. But there's still stuff up for grabs. And really in the West, St. Louis is what? They're 3 behind.
They aren't totally out. They're probably out, but not totally.
And Vegas lost last night. The LA Kings moved back up into the 3 spot, and Vegas is back into wild card number 2. But they've got 4 games left. The Blues have 3 games left. The Blues, and they can get to 95. Vegas just needs 3 points, and they've secured a playoff spot. In the East, it's totally wide open, man. Caps are at 85. Pens are at 84. Red Wings at 84. Flyers at 83.
Well, and here's what I wanted to get to with the standings here, okay?
I mean, but as we come down the stretch here, don't you consider the game Saturday a big game? Avs and Avs and Jets, big game. It's big odds.
Well, Moj, I think Bednar laid it out pretty perfectly yesterday, right? Like, you want home ice.
You want to
You
play
want
in
this.
front of that.
Yeah,
Dude,
yes,
that
you do.
crowd, here's another thing. I think, Mark Mosier, we get spoiled in Denver. At Ball Arena, that crowd for both the Avs and the Nuggets, and I was talking to our friend.
That crowd seemed rowdy last night.
I was talking to Melinda last night, who listens to our show on Twitch every morning.
Was it
She
rowdy
goes,
or what?
She goes to Avs and Nuggets games, as many people do. Goes to both of them. And I said, what's the biggest difference? What do you notice? Like, and there aren't many differences in terms of crowd support because they're all sold out, right? Every game's a sellout. But last night was a playoff atmosphere.
Yeah.
It was a playoff feel. And I have a feeling that
It came through the television, by the way. You heard it.
It certainly felt like it, yeah.
It felt like it. It tasted like it, right? And there are those specific games, maybe late in the season, and I think you're going to see one at Ball Arena this upcoming weekend that's got that sort of feel because you want more of that. And you get more of that with home ice and home court. The Nuggets last night won the right to play more games at home. That's what they won. And why wouldn't you want that right when you play in that place and you have that record?
Of course.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, listen, it's not everything, but it's a very valuable thing to have. It really is. And I think that would be, both teams have been so damn dominant at home. You give them home ice, home court, I'm feeling really good, man. It's going to be hard. No team is out there going, you know what? I can't wait to get to Denver to play the Nuggets or the Avs. No, nobody wants to come here and play. They're like, oh, man, we got to go there and get our butts kicked? Come on, man.
Well, and here's the other thing. Like, just getting to the standings part of this. Moj, you kind of broke down in the NHL what's going on in the Western Conference. So it's basically a three-horse race for this, the third spot in the Pacific and the second wild card spot. And St. Louis is more than likely going to be out of this.
They're out of it. You know what's crazy, though? St. Louis, how many games have they won, Brett? Do you have the standings in front of you?
Yeah, they've won. They're 42, 32, and 5.
Okay, so they've won 42 games this year.
Which is how many the Vegas Knights have won, and it's how many the LA Kings. Well, the LA Kings have only won 41, but they have 11 overtime losses.
Correct.
Vegas has 8.
Correct.
So they just got the extra point.
They get that extra point, right.
But what I'm getting at here is that one's pretty set. Here's what's funny about the Western Conference in the NBA. Outside of the 4-5 seeds, the only question there is who's going to get that first game at home between LA and Dallas, the Clippers and Dallas. The Nuggets are in good position to hold on to the 1 seed in the West, but it's not a guarantee yet. If they slip down the stretch against San Antonio or Memphis, they could lose that. And
you hope Wemby doesn't play tomorrow night. He didn't play last night in OKC.
And God, did OKC just throttle them.
What's he got?
You want to make it as easy as possible. He's got a foot thing.
Oh.
What's going on?
Tick.
There's 3 gigantic bags of McDonald's breakfast in here now.
You scared the hell out of me. I mean, I've never heard anybody react like that in the middle of a sentence.
Well,
I'm talking about Wemby.
So
when you show Mosier food,
it's like this. If your dog
suffered
is
a seizure or something.
What's your dog's name? What's the little one's name?
Josie.
The one that's on the last leg?
Josie.
So she's upstairs or whatever, right? And you go, Josie, treat. Want a treat? What'd she do?
Gracious.
She's stupid. She might not do anything. I don't know.
What about your other one?
Oh, that dog, you'll hear her coming from a mile
Okay,
away.
so that's kind of like when Tick
That's
brings
you.
in a bag of McDonald's, she goes, treat.
That's you.
Most goes, Arr!
Exactly.
Right.
But you're right, Vic. Wemby's got an issue. Hopefully he doesn't play.
I want to make it as easy as possible.
I do too.
I don't want to tempt fate here.
What has he got?
He's got a foot.
What do you mean foot? He's got
He's
a
got
foot.
2 feet.
He's got a foot, and he's got that thing called the season's over. That too.
Yeah, and
Cancunitis?
he's got that thing called I could be tied for the worst record in the league, or at least be in that lottery to get the number 1 pick.
Right.
That's what he's got. He's
If
got
they-
that disease.
Yeah, but if they get it 2 years in a row, man, come on.
But listen to this. So Golden State and LA, they're already locked in as play-in teams. They cannot. It's only about where they're going to finish in the play-in spots. Sacramento is virtually the same. They haven't been officially put in that category, but they would have to win both games. New Orleans would have to lose both for that to happen.
Who you want?
But here's the other thing, Vic. Phoenix is still in the play-in spot, a half game behind New Orleans.
And they have to wrap up their season at Minnesota.
Which, who knows if, well,
Did you hear what I just said?
that game is really going to matter for Minnesota as long as they win their next one. Yeah.
Yes, that game could matter a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Here's who and I'm being totally honest. I don't want Phoenix.
I don't either.
I want Sacramento. That's who I want as the 8th seed. I want Sacramento to live there. Now, currently constituted, the Lakers and Warriors, 9-10.
I'll take LA.
I don't want LA.
I can't do your fear thing again this year.
I'm just telling you my preferences. I'm telling you my
No.
Let
Hey,
me
don't
give
be
you my-
don't be Kevin Hart. Don't be Kevin Hart about this. Tell me why.
I prefer
I don't care about your preference.
Yeah,
Tell
why-
me why
why-
you
so
don't
why do-
want
because
LA.
I don't want to deal with it again. I don't want to
Deal with what? Deal with a sweep?
Deal with it.
What a sweep?
No, it.
What is it? 8
you know
straight
what it is.
victories
Hey,
against LA?
Our listeners know what it is. Our listeners are wiser than you are.
Vic,
they don't
Vic
wanna
is
deal
right.
with it.
There's two.
I don't want to deal with it.
Brett, stop for a second.
I
I already
wanna
threw
deal
my
with it.
headphones off, but there's two things that work here.
I don't want it.
When you play the LA Lakers, you also play the entire
You
media.
play the world.
You play. Oh, hold
You're not
on.
playing
Brett,
team.
Beat them like 8
That's not
straight
the point.
times.
I don't
Brett,
wanna
you're,
deal
you're
with it.
mixing. You're mixing issues
I'm
here.
not afraid of them. I don't want to deal with it.
Sit back and relax and let us explain a little bit. You're dealing with all the LeBron may retire. You're dealing with all the can the Lakers be. You don't get any credit. Not that you need it, but it's the same thing that happened last year.
They could win every game by 20, sweep them 4 straight, and you're going to get guys like Windor saying, Lakers look good.
Okay,
Hold on,
so
Brett, number two.
So the point that you guys are making are the mild inconveniences
I
of
don't
you
want
might be annoyed in a
I don't want
post-game show
I don't want it.
supersedes the fact that you would just sweep them again.
Can we time out?
Want it.
Time out before we get to break here. It would be the same way if you play Golden State and those guys. It's the same thing. You have to deal with it. Now, that being said, I'm with you 1,000%. I'm not afraid of the Lakers at all. And Golden State, I'm not afraid of them at all.
Don't misconstrue fear and inconvenience.
No, that's why I broke it up
Then
into
why
two
are you
separate
putting
categories.
the inconvenience above the actual winning thing? Like,
I'm telling you who I'd rather face.
let me tell you right now, out of New Orleans, Phoenix, Sacramento, LA, and Golden State, I think there's one team you could sweep in the first round, and that's LA.
That's LA.
I'm just telling you,
So why would I not want that matchup?
All right, wife asks you to go to this party. It's a business party at her work, and there's a bunch of people. You don't feel like going. You don't want to go. It's an inconvenience. I don't feel like messing with that tonight. You don't want to go. That's what the Lakers. I don't want to deal with that.
It's a terrible analogy. It has
my
nothing.
analogy.
It has nothing to
You
do
don't wanna
with.
go.
It has nothing to do with me.
I would rather
putting
have-
the emphasis on
give me-
winning
give
the
me-
series.
Here are 3 teams I'd rather face: Warriors, Kings, Pelicans.
You'd rather face the Warriors.
Yes.
Brett, I've
100
got
times.
a very
Yes.
I've got a very good
You know what
analogy.
the Warriors
that-
can do that the
Hold
LA
on.
can't is shoot.
Okay. Yeah, you're right about that. And they're 8-2 in the last 10 just to get into the play-in. I've got a very good analogy with the Lakers and a woman that you could relate to. Now, I'm not going to relay it on the air. But
No. Now you have to. Now you have to. Don't keep people in suspense. Go ahead.
How do I say this delicately?
Just say it.
Brett, have you ever dated a woman that was a sure thing?
Well, you got married.
I mean,
she's not.
by date, do you mean hang out with for a night?
Okay, whatever. But she could be the most annoying person on the planet.
Yeah.
That's what Vic's talking about.
I don't want to deal with it.
The Lakers may be the most annoying thing on the planet, but as you
High
know,
maintenance.
as we're talking about, Brett, the Lakers are a sure thing. I agree with you.
Yeah, but the
Nuggets
stakes
will
are,
kill the Lakers.
The stakes are here. If you weren't with a woman that night, then you die. So I'll take the mild annoyance.
Now you're making no
either
sense. Well,
way,
I'm going to get
you're not making sense.
I'm gonna get
Your
him in-
analogies have been terrible. All I've said is it's the easiest win on the schedule, and you guys are like, but what if they say LeBron is
I
still
don't
good
get it.
afterwards?
listen,
That's you.
Do me a favor. Shut your yapper. There's a McMuffin waiting for me.
Here's what I'll leave it at this. You're the best team in the Western Conference, clearly. At some point, you're going to have to face tough teams regardless. So it shouldn't matter when you play them. You're going to have to face them at some point, right? You're going to face the best,
Sure.
Play the best, beat the best. So I think what we're doing is we're arguing over this is dumb stuff. They don't fear anybody. And they shouldn't fear anybody. They're the defending champs.
That's right.
I don't want to deal with it. That's me personally.
Pick 2 in our mock draft comes your way next. We'll get to the second pick of the mock draft here in just a second. Can I share something with you guys? A personal anguish that I just had a second ago. I was
But did it have to do with Vic's tummy?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't have to do that. Vic looks like he got shot with a tranq dart because he took 2 bites of a breakfast sandwich. What a baby. Moj,
What is wrong with
me and you
you?
threw that down in the break, and we feel awesome, don't we?
I feel great.
Energized. Here's the personal anguish that I felt for a second. When we were talking about OJ passing, we discussed it, and for 15 minutes, I didn't see it anywhere. And I was scared that I got. I was really scared that I got. But now I see it on ESPN and local news stations. But
That was bold of
for
you.
a second,
That was bold.
I was a little bit scared. I mean, a little terrified. But got our mock draft coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Again, huge game for the Nuggets last night as they win against the T-Wolves in what was the biggest game of the year. We're just going to keep saying that over and over again. But they're currently the 1 seed in the Western Conference, 2 wins against the worst teams in the NBA, and you have home court advantage throughout the Western Conference
Just finishing
playoffs.
because any slip up over these last 2 nullifies all that glory you gained last
I want to
night.
ask the listeners a question. I laid down the gauntlet to Michael Malone in Utah. They came through. If the Nuggets blow either of these 2 games at the Spurs, and maybe Wemby is out for the year, whatever, or at Memphis, why do you want me to start my video? Oh, that's right. Sorry, Marty. Yeah.
The options are don't join my video.
No, those
or
both sound
audio.
awful. So can we gang up on it'll be Vic's fault, correct? Can we gang up on Vic?
For what?
If they should screw around and drop either of these games, can we gang up on Vic and make it his fault? Would the listeners
Why
join
is it his fault? What do you mean?
Because he's supposed to be on board and guarantee us a couple of dubs here to get the number 1 seed.
I will never.
And don't give me
guarantee-
this anything can happen.
You know what, Vic? Put the sandwich down because you are awful when you eat a breakfast
You
sandwich.
are awful with a banana. You're awful with a breakfast
I
sandwich.
had no idea that 2 bites of a sandwich would make you like a tranquilized bear. I had no idea.
Get your
that
feet
that's
off the
next
desk.
thing.
Let's pay attention. Come on.
You guys.
I mean,
ate?
you noticed it too, right?
You guys
It's
ate.
lethargic.
It makes you lethargic.
You're not even
Do
done
I
with
sound
it.
do I sound lethargic to you right now? Food is energy.
Yeah, you sound peppy. I feel peppy too.
Look, and it's not like we ate a super greasy like double cheeseburger thing. Like
Look-
it was
look at
a
the grease.
breakfast sandwich. I have no grease in my hands. 0.
Let me see your pants.
How do you eat?
I bet
God,
it's just-
he looked like he was going to puke there, right there. Like right there, he looked like he was going to puke. Would you just be like me
You're
and
just
Mo?
ridiculous.
Throw down a breakfast sandwich, suck it down with a diet
Suck it down
soda.
with diet soda. Call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard.
Live a little.
All right. All right, listen. I think it's time. We had our first pick yesterday from the Chicago Bears in our mock draft. And that first selection was Caleb Williams. Now we get to the Washington Commanders, which feels like they're going to be a team that takes a quarterback as well. But, Marty?
It's the 2024 virtual draft. What could possibly go wrong? Brought to you by Eileen's Cookies. That's a good cookie. We go live to draft coverage. Here is Vic, Brett, and Mark.
Thank you. Welcome back in our 2024 mock draft. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. I can't wait to see what happens. And it sounds like the pick is in. Let's throw it out to the commissioner, or I guess the host.
Good evening. Up next, we have the Washington Commanders. And with that, we have special guest picker, draft expert, Mel Kiper Jr. Good evening, Mel. Yes, thank you very much. I've done a lot of mock drafting before, a lot of rankings, polls, a lot of research. It's my first time doing an actual selection, and it's a very great honor. Great. Well, the Commanders are on the clock. We already have Caleb Williams off the board, so who do they like? I can look at this a variety of different ways. Number 2 pick in a quarterback-heavy draft. Washington needs to be looking at QB. Okay, so you narrow the selection down a position, but still so many great options. Look at Drake May, kid from North Carolina, rocket arm, great head on his shoulders, very tall, love it. And this Jaden Daniels, 23-year-old Sagittarius out of LSU, coming off a Heisman year, plug-and-play quarterback, fluid hips, football IQ off the charts. Sure, you would have liked to have Caleb Williams, some call him a generational talent, but then you look at players outside of quarterback. I mean, there's Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, Joe Alt, Jared Verse, Brock Bowers, Ramadunze. Then other tier quarterbacks, J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix Jr., heck, even Bo Nix is shooting a mock draft.
Mel.
You're not doing an analysis, man. You're just making a pick. They didn't tell me who they wanted. It's new ownership group's first draft. Nobody's even in the building. Although Magic did leave me this message. Here, I'll play it for you.
I'm not going to be here.
Of course, you look at a guy like Magic. Phenomenal vision on the court. Can run with anyone. Not the best shooting, but passing and team chemistry off the charts. Accomplished virtually everything on the court. Is this just how you speak to everyone? Just analyze everybody? I mean, how do you even talk to your wife? Oh, well, my wife, great provider for the family, amazing cook, excellent driver, wonderful teammate to raise children with, looking forward to retirement. All right, listen, I'm just going to go ahead and make the pick for you. You seem to praise Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels is your selection. Oh, Jaden Daniels, great pick. Strong arm, bit of a weird elbow, but rare ability as a dual threat playmaker. The guy can really sling it sideline to sideline. First round arm talent, amazing upside. Foot plant, hip swivel, boom. All right, just cut him. Cut him off. He's done.
I love
Jaden
it.
Daniels, number 2. Ah, God, hate that guy.
Hey, Marty.
Marty,
I love that this is just a test. It's a testing ground for whatever voices Marty thinks he can do. I love it.
He sounded like Dustin Hoffman, Rain Man. He did. Little Dustin Hoffman in there.
You did a really good job, dude. You totally nailed Kuiper. You did.
Wapna.
I actually love the idea that Kuiper speaks to his wife that way. And if you ask him, hey, have you ever met Vic? And his response is just to analyze everything that Vic does from top to bottom. So there we go. Pick number 2 of the mock draft is Jaden Daniels to Washington. Pick 3 tomorrow, going to be New England.
In all reality, those are likely the first 2 picks in the draft anyway, are they not?
Probably, yeah.
I would think that would be the way it would go. Anyway, and Leahy had an interesting thing. You know, these LA Chargers, I don't know what to expect out of them, but they're picking 5th. They are going to get, and they don't obviously need a quarterback, but they are going to get a really, really good player. And with a Harbaugh factor mixed in all this, you tell me, in fact, Vic, I'm going to leave it up to you. You and your half McMuffin comatose situation.
Yeah.
I feel 20 years older.
I'll leave it up to you. You tell me when I have to start thinking about the Chargers as being a problem. Because right now I don't consider them a problem.
Yeah.
Because they haven't won squat, they haven't done
wait a
jack.
minute. You've considered the Chargers a problem for the last
I think
8
since
years.
Fouts.
I mean,
since
come
Fouts.
on, dude. Every year we do this, and every year you're like you're kneeling at the Herbert table and saying, "Oh my God, watch out."
Now, I do think this is different because I think they had a really stupid head coach the last few years.
They had, and they're a 5-12 team. Yeah.
Say what you want about Harbaugh. Harbaugh's weird. He's not stupid.
Their coach did a lot of dumb things. Did they not?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did a lot of dumb stuff, and the team did a lot of dumb things. But that being said, you tell me when, because they're going to just all of a sudden they're just sitting there at 5. 5-12 football team, sure. But I don't think they're as bad as 5-12, and they're going to get a great dude.
Sure.
There's
a team in there. First of all, the Jaden Daniels weird elbow line was the best.
Also, did you call him a Sagittarius, or was that somebody else?
No,
that was him.
Sagittarius.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I could draft a Sagittarius with a weird elbow. The elbows freak me out every time I see it now.
Sagittarius. I think my elbows are okay.
Every time I think of him, I look at that elbow and I'm like, ooh.
So is that like that forever, or is that just an injury problem that got better and now it's not like that anymore? Because if it did still look like that, I don't think I could draft him
could you trot yourself out there for a press conference with that elbow and look at me in the eye and say you're going to win a game this Sunday?
No.
Not with that elbow, can you?
I would try and take a sander and just take that down a little bit. What are we doing here?
You want to get a rotating sander? I don't want to look at it.
Don't even show
I
it.
don't want to look at it.
I can't see that elbow.
I take a sander and
I can't do that. That's got to be fake.
That's a grinder.
It cannot be real.
You know what I kind of want to do?
Real.
I want to get. You ever have like a branch you need to cut off? You got a pair of loppers at home?
Oh, you want to do that?
I kind of want to just get on that bump and just lop it off.
You got to cauterize it quick, though.
Yeah. Well, I have a pair of sweet loppers at home, man. I could cut through any
whopper?
It's the it's like a big
the big ones,
big
that you get
pinchers.
the tree limbs.
Yeah, and it's only about that long, the blade, but it's shnay. Like you get the tree limb off.
Shenay?
Okay, first of all, it's 2 days in a row. Yesterday, hold on a second. Yesterday, you didn't know what the hell a cast iron skillet was.
Oh, and I asked my brothers; they didn't know either.
That's ridiculous.
Well, the whole Lombardi family's full of
They didn't
morons.
know.
Then, okay, fine.
We don't know what it is. Sorry.
And then number two, I've mentioned loppers today. It might as well be speaking
Now, if you
Arabic to him or something. He has no idea what I'm talking
If
about.
you said loppers to me, Moj, I'd be like, I don't know what that.
Cindy?
Once you did that thing,
Yeah,
I'm like,
you did the thing, then I know what it is.
Everybody knows what loppers are, to get branches off your trees.
Branch scissors.
Okay.
No. What was the noise, Marty? Can you give me the noise that he made when he cut the
Shenay.
imaginary Shenay? I like the idea, and we should do this more. We should call things by the name of the sound they make. I think that's a lot better. Like a cast iron skillet isn't a cast iron skillet. It's that's what it's called.
Yeah.
I told you guys that river in Louisiana called the Chifuncta River got its name because Native Americans back in the day threw a rock in it and it went Chifuncta. And so they call it the Chifuncta River. It's a true story. It's really cool. I'm like, we should name more things after how they sound.
So lopper's like,
Most of the time for you, it's
hey,
like,
honey, grab me the.
Wouldn't that make conversation better?
Yeah.
Is there anything worse than when you're using that specific tool and you're trying to cut that one branch that you know you can't really fight, but you think you can?
Yeah, it's a little.
You know deep down
Yeah,
it's too thick.
Hang on. Let's all hang on. I got an idea. We got a minute. Let's all think of a household item. And here's the sentence you have to say. Can you hand me the and then make the sound? Let's see if we can guess
All
it.
right, I
Okay?
got one.
This could be a fun game.
All right.
Vic, go ahead,
All right.
start.
Hey, anybody have
A bottle rocket?
anybody have a I need one.
Is that a bottle or a wine opener?
A toaster.
Oh, that's not the sound a toaster makes.
Yeah, it does. What does it make?
Well, like,
Okay, your ching is my katoo. All right, your turn. Go ahead. Fire one away.
your ching is my katoo. It's the
How about this?
funniest thing I've ever heard.
How about this one?
Wait, I know this. Hang
The
on.
truck?
Maybe have the ding.
Oh, microwave.
Yeah.
Yes, very good, Mo.
Thank
Very
you,
good.
thank you.
Marty, you got one for us? Marty, you got a household item?
the wind?
Faucet?
It was a toilet.
Oh, it's a toilet. Okay.
Damn, you got one of those expensive
Honey, can you hand me the toilet?
Well, I don't know.
Hey, can you hand me the
blender? Oh, trash disposal.
Electric razor is what I was thinking.
Hand me
of.
the trash. Could you just give me that real quick?
Your ching is my. All right, back after this. Mute. It's just watching old men hit golf balls.
Show some respect. That's Gary Player and Jack Nicklaus teeing off number 1 at Augusta. Respect. You know what that word is? You respect that. And they hit it pure, too. Just flushed him.
I can't believe Gary Player and Jack Nicklaus on the tee, ceremonial opening shots. And he says, "You're just watching old men hit golf balls?"
I didn't know what you were watching.
Well, what do you mean? It's Augusta. It's day 1. What do you think we're watching? We're watching the legends of the game.
I'm watching actual players right now, so I don't know.
Those guys aren't actual players?
Like, how'd you get that? What's that on?
You know what? None of your business.
I'm going to take the rest of the show off. I'm out.
Wow, what a surprise. I've never heard of you leaving the show early before.
Would you
Such
stop it?
Okay. By the way, at the Masters right now, Danny Willett, 1 under. Oh, again, and I don't even want to do this because my like announcing of the leaderboard pales in comparison to Chris Vernon, who does this every year.
Oh, they do the great bit.
God, that's amazing what they do.
Great bit, dude.
I wish I thought of it. Like every time I see him, like, why didn't I think of that?
It's,
I could do
you know
that
what?
all
It's
day.
the best golf bit going.
That's what's going down there at Augusta.
And the way they turned it into, they bring the mascots in.
I know. They're all wearing costumes. Anyway.
Well,
So
you could do your own version of it. You could steal it.
No, I don't want to steal it. I don't want to do that. I mean, I do because it just looks fun.
Can you do it in your Spanish cologne voice?
That's what's going down at Augusta. No, I can't do that either. I wish. Here's something else, Moshe. We were talking about this earlier. So, first of all, hey, NHL schedule makers, what the hell are we doing here? I mean, just like 4 days off, and then it's a back-to-back, and there's another 4 days off, and then it's the last game of the year. Stupid what they did to the Avs. But,
but at the same time, man, you just take care of your business tomorrow. If you take care of your business tomorrow, I'm hoping that Dallas beats Winnipeg tonight. So you'll have the same amount of games played. There will still be 2 points back. Take care of your business, on Saturday, and you've wrapped up home ice advantage, in my opinion. You still have to play Sunday at Vegas, obviously. And I don't know what that Thursday game against Edmonton is going to look like because they may not bring anybody.
Okay, but here's the other thing I wanted to talk about. So there's rumors starting yesterday that the NHL is making 2 schedules for the Arizona Coyotes, one that has them in Arizona, the other that has them in Salt Lake City. Are you aware of Travis Yost of TSN?
Yes.
I want to know what's going on here. Because he's thinking if they do get moved to Salt Lake City, then somebody's going to have to get pushed to the Pacific. And he said, my best guess is the NHL moves Colorado or Salt Lake to the Pacific.
Why would somebody have to go to the Pacific? Why? I mean, is Salt Lake City not just due north of Phoenix? Phoenix is already in the Central. Why wouldn't
I don't know
the
why you'd
Salt
have to
Lake
move
City?
anything.
Okay, I was asking you if that made sense. It didn't make sense to me.
You don't want the Avs in the Pacific and 8 o'clock start
No.
times, right? You don't. Please tell me you don't want that.
Well, here's the thing. There's a couple ways to look at this. Number one, the Pacific, I think, is going to be. I mean, when you look at some of the teams on the rebuild, how is the Pacific overall? Is it a stronger or weaker division than the Central?
Weaker.
Right now, weaker.
Okay, well then you have a better opportunity to win your division.
But you don't want to start games at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, Moj, I'll take the tougher division if I can get an hour earlier to bed.
Yeah.
Well, I won't be starting games at 8 o'clock. Wherever I'm at, bro, it's 7 o'clock when the game starts. Number two, you're right, Vic. I would much rather go to Winnipeg and Edmonton, or Winnipeg specifically, in Minnesota, twice a year in December and January than L.A. You're right about that.
Would you stop being selfish anytime we talk about this?
But you asked me.
No, I asked you, why is he thinking that could happen? Because it didn't make sense.
That I don't know. I don't know why there would have to be any sort of realignment unless you wanted to try and throw Calgary and Edmonton into the Central and then the Avs and the whatevers. I don't know. I don't know why we would be doing this. But there's a lot of things that I don't understand. Why Why did the NHL go to brackets instead of reseeding after the first round? Why are we doing the playoffs this way instead of 1 through 8? I don't get it. I don't understand. It's not good, in my opinion. I would say, and nothing against teams in the Pacific, because Edmonton's obviously playing great hockey right now. But could you make the argument that Dallas, the Avs, and Winnipeg are the top 3 teams in the Western Conference? Could you make that argument?
Yes.
Okay. If you make that argument, then one of those teams, one of the three best teams in the league are going to be, or the conference are going to be out after round 1. Why would you want that? Why would you want to have one of your best teams bounced after the first round? It's just stupid. It makes no sense to me. I don't know why the, quote, board of governors likes it this way. The GMs or whoever is the one ultimately deciding.
Right.
Or is it the league that likes it this way, and because they do, wink, wink, everybody else likes it this way? I mean, if you listen to Biz and Ryan Whitney, if you listen to Spit and Chicklets at all, like, they hate it.
Everybody hates it. Everybody does.
Well, if everybody hates it, then why are they doing it?
Because they're being stupid.
Well, I guess that is the situation. So, yeah, I don't know. Either way, if you're the Colorado Avalanche, you're off today. No practice today. Good, hard practice tomorrow. I'm going to be over there, so I'm expecting that Mikko is going to be on the ice. We'll see about Miles Wood. Coach Bednar indicated that for Mikko, it was highly likely he'd play against Winnipeg. Miles Wood, maybe one of the games this weekend, but not both, is what he said. Remember that?
Yes.
So we'll see. But either way, I think once you get beyond this weekend, again, you got another Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off. Get healthy. Get your mind and body right. We'll see if that last game of the season means anything against Edmonton, and then it's on like Donkey Kong.
This is a bigger question, I guess, for tomorrow. But, the Avs are basically in a race right now. It's not who they're going to play, but it's where game 1 is going to be at. So tomorrow, as we head into the weekend, they have this back-to-back Saturday, Sunday against Winnipeg in Vegas. Winnipeg is obviously big because if you beat them, then you have a 4-point lead with a couple games to go, and you've basically locked in home ice in the first game of the playoffs. Where is that in comparison, do you think, Nuggets and T-Wolves last night? Which also was, for a different thing, it's seeding, but it's number 1 seed as compared to 2. But I'm just saying overall, the Nuggets pretended like, oh, we don't care as much as Minnesota, but they kind of did. They admitted as much after the game. Where is that on the scale for Winnipeg and the Avs on Saturday?
Well, it's not a battle for number 1, clearly.
But it's a battle for home advantage. I think it's
pretty big.
I think it's comparable.
I think it's equal.
Yeah.
I think it's just as big.
I guarantee you that Winnipeg is coming to town, and they're coming off. So they play tonight in Dallas. Then they'll be in town. But their last win was 4-3 in Nashville. They won in overtime. Pretty good win.
How motivated is Dallas?
Well, they only have to have like one more win. If they win tonight, they probably wrap up the entire West because they'll be, 6 points clear of Vancouver. Vancouver can't put the puck in the back of the net right now, and I don't know what the case is with that. I don't know why they're not able to, but nonetheless, Winnipeg will come to town, and they're going to be highly motivated. They're going to throw everything they have at that game, including Hellebuck, obviously, between the pipes. So it's a big deal. It really is.
By the way, I know there's a lot happening. The Nuggets game last night, the Masters is underway now. But I need to say this. We haven't talked about it all day. I just need to get something off my chest. Rockies lose yesterday 5-3. Bases loaded, bottom of the 9th. They're down 2. Nolan Jones at the plate. Flies out to right. Bad in scoring position. I can't do the Chris Bryant thing. I know it's early in the year. I can't do this anymore. Michael Tolio gets in the game, and he hits another bomb. He's got 3 already this year. He's a young guy who's good. Mm-hmm. He should be playing first base. Mm-hmm. And I know that he makes a whole lot of money, Chris Bryant does. I don't care. I seriously do not care.
You know what
Tolio's better short-term and long-term.
Yes.
What are we doing here?
Well, you're paying that guy a ton of money. That's what you're doing here. And what you're doing here, follow me on this and tell me if I'm correct or if I'm off. You followed one of the worst trades in franchise history, just the way it went down, PR-wise, the way it went down financially, the way it went down just mentally for a fan base. The Nolan Arenado imbroglio it was awful. Everything about it. It was awful, right? You followed that up, hoping then you let him go. We need a name. and you compound that mistake with one of the worst signings
Completely
in
what they
franchise history.
Yeah.
What else can you say about this right now?
No, I love compounding the mistake is exactly
You
what happened.
compound that mistake with one of the worst signings in franchise history. Can't stay healthy. Even if he is healthy, can't hit the ball. What's he batting, 100?
He's
100.
100 even. Yeah.
And
No,
what you're
it's
doing
early in the year. He could get hot and things. You do whatever, but it's just
Dude,
but now you're
he took the
force-feeding him.
caller yesterday 0 for 5, and he's 4 for 40 on this season.
And you're force feeding him because of the money he
Golly.
makes and denying opportunities for guys.
young guys like Tolia and people who
Exactly.
are not just better for the long term, but they're playing better now.
So
too.
you know what you got to do? You got to do what the Broncos did. You got to do what the Broncos did with Russ. They faced the same situation.
Well, I don't care if you keep him on the roster. He just doesn't need to be an everyday guy. Like, you know what? Chuck can't play every game, and he didn't play last night. Chuck's like 38 years old.
He did get an at-bat last night.
But all I'm saying is, yeah, he pinch hit.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is, like, he can be a spot start guy. I got no problem with that. But the everyday lineup thing, I'm about done with this. I'm about done. Because the Rockies have actually not played bad. Their starting rotation's been pretty good over the last week. Bullpen's still a problem. My boy Justin Lawrence and that big sweeper has been getting touched up a little bit to start the year. But anyway.
So Buddy makes the lineup card.
Mm-hmm.
He's in charge of who plays and when.
Correct.
How much of his decision-making is based on, we're paying this guy a lot of money, make sure he's in the lineup?
There's something else that goes on with Bud Black that he just likes playing veteran guys anyway. When he was talking to somebody who knows the Rockies organization well, and they said, like, they bring these young guys up, especially at the end of last year when the season was over. These young guys get to the lineup or get called to the bigs, and he goes, they just don't play all that often, and nobody really knows why. And it's just Bud Black he acquiesces to veterans on the team as opposed to younger guys, so maybe it just takes time. I don't know, but I think that's part of it.
Did you just go too deep on those muffins?
2.5. Or excuse me, 1.5.
Whoa.
1.5. Hey, but Brett, sorry, Vic. What, as you look at me sitting here next to you in the studio, and I think everybody out there is wondering the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you want me to say?
I just want to talk about the Rockies for 3 minutes.
What do you want me to do?
I thought I gave you a good 3 minutes.
You did. Thank you.
Yeah, Vic played along. Thank you, Vic.
Yeah, the professional team played last night in town, so I thought I should mention it for a couple minutes.
Why don't you go hork down another McDonald's?
You got 2 more out there.
How do you want me to feel? Because they're already 6 games out, 13 games into the season. It's over. I don't know what you want from me, and I hate it.
We're just talking about the compound problem that they
Well,
took
there is a compound problem, but teams that aren't great, Vic,
here's what,
they have compound problems.
Well,
we all
here's
know
the thing,
this.
Moj. I'm not asking how do they get to the World Series. I just said, not happy with the Bryant stuff. Don't think he should play every day. And then you said, what do you want me to say? And I go, well, how about you comment on that? Like, I gave an opinion. What's yours?
How many people showed up for that game? What was the attendance
It was
yesterday?
a little shy of 19,000.
So they still get 19,000 out there.
Here's the thing. It's like the lowest attendance they've had in
Yeah,
a
but
long,
still,
long
that's
time.
19,000 people. That's the capacity of Ball Arena.
You know something?
They get a Ball Arena crowd to watch.
What?
You can't talk into your ears.
I didn't realize we're only 3 years into this thing.
Yeah. No, this is...
Because this contract is horrific.
It was a 7-year deal, Moj.
7 years?
185?
182.
182?
That's 26 per. Starting next, we get 27 this year. He had a $7 million bonus.
Okay, so
But it's 20.
right, so-
it's 26 per, bro.
Let's
through 2029
hold on.
or through 2028.
See, you just fell upon a great topic.
Bro.
Worst contracts in Denver sports history. Number 1, Russell Wilson. Number 1.
Yeah.
Number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but all that money wasn't guaranteed.
They just paid him.
Moj.
Come on, Moj. The worst contract.
Okay, well,
in
this
Denver
is 182
sports history,
guaranteed
number
for
one.
a guy who A, can't stay healthy, and B, hits 100 when he is.
And that's is number 2, that contract. Or are there others that we're missing here?
This contract makes the Hampton Nagel situation.
Those were bad contracts.
Not as bad as this. At least they pitched.
Yeah,
they
they played.
tried.
Hey, can I throw one out there? Maybe not as bad as what I'm going to say Chris Bryant currently. I mean, we're not even halfway in, but it doesn't look like it's going to get any better. If I told you Juwan James, who basically got a whole lot of money for never playing a snap, That one's pretty bad.
Yeah,
That
you
was a
can't look at
bad
just the
signing.
volume of the money. Sometimes you have to look at just how much you pay a guy to produce
Because
anything.
he was the highest paid right tackle in NFL history, right, when they first signed him?
Yep, he was.
And then he played 2 games?
And I brought up to you, why did the Dolphins want to let this guy go? What's the problem? Oh, shut up.
Twitch feed says Ian Desmond, another good one. That was a compound problem, too.
yeah.
See, that's a compound because you let DJ LeMahieu walk.
Right.
You could have signed him for what you paid Ian Desmond, essentially.
Yep.
Well, and Desmond just he just had enough, right? He's finally said, I'm out. I'm done. I'm going to go pitch with my kids.
Can I say something about Desmond, by the way?
Uh-huh.
When me and my wife would go to Rockies games, they put the faces of the guys who were hitting on the Jumbotron.
Mm-hmm.
I had to shield my wife's eyes whenever his picture was up there. He's a good-looking guy. Ian Desmond, good-looking guy.
That's good to know. That's neat.
It's like, now to the plate, Ian Desmond. I said, honey, look to the right over here. Can you believe this guy? He's got 2 hot dogs in his hand. Can you believe this?
Oh, that's Mosher.
Oh, shut up.
There's some more out there if you want to make thirds.
Oh, I'm trying to see what my boy.
I'm trying to think, like, I don't know. Has there been an awful contract for the Nuggets? Like, all you guys tell me about Michael Porter Jr.'s contract. How do we feel now? Is that one still one of the worst in Denver history?
I never said that.
I'm not saying you saying there are plenty of people on Twitch saying, "Oh, the contract Porter's going to kill him."
You know, it was a rough contract at the time because it sort of served as an albatross later on in his career. Why can't I think of his name? No, the goalie, the Rapids goalie, who was the American.
Oh, Tim Howard.
Yeah, it was great at first, but then it got to be like, whoa.
I'll tell you this, though. I got here at the end of that contract for Tim Howard. And let me tell you something. It was pretty cool for me to go
and see Tim Howard.
Dick's Sporting Goods Park
Yeah.
and see Tim Howard.
Sure.
I thought that was really cool.
Hey, speaking of the Rapids, you see they got a tie the other day against Messi?
Yeah, I think we
in Miami.
You weren't there.
I wasn't here.
For the beginning of the show.
We spent an entire segment dissecting that game.
It's okay. It's okay. He wasn't here. I get it. It's fine. Don't have to throw a fit. I had you backed up.
Were you on your third bagel when we had that conversation?
Oh, now I'm looking.
Well, it looks like he's about to be.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Now he's sad eating, Vic. Why would you do that to him? Mosher, you're one of the guys. See, now I'm going to piss him off more. All right, well, we're already here.
God, he put that whole
I'm
thing in
taking
his
my
mouth at the
bagel
same
and my
time.
Diet Coke, and I'm going
Moshe,
home.
You're one of the guys that you make me nervous that you're going to take a bite of the wrapper along with the sandwich.
No regard for what he's eating, just chomps. Take your finger out of there, dude.
I know that's really mean, but it does. It's like you're so excited to eat it that some of the wrapper might come with it. Like if you get a burrito with aluminum foil, like I'm really nervous for you. You don't want that on your teeth.
He breathes so hard when he eats, like he's working out on a treadmill. Listen to his breath. Listen to him. He's like,
Marty, was I over the line on that?
No. I think he was showing off in front of us, too. He was begging for
But
it.
here's the thing. I know I take it to an extreme level. When Marty laughs really hard, that means it was really mean what I said, and you were dying over there. Anyway.
you notice how out of breath he was, though, for those last 2
I
bites?
say it to him all the time. I say it actually like as a friend to him. I'm like, dude, take smaller
Just
bites
settle
because you can
down.
barely breathe when you're
Yeah.
eating. Like, just chill.
You're not on a timer. You're fine.
He eats like he's got 60 seconds or this thing's going to explode.
What is the FDA suggestion that you take like 15 chews before you swallow or whatever it is? I had a friend of mine who always abided by it. He chewed and chewed and chewed.
Your friend's a nerd.
Well,
Did he also wait 30 minutes before he got in the pool?
homeboy he has no chew. He doesn't chew. He just,
Eats more like a duck.
it's like a snake. There's no chewing.
Marty's was better because a snake is one thing. They just unhinge the jaw and they just swallow things whole. What Marty's talking about with the duck is you throw it back, you go. Like you need to adjust your neck to get it all the way down. All right. 303-504-0925. Fact checker next.
Hey, Vic Lombardi here for Apple Air, Denver's HVAC experts. I work with a human HVAC and Mark Mosier, so I know how important an HVAC system is. And I know that Apple Air cares. They truly care about you, your service, and your money. That's why they send out top-notch people to take a look at what you need done. I had them out of my place, placed a water heater, took care of it. Jiffy, one day. They've been serving the greater area since 1988. Why does that matter? Because they know the area, they know what you need, and they've been around long enough to know what kind of work is necessary here in town. Satisfaction is guaranteed. $1,000 off a new furnace and AC package right now. Whether it's fixing an existing heating, air, or plumbing system, or if you need that new furnace, give them a call, 303-733-2813. That's 303-733-2813. Visit appleair.com. That's Apple A-I-R-E. I got some true or false for you.
Is this an actual true false?
Yeah. Just play a little true or false.
Because you've tried to play true false before, and then you said, how many times have I gone to the bathroom today or something?
You know, lost in the story that is O.J. Simpson, the soap opera that his life became, the tragedy for many lives. Lost in all of that is the fact that he was a phenomenal football player, and that's what got him the opportunities he was afforded. So I'll ask you, we get that masks what he did as a football player. He will always be known for something else now. Always. Did you know? True or false? O.J. Simpson won a Heisman Trophy. True or false?
True.
Yep.
True.
Did at USC. Started his career at the...
See, when you say, did you know, and then you say,
Yeah,
he won a
false.
Heisman, it's true or false? Is that yes, no?
Yeah. True or false? He ran for multiple 1,000-yard seasons in the NFL.
False.
True.
True. True or false? He was once an NFL MVP.
True.
Yep, that's true as well.
He ran for 2,000 yards one season.
Yeah, that's true.
Wait, does he still own the all-time rushing
Dickerson.
record? Oh, that's Dickerson. That's right.
Why are you doing this?
I mean, because
I don't want to talk about O.J. Simpson.
I know. It just goes to show you how quickly his achievements as a Hall of Fame football player, true or false, voted into the Hall of Fame on his first ballot.
I was just reading that 20 years later,
Sure.
one of the news organizations had talked to one of the jurors, one of the prominent jurors on the murder trial, not the civil trial.
Hmm.
And the guy now says, yeah, he did it. And he goes, but with what was presented in court at the time and the way it was presented, there was reasonable doubt in my mind. He goes, but there's no doubt now. And the book he wrote and everything else.
Wait, how's
he goes,
that possible?
I don't know. He just says 20 years later, he thinks he did it. This is a guy who was on the jury. I think that you have to be I mean, honestly, if with the technology we have today, especially DNA-wise, DNA was brand new back then. It was hard for people to grasp even what it was. If you do it today, everybody understands it now. He's locked up for life. It's whatever. I don't feel comfortable talking about it.
Well, that's fine. I can bring you something else real quick before fact checker. And
You can eat.
I want to see if you guys play a game called Have I Heard This Before? Okay. From the New York Post and Nets Daily. The Brooklyn Nets are not giving up on Ben Simmons.
Come on.
So again, the game is called Where Have I Heard This Before?
Like the kind of game James Harden wants out? Is that
They
the kind of game?
intend to keep him on the roster for next season. Ben Simmons played in 15 games this year. Ben Simmons since 2017 has only played in 332 games, but his first two seasons were 81 and 79.
Well, they have to pay him. So what do they have to lose?
It sounds like he's Rendon, but he's more Rendon than Rendon. Is he more? He's more Rendon than Rendon, right? What was his problem in the first place that he stopped playing basketball for Philly? What happened?
He had a back injury.
Yeah, he was
Okay,
hurt.
well, he was terrible in the playoffs.
And he could not shoot anything outside of 1 foot.
His own coach even blasted him and threw him under the bus. I don't know what his problem is and all this kind of thing. And then the guy just never wanted to play the game ever again.
Well, I remember. Do you guys remember that short time frame when he first entered the league? I heard smart NBA people saying, hey, man, if I were to do a draft of any player in the league, the number one overall pick for me is Ben Simmons. And even at that time, before the game really changed, because it was changing already, because I was in the middle of the Warriors run with Steph Curry. But I'm like, you're telling me if you had the first overall pick, even then, you would take a guy who cannot shoot the ball. And I was like, that sounds really dumb. Because I'm watching the Warriors, and that's how they're pulverizing people to 73 wins in a season. I think they found some sort of cheat code that other people are going to emulate, and I'm not taking the guy who can't make a shot outside of 8 feet. But he was 6'10", could handle the basketball. Think about how far the game's come in a short period of time, Vic. He was a unicorn because he was 6'10" and he was kind of running the point. And now look around the league. Jokic is the point guard for an NBA champion. You know what I mean?
It's pretty crazy. I mean, but I think there comes a time when you got to give up on a guy.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to play the game anymore. He just wants the money. How do you, Vic, you tell me, how do you force a guy onto a floor when he doesn't want to be there? How do you do it? Hey, we're paying you. I mean, take his money away. That's the only thing.
This is where guaranteed contracts. This is why the NFL doesn't want to do guaranteed contracts, specifically for this reason, because they're afraid too many people, too many guys will hide behind this. Ooh, there's a deep pain in there.
Yeah.
And that's the reality. Now, you may not like it. You may think it's not fair, and I get it. I understand. The players' union in the NFL has been barking for this for years, but that is the reality, is that it's a contact sport in which you're hurt every time you play, right? Football is one of those sports where every Sunday you're sore. You got something wrong with you. What's to say a bunch of players don't play?
Yeah. One last thing here before fact checker. I don't know what the punishment is for something like this, but you guys saw yesterday an arrest warrant went out for Rashee Rice, Chiefs wide receiver.
Saw that, yeah.
Because he got in that multi-vehicle crash. He had, what was it, a Lamborghini, Ferrari, something like that, some souped-up car.
Lambo.
Got in an accident on the highway, and they just bailed. They left, him and his friends. And they were caught on camera. Like somebody took a picture of them.
I saw the video. No, they just unloaded a bunch of stuff out of the wrecked Lambo SUV.
And just walked away.
And just walked down the freeway. And I'm like,
so
where are you going?
He's facing 6 counts in Dallas. Now, again, I don't know, is that prison time, Moj? Is that just like all these can rack up to a big fine and probation? Or like, I don't know what it is.
I don't know.
But let's just say that he has to miss, the NFL steps in and goes, you know what, that was terrible. You're out for 8 games next year. Do you think it even matters to the Chiefs? He was the only wide receiver on that team that was worth a damn. The only one. And I still feel like if he misses 8 games, they're like, who cares? We'll be fine. You know what I mean? I know they got Hollywood Brown in the offseason, but this guy was an early draft pick who was really good. And if they're missing him, it's just like, oh, the Chiefs will just figure it out because they always do. Because are you guys with me? Last year, I think I learned my lesson. Last year, it felt like the Chiefs weren't going to win.
It felt like it.
And then they did. And I'm never saying this again now.
Yeah,
I can't.
I can never say, dude, they could be, I don't know, 3-9. And I'll go,
I know.
They're
sneak in the playoffs
somehow, yeah. It's crazy.
All right, 303-504-0925, fact checker Mard. Oh, what do you...
Yeah, go ahead.
He monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Oh, it's me? I thought you had something.
I do, but after you.
Okay.
Après vous.
I call this grown men on Sports Talk Radio making noises and trying to guess what it is.
Oh, that's not the sound a toaster makes.
Yeah, it does. What does it make?
Well, like, ching.
Okay, your ching is my katoo.
That's pretty good, though.
It's my favorite line. Your ching is my katoo.
Is there anybody you guys are pulling for in the Masters? I mean, anybody that you want to see get it done? I'm pulling for Gary Woodland. He has no chance to win it, but I'd like to see him coming back from the brain lesion.
I'm pulling for the guy who sat in this chair 2 weeks ago, Wyndham Clark.
Okay,
professional golf player, Wyndham Clark. That's who I want, and I want Tiger.
The best
I know
part
he's not going to. I don't care. I want him.
The best part about that is when he answers Brett's question, he goes, well, Brett, as a professional golf player.
He said that?
Yeah.
Why did you? So you guys had Wyndham right here. Why didn't you arrange to have him on the show during Masters Week? I'm just curious. That's something you might want to do.
Yeah, he's got a little bit more important things to do than come back on the silly radio program.
Like, oh, wow, is this how radio works? Yeah, this is how radio works. Hey, Wyndham, you're going to be at the Masters. You have major interest here in Denver. You're a friend of the show now. Can we talk to you after one of the rounds?
Oh, you're right.
Most people would do. But I wasn't here, so we didn't get the job done.
We should have done that. We should ask the guy the biggest week of his life, can you take time out and just join the show?
Yeah, besides, he's busy at this time of the day in Augusta. Sometimes you really are a moron.
He's golf playing today.
So, excuse me, Mr. President. I know you get the G7 thing going on, but can you give me like 20 minutes? Just 20 minutes of your time, please.
Yeah.
3 o'clock, Frozen 4, DUBU. So you got Masters today, you got Frozen 4 today, and you got a beautiful day today.
Yeah, you do. And you know what else you have? Vic, just leave. You had one bite of a sandwich, and you look like hell. You're nodding off in the middle of the show. What the hell is going on here?
I can't do it. He's had like 8 of them, and he's a chippy.
Look at his eyes, dude. They're like red and heavy.
It's like you went to the Snoop Dogg Willie Nelson School of Eatery or something, man.
What do they put in those things?
I don't know, but you look stoned.
Please tell me that one of them had like a surprise edible in it, and I'm just watching Vic fade in real time.
I got really tired after eating that. I'm telling you.
Goodness gracious. I was just like, is Vic disinterested or is Vic falling asleep on the air?
Both.
I can't tell
Yeah.
which one.
Either one.
All right. Again, if you missed any of the podcast or any of the show, check out the podcast. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find it. Masters underway right now. Bryson DeChambeau, 1 under through 1.
Yeah.
Not a DeChambeau guy? I don't mind Bryson.
Peace out.
You say peace out?
Deuces.
Oh, all right. So I got one guy who's asleep now. The other guy who just says, you know what?
Peace.
Take this from here on out. All right. No game tonight, but obviously keeping track of all the things surrounding the NBA and NHL Western Conference. Keep a lookout on that along with the Masters. A lot more to discuss tomorrow. You all have a wonderful Thursday. We love you very much. Goodbye.
Inbound goes to Jamal Murray. Backcourt pressure being applied by Minnesota. Front court over to Christian. He's got Watson with him. Dunk that thing home! Right on Rudy Gobert! Oh, Rudy! Where you at, bro? Christian Braun just dunked that thing on your melon. Denver leads it by 12. Through the window is Anthony Edwards. Layup no good. Rebound down to Porter. Porter quickly up the floor. Denver's pushing the pace. Alley-oop. Dunk! Christian Braun! Let's go! Christian Braun! Denver leads it by 14! Timeout, Minnesota! I want to say who's your daddy, but I'm not going to go there. Inbound goes on top over to Walker. Throws it off on the high left side. Over to Edwards. Three-pointer read. Blocked by Watson. That's 6. He's got a breakaway. Dunk with the right hand. I'm a peacock, coach. You got to let me fly. Ballerina crowd to its feet. There's the Horde. Denver sits atop of the Western Conference. They take care of the Minnesota Timberwolves. The final tonight, 116 to 107. 2 games to go.
Well, peacocks can't fly, but we know what you're talking about. We're all flying high today. Welcome into the program. Christopher Dempsey, Kim Becker, Steve Nelson, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The greatest city in the greatest state in the entire world. Kim Becker, what's going on?
How are you, Dempsey?
Oh, well, look, I'm flying higher than a peacock.
Holy
no
cow.
doubt. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy.
Insane. I rewatched highlights this morning. Even watching the highlights of that game on YouTube gave me chills.
Yeah.
I mean, the energy from the bench, the energy in Ball Arena, that was an NBA game that you only dream of witnessing in person.
All the dunks everywhere. We heard the Christian Braun dunk. Let's just hear what he thought about. So this is, I mean, Rudy Gobert. Okay. There's so many, you know how you get you have so many things in your head that you want to just get out. But I will pace myself here in this particular program. That will definitely happen. Let's start with Christian Braun and the dunks that we heard Jason Kosmiski describe there on our air last night. The one over Rudy Gobert. That's just one of the best in-game dunks that you'll ever see. And left-handed to boot. This is we know Rudy Gobert. He's one of the active leaders in shot blocks this year. So when you go up against that guy, there's a really good chance that you might get that shot blocked. And so then what he just did was to dunk on him, which is crazy. Kim, it's crazy. Yeah.
For Christian Braun too. Whoa.
He's got so much bounce. This is what he said. Somebody asked if this was the best dunk of his career, and well, this was his response.
Is that the best dunk of your career, the switch to the left hand over Rudy?
Yeah, I would definitely say it's probably the best so far. I think the sequence was really fun too. Just getting up and down, and that's when we play our best basketball. And then Cuba gets one right after that. It was really cool. So yeah, it was definitely probably my best sequence in the NBA.
Do you think you jumped higher on your own dunk, the oop, or when Peyton had the dunk? You jumped pretty high on that too.
Yeah, I told P that when he got his dunk, I jumped up behind him. But probably my dunk, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so.
I love it. It's about time we get a little confidence, a little cockiness, and that's okay. I think it was warranted last night.
Yeah. And you like the fact that he said, yeah, that was the best dunk of my career.
Yeah, I do like it.
So far.
Yeah, that boy, CB. He added the so far.
So much more to come from Christian Braun. What a win for the Nuggets. So they are 1 game up on the Minnesota Timberwolves in the Western Conference with 2 games to play. So in those 2 games, let's just be honest, everybody, they're against the Spurs and the Memphis Grizzlies. Cool. So in other words,
Dempsey.
What? Am I going to get ahead of myself right now?
I just don't want you to. Okay, I'm just going to take a minute. Now we've had weird games in the past.
Okay.
So yes, I know what you're trying to say, but let's just let's also put it out into the universe that they still need to play these games well.
They do still need to play these games well. Both of those 2 teams with losing records. Do we know what the Nuggets' record is against under 500 teams this year?
I hope you do, because I want to know.
It is 28-4.
Okay, well, there's 4.
28-4.
There's 4, Dempsey. All I'm saying is there's 4.
I can't even remember the 4. I can't even remember the 4. They're so good against these basketball teams. Yeah. One of them, what they just dispatched of the Utah Jazz a couple of days ago in Utah, a place where they had lost 14 out of the last 15 times, but they're bad. And what the Nuggets are doing to bad teams is they are demolishing them. That said, the Minnesota Timberwolves are a really good team. And they came in ready to roll. I mean, they were ready to roll. They were ready to prove to the nation, and I know we broadcasted it on Altitude, but it was on ESPN, so national TV audience. Here we are, the Minnesota Timberwolves. We've been living in first place the entirety of the season, and now we're about to take down the defending champions and just validate everything that we have done so far. And the Nuggets just said, okay. Well, let's just see what happens.
Come on in.
Come on in.
Come on in.
We invite you in.
Oh, my gosh.
So that you can prove this thing to us. And for 3 quarters, they look pretty good.
Yeah.
And then in the fourth quarter, the Nuggets did what they have done pretty much the entire season. And that is they make all the plays when it counts. And they find players to make the plays when it counts.
Yeah.
Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, 6 blocks, Swatson.
Mm-hmm. Reggie Jackson with that 3 at the buzzer.
Reggie Jackson with the 3 at the buzzer.
Like that, exactly what you just said. They found those moments and they knew that they had to step up. And Nikola Jokic, we haven't even said Nikola Jokic yet in the first 8 minutes of this program because we're talking about how well the supporting cast played.
Yeah.
And that's something that we've been talking about for months that we've wanted to see. And last night, it was just an all-around unfolded experience that we were all hoping for.
Yeah. Nikola Jokic, 41 points, 11 rebounds, and 7 assists. Just the 3 steals, by the way, just to throw those in. It's if your take anywhere in this world is that, well, if you just do this thing or that thing or the other thing, you should be able to stop Nikola Jokic. You are no longer you are dismissed because you're not watching basketball. Do you know who's going to win the Defensive Player of the Year? Probably Rudy Gobert. Exactly right. Exactly right. Only Victor Wembanyama will have something to say about that. And he just gave the presumptive Defensive Player of the Year 41 points. You know how many shots he missed? 4. He missed 4 out of 20.
Boom.
So if your take is this is somehow not an elite player, we don't know how he's doing that. What? Just shut your mouth. Shut it right now. Because it doesn't matter who you are. He will put 30-40 on you as well because he is elite, because he is the best player in the NBA, and that is why he will win his 3rd MVP. The Nuggets, I love this Kim so much, and here's why. One of the reasons why. And here's one of the reasons that I hope for Nuggets fans out there, this is what I want for you, because we've gone through this whole arc of stuff with this basketball team over the years. The team that showed some promise but didn't fulfill it. The team that was just flat out bad sometimes. The team that we had hope for, but we were super scared to have hope for, which would have been last year. And then they won the title. And now we're in the space where we are asking ourselves, all right, can they do this again? But now we're asking questions like, well, who do we want to avoid in the first round of the playoffs? At the risk of sounding overconfident, I'm sure I'll get some of these text messages online, and that's okay. If you face the Nuggets, you are dead on arrival. First round, that's what you are. Dead on arrival. Because this is the best team in the Western Conference. And to further answer the question, there is no team, 0, not one, that you should be afraid of in the first round of the NBA playoffs. It will be 5 or 6 games max, and then we will move on to the second round because the Nuggets are the best team in the Western Conference. The defending champions, which won 53 games last year in a Western Conference that was kind of The Western Conference is much better this year. They are up to 56 wins. 56. It is okay to be very confident about this basketball team because when it is healthy, there is not a team that's better. That is it. And if you want to hold up the Boston Celtics because they have 61 wins or 62, whatever it is right now, I may grant you that, or I might just say the Nuggets beat them twice.
Mm-hmm.
That's just where we are, Kim.
No, you know what, Dempsey? You are exactly right. And I think this is the time, Thursday, April 11th, that you can finally say, all right, yep, bring us anybody. It doesn't matter who they're playing because the Denver Nuggets are the team to beat. And I know people have been saying that for a long time, and they're right. We've had Coach Malone on this show before, and he's been a little bit more modest about things. Maybe necessarily the first spot in the West wasn't the priority. They just want to play well. They want to continue to play really solid basketball, improve on both sides, like just get consistent, right? That's something Malone said. In that locker room, after you heard Jamal Murray's interview with Katie Winge last night, and he said, I was not sitting this game out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we are here to play this game. We are here. We came into this arena tonight to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. Once you heard Jamal Murray say that, it confirmed that these guys in the locker rooms have been saying, yeah, the number one spot in the Western Conference is our goal.
Yeah.
And they have basically reached that goal. Now, there's still 2 games left in the season, okay? And I'm just always a little bit careful, even with the teams that they're playing. You still got to get through those 2 games. Crazier things have happened. We don't want any injuries, right?
Right.
We want everybody healthy. But April 11th, here we are saying, and I love that you were just so confident, Dempsey, because you're right. It's time to be cocky about the Denver Nuggets. And if anybody out there is trying to say that Nikola Jokic won't win the MVP, that the Nuggets aren't the best defending championship team that you have seen in the NBA the season after, there's really no argument. I don't understand how anyone can bring evidence to say otherwise after the performance that you saw last night when it was neck and neck for 3 quarters, like you said. Was there a point, Dempsey, that you were nervous about the Nuggets not winning that game in Ball Arena last night?
Well, no, not really. But the only reason is because I believe in their ability to finish games. It's really not a comment on the Minnesota Timberwolves. They really are really good. And, they defensively they have been, if not the number 1 defensive team, certainly within the top 3 pretty much the entirety of the season, which is why they're such a good road team as well. They have one of the best road records in the NBA. Defense travels. We say that in football all the time. It applies in a lot of different sports. And for them, that's why I wasn't surprised that they were sticking around, because talented teams stick around. I mean, this is if it was the Jazz a couple of days ago or the Hawks where they beat by 32 points, and then that would be a different story. But the Nuggets' ability to finish games and finish them on both sides of the court, just make the plays, is a big deal. They took Anthony Edwards, and we all have great respect for Anthony Edwards. Will be one of the great players in this league as he continues to get into his prime. And in fact, he scored 25 points in this basketball game. How many of those points were in the fourth quarter? 0. Not a single one. 0 for 3, 0 for 1 from 3. That's what he did in the fourth quarter.
Gassed out.
That is your best player that the Nuggets just took right on out, removed from the equation. And they have done that now twice to Anthony Edwards in this series against the Timberwolves. And it's just your ability to be able to do things like that when it matters the most, that's why I'm not worried. And I'm not saying that the Nuggets aren't going to lose games in the playoffs, because of course they're going to lose games in the playoffs. But if you're going to ask me, am I worried in any way, shape, or form about their long-term health and their long-term goal of getting to the NBA Finals? No, I'm just not.
I love it.
I'm just not.
Confidence today, Dempsey.
It just is what it is. I mean, we'll see. But I do think this was a very important for them to get the home court advantage, because if they run back into the Minnesota Timberwolves, it will be with Karl Anthony Towns on the court, which I'm sure. Look, it looked like a big hole for them yesterday.
Yeah, it'll change things.
Right? Yeah. Look, they were 12-6 without him since he has been out, which is a good record without him. There were some questions there were some people out there who were like, well, do they really need Karl Anthony Towns? Yeah, they kind of do.
Well, and now they have a sour taste in their mouth.
Yeah, for
with
sure.
Denver. So that's just going to add a whole other layer.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So there's more to the story here, more chapters to be had. But so the Nuggets got this one. And so to your point, Kim, they do have to take care of these last 2 teams. The Spurs can play teams very tough. We've seen that. We saw Wembanyama block all the shots here. And so if he plays in that game tomorrow, then that will be certainly a challenge. I would expect that the Memphis game should not even be a challenge.
Okay.
They're putting G League players on the court.
Yeah.
I mean, Gigi Jackson has played well for them, but they are putting G League players on the court, and you should dispatch that team in a matinee game on Sunday.
They won't care either.
Yep. No. Well, no. 1, 2, 3 Cancun.
Whatever. Yeah.
1, 2, 3 Cancun.
Like
let's lead it.
Their bags are packed. The Hawaiian shirts are preset in the locker room.
Right.
It's whatever. Just get us out of here.
Lockers are already cleared out.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. All right. There's a few more things about this game. We'll get into Avs as well. Avs have a big one coming up against the Winnipeg Jets. Can they just continue to stay in a good space? We'll start to answer those questions next.
To be honest, I think they don't even care anymore because I think it's the whole MVP conversation. It's kind of getting out of their control. So I think I'm playing good basketball. The team is playing good basketball. If I win it, great. If I don't win it, congrats to the other guy. I think there is a lot of players playing really good basketball in the league, and I think a couple guys deserve to have that award.
Yeah, but you deserve it the most, my guy. You deserve it the most. That was Nikola Jokic after yesterday's game. He scored 41 points because he just does that all the time. 41 more points, 11 more rebounds, 7 more assists for him. He will win his third MVP. That is not up for debate. And what are the current odds?
Yeah.
for that?
So and you're not the only one that thinks that. Fox Sports put out an article with the odds, and I just want to read you guys how they had to disclaim this. So Nikola Jokic, odds to win 2023-2024 NBA MVP is minus $4,000. And in parentheses on that same line, it says, bet $10 to win $10.25 total. Right underneath it, Luka Doncic.
Full quarter.
Yep, plus 2,000. Plus 2,000 for Luka. He's right behind Nikola Jokic. In parentheses, bet $10 to win $210 total. Just in case you guys don't understand the $10.25 versus $210, they wrote it out for you. Fox Sports did.
Yeah, that is look. It's overwhelming odds because it should be
over.
I mean, he has done everything that needs to be done for a basketball team. When you think about it, even from a leadership standpoint, right after the All-Star break, sending the text message to the rest of the team, getting everybody's minds right from that aspect, saying, "Hey, this is the work, and let's dial back in," because they had lost 3 straight games going into the break, and probably needed that break. There's just no doubt about that. But then to come out as focused as they did, for him to be the head of that snake, to make sure everybody is in the right headspace, really speaks to the growing leadership that he has undergone over the last few years. I mean, I remember there used to always be the question at the beginning of a season, so do you need more vocal leadership out of Nikola Jokic? Is he the leader that you need to be so that the team can do what it needs to do? And those questions are largely gone because he does this. And he has helped a team keep its hunger. The question that Nuggets coach Michael Malone and the GM Calvin Booth had at the beginning of the season was, are we going to be satisfied? Are we going to be complacent? Do we want to be a dynastic team, or are we good? And they have now more wins than they had last year. It's not good.
The defending champion team.
Right.
This year is arguably, in my opinion, much harder to have that kind of record.
Right.
After the year that you win it the first time.
It's
the year after defending your title with all these teams coming at you. You have a target on your back in every single game that you play in the regular season because all of your opponents know they're playing the defending champions.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to bring their best game. And to have a better record and be at this point in this, it's incredible.
It is incredible.
I need to tell you one more thing though, Dempsey.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at both BetMGM and FanDuel, just trying to find the odds. Because I was like, wait, minus 4,000. Maybe I should put like $1,000 on it to win 10. Gets me free coffee tomorrow. I can't even find it. They don't even have it up on the lines anymore. They don't even have it on the books. It's not even available for me to place a bet on. And I'm allowed to. I'm not allowed to. I'm not, I'm not under any constraints. But yeah, I wouldn't even be able to if I could find it.
Yeah. That's
dang.
He's a shoo-in.
So it's over.
He's a shoo-in. It is over.
It's over.
It is over. The Nuggets with 2 more games. Incidentally, on the text line, the texts have been so good to start this show, guys. I just know that I'm seeing them. I will read them as I can. There is a question, what's up with AG? There's nothing wrong with AG. Actually, he had 9 assists in that game, if memory serves.
They did mention him a couple times, though, on the ESPN broadcast. They, 2 different times, AG has no points. And then 5 minutes later, AG still has no points. And the first one was, that 3 that he made?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they did mention it. So it's a good question. I'm sure a lot of people are wondering that.
So here's what I think about that. I think that the Minnesota Timberwolves are a difficult matchup for him, and given how he plays. Because they stand so many tall players on the court, and he largely plays in the paint at the dunker spot, kind of in and around block to block. There is a lot more traffic for him and just more trees to have to go through to get to the rim to be the same type of player that he has been the entire season. And so what I think in a series against the Timberwolves, I would expect that we would see maybe not 5 points. Obviously, he'll get to double digits. But I would think that the assist numbers would get a little bit higher because I think he will move into a space where if he catches the ball at the dunker spot, they are going to converge upon him with multiple bodies. And can he get the ball out of there to maybe a cutter or to maybe a three-point shooter? And can they start making those shots? If he tries to beat his head against the wall, trying to go through Gobert and Naz Reid and Karl-Anthony Towns and Jaden Daniels, it would be Jaden McDaniels, excuse me, diminishing returns probably over time. So I don't think there's anything wrong with him. I think he played his normal game. I think that's just going to be a lot harder against a team like the Minnesota Timberwolves, given their personnel. Nikola Jokic might not be the only player winning an MVP, right?
No.
We're going to get a Hart Trophy for Nathan MacKinnon, are we?
It certainly seems that way because as of this very moment, Nathan MacKinnon is minus 480 to win the Hart Trophy. Right behind him, Nikita Kucherov plus 470. Those are some discrepancies right there as well. I mean, that's insane.
It is insane.
And it's something, Dempsey, you and I talked about last week too. But everybody take a minute and understand in the same city, we are watching two most likely MVPs in their respective teams playing in the exact same arena. It does not happen very often. And both of them are so humble about it. That's what's so crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have the over cockiness, confidence coming out of them. I mean, they're incredible and they know it and their teams know it, but they're always crediting their teammates when asked about how they're playing and their play and why they're playing the way they are. And I mean, Nathan MacKinnon said it the other night after scoring his 50th goal and his 51st as well, right? He got his third hat trick of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing that he says was, I never thought I'd be able to score 50 goals, but a lot of them were empty netters.
Oh, stop it. I know. Yeah,
that's what he said, which is true, but it's just the humbleness
Mm-hmm.
of him. And then you think about the humbleness of Nikola Jokic as well. And it's just, I don't know. This puts the biggest smile on my face because it really feels like Denver against the world. Like you guys all come at us right now and try to tell us that not only do we have the best players, but probably two of the best humans playing on these teams as well.
Nathan MacKinnon, as you just mentioned, 51 goals, 137 points on the season. I just hope for him that, because I feel like a few years ago he should have won.
Yeah.
And didn't win.
Right.
And I know, I mean, we're getting a few years removed from that right now, but the voters are still largely the same. I mean, the voters are still the voters. They're still around. I don't know how much that will play into the current state of affairs. Because look, I mean, you got Nikita Kucherov with 139 points, Connor McDavid with all the goals, and 130 points himself. So I mean, there is competition. I mean, you heard Nikola Jokic say, "Well, there's a lot of players having a lot of good seasons." Yeah, I mean that's true,
mm-hmm.
and it's true here in the NHL as well. But I just think production value to the team.
That's exactly it. It's value to the team. You go and you listen, which I hope the voters do as well. You listen to Bednar, the way that he's talked about Nathan MacKinnon. You listen to his other teammates, the way that they talk about him. Even the four new guys that came after the trade deadline. You know, I know it was Brandon Duhaime and Sean Walker. They were
Mm-hmm.
playing on the same sheet of ice with Nathan MacKinnon is something that they were even like, whoa, I have to take a step back and understand and comprehend what I'm doing right now, being on the same sheet of ice as this guy. So if you take all of that into consideration, which I sure hope you do as a Hart Trophy voter here, there's no argument to say that he's not only the best player out on the ice, but one of the best teammates. The assist count is crazy too, and that's something that we talked about, with Austin Matthews when he hit his 50th goal. It was like, yeah, Austin Matthews is great. He's scoring all of these goals. He's one of the best players, but a lot of them were one-timers.
Mm-hmm.
There were not a lot of assists that he had racked up, and when you look at the NHL and how it has to be a full team effort, as we've seen, to make it to the Stanley Cup, Nathan MacKinnon is one of the guys that you want out there on your team.
So the Avs face Winnipeg coming up here. Just so many days between games for the Avs. So many.
Crazy. I know. Mosher and I just said that as he walked out. He's like, "Can you believe we go back to work on Saturday? Like, we haven't been to work in like a week."
Yeah. Well, it's funny too because the NHL season kind of runs ahead of the NBA season until about right now.
Yeah.
And it's just the games are spaced out so much.
Yep.
Then now that the NBA is going to finish first, and the NHL will just have a game or two still to go. But okay, they're coming off the win against the Wild, 5-2. Where are we on our comfort meter with how the Avs are playing right now?
I mean, against the Wild, comfortable. Against the Jets, honestly, pretty okay. I do think that they'll be able to beat the Jets, and then likely they'll probably play the Jets in the first round. And I do think that that'll be a great matchup, but I think they'll be able to do it. But you watch that game against the Oilers, the game against the Stars, that makes me nervous. Those are the games that we've talked about that they need to win, that we need to see a more consistent showing. And we know the Avs are the team that come from behind and still get wins. They have the most in the NHL this year, but it's just the slow starts. You don't want that heading into the playoffs. And I know Bednar said, we're not going to empty the tank at the end of the regular season here. We're going to play well. We're going to try to get wins, try to get points, but we're not going to empty the tank. Hopefully that's just what those were. Maybe that, Dallas got out to a start, although I think they were kind of neck and neck there for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
And then they let it go, and they're like, all right, well, we're not going to empty the tank. Maybe we'll let them have this one. Maybe the number one spot in the Central wasn't that big of a deal in that moment because they kind of knew that Dallas was probably going to lock it up. But it makes me nervous watching those games for the rest of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Having said that, this feels really important to me because we don't want Winnipeg to have home ice over the Avs, right?
No, oh yeah, this Saturday
game
game is important. No, yeah. The Avs want to win that so that they have home ice advantage for sure, 100%.
Because Winnipeg is not a place where they have played well, generally speaking. It was impressed upon me that not a lot of people go up there and play well, but again, all the more reason why you would want a home ice advantage. Where are you on Georgiev and how he's playing?
Ooh. I've heard a lot of people's opinions on this. I want to say that I just have faith in what Bednar said and what Bednar thinks, and that's that Georgiev played really well the other night against Dallas. He just didn't have a lot of help, and that it sounds like he's still the guy that they're going with. I know I've heard a lot of opinions here. Raj has a strong opinion, as we all know. I know you guys do. I know the morning show does as well. But to me, it's one of those things that I really respect Bednar as a head coach and as a human. And every single time I hear him talk, it feels very genuine. It doesn't feel like it's being lied to the media or covering anything up, no smoke screens. And so it sounds to me like they're okay with Georgiev, which makes me okay with Georgiev. However, if the first round of the playoffs shows anything that does not support that opinion, I think they're going to pull him out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We had Avs GM Chris McFarland on the show when we were doing the show from the penalty box on Tuesday. This is what he had to say about Georgiev.
It's a good question. I think Georgie will be the first to tell you that, this season has been not probably what he was hoping at times, but he's our guy. He's our number one guy. He played extremely well last year. We know there's a talented guy in there, and we're very confident that he's going to finish strong here in the regular season and play a big role for us in the playoffs.
There has been this kind of tug of war over the course of the season about just exactly where should the blame lie in some of the more suspect performances. I'll just put that in air quotes. Whether that's the defense in front of him or whether it's Georgiev should be making some of these saves where he's not making some of those saves. And maybe the answer is just a little bit of both. I mean, it's plain to see that there have been many instances where the defense in front of him just has not been up to snuff. And then there's these times as well where you look at Georgie and you go, oh, okay, well, I mean, let's get more solid here. Let's get it together. I mean, how do you sort through that?
You know, I think it's one of those things that we're right now just kind of scraping wherever we can to find an excuse to why the Avs maybe lose some of these games. I think Georgiev is high on the list for excuses that we try to find because this season has been so volatile. There's been highs, there's been lows, there's been this roller coaster of a season that we've witnessed for the Avs, and Georgie's played really well in some of those games. So I don't want to discredit his play because he's played really well. I know there have been games that people have said, oh my gosh, like, thank God we have Georgiev in net. You know, like, he's the guy. Doesn't matter if they don't find a good backup goalie because we're fine with Georgiev. And then all of a sudden you shift gears, you have a game like the Dallas game, and everyone's blaming Georgiev because they want to blame something, which I understand. That's what happens in an 83-game season. You know, you find excuses and whatnot. But again, we do not know what happens behind closed doors. There is a reason that we are not a GM or a head coach or an owner of a team because we don't actually know everything that goes into it. So I just put a lot of faith in what you hear from McFarland and Bednar. And so sorting through that, to me, it kind of feels just like a waste of time right now because what matters is the game on Saturday against the Jets because that's going to be a very good preview of what you're going to see in the first round. And that's what's most important. Josh Manson did an interview with Kyle Keefe that we played on Avalanche Live last week, touching on the fact that there's been a lot of high highs and low lows. And he's like, you know what? We've done our job to this point, and that's secure the playoffs. That is the next step, right? Like the end of the season, we still have to play through. We want to play through. We want to get wins, but the next step is the first round of the playoffs, and that's what we're focusing on. So I can't really sift through a couple previous games. It wasn't the greatest performance by Georgiev. You heard that from Bednar. You heard that from McFarland. To me, there's nothing else to sort through right now.
As get back at it here on Saturday, tomorrow.
Saturday.
Tomorrow. No, I'm sorry. On Saturday.
Tomorrow's.
I did this on the show last night too, which is just completely
See, this is
forget.
what happens when we don't go to work
Yeah.
for days.
Yeah,
We
I
don't know what day it is.
Completely forget what day it is. A couple more issues with the Avs. We'll take a break and come back. Will Mikko Rantanen play in the game on Saturday? We'll ask him about that. And then there's a question on the text line from Cody. Who are you guys more worried about in the playoffs, the Avs or the Nuggets? We'll deal with both of those things when we return. A great many of you listen to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app, and we thank you for that. Those who do not, download the app because you can take us anywhere and everywhere that you go. You can listen to all your favorite shows and even the Avs games, no matter where you are, all thanks to our friends at the Will Hite Law Firm Injury Lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. And Kim, that's not all, because I have even better news for the users of the app.
I'm so excited. Tell me.
You can now listen to Nuggets games.
Oh!
That's right. Nuggets fans will be able to listen to Nuggets games on our stream and smart speakers like Alexa and the website. Now, look, due to league rules, it'll be limited to devices within 75 miles of Denver. Still going to cover so many people. Do you know how many people that covers?
4 million.
You're right about that. It is 4.8 million people.
Nice.
83% of the state of Colorado will be able to listen to the games on our app. We are your one-stop shop for the Nuggets and the Avs.
I'm a peacock, coach. You gotta let me fly.
Has anybody asked him about that?
We need to get Kaz on the
we
radio.
I really need to know where that one came from.
You guys don't know that's a movie line. You don't know what movie that's from?
No,
have no idea.
That's
So
Mark
bad with
Wahlberg
movies.
in The Other Guys. Remember that? He keeps going, they're cops, him and Will Ferrell, and he keeps saying to his chief, I'm a peacock. You got to let me fly.
Oh, wow. Nope. I had no
Really?
idea.
Oh, man. You're killing
That
me,
sounds
Smalls.
familiar now, actually, but I am not good with movies.
Yeah, that's The
At
Other
all.
Guys. He keeps saying that throughout the whole movie.
That's pretty
Oh,
good.
okay. So see, look,
Dang
look.
it. Okay, don't get him on the radio.
Well,
then.
no,
That would
don't
be
get
embarrassing
get
for
him on
us.
the radio now. He would have won that. He'd have been. You know. Have you ever seen? Yes, exactly.
Why are you wasting my time? this
Why
early?
are you wasting my time when you have watched no
idiots.
movies?
You idiots.
Miko.
Yeah, Miko.
We saw him skating around in the red non-contact jersey.
Yep.
Do we, especially with this long break between games, we expecting that he'll probably be on the ice?
I would hope so. I mean, I don't know anything, but I would expect so. Like you said, just with all of these days off, it sounds like there's some positive updates from him being in concussion protocol. And, he wants it. Just reminds me of the whole Jamal Murray comment after the game last night.
Yeah.
To Katie Winge. He's like,
You won't keep me from this game.
I'm not sitting this one out. Something in me tells me that Miko Rantanen will try to say the same. Now, I'm sure there's some bullet points and some boxes to check in concussion protocol that you can't exactly bypass. But I do think that Miko hopefully will be back. Again, I know nothing, but I did read on the Denver Post that he played 161 straight games, which was the longest active streak on the club before going into concussion protocol. So let's hope.
Iron Man is what
Yeah,
he is.
you want a healthy guy like that.
Yeah.
Ready to go, especially with the last couple here.
All right, let's attack this question. Who are you guys more worried about in the playoffs? The Avs or the Nuggets?
I mean, you know what I'm going to say. That's an easy answer for me.
I think the answer is actually easier.
It is.
Yeah.
It's the Avs.
It's the Avs.
It's the Avs.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about this just now when we were on break too, because there have been so many high highs and so many low lows with the Avs season this year, like I said in the last segment, I think once we see the Avs have this like fantastic game like they did against the Wild last week, it was the same score, right? 5-2 against the Wild last week. We're confident. We're all over Twitter. We're like, yeah, the Avs, like they're the one to beat. They're still the favorites to win the West, which is still true.
Yep.
They're going to go to the Stanley Cup, and then
Is
you
that
have
still
a
true?
game. It is still true. They are still favored as of yesterday on the 10th. BetMGM sent me
Wow.
an email. They are still favored to win the West. Yeah, which is crazy. Like plus 320, I think it was. But so then when they have a loss, like to the Oilers and to the Stars, we're like, oh, well, it was just because, Alexander Georgiev sucked. And we try to find something. Well, it's just because of this. We're still the best, to almost defend our own cockiness. And I'm speaking for myself here. Because if you follow me on Twitter, you all know I got very cocky about the college basketball bracket as well. And man, did I drop in that.
Yeah, you
But
did.
anyway, so I gotta own it here. But I think that's what's happening with the Avs is we reach for something to make the excuse as to why we were so cocky after a really good win that they had. So I'm more nervous for the Avs in the playoffs. That is basically my long-winded answer than I am for the Nuggets, because I just don't feel like you have to make as many excuses for the Nuggets.
Yeah, I'm with you. There's just more to be concerned about, and really for me, it kind of boils down to this. And we heard. I'll get to this in an NBA sense in a second because the Phoenix Suns are this team for me. There is a point in a season in which if you have established a type of play, so for the Nuggets, let's take for the Nuggets, for example. If they get up big on a team that's inferior, they will just start doing anything. They'll just like the passes, they'll start dribbling into that. They feel like at this point, you guys aren't as good as we are, so I'm going to try this behind the back pass. I'm going to try this cross court pass through 4 other players. Like they do that, and then you get the bad returns, and then they go, well, okay, we'll flip the switch and just win this game anyway because we're in fact better than you. I think that is just a permanent part of your personality by the time you get to this part of the season. And so here's what concerns me about the Avs is that we have gotten all the way down to the last 3 games of the season. And when in that same interview that we had with Chris McFarland, the first thing he said was, well, we just got to get back to being us. Well, we got to get back to defending the way we need to defend. And if that is a part of your personality right now, it's probably going to be a part of your personality in the playoffs too.
Yeah.
And then the question at that point is, can you suppress that enough to still be successful, to still get to where you want to go? Can you cover up those deficiencies enough?
Mm-hmm.
And that is the answer I don't know about the Avs.
I want to say one more thing about this, which is a hot take. Maybe not. I think hockey's a lot harder than basketball to play. I'm going to say that.
Just generally as a sport?
Hot take alert. Hot take alert.
So when I say that I'm more nervous about the Avs, it's not because I don't think that they're good or I don't have confidence in them beating teams like the Jets and the Stars in the playoffs. I do. I just think it is harder to go out there and skate and be fast and be aggressive and be physical and all of these things put together. I think it's harder at the end of the season here when you've got other teams to go up against than it is for the NBA teams to go out and play basketball. That's just my hot take. Sorry, Dempsey. You're looking at me like you don't agree. I think hockey's harder to play.
Is it harder to run or to skate?
To skate. Have you skated before?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Roller skating.
They don't run. NBA players don't run. And also roller skating is so not the same. But NBA players don't run. They jog around a little bit. Maybe they have a sprint here and there, and then they go take a little breaksies on the bench. Have you seen how fast these guys have to skate?
Oh my
I got another one for you guys here.
You
all need to watch.
Stabbing me through the heart right now.
Yeah, I know. Well, guess what? Hockey's harder. So also,
Kim, by the way, Kim, you had some good points until you said they'll take a little breaksies. Hockey players are on the ice for 30 seconds at a time.
Thank you.
But I still think skating is harder than running. I'll give you that.
Thank you. You have to know how to skate first to be a hockey player. Then you have to know how to shoot a puck. Then you have to know how to hold a stick. Then you have to know how to handle the puck and get around these other defensive players. And do you want to know another reason why I'm saying this? You all have a treat coming up on Saturday on Avalanche Live because Riker and I went to Ball Arena on Tuesday. I taught him how to do a scratch spin in my figure skates, in his hockey skates, and he taught me how to shoot a puck. And you guys, hockey's really hard. And I skated for 20 years.
Can't we all just get along?
That's fine. I'm just telling you.
Can't we all just get along? Why does this always have to get to basketball versus hockey?
It just
Why?
is, because that's what we're talking about, okay? So we're going around the world here. That's a basketball game. It's also a lot easier than if you play, a little shootout game on the ice there. No, I just wanted to say that.
Should we stand you at the 3-point line and have you take 10 of them?
Dude, I own Papa Shot, so I'd probably
Papa Shot?
Yeah, I have the high score at Papa Shot.
The equivalent of playing basketball in the NBA?
Okay, so here's the thing. My boyfriend and I we played Papa Shot, and he's like, "There's no way you can beat me." And I was like, "Watch." And I schooled him. Another one of my friends who was on the varsity team in high school, my friend Jen, same thing. We went to Dave & Buster's. I was like, "I'll school you in Papa Shot." She was like, "No way, Kim. You're like this gangly little figure skater. Give me the ball." I schooled her. I'm very good at Papa Shot because it's easy.
Why can't we be friends? It always gets back down to this, and I don't like it. I don't like it.
Hockey's harder. So, Abs, when I'm out here saying I'm nervous for you guys in the playoffs, it's only because I know how hard it is. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
And you've had a lot of lows this year.
It only took 3 weeks for Kim to get to this space.
That's not
because
long.
1 month ago, if we had gotten down this road, she'd be like, I don't know. I mean, actually, I'm just going to analyze the games and the teams.
Yeah, I was being
but
nice
now
to you.
took it all the way to the but this
Sorry,
sport
guys.
is harder.
It's harder.
It doesn't matter what's harder.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
Kim
It
did
just
bring
is
up a valid point, though, that shooting a little basketball at Dave and Buster's is the same to
It's-
playing in the
it's-
NBA.
right,
so
exactly, right.
That's correct.
It's all about
equivalent.
aim,
Yeah,
guys.
that is true.
It's all about the wrist flick and aim. If you got those, you know how to play basketball.
That's a regulation hoop at Dave
Done.
and Buster's.
I know.
I also played basketball till I was 12, you guys, and I was pretty good. Go ask my mom. Yeah, I was a good shooter. I probably could have kept playing, but I was too skinny. I was getting rocked around by
can't
Scott
with this
Hastings'
segment
daughter
right now.
in the freshman.
I cannot.
It's true. I went to the freshman training group at Arapahoe, or like the freshman shoot around, and like all those girls were so much bigger than me. I was so intimidated. And I remember Scott Hastings' daughter was one of them. She was great. She was so cool.
Don't let the hockey guys
What?
poison your head. We
They're
can
not.
all be friends. We can
kind of a
all
big
be
deal.
We
friends.
can't. I was just answering the question, and the question is Nuggets versus Abs. Who are you more nervous for? So it
In
was
the
already a
playoffs.
verse.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's why, because hockey's harder. So I'm more nervous for them and the way they've been playing lately. I was just saying. I was just giving you a little caveat. Okay. Gosh.
It's not a thing. Okay, listen. You know what? Deion Sanders is having a dinner.
Oh, we're really pivoting.
Yeah, we are pivoting. We'll get back to this later.
Fine.
And wait until you hear the prices for a table at this dinner. We'll tell you next.
I'm a peacock, coach. You gotta let me fly.
You can't keep me cooped up in here, okay? I am a peacock. You gotta let me fly.
Well, you're going to need a lot of money. Let me just tell you. Welcome back to the program, by the way. Chris Dempsey and Kim Becker on the Kim Becker Thursday. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Steve Nelson, Josh Grismer, and you. Thank you for listening. We are nothing without your support. We are indebted to you. Thank you. The University of Colorado is kind of winding through spring practices right now. They will have their spring game on the 27th. That is a Saturday. On the 26th, Friday night, they will have a dinner, what is being termed, called Primetime Elite Dinner, okay? Primetime Elite Dinner. That is the title on the marquee. It's presented by 5430 Alliance, and that is actually important that I said that to you, and here's why. Kim, well, you know the answer to this question.
Yeah. Flabbergasted by the answer. Go ahead, ask it.
How much do you think a VIP prime table, so this table is going to be a table with 7 of your closest friends and Coach Deion Sanders at that table. How much do we think that's going for?
$1 million.
Pretty close.
Yeah, I might as well.
So wait. Is this for the entire table or is it per person?
It's for the table.
Okay, for the table. So Deion Sanders will be at the table, and then
Right.
me and 7 friends.
Yeah.
So there's 9 of us there
Eight total tickets included. Yeah.
8 total tickets included. There's 9 of us at the table. I know the answer, but if I were to guess and didn't know this answer, I would say $5,000.
You would say 5,000?
Yeah.
I'd probably say 10.
Okay.
The answer is $20,543.
I'm going to take all the money that I'm about to go put on Nikola Jokic to win MVP and use it.
Your $2 million to win $27.
I'm going to put my life savings on it, which is approximately, I shouldn't say that out loud, $3,000. No.
Okay, so that is the most expensive table at this dinner. It goes down from there, but not much. It's not like they're getting steep discounts for
What kind of food are we getting?
Good question.
Is this like
actually.
a steakhouse? Is it lobster? Like, what am I getting to eat? That's what I want to know.
Doesn't say on this flyer, actually.
Weren't they advertising for some fast food chain?
Stop. No,
I'm
they
serious.
can't be.
No, I'm saying weren't one of the Sanders kids and Deion Sanders? Weren't they in commercials
Kentucky
for KFC?
Fried Chicken.
There you go, KFC. That's the brand that's going to be at this table.
No,
it's finger looking good, and it's going
No.
to cost you $50,000.
No,
get
No.
those NIL bucks, baby.
Oh my gosh,
There
no.
better be like goodie bags or something.
I really do wonder what the dinner is. So when I used to cover Colorado State, and they would have dinners, like donor dinners or like whatever, they would always serve bison.
Oh.
Right. See where I'm going?
Wait.
You see where? Okay, so you understand.
That's sad. Ralphie.
So should they just serve lamb?
Yeah.
Just let you ponder that for a second.
Honestly, yeah.
The table number 2 is a prime table. So at this table, you'll get it's just a table in Coach Prime's section. So he's not actively at your table, but you can see him right over there. Number of tickets included is 10.
You can see him.
You can see him right over there. He's right over there.
Okay.
$17,543. Do you understand where the 543 is coming from?
Now I do.
Yep, 5430 Alliance. Elite table, one table with 2 future pros. So this would theoretically be Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter at your table.
Oh, wow. They said future pros.
They
They're
did.
really going to just go out there and say that. See, an
They did
article
say
that
that.
I read said 2 CU football athletes, but the flyer says 2 future pros.
Oh, don't worry. We're going to get down to the athletes
Oh,
part of
my
this.
gosh. Okay.
And I suppose, look, I just said the top 2 guys on the team. But, I mean, if you feel like there are 4 pros on your team, then it doesn't necessarily have to be Shedeur and Travis Hunter, who you would actually want at your table. That table is $15,543. Black and gold table, one table with 2 CU coaches or student athletes. 8 tickets for $12,543. Buffs table, which is one table for friends and family. That's just you hanging out with your peeps. $7,543. A golden ticket, individual ticket, 1 person ticket to just get in the door. $1,000 $1,053.40. Got to raise those, just like Nelly said, got to raise those NIL dollars, man. And this is how they are partly going to do it, right?
We're ready for prime time. What do you say?
I just want to know how well attended this is going to be.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I know. They incidentally aren't the only team that's doing this.
Oh.
This is, I didn't know this. What do they always say? You live and you learn. What?
Right.
You never stop learning in life. So,
It's true. You shouldn't.
So, all you got to do is kind of click through the internet a little bit, and you can find Ohio State. OHIO.
Now
it's
Wait, which Ohio State are we talking about?
The Ohio State.
Oh, and Ohio State. Okay, I wasn't sure.
So they're one of the things they do is it's experiences. It's not necessarily, I'm sure there's a dinner attached to this at some point, but it's also experiences. So to get back to your $5,000 point, a private tour of Woody Hayes, which is, I don't know, the football stadium, is $2,500. Pre-game football field access, $5,000. That's for two. Pre-game field access for two to one Ohio State football game. To attend a practice and get a private tour, it's $5,000 for four people. You can split that up, right?
Sure.
It's not that expensive when you split it up. To have dinner with a player or a coach, dinner for four with your favorite Ohio State player or coach, $5,000. Kind of just right around there for the whole thing. It gets up to about $25,000 to have an athlete promote your business. But here we are. And I just think it's very, very interesting. I mean, have there been donor dinners before? Yes, of course. Yeah. I mean that is not new to college athletics. But NIL is forcing these extra experiences, which we're seeing with Ohio State, or super high cost dinners for, I don't know what we think the return is on that. If Deion Sanders is at your table for $20,000, is that great return, or is that something that we're doing, or?
I don't get it, because the only logical reason I could think in my head is why you would want, quote unquote, two future pros, whoever those might be, or Deion Sanders at your table, is to take a picture and post it on your social media, right? I would imagine that that's what this is for. Mm-hmm. It's to put it out there so other people can see, cool, you had dinner with Deion Sanders. In my experience of working at a college football program, donors are a little bit on the older age, I would say, spectrum. I don't think they really care what they're putting on Instagram or on social media. So who are these donors that are willing to pay this much money just to have dinner with them? Unless they are just full-blown CU alums, they know they're going to give that money anyway to the school.
Yeah.
So they might as well just do it and have a dinner out of it and get a chance to have a conversation with Deion. But again, going back to my time at a college football program, donors can talk to the head coach pretty much whenever they want, because the head coach knows that those donors are basically paying for everything.
Right.
So to me, it's like they don't need to have this big fancy dinner. This is probably just more of a, I was going to give you guys $20,000 anyway, but yeah, let's have dinner with it. Like, there's obviously there's probably a select donor that they know who will buy that table. So they put the flyer out there saying this is how much it's going to cost, but there's probably already a donor that's decided that will be the donor that's purchasing that table, in my opinion.
That's actually, it's a really good point. The people who have access to the coach always will have access to the coach. So who are the people that will pay $20,000 that don't already have access to the coach? Because if you're paying that much money, you probably should already have access to the coach. That's very interesting. I think that, look, this is in some respects uncharted territory, right? How can colleges continue to raise money and get money to right now pay their athletes? Because if you don't pay them, then they're probably going elsewhere. And I think the basketball programs at CU are showing a little bit of that with some players exiting the program and probably for bigger dollars somewhere else. But it is also a good question. I mean, how long is the dinner? I mean, how much time do you get with Deion?
Yeah, what's included? Yeah, exactly. Do you get Is it a full hour that he's going to sit there?
Yeah.
Is it just a
He
half
should
an
sit
hour?
there for a full hour.
Well, I mean, that's what I mean. But again, it's like these donors that have that much money to spend on this can probably sit down with them whenever they want for an hour.
Yeah,
it's
it's crazy.
very weird.
It's crazy.
And it's just got to make other universities feel so just
Gotta do it.
irritated with this because now they have to
Gotta do it.
raise the bar too.
Yeah, got to do it. Did you see the thing about Caitlin Clark? So she has not yet been drafted into the WNBA. She will be by the Indiana Fever. That's a team that was really bad. Obviously, they have the number one pick. They had the number one pick last year too. They picked the young lady out of South Carolina. So they had almost no nationally televised games. This year, out of 40, there will be 36 of them that'll be on national television. And just like that, your team is all over the place, all the time. Incidentally, Iowa also announced that Caitlin Clark's number will be retired. We haven't talked to you since prior to the national title games.
Yeah.
How's all this resonating with you?
Well, okay, my dad went to the University of Iowa, so he is a Hawkeye alum. He played football there. So he and I went to Pub on Pearl, which is actually an Iowa bar in Denver, and we watched the semis when they were playing LSU, and oh my gosh, it was so much fun. Every single shot that was made, people were cheering. I mean, the energy, the atmosphere was crazy. Everybody was in Iowa gear, so that was so much fun, and it meant a lot, to watch that with my dad. Obviously, he's a big Iowa fan, so I was really, really rooting for Iowa in the national championship game. I was super bummed about that. But just the way that everybody has been talking about women's basketball over the last few weeks is so, so cool when it comes to just seeing how Caitlin Clark plays and how it's even getting, men that just went to Iowa that played football into this game. And so I think it's obviously just raising the bar a lot for awareness of women's basketball, and I think it's great. And I love this mock draft coming up here that they said that the Indiana Fever will take them and 36, or will take Caitlin Clark most likely, and 36 out of those 40 games will be televised. I think it's really awesome. Now, do I believe that it will continue this way? I'm not so sure without Caitlin Clark playing. Because I just think she was a big reason why a lot of people watched.
Yeah, she was a star, right? And, I have lots of thoughts on this subject and not enough time to get them all out. But yeah, I think you're right. So one of the things that we heard kind of a lot, especially through the entire tournament, was, well, I know more of the women's players than I know of the men's players. I challenge you to give me the names of 5 of the women's players in the tournament. Because you probably could not do that.
You couldn't. No. 2. Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark.
Yes, exactly right.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you'd get to Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark,
Cameron
Angel
Brink,
Reese.
yeah.
Cameron Brink would be a name that I would be surprised if so many people would even come up with. And it just, so I do wonder where this all goes. I really do wonder where it all goes. Now, she and Dawn Staley was awesome after winning the title, talking about the impact that Caitlin had, that she's the GOAT, that she did so many great things for the sport under so much pressure, which that is a fact that she was under, that it didn't look like it when she was on the basketball court because basketball's easy.
That was a dagger straight to me. I'll take it. Didn't say easy. I just said it's less hard.
Yeah, well, okay. but she was just a star, and I just think no matter what the sport, a star is just a star. And then the question is how much of that continues to exist with the sport afterwards. It's a bigger conversation we can have later.
Yeah.
We're going to take a break right now and come back with Nelly's NFL Notes. All right, this is Thursday, right? Thursday, late morning, means it's time for Nellie's NFL Notes. Nellie, what is story number 1?
The biggest news from around the NFL world is today we heard that O.J. Simpson passed away this morning. His family posted on his official Twitter account and said, on April 10th, our father, Orenthal James Simpson, succumbed to his battle with cancer. He was surrounded by his children and grandchildren. During this time of transition, his family asks that you please respect their wishes for privacy and grace.
I didn't even know he had cancer, to be honest with you. Look, this is obviously a super complicated subject because he was a fantastic football player. I mean, at USC and then for the Buffalo Bills. There was a point in time where he was just an icon. He was running through the airport in Hertz commercials. He was doing this is who he was until you had the murder of his ex-wife and her friend. And then this whole thing took a different turn. I don't know exactly what to say here. I'm always sad when a person is no longer with us, but again, this is a complicated scenario. I'll just say this. Actually, I won't say much. I think maybe I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
All right, Nellie, what's next?
Anytime Kim Becker is in the house, we got to give her a chance to defend Russell Wilson. I didn't give you that chance last week, so let's do it this week instead. Essence Magazine recently shared their latest edition, and who would be the cover model on the newest edition of Essence Magazine? That would be one Russell Carrington Wilson, and he was named...
Is his middle name Carrington?
It is. Yep. I actually looked that up.
Oh my
and
gosh.
he was named, quote, the sexiest man of the moment. Not
Of
the
what
sexiest
moment?
man alive, the sexiest man of the moment.
Oh, was it the moment that he was lifting weights with sunglasses on? Was it that moment?
No, it was the moment that the Broncos told him to kick rocks.
Oh.
So now any fashion photo shoot, I feel like on some level is just inherently corny. But because it's Russ, I feel like we take this to another level here. I'm going to get this music going, and you can take a look at these photos and see what you think of Russ here. I'm going to bring this up on the big screen.
Yes.
One moment,
Let's go,
please.
Russ.
Here we go. All right, that's the cover photo right there.
All right, let's take a
Little
look.
open chest action.
Let's scroll.
Ooh,
What do you
look
think of that
drip.
fur coat?
Look
Yeah.
at the drip on his. Okay.
Wow.
Got a little blue
Yeah,
steel
no.
action going on.
Got a cross and some dog tags. Okay,
Whatever, you guys. If Travis Kelce
what
was
about
wearing
this
that, you
one?
would all
Look
be
at
up
that.
for it. Oh, gun show. Welcome
Oh,
to
wow,
the
he
gun
has been
show.
working out. That's
Biceps.
crazy.
And he's got the crisscross jeans.
What's going on? Are
unbuttoned
those
there.
overalls that are just like hanging down on his waist?
They are
And then-
definitely overalls.
Okay, how about this one? The taking his sunglasses off like he's David Caruso in CSI Miami. What do you think about that one?
Wait,
right
I
there?
like that. A little action shot.
Yeah.
And he's got the mixed metal, both the silver and the gold chains. I'm into that, you guys.
Is he smoldering
That's
enough for you?
trending.
Look at that. Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, a little furred
That's
brow.
hot. That's hot.
Oh my gosh, look at, is he wearing an Apple Watch? He's got an Aura ring on.
In his interview, he said, quote, to play 13 years in the NFL has been a dream come true. To be able to play for Mike Tomlin, to stand side by side with him and try to accomplish all the goals that I want to accomplish with the Steelers organization and what that represents for the NFL is one of the greatest gifts in the world.
I didn't know that this was a thing, so I find it very unfair that I now have to defend it because I had never even heard of Essence Magazine. First of all, I
tisk,
don't know,
tisk, tisk.
but
It's
I
been
know.
around for
So,
so many
yeah,
years.
it seems like a quality
It
publication.
is a quality publication, Kim.
Yeah, so I just looked it up, and one of the paragraphs in the article says Russell Wilson's talent knows no bounds. That's how the first paragraph starts. Who wrote this? I need to find out who wrote this.
A writer.
When you think you know what
That's-
to expect, he flips expectations and pushes the boundaries of what we believe an athlete should be. I mean, that's kind of accurate because
No.
we had expectations for him, and he definitely flipped them. I would say most of you agree with that. Our
Well,
expectations were high.
Did he flip him in a good way?
No,
or did he flip
no,
him
in a bad way is what I know to be true from all of you, even when I sit here and defend him. I will say maybe Sierra had a little part in that. Maybe she pushed him into Essence Magazine. I don't know. Have you heard of Essence Magazine actually, Dempsey?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Nelly? You?
I personally had not heard about it, but technically it is marketed towards African American women, so I'm not exactly the demographic they were shooting for, so I think I get a pass.
I didn't know that. See?
What about Jet Magazine? Do you know Jet Magazine?
No. I don't really know any magazines, though, other than Sports Illustrated. I couldn't even, a Teen Vogue. Like, is that still a magazine? When's the last time you read a magazine, Dempsey? Be honest.
Is that like for real?
Yeah, for real.
Okay. Are we talking about like actually holding the magazine in your hand and reading it, or just magazine anywhere?
Holding it in your hand and reading it. Purchasing it or subscribing to it.
Well, Dempsey has the Tower of
been a
Reader's
while.
Digest on his nightstand,
Well,
so
it's
he reads
been-
those.
Reader's
Okay,
Digest.
so the more full answer is I subscribe to a lot of magazines
Do
on
you
my
really?
iPad. Yeah, I do.
Oh, on your iPad.
Yes, on my iPad.
And you actually read them?
Yeah.
When?
Whenever I get time.
You don't have to answer that.
It's not a lot of time, but
That seems crazy to me. I don't have time.
yeah. So like
What?
GQ, I still read
Oh.
that because it's fun to read.
Oh, yeah. You like GQ, Dempsey, huh?
Well, I
Just for the articles.
I could grace the pages of that myself.
All right.
I'll be here all week.
Sorry I didn't know about Essence Magazine. So am I right in the sense of saying maybe Sierra had something to do with this then?
Maybe.
Do we think, do we know actually, are there, we haven't really, I wish we could hear Sierra, her take on like her husband. You don't hear a lot of quotes from her.
She loves him.
She loves him. We know that. Of course. He's a great husband, great father, but
You know what I think? Okay, did you check out any of the Russell Wilson with Brandon Marshall?
oh, podcast.
Yeah.
I did listen to that.
So there was a part of it at the kind of in the middle when he talked about being benched by the Broncos and then kind of leaning on her for a bunch of, as a shoulder to lean on and cry on and advice and all that kind of stuff, and how she showed up in that moment the way that was satisfactory to him. Let's put it that way. And then later on in the podcast, he talked about family and kids and all these kinds of things. I just think that if he is describing it how it actually is, and I do believe that.
Yeah.
I don't think Russell Wilson's a liar. I think he's
No.
just boring. But it seems like it's all good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, Luke the Duke. Does it include Dempsey's subscription to the AARP magazine? Maybe soon.
Someone
Luke.
also said, get Kim a gift card to Hollister or Forever 21 and let her move on. Thank you.
You've been to Forever 21, yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Does that still exist?
I don't know.
Does it exist?
I think so. Yeah, fast fashion.
What about H&M? Does that still exist?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I guess I got to get to more malls. We're next
And
to
I
one
got to
now.
get
so
more magazines, apparently. So.
Well, we both have homework.
Yeah.
Nelly, what's next?
I can tell you a place that certainly exists, Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Ex-NFL star and two-time Super Bowl champion Terrell Suggs is facing 2 charges currently in Arizona. He is charged with threatening and intimidating and disorderly conduct with a weapon. Now, that's not funny. But how he ended up in this situation, not going to lie, kind of funny. He was in a black Range Rover at a Starbucks drive-thru. And according to the police report, he went through the drive-thru and he accidentally went past the speaker where you're supposed to place your order. When he realized this, he backed up and he accidentally hit the person behind him, allegedly.
Shut up.
And so the two of them got out of the car and discussed who was at fault and what happened. And then they got back in their car. But then when Suggs pulled through the drive-thru, he flipped the bird to this guy, and that guy got mad, so they rolled down their windows and started yelling at each other. Then, when Suggs got his coffee and went to leave, he he pulled out a gun and he held it out the driver's side window. And before he could leave, the other guy wrote down his license plate number and called the cops. Now, according to the report, he did not actually point the gun at the guy, but he still kind of brandished
Waved
it in
it
his
around.
general direction.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah.
I guess he has some venti-sized anger, is what I'm is the takeaway here.
T-sized anger. Wow.
Jeez.
Wow, man. That is that's wild. That's wild.
Headlines today are just popping?
Kim's face right now is so
What
priceless.
is happening?
It's priceless.
This Nellie's NFL notes has been a whirlwind for me.
So many emotions right now. That is very funny in a way. That is the most roundabout way to all of a sudden now have this other thing be discovered. And so, wow, Suggs. Moral of the story.
By the way, Mike Sanford sent that to our show group chat, and he pointed out that Sean Payton could have warned Terrell Suggs this was going to happen.
2 lattes in the morning. 40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
I'm going to let that be the mic drops. Nelly, what's next?
11:30 is usually when I do my NFL draft note, right? But guys, I'm going to be honest.
Yep. Oh, hey.
I have.
All right.
The draft is still 2 weeks away. We've been talking about the draft for so long, and it's still 14 days away. It starts on April 25th. What do you guys want to talk about? What do you want my draft note to be? Do you want me to tell you that J.J. McCarthy has a pre-draft meeting with the Commanders? Do you want me to dust off one of D-Mac's 30 mock drafts and tell you if the Broncos move up, move down, or stay where they are? I have nothing to say. I cannot believe the draft is still 2 weeks away for how much we've been talking about it. But the floor is yours.
I will say I think this is pretty good. We're 90 minutes in, and we haven't even mentioned NFL until Nellie's notes. So I think this is great. I think we're doing well.
Well, let me just break all that then.
Here we go.
Should the Broncos, I'm going to pose this question to you. Should the Broncos trade down, trade up, or stand pat?
I think they should go back in time and keep Russell Wilson. There's no better option. I'm honestly, Nelly, I kind of agree with you. Like, I'm out of words for this situation. I don't think that there's an option that will make any sense or satisfaction to anything that we've been talking about since they benched him. Not even since the end of the regular season, but since they benched him. I think it's all been ridiculous. I don't know what the option is. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting to find out. I got my popcorn ready, and I cannot wait to find out what Sean Payton and George Payton have been doing behind closed doors, because I have zero idea right now.
Well, that quarterback will probably be better than Russell Wilson.
Jarrett Stidham? Whoa.
He did throw for the exact same number of yards as Russell did against the Chargers. He did
Easton Stick. Different Chargers team. Completely different Chargers team.
Okay.
Basically could have been playing the Rams just in SoFi, and you wouldn't even have known the difference. I don't know, Dempsey. What do you think the Broncos should do? I don't really care, I guess, is probably more of the answer I have.
Okay, no, I'll grant you that. I just want them to get a quarterback. That's it.
You don't care who?
I don't care how they do
Well,
it.
they're going to get a quarterback.
Well, I just want them to draft that person.
Oh, in the first round?
Yes, or
At number
early
12.
in the second, whatever. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me whether you move up or move down or stand pat, whatever. Just get the guy that you like.
With that pick, you mean, so you don't want them to go for a receiver or a tight end or
I do
anything?
not.
Okay, so you
I do
want
not.
quarterback with whatever they do with number 12.
Yes. Prioritize that. Get that position taken care of to the best of your ability, and then do whatever else you need to do in the draft. I think, and this is just my opinion, I'm actually very confident in how they have gone about the draft process, vetting the quarterbacks, trying to sort out which one might work best with them. I've actually been pretty impressed. And so because of that, and because, like, look, Sean Payton, he rubbed me the wrong way when he got here, and he was, like throwing all the things around and throwing everybody under the bus and being not talking to the media and kicking everybody out of practice and all the things, right? All the things. But what he also did do was get a football team to win more games than it did the season prior, and he did that after they won one game in their first 6. So I think they do have the right coach, and if he's going to be super confident about the process, which he just always is, like we were talking about being being cocky in terms of the Nuggets, which they are not, but we are for them. But he is openly that about himself and about his ability to evaluate and pick a quarterback. Then let's just see.
Okay. So you think Sean Payton is the right coach for the Broncos?
Oh yeah, I do.
Okay, then you would obviously also agree that we are in rebuild mode starting this season for the next 5
Yeah,
years.
everybody keeps saying that.
Because you know that Sean Payton is going to only take a young quarterback, like you just said.
Right.
If he's high on himself, he wants to develop this quarterback
Yes.
to perhaps be one of the best in the league or what have you.
Mhm.
You're basically accepting that the Broncos are starting from scratch. Because it's
But-
not
but
Jared
they're-
Stidham.
Yeah, I mean they're starting from scratch at the quarterback position. Yeah, for sure. They have to though.
Well, that's pretty much the foundation of this whole team right now.
Yeah, well,
It
well,
has
it's-
to be. So
well,
it's,
yeah,
it's,
it's
then building around this potential franchise quarterback.
exactly right.
Okay. So you think Sean Payton's the right guy for the job, which means we will have a fresh, brand new rookie quarterback. And for the next 5
better.
years, the Broncos
Yes.
will
Right.
maybe get to 500, but probably not.
See, and this is where there's the fork in the road. We're walking down the road together, and then you go,
What's the question?
And then I go, okay, I'm going to go down this road here, and here we are. I think it won't take 5 years for the Broncos to get back to the playoffs.
How long do you think it will take?
2.
Whoa. So
2.
not this year, but next year?
Yeah.
You think they'll be in the playoffs?
Yes.
Who do you think the quarterback will be?
That is, see, the reporters, it's hard for me. So when I started doing radio, the most difficult thing for me, one of the most difficult things for me was just kind of speculating, because in my previous job as a reporter, I would just never do that. I would just try to find out the information. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so these are very difficult questions for me to answer, because I want to know what they are thinking. And I want to even connect me with somebody who's connected to them, who is privy to what they might be thinking. And so short answer, right after the season, and as we're watching, right as we're watching the national championship game go down, I would have just taken JJ McCarthy and just X'd him off the list, because I was not impressed any way, shape, or form. But you know what? I'm coachable. You can give me information and show me things that might change my mind a little bit. And so I think the only quarterback I would not want to see in a Broncos uniform is Drake May. And outside of that, if they feel like any of the others work for them, then okay, I'm on board. I'm not a quarterback evaluator, but they are, and I trust them. And if that's what the direction they want to go, then I am fully on board. So that's, I said that was a short answer. It was a long answer, but that's where I am.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
I think, was that enough, Nelly? After all that, after saying we don't want to talk about the draft, we just spent 7 minutes on it.
I know. You see, that was teamwork. I handed off the ball to both of you, and then you punched it into the end zone. That was fantastic.
And
Thank you. Thanks for getting us there.
Yeah.
We did that. We did that because our on-fits is actually dynamic. Let's take a last break, get back to Nuggets, because that was just a lot of fun yesterday, and we'll end the show there when we come back.
Jokic has it. Oh, spin move on Gobert. Beat him badly. Left-handed hook shot up and in. 99-90. Denver leads it by 9. 4:45 to go.
Chris and Kim back with you. We're live from the Backus and Schenker studios. If you sustain serious injuries in a car accident, you want the best representation. You can afford the very best because there's no fee unless they win your case. Backus and Schenker, their passion is justice. Visit them at coloradolaw.net. Well, the Nuggets took care of business against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
I have trouble saying that one.
Yeah, for some reason. They beat them 116-107, and in the process moved a game up on them in the Western Conference standings. They control their own destiny. I mean, they had to beat Minnesota as a part of controlling their own destiny to get the number 1 seed. But they have done the heavy lifting to this point. They have the Spurs and then the Memphis Grizzlies to close out the regular season, which, Kim, they should just do.
They
right?
should just do.
Yes.
You are very confident. I love it. They'll do this.
I'm so confident.
Okay. You think they're going to play everybody? Will they play Jokic in these last 2 games?
Yeah, they have to because they have to win them. they have to
Oh,
win
so
them.
you're saying they might not win these games without Jokic? You think the Spurs could beat the Nuggets without Jokic? Dang.
Not really, actually.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I don't. But it's easier if Jokic is out there.
True.
Because what
Makes
he
us
is,
all feel better.
Yeah, right. Yes. It's like he's like a blanket, a comfy blanket, a safety blanket, and you just put him out there on the court.
Safety net.
Yeah, and you just know that everything is going to be all right because he's going to do something like 41 points, 11 rebounds, and 7 assists on 16 of 20 shooting from the field. Oh,
against the best defensive player in the league.
Preach.
Yeah, pretty good.
Preach. I don't know what else to say about the Nuggets because they are so good.
Can we? Sorry to interrupt you, Dempsey. Can we talk about Malone for a second?
Yeah, we can.
How? Like, I feel like a lot of people have not been talking about how great of a head coach Malone is.
Okay, I mean, I love this. I love the road that we're walking down.
Smoke it.
Let's walk right down this road. Because he, last night with that victory, tied George Karl for second in all-time victories, coaching victories with the Nuggets, 423. 423 is what it is. I don't need him to even get to Doug Moe just quite yet, which he will do next season. He is already the greatest coach in Nuggets history. It's what he is. Because when you put the victories that he has already amassed in the regular season on the table, now tied for second most, he already has the most playoff victories of any coach in Nuggets history. He has a title. He's got a championship. That's what he has. And I know that for some people that I even work with actively on the TV side, it's a tougher subject for them. It's not that tough for me.
Yeah.
You remember how a few years ago it was so very easy for a great many people just to go, Nikola Jokic, best player in Nuggets history. And as he was still on his rise, and like Alex English is a Hall of Famer, and he's got the points lead and all this kind of stuff. But that was actually a thing then. Alex English even said it himself, and it continues to be done. He just Jokic separating himself from most other players, every other player in Nuggets history. This is where we are with Michael Malone, and when it still kind of blows my mind that after his first couple of seasons, when they did not go to the playoffs, as a matter of fact, they lost to Minnesota in Game 82 a few years ago, and Timberwolves go to the playoffs, Nuggets go home, let's fire the coach. That's what was out there.
Yeah.
And if you would have just stepped back and taken a look at the bigger picture, yeah, I know there was a lot of hurt there from Nuggets teams in the past. But what was actively happening in front of your eyes was the team was improving every single year. The players were improving. They were young. It is not easy to walk into the NBA and start winning games. That ain't easy.
No.
You have to go through game 82 losses. You have to go through hurts in the playoff. The Portland Trailblazers come to your house and beat you in game 7 in your own building in the playoffs. They go to the Western Conference Finals. That's life in the NBA. You're not just walking in and winning things, but you can be improving. And that's where Michael Malone instilled a confidence and a culture that we still see today.
Yep.
When the Nuggets get down in games and then they just come right on back, they're down by 22 points late in the second quarter. And then they come back. As a matter of fact, they still lost this game. But when the Phoenix Suns had them down by 22, as a matter of fact, they come back to take the lead. Phoenix ends up winning. But that fight that they always show comes from the head coach, man.
Yep.
That's where it comes from.
Yep.
And it's mind-blowing to me that he has never finished higher than third in the Coach of the Year.
Me too. And, I think it just goes along the same theme of the whole, Nikola Jokic shouldn't be MVP. It's bad for the league, yada, yada, yada. He just isn't getting the recognition, in my opinion, that he deserves. And, maybe I'm biased towards it just because, we get to speak to him here and we're here in Denver and we know what a great guy he is as well. But it just having a head coach that has your back so much and knows how to make adjustments on the fly the way that he does with the best player that he has on the team and all of the other players that he has on the team, to me is just, it's incredibly difficult to be a head coach of any team, even a high school football team, even a high school softball team. Like, it's so hard. You dedicate everything in your power to this. And so I just feel like we talk a lot about the NFL coaches. We talk a lot about how, coaches of other sports affect teams, but I just don't feel like you hear enough Coach Malone praise that he should be getting.
Yeah, and here's the critics. I would say, I don't know if the critics might be a little bit too strong, but for those who are making excuses as to why he should not, and they just basically say, well, he's got Nikola Jokic, and so you should win games with Nikola Jokic. Like, good teams have good players. I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah.
And we didn't punish. If we just took the coaches with really good teams and superstar players and just said, well, you can't win Coach of the Year, then like Phil Jackson wouldn't have won the Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
Like Popovich wouldn't have won the Coach of the Year. Like, that's so dumb.
And it's probably the same people saying, oh, well, he's got Nikola Jokic. Those same people are probably saying Nikola Jokic shouldn't be MVP. So it's like, you can't have it both ways.
You can't have it both ways because some of the coaches that are on the list, and they are all deserving. I need to just say that right off the top.
It's not a knock to anyone.
But like, let's just say my guy Jamal Mosley, who went to CU, and what the Orlando Magic are doing, just kind of defying the odds and having a great season when nobody thought they were going to have a great season, that will automatically always get you into Coach of the Year talk. And actually, that was the kind of year that the Nuggets were having that got Michael Malone to third in the Coach of the Year voting that year. But it didn't get him over the top. And if that doesn't get you over the top, and you're actively coaching the team, which is going to finish with the best record in the Western Conference, the defending champions, if that doesn't get you over the top, then what will? I mean, that's, and I feel it's upsetting to me for him because he's not a spectator on this train.
No. It's not like he just says, like, pats Nikola Jokic on the tush and says, get out there, buddy, do your thing. You think that's all he's doing?
Right. And his hand in helping Nikola Jokic become the player he is today, he's big hands in that. He's got fingerprints all over that. And so it's just, I think for him, it's just, well, I don't know where we go from here. I mean, if they win the title again next year, if they end up with 55 more victories, is that going to be enough? I don't know. But he certainly, in my opinion, doesn't get not nearly enough praise for what he has done with this basketball team, with this culture, which has been very, very tough. And Kim, has been played in a very specific way until he got here. When we talk about Nuggets basketball and what that looks like, It was for the longest time. It's just like gotta take advantage of the altitude. Run, which is great because you won a bunch of regular season games. Oh, but then you got into the playoffs where everybody gets back in transition defense, and then all of a sudden you fall right apart.
Yeah.
And one of the full superpowers of this basketball team, it's not like that. They don't really breakneck run like that. They can run. They get a lot of fast break points sometimes. But they can beat you in any way, and it just took a coach to be able to come in here with the right X's and O's to be able to get that done, and you set your team up for success. That's how you do it, and he is the guy that has done it. I am off that soapbox now.
Woo, that was a good one though. Glad I brought that up.
It's led us all the way to the end of the program.
It's fantastic.
I'm sorry.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
We will not ever have him.
For having me. Always a blast with you two.
Kim Becker Thursdays are the best. They are the best. Steve Nelson, we love and appreciate you.
I also played basketball till I was 12, you guys, and I was pretty good. Go ask my mom. I was.
Were you?
Well, depends on your definition of good.
Okay.
I was tall. Okay. It helped.
You were the Little League Zach Edey. You were just tall and stood under the hoop.
Yeah, I would not have been in anyone's mock draft, that's for sure. But I was tall and I stood under the hoop. And I had a good shot. Pop a shot.
With that, happy Thursday, everybody. Thank you for joining us. PhD is next.
What? Come on now, let's do it. Let's hear it.
Inbound goes to Jamal Murray. Backcourt pressure being applied by Minnesota. Front court over to Christian. He's got Watson with him. Dunk that thing home! Right on Rudy Gobert! Oh, Rudy! Where you at, bro? Christian Brown just dumped that thing on your melon. Denver leads it by 12. Through the window is Anthony Edwards. Layup no good. Rebound down to Porter. Porter quickly up the floor. Denver's pushing the pace. Alley-oop. Dunk! Christian Brown! Let's go! Christian Brown! Denver leads it by 14! Timeout, Minnesota! I want to say who's your daddy, but I'm not going to go there.
Dan, I'll let you have the joke. It's your joke. I mean, go for it.
If it's Brown, flush it down.
Last night, you could have heard that game on our app. It's on the stream, Altitude Sports Radio app. Smart speakers like Alexa on their website. Due to league rules, it's limited to devices within 75 miles of Denver, means 83% of the state of Colorado gets to listen to the games on the app, just like last night. And Tyler, that was unbelievable.
What is it about a left-handed dunk? What is about that just makes it that much better?
I don't know, but it was.
Isn't it?
It was.
Oh, that one was lefty, right over you, Goober.
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Christian after the game talked about how, he loves dunking with his left hand and everybody knows it. And it's kind of, he goes off his left foot with his left hand too. And I asked him against the Spurs, against Wembanyama, he passed it out to MPJ when he kind of had a lane to the basket. And against Gobert, it's just like, and he goes, I think I made the right play both times.
Yeah, well, I would say you did. Huge night for Christian, huge night for Peyton Watson.
Oh, monster. Monster.
Both teams freaking wanted it. I think Minnesota probably wanted it a little bit more, but you know what? We were debating it yesterday, what it was going to look like from the Nuggets. That looks like a team that wanted to win that basketball game to me.
Scott Hastings on the Nuggets plane as we speak. What's the vibe there on the plane there, Scott?
I had to poop before I left the door, so I'm not quite to the airport yet.
Oh. Okay. All right, well, good.
No dumb question. Doesn't that urge always hit you when it's most inconvenient?
It can. I would trust the urge, though. I would lean into
Go
that
ahead and take care of that.
I trusted the urge. Trust me that. Yeah, I tell you what, it was a fantastic game. And it was one of those ones where that you just kind of hung in, you took punches. It was almost like a heavyweight champ in a sense that you took punches for a few rounds, and then all of a sudden Joker said in the middle of the third, okay, enough's enough. Let me just dominate the defensive player of the year, and then they just went for there. And the play of the second unit, fourth quarter to second quarter, I thought they struggled in that first half. That second half, they were outstanding.
Scott, what can you tell us about what went down with Jamal? We were debating whether he would play the whole game, how far he was going to go. It sounds like there was a conversation on the plane between Malone and Jamal about whether they were going to get it done after the game. Jamal says that, hey, I wasn't missing that game. What do you know about what the game plan was going into it for Jamal?
Well, from his standpoint, I can only surmise knowing him a little bit. One, he's one of the toughest dudes you'll know as far as being able to play through pain. And so you got to appreciate that. I think he understood what this was for and what this game meant. I know he's going through, a leg injury, a knee injury. He's just kind of beat up right now a little bit. And I think they'd probably devised a plan after missing 7 days. Okay, we'll play, but we're not going to play back-to-backs. And if you look at the series, I think he'd already missed. I think he played the first game, which was like a back-to-back game, second or third game of the year in Minnesota, and then I don't think he's played in the other couple. And I think he wanted to play. And there's a narrative out from Minnesota that McDaniels shuts him down and that he can't play against big players, and just all that stuff that kind of attacking his, for lack of a better word, manhood. I think he wasn't having, he was tired of kind of listening to. And so I kind of appreciate it. It's a little bit of a throwback. You didn't used to miss games for, I'm sore, I'm tired. And nowadays you miss, 2 weeks because someone slapped you in the forehead. And I'm kind of that has a guy in there that wants to try to play through pain.
Scott, you guys got a great shot on the altitude broadcast of the camera on you, Katie, and Chris. How often, as a broadcaster, does something happen where you literally get out of your seat because it happened?
Well, I'll be honest with you. If you watch all those, we initially named it the Wingy Cam, but it's really the Marlowe Cam now. If you watched in the past where I've been on it, I usually don't react very often. But when that left-handed dunk on Rudy Gobert by Christian Brown, I stood up. That got me. And then the sequence, then you go down, stop Edwards on the other end, and then Michael Porter throws an unbelievable lob to Christian Brown again. I mean, I'm not sure if there's been a better sequence back-to-back. I know Christian Brown's never had a sequence like that back-to-back ever, but that's as good as we've seen all year long. So, yeah, I think I probably stood up this year maybe 3-4 times, maybe. One was because I thought a fight was going to happen, and if it did, I wanted to be ready. I wanted to be ready because I figured some of them coaches needed protection, and they sit right beside me.
Nice.
So yeah, not very often, but I have to admit that Christian Brown left-handed dunk on Rudy Gobert got me out of my seat.
I was just saying before you got on, it's something about the left-hander. That left-handed dunk just makes it like extra special. I don't know why. Scott, Nikola Jokic just got his 20th 40-point game. 20th 40-point game, and he did it over arguably the best defensive player in the league in Rudy Gobert. Talk to us about what we just saw last night from Nikola.
Well, I was thinking about this in the post game, and I almost asked it, but there was enough questions, and we've talked about it on the show. We talked about it yesterday when we saw what McKinnon did, getting his 50th goal, 51st now, and how fortunate, and I hope people understand what they're seeing in this city with McKinnon and Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
And it almost feels because, Nikola's they're trying to get him his third MVP, that the name's been bigger, a little bit bigger nationally longer than Nathan McKinnon because he's not won those national awards yet, hadn't won the Hart Trophy. That being said, I just feel like, I just think people just look at him and go, okay, 26, 12, and 9, yawn, whatever.
Right.
And they just miss everything. They miss the subtlety of everything. And I'm telling you, you're down whatever it was, 8 points in that third quarter, and Nikola finally just said,
Cliffhanger.
I don't know, man. He just took it over. So I don't, Tyler, long-winded answer. He's the greatest I've ever seen in a Nuggets uniform, and that's no slight to Alex English because he was a beast, or to Dan Issel or any of the other guys. He's the real number 15. You can start that argument. Melo can be all upset and everything, and they just gave that's fine. No disrespect. Melo was great here. But the real number 15 in this city is Nikola Jokic, and there will never be another one like him.
All right, Scotty, we'll let you go as we're getting to break and you're getting on a plane. And, I would be remiss if you want to throw in your 2 cents about O.J. Simpson passing away. Thoughts? Reaction?
I don't know. There's a line in the Bronx Tale, and it's something like the fact there's nothing worse in life than wasted potential. This guy had the world on a string. We because of the murder trial, we forget about how great of a football player was, and he wasn't just good. He was a great football player. He did well in announcing. He was funny in the Naked Gun movies. And for it to end the way it ended in his last, 25 years of life, just a true sad story, a true sad tale, right? And I wonder how he'll ever be remembered. I have a feeling it'll never be because of what he did on the football field.
Well, let me ask you just briefly before we lose you. Were you in the NBA when all that happened, or were you out of the NBA? I'm not quite sure your timeline on that.
Well, I remember watching the Bronco chase, and I was home in my hometown in Independence, Kansas. It was during the NBA Finals, and they interrupted the game, and we got a split screen, and they got the O.J. Simpson running from the lawn.
It was 94.
Nah, the Knicks, yeah.
Yeah, it might have been I think it was the last year I was in the league. Yeah, so I just
finished
what turned out to be my last year.
Because I just know that it was an interesting societal issue, and amongst athletes in particular, it was a compelling time to say the least. So, but that's interesting. You had just retired, so you were out of the NBA kind of technically by the time that happened. You weren't back in the locker room, but I mean,
yeah, that was my last season.
Okay. All right, Scott, enjoy the trip. We'll talk to you tomorrow in San Antone, and say hi to the Alamo for us.
I will do that. See you guys.
Okay. OJ.
Yeah. It's one of those things, like, what do you say, man? I mean, it's literally, I see people on Twitter like, oh, why is everybody talking about the story of what happened? How could you not? How could you not talk about O.J. Simpson on the day that he dies, about the entire life story of O.J. Simpson?
I don't know how
and
you
it would
couldn't.
literally be an impossibility to ignore all the stuff that went down. I see Twitter's going nuts with all the jokes that I'll stay away from on radio, but you know, people make all the jokes they want to make, and you know, it's pretty. What I was asking Dan about it. It says he died surrounded by his kids and his grandkids. It's just kind of like, think about that relationship. Think about that relationship, your kids. I get why it would be a confusing situation for your kids because you'd want to believe Dad, right? You'd want to believe him. But, wow, just, I don't even know what do you say about O.J. Simpson?
You were 10 years old?
I was 9.
9?
It was 94, right?
What are your memories, if anything?
Oh, it was huge. Man,
pause on that. Hold on that, because I want to explore it. Because it crosses the boundaries with society and culture, but everybody has their own experience sort of with it. So, O.J. Simpson passed away, age 76. Also, Nuggets and what the Avs have said. It's a full day, all sorts of different stuff. And the Masters is getting going. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it is DMAC for SOTA Weight Loss. Doing all sorts of things now. I've lost 40 pounds of fat, Gonski, and now I'm into the maintenance part of the program. I feel healthier than ever. Of course, the clothes fit better, feeling better. Bike day today, even though it's sunny, it's a little chilly out, and just feel dynamite. Feel dynamite. Before and after photos have been taken. In fact, there's 8,700 Google reviews with thousands of amazing before and after. Some, a lot, much more impressive than mine. But I'm part of that now. The hardest part was just starting. So if you can just go to sotaweightloss.com and just start. SOTA only employs nutritionists and dietitians who love helping people reach their goals and stay healthy the rest of their life. Amanda is my nutritionist. SOTA is the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction, and you can read why. At-home program available wherever you are, at home, work, on the go. Coaching, support, real help. You will hear from people like Pam. Best weight management program out there. No pills, no shots. That's true. Excellent staff to guide you on your journey to a healthier you. That's my story, and I can't wait to hear yours. Go to sotaweightloss.com. SOTA weightloss.com. Say it with me. Sota Weight Loss, state of the art.
Jokic. Off over to Gordon. Back behind him. Jokic three. Yes! That's Gordon's 9th assist of the basketball game. That is a new season high. 72-70. Minnesota leads it by 2.
What a game. I can't believe what we just saw at Ball Arena on back-to-back nights. Boy, it must suck to be a Minnesota sports fan. The feelings they must have about Denver should...
I saw these articles,
Sorry.
people talking about how Minnesota should be, feeling like they should be feeling great after that game. Like man, they're gonna beat the Nuggets down there in the playoffs. And I'm like, why? Did they want that more than the Nuggets? Probably, arguably. Did they win the game? No, they didn't. Did the Denver Nuggets bench have a huge part of that? Yeah, they did. Like what would Minnesota walk away from that? Be like, hey, yeah, hoorah, we did good.
Tyler, the vibe before the game was so strange. It was like, wait a second. Do the Nuggets actually want to lose this game? I mean, there was like Malone was like, I look at this game different than the fans are looking at this game. And then, talking with Scott, who was on the plane with the team in Utah. And it was like, and then I just started looking at the standings. And would you rather play the Lakers in the first round or the Pelicans? And it just was like, maybe it's not the worst thing. And then Jokic's comments after the Utah game about, it's just a game, that sort of thing. And then AG and Murray. Nobody knew if either one of them was going to play pregame until they went through their warm-ups.
Yeah.
But then Jamal really wanted to play. AG felt good enough to play, although I think something's still bothering him because he wasn't quite the same. And Tyler, the vibe in that, you just can't help yourself. At that point, you know what I'm saying? The game starts, the crowd is...
Of course you want to win.
Crowd is bonkers. And then it's just forget it. You'd have ice in your veins if you didn't want to compete at your hardest and try to win that at that point.
Right.
For everybody.
I mean, if Jamal was going to be out there on that court, I think that would have been near impossibility to try to limit his minutes in that game.
Totally agree.
I mean, come on. What's he going to do? Going to come out of that game when he knows what's on the line, whether they cared about it locally or internally or not?
Well, he did for a little bit. In the first half, it was like, oh, what's going on here? Because he wasn't out with the second unit where he traditionally is out.
Mm-hmm.
But no, there was no holding him back. And he definitely isn't 100%, but like Jokic says, nobody is.
But he's not 100%. But man, you play in that game, so I would assume you play in the Spurs game, and then if you win that game, you see what happens if you need to play against the Grizzlies or not.
Right.
But if you're going to play against the Timberwolves, why wouldn't you go play against the Spurs and lock this thing down?
Tyler, I totally agree. And no matter what, that game against the Spurs is going to be a big time game.
Yeah.
Memphis may be meaning. We'll see with Memphis, but you're right.
I mean, they might not have to play in the Memphis game.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Break it down what needs to happen for that situation.
Well, I mean, if Minnesota and Oklahoma City both lose their next game and the Nuggets win, then that's it. They're the number one seed.
Right.
Now, you still have a little something to play for because if you win the next two, it'll be your best season ever in organization history.
You don't play for that.
Well, I said little, but, you've never had 58 wins.
Yeah, that's something for the fans, though, right? And internally, you're not playing for that record.
Well, arguably, last night was for the fans too.
I don't think so. I know, man. I heard Scott yesterday, and Scott was doing his best, kind of, like, hey, this game might not mean as much as everybody thinks it means.
Well, then Malone hit us pregame with comments that was like, wait a second, what's going on here?
I just know this. I've never played the game, and I've never enjoyed the karma temptation of being okay with losing games. Like, you're that close to being able to lock up the number one seed. I'm so old school, man. I wouldn't even think about what the other options are. I wouldn't even think about whether it's okay if we play this team, if we like that team. I'm just like, yeah, I want the number one seed. Let's go win it.
It was awesome. Here is Christian Braun post game. All right, the dunks.
Yeah.
Now listen, you want to talk about
keep in mind who it's over, right?
Dude. Well, keep in mind the situation. I mean, you've got KCP and AG on the bench. Your two best defensive players are on the bench because P. Watt and CB are playing so well. And that sequence doesn't happen normally because normally Peyton and Christian are out of the game.
Not a long sequence, by the way, but an important sequence.
Oh,
it was probably only 2 or 3 minutes.
It was so awesome. It was incredible. And it does remind me, the best, the most exciting moments in that building are when things build. One thing on top of another.
Yeah, right.
And Remember there was a Bruce Brown sequence where he hit like 3 3-pointers in a row or had it dunk. It was like the Bruce Brown show for like 3 straight possessions, and it builds and builds and builds. Oh my God, every roar is just topping the roar. The left-handed dunk. Then you get the rebound, and it's the alley-oop timeout. Crowd is going bonkers. They come out of the timeout, another missed shot, and Jamal made a sick pass. If you go back and watch it, he grabbed the ball in the air and like a throw in soccer before his feet touched the ground. 2 hands made a perfect pass to Peyton Watson for the just gargantuan dunk. Minnesota calls another timeout, and that just accentuates things even more. It was next level awesomeness. Christian Braun on that.
Is that the best dunk of your career, the switch to the left hand over Rudy?
Yeah, I would definitely say it's probably the best so far. I think the sequence was really fun too. Just getting up and down, and that's when we play our best basketball. And then Kubac gets one right after that. It was really cool. So yeah, it was definitely probably my best sequence in the NBA.
Do you think you jumped higher on your own dunk, the oop, or when Peyton had the dunk? You jumped pretty high on that too.
Yeah, I told P that when he got his dunk, I jumped up behind him. Probably my dunk, I would say.
What did we witness? What did we witness with CB and Peyton Watson last night?
Well, hopefully a calming of the fears about what the bench is going to be in the playoffs. I'm hoping that that's what that means, and that you string this together and you catapult yourselves here into some momentum of what's going to happen off the bench moving into the playoffs. It is funny though, I feel like most of us, except for Scott, who's still not necessarily bought in that Nicole is 100% going to win it. I feel like the majority of us are just like, it's written in stone. Nikola Jokic is winning the MVP. Well, in a matter of about 4 days here, gosh, it was just 3 days. When was Nate's hat trick? Was that just 2 days ago?
2 days ago.
2
yeah.
days ago. Okay,
Yeah,
so
Wednesday night.
in a matter of about 48 hours, you had Nate McKinnon go out there and get the hat trick, and in my opinion, solidified the MVP for him there in the NHL. And then you got Nikola Jokic come out against the best defensive player in the NBA. That's what Rudy Gobert is supposed to be, right?
Michael Malone called him a Hall of Famer.
Supposed to be the best defensive player in the NBA, and drops a 40 spot on him. A 40 spot. And in such Nikola Jokic form, it's like you don't even know what to talk about. It's just like, hey, Nikola got another 40 spot. That's the 20th time of his career. So in 48 hours, you had 2 guys both in the hunt for an MVP. How do you have performances like that at the end of the season with only 2 games to go for both of those teams? You got epic performances by each one of those guys, and that's not going to solidify it. Jokic, in my opinion, was solidified, but come on, just a phenomenal 48 hours.
Matt Moore was asking Jokic about the MVP stuff. Hold on a second. Hold on. Here we go.
I don't think we here in Denver have asked you a single MVP question this season.
Good. Yes, good job.
And I'm going to break it. Aaron.
So Matt goes, us in Denver have not asked him about it.
Good
and that's
job.
true.
Yes, good job. Appreciate it.
And then Matt goes, but I'm going to break that. And Jokic throws down an F-bomb. And then he does talk about it.
To be honest, I think they don't even care anymore because I think it's the whole MVP conversation. It's kind of getting out of their control. So I think I'm playing good basketball. The team is playing good basketball. If I win it, great. If I don't win it, congrats to the other guy. I think there is a lot of players playing really good basketball in the league, and I think a couple guys deserve to have that award.
Okay. He's going to win it, and it's going to be by a landslide. And this garbage that's been going on. I mean, you got like Kevin Hart and Cedric the Entertainer.
Keeping the ball in SGA's hands, allowing him to facilitate and do what he needs to do, get active, but also embed, or I guess you can say just incorporate the other players when needed, when necessary, into like the flow of the game. But he can take over a game at will.
But you also got to think about the Joker. The Joker.
They cannot give Joker any more MVPs.
No.
The NBA cannot give Joker any more MVPs. It's not good for the NBA. Joker cannot win another.
What does that mean? It's not good for the NBA. First off, we probably shouldn't give any credence at all to a couple comedians sitting there talking about the NBA.
The only beef I have with that is they weren't talking as if they were comedians. They were trying to be serious about it. But
part of me was wondering if they were trying to be comedians. But you're right, they didn't imply anything.
No, they take basketball seriously. They were. I don't even know if I want to get into the root reasons why they would say that. Like they can't. All right, I'm gonna pass on it because this is the type of crap Jokic is talking about, and it gets you into weird, down alley conversations that are dumb. He's gonna win it, rightfully so.
It's not gonna even be close.
They're this close to winning the Western Conference, the best regular season. He's coming off an NBA Finals MVP. He's setting records again, over and over again. If you want to look at more dialed-in analytics, he is so head and shoulders on more detailed analytics about what it means in terms of value. It's ridiculous. And that's not to put SGA down. SGA is incredible. Anthony Edwards is incredible.
It's not to put him down, but it's totally fair to compare and contrast. like that doesn't mean you're putting a dude down to say, no, you're not living up to what Nikola Jokic is doing.
Then why is it the other way when it comes to Jokic? Why is it always about putting him down?
I don't know, man. I don't even know what it means. I mean, look, there's kind of the lazy narrative of the MVP conversation that I think is stuff you don't want to go into, and that's fine. Neither do I. But then, like, if you try to think about it from anything else other than that dumb narrative, why is it bad for the NBA?
It's not.
What world could it be bad? I've said this over and over. When you've got Tom Brady, when you got Patrick Mahomes, you do everything in your power to make Tom Brady the greatest player that's ever played the game because he's currently playing. Patrick Mahomes, you're going to do everything in your power to make Patrick Mahomes known as maybe the dude that's going to surpass Tom Brady because he's currently playing. There's nothing greater for any professional league than a dude that is currently playing right now today that could go down as one of, if not the greatest players.
There's nothing wrong with it. He's an incredible. He's the best player on earth. He's a tremendous teammate. He is unbelievably competitive. Like this whole Jokic doesn't like basketball thing. Yeah, that's such baloney. And he embraces the physical nature of any game put in front of him.
Just look at the dude.
Yeah, he doesn't. Jokic is strong, really strong, and he is not afraid of any of that contact, and he doesn't wilt. They try. They're trying, and it's failing miserably. There's no answer to it. He is up for whatever physical challenge you want to put in front of him over and over and over again. I'll say this. Of all the great things from last night, and there's so many, Anthony Edwards being held scoreless in the fourth quarter
pretty
is
amazing.
Mind-blowing.
Yep.
And think about who was on the court. KCP wasn't really out there. Neither was AG. You're doing that with Jamal, Michael Porter Jr., Yoke, CB, and P-Watt.
So what does the rotation look like when you get in the playoffs?
That's a good one.
Can you get away with 8 guys? Can you get away with 7 guys? What does it look like?
I think you're going to use Reggie Jackson initially.
If there's one thing coming out of that game that does not feel good, it's Reggie Jackson.
I know. But don't forget, Jamal's going to play 42 minutes a game in the playoffs.
Right.
So you're just talking about 6 to 7 minutes or so without Jamal in there. So I do think they will use Reggie initially. But I don't think they're going to hesitate to use CB as the backup point guard if need be. And I think CB and P-Watt will be absolutely used extensively off the bench.
So you're looking at 8 guys out the gates, simply because you got a long ways to go and you got to get Jamal a little bit of a breather here and there. And as the series progresses, as you get deeper into the playoffs, it looks like it's pretty much just Christian and Peyton.
Yeah, I don't see many scenarios where Zeke's in the game or DJ because I think they'll just have AG play the 5.
DJ seems to fall into unique circumstances that they put him out there. But
it had to be a certain lineup.
But it's never like a permanent plan.
Right.
But he finds his way out there.
Yeah, it's the last 30 seconds of the first quarter. You don't want Jokic to pick up a stupid foul. He's going to be sitting on the bench anyways. You need a little size to rebound. I mean, something, little tiny situational types of things. Zeke, I don't see getting off the bench at all. And Holiday will probably be in the mix depending on the lineup. But essentially what you're going to go with is probably Reggie, Reggie's
we better
going to be
hope
there.
that Jamal's healthy, man. We really better.
Well,
and,
yeah,
and,
of
and,
course,
and,
of
and,
course.
well, look, we already know this isn't even. That's no conversation to even be had. If you don't have Jamal, you probably don't win a championship. Not probably. You don't. You don't win a championship if you don't have Jamal out there. But I'm just in terms of like, can he actually handle the load of it? Look, he does need to get back in playing shape. So whether they intended to play him that much last night or not, it's probably a good thing that he did, assuming that his health can deal with it, because he doesn't need to get back in full playing shape because he's going to be playing all the minutes.
Dude, the competitive nature of these guys, what they're playing for, they're not burned out. They're not. They're fired.
Right
they're
now,
fired up.
nobody's burned out. You're just
No.
getting excited.
Yeah, man, it's awesome. Totally awesome. We'll dig deeper into the game. We'll hear more from Jokic and Malone and more of your reaction on such a remarkable day. We're live from the Backus and Shanker studios. If you've sustained serious injuries in a car accident and you want the best representation, you can afford the very best because there's no fee unless they win your case. Backus and Shanker. Their passion is justice. Visit them at coloradolaw.net. Speaking of justice, O.J. Simpson passes away. The legacy and what you remember, how that has created one of the more fascinating societal friction causes in life and sports in American history. Next.
All right, check it out, guys. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone if that's what you need, but you got to know there's so much more to your overall health and wellness than just getting shot up with testosterone, and that's where my friends over at Revitalize Health come into play. Guys, they can help you out with hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, peptide therapy, and yes, testosterone therapy. Guys, go into Revitalize Health at one of their 3 locations and let them change your life. You're going to look better. You're going to feel better. You're going to sleep better. They've got 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Man, it's OJ passed away today at age 76.
So many jokes out there.
Yeah, a lot of jokes out there. With OJ, I just can't get over the fact, in my opinion, he's a double murder.
Well, I guess God's going to find them and let him know who killed her.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's different depending on who you are. I was talking to Dan before, and Dan, maybe you can chime in here. Dan, you were 3 years old when the whole OJ thing happened. Is that right?
Yeah,
3? And Tyler, you were 9?
9 years old.
But I was in my 20s. So
I don't like in my memory though. I don't feel like I was 9 years old because I struggle with my memories. I really do. Like it's not great. And like going back to young age, there are so many things that people remember from they're like 7, 8 years old. I'm like I can't remember anything when I was 7 or 8. At 9 years old, I remember that one. Oh yeah. I mean there's certain events over your life, the World Trade, all that stuff that stands out big time. Columbine. And most times it's really bad things.
Sure.
But this one was a really unique one because it was a really bad thing that was playing out in Hollywood. It was a really bad thing that was playing out on my television, right? And it was exciting almost. It was like you got the chase going on, and you got the Bronco, and he's waving out the car, and it's just like it almost felt like a.
So you
movie
remember
script.
that from 9?
I do.
You do.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
where were you watching all of it?
I don't know. I mean, maybe it all gets merged together just over things you've seen over the years.
Yeah.
But I definitely remember like at that age sitting down with my friends and we were all talking about OJ and sitting there. But what time of the year was it? It was in
June. It was during the NBA
because
Finals.
I was going to say I thought it was my baseball team. I thought I was with my baseball
Well,
team.
that makes sense.
Like right after a baseball game, and we were all sitting there. We went to Pizza Hut, I think. We went to Pizza Hut, and we were watching that on Pizza Hut.
Okay.
At Pizza Hut.
All right. Dan, what's your context? I mean, you certainly don't remember it 3, so you must have become aware of it later.
I remember watching a home movie that my parents filmed with a party and their friends, and they were all sitting in a circle going around. I think it was a New Year's party.
Yeah.
And they were all talking about whether or not they thought OJ was guilty or not.
Yeah.
That's really the only like vivid memory I have growing up.
For me, I was in Buffalo, and OJ was a hero in Buffalo. You would see Bill's stuff is all over the place, Tyler, when you go anywhere in Buffalo, okay? There's just signed Bill stuff, There's OJ stuff all over the place. It's very common to, back in that days, see memorabilia and there's OJ Simpson stuff, which was odd. I got married that year. We went out to L.A. My wife was on The Price is Right. She won 2 snowmobiles, a vacuum cleaner, and a couch. She did. And while we were there, we went to Mezzaluna Restaurant and stole a knife. That was our form of humor back in the day. And we went to the court to see like some of the cast of characters like walking in and out of court for our couple days that we were in Los Angeles before we went to Hawaii on our honeymoon. So it is like one of the biggest imprints of my life in terms of being on the air, the OJ chase, being in Buffalo, AC Cowlings. There are people that I worked with in Buffalo like knew AC personally.
Yeah. I mean, watching the trials on TV, obviously,
right.
Everybody remembers the famous "the glove doesn't fit, you got to quit," right? I mean, all those things. It was a Hollywood experience about a murder. John Benet Ramsey is the only other one that I think I can compare to that was like a murder situation that was like unfolding in real time on TV.
Tyler, it was so wild. I was working on a morning show. I'd get done with the morning show and race home to watch the court coverage every day. And then when they would break for lunch, there was this other wild murder case where a dude was defending himself. And they had somebody on the witness stand. Do you see the murderer? Yes, it's you. Like that was the halftime entertainment of the OJ case.
Right.
And that was the dawn of like court TV when all these things were coming. DNA evidence was all of a sudden for the first time presented so all of us could understand DNA stuff. And then you had the comedy aspect of it, the societal parts, like the dancing Edos. Yeah. With Jay Leno making fun of it. And to the degree there were so many jokes and so much fun being made of it, it was pretty easy to forget that 2 people were dead.
Oh, yeah.
There's a much more serious tone to all. Kato Kaelin. Kato Kaelin was doing radio appearances. We booked him at our radio station for $15,000. Kato Kaelin came out and did an appearance with us. I mean, it was wild, Tyler. And then the verdict itself. And by the time the verdict came around, this country was divided. I mean, then you get into more of the society aspects of things rather than just the case itself.
Yeah.
Because everything was on public display. The civil trial was not on public display. It was not televised, and that's where he was found liable in the civil case, found guilty essentially in the civil case, not the criminal case.
So someone says on Twitch, it's a good point. The trial was basically the first reality TV program we ever had.
Yes.
Like it really was.
It really was.
Watching like somebody's life unfold in front of you on TV. And like the dude's life is just, it's unbelievable. People forget he literally wrote a book called Confessions of a Killer, If I Did It. If I Did It. And then he breaks down in the book how if he did it, he would have killed her. Like it's written by O.J. Simpson. Now, did he write it? Probably not, but somebody paid to use his name to write the book.
You might forget that he did go to jail for quite a while.
Not for that.
Not for that. It was in
Vegas.
He
probably did. Did he go to jail for that for a while?
Not for that.
Like during the trial?
I mean, he was in jail during the trial. Yes, of course. But he went to jail, convicted to go to jail because
stealing his stuff.
That's right. You can't do it. You can't bust into somebody's room, and it doesn't matter if it's your stuff in the first place. You just can't walk in with guns and take something like that. You cannot do it. And I do think during that case, the judge definitely had something in the back of her mind about, okay, OJ, you are going to go to jail for a minute.
Right.
But he did get out, and he's been a free guy, and he's been on social media, and it's he's a pariah, you would think.
I always wondered, like he certainly on Twitter, it looked like he was living a pretty nice life.
Pretty nice
like
life,
he was golfing every single day. He
Yep.
lived in a country club. And I'm like, where was the money coming from? Like where was he making money at the end of his life?
I know where. NFL pension.
Not that kind of money.
Enough.
Because when he played, they didn't get that. Their pension wasn't going to be like that.
They couldn't touch his NFL money in the civil. It was his pension was that they couldn't.
Wait, hold on. They can't touch that in a murder trial, but they can in a divorce?
I don't know, but that's how he got his money. That's where he was. I mean, he moved, he sold assets. You know, he had to do other things. He had to downsize his life. But I know his pension could not be. The Goldmans came after everything they could possibly get, and they got a lot. But he was able just to, and I think he had a lot of people doing him favors too that would just allow him to go play golf. He had plenty of friends and seemed to have a fine life.
Well, he got $600,000 for that book from the publisher, but that money that immediately went back to the family.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a crazy story, and he passes away today at age 76. I didn't even know he was sick, but I went through his Twitter a little bit.
Remind me of the Kardashian tie-in.
Because
I know
Robert
it's the lawyer.
Kardashian was not Robert Kardashian. Oh gosh, what was his name? Oh, it was Robert.
Was it the lawyer? Or?
It was, it was his dad. Kim Kardashian's dad was his best friend, who's also a lawyer. He passed away of cancer. Help me out there, Dan. What Kardashian? And then there's Robert Shapiro, who is another lawyer of his.
Okay.
The Kardashians' first name.
I just remember there being a tie-in there.
Yeah, well, big tie-in. He was one of OJ's best friends, and was Kim Kardashian's dad, birth dad. And he passed away of cancer as well. Johnny Cochran passed away. A lot of these characters in this, have left us. So, but he was an interesting guy because he stood up for OJ, but you could tell as the trial went on, he realized OJ was guilty. And he was the guy representing the most. Well, you got his name there, Dan?
It's Robert Kardashian.
It is Robert Kardashian.
Yeah.
So Shapiro, maybe I'm forgetting Shapiro's name. But I mean, it was Robert Kardashian. And then, of course, you had the Mark Furman side of things. And it was Tyler. To me, it was must-watch TV every single day.
Yep.
I didn't get sick of it. I was just enthralled by it.
You will never see a white Bronco of that era and not think of O.J. Simpson.
No. And when you think of O.J. Simpson, you don't think of the football aspects of things. I don't.
I saw the Hall of Fame put out something on OJ, and all they talked about was on the field stuff, and it's just like, why? Like, I don't know. Like, do you have to? Do you have to?
I mean, I wouldn't, but whatever. It's remarkable. That's there you go. That's enough. But unless you got something else to say about good old OJ.
Nah, I'm good.
Okay. OJ, 76. What a time in America. We'll never see anything like that again. We will never see anything like that again. I know there's other crazy cases like the Aaron Hernandez case, but you will never see somebody of
You don't
that.
think you'll ever see a celebrity on the run again?
Not like that, no. Nope, never. Never.
Why?
There's just too many things that collided there with celebrity, race, murder, a TV viewing of a trial. So we'll just never see it. We'll never see it. And it was fascinating in sports too, because it definitely had an impact in locker rooms at the time. It was a tricky time in locker rooms, no doubt about it. I had friends on the Bills and later with the Broncos, and for years and years and years, people debated and talked about it. It was probably by the time you got in the NFL, it was probably way gone. It probably wasn't really a factor. But that's not what it was initially. Go talk to some of the guys that were in locker rooms back in the day. It was something else.
Mm-hmm.
All right, there you go. OJ, dead. Let's go to Mock You next. Yeah, we'll dig into the amazing game last night with the Nuggets, what the Avs are looking at. Mock U, where we take a peek at just what's happening in the NFL.
Mock you.
No, mock you.
Oh, mock you.
Mock you.
Yeah, I'm in a good mood today. Let's do a bunch of mock U's.
Mock you too.
Just a heat check. I'm Bo Nix at 12 or higher.
You're Bo Nix?
Yep.
You're Bo Nix?
It's my
You're about
pick.
to be a really rich man.
That's my pick. I'm Bo Nix.
You're not anything. You're just like the default guy that makes sense that they could pick. You're not anybody. Don't put your name on anybody.
I'm Bo Nix.
You're just anybody.
I'm Bo Nix.
And then in 8 years you're going to be Michael Penix when Michael Penix is the one that works out.
We'll see what happens. But today, what's today? The 11th. I'm Bo Nix.
Don't think I forgot the Josh Rosen tweet. Don't think I forgot that.
So silly.
Don't think I forgot it. As you sit here claiming Josh Allen, I didn't forget the Josh Rosen tweet.
Who are you?
Who am I?
Yeah, today. Who are you?
Tyler.
Oh, come on. You know what I mean. For the draft. Who are you?
I would love to see them take Michael Penix, but I accept the fact that it's probably going to be Bo Nix.
All right, so you're Michael Penix.
Well, I'm Tyler.
I'm Bo Nix.
You want to make your kids mad? Anybody out there you want to make your kids mad? Guaranteed way to make them mad. When they say I'm bored, say nice to meet you. I'm Tyler. I'm so and so.
That is like the daddiest dad comment you could possibly make.
They will literally yell at you.
How do you make a tissue dance? Put a little boogie in it. You just keep going up with the kids.
Yeah, buddy.
In today's edition of Mock U, we look at what is this? Sports Illustrated. Who knew they even existed? But they're ranking the best and worst teams at picking players. Okay, just out of curiosity, they got a bunch of categories, point system, each team, each first team All-Pro seasons, each second team All-Pro seasons, and it just kind of goes from there, okay? Whatever criteria they want. This is about picking the draft in the past 5 years. Who do you think's number one?
See the full context again. You said that fast. I'm sorry.
There's just a bunch of criteria that they're using. You want all the categories that they're using to pick the best
Give me the question
draft?
again. I'm sorry.
Who do you think Sports Illustrated is ranking as the best team in drafting over the past 5 years?
5 years.
Correct.
Kansas City Chiefs.
You are correct. You are correct. And that's how they've done it.
You know what? But it really is so much more than Patrick Mahomes. Obviously,
Yep.
the Mahomes pick alone is going to put them in that conversation, just like Josh Allen should be in that conversation with the Bills. But the Kansas City Chiefs have done a tremendous job. And if there's ever been a team that you should look back on that has done good in the draft when they haven't had a ton of picks, look at what the Chiefs did last year, the year before that, when they don't have a ton of picks, and they came out with 4 or 5 picks out of the draft, maybe 6, and they walked away with 4 starters of those 6 guys the very next year.
By logic, then, who do you think's number 2? Just use
Well, I mean,
common
see,
logic.
are we using the value of the quarterback?
No. Just
okay.
draft picks the past 5 years. I'll give you the specific point system. First team All-Pro. Second team All-Pro. Seasons as a primary starter. Regular season win. Wild card win or bye week. Divisional round win. Conference title. Super Bowl victory. These are what they're saying. This is what you've done in a draft.
Man, I don't know. This really tests my memory bank to go back and think on all the specific draft classes of these teams. Help me out. I guess I'm really not sure.
Well, they just used, they just used those criteria and they filled in the blanks.
I would put the Bills in that category for
All
sure.
right, the Bills are not number 2, but logic would tell you if you're using the Super Bowl, the Niners are
Right.
second. Third is
Niners make a lot of sense, but that's an interesting one because man, did they ever fail in the draft? Did they ever fail in the draft?
They failed in developing Trey Lance, but they hit a home run when it comes to Brock Purdy.
Sure,
So
that was
they got
a very lucky pick. And
Okay.
Look, most teams, most head coaches, most GMs, they get fired after the Trey Lance situation doesn't work out. But Kyle Shanahan, which has happened to be such a damn good coach, that he was able to make it work with Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy.
And this is why. Listen, it was so dysfunctional in Washington. I can't advocate you go through that formula. But because there was dysfunction with Dan Snyder and Mike Shanahan, you did draft Kirk Cousins the same year you got RG3.
Yep.
Now, the Niners.
It was his middle finger to the owner. But
I know.
yes.
And that's a bad system. However, the Niners did draft Brock Purdy in the same year that they did everything for Trey Lance. And I would suggest the Broncos
Is it the same year?
It was the same year.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I would say the Broncos should do the same thing. Draft that quarterback at 12, 6th, 7th round. And listen, man, that guy is disposable. It is. It's not a big deal if it doesn't work out.
Oh, I think you could be in the market almost every single year, if not every year, probably every other year for a 6th, 7th round quarterback.
So
you're
what?
constantly looking for a developmental quarterback that you're going to stash on the practice squad, and maybe you hit a home run. You probably don't. Most 6th or 7th rounders don't make the team anyways, so if they're not going to make the team, you might as well gamble on a QB.
I'll be impressed if you guys can name the 6th round pick for the Broncos last year.
I can't.
Dan?
Can you give me a position?
Safety.
I can't.
Don't look it up.
I
Can you
can't.
name him off the top of your head?
A safety?
Yep.
Did he play?
Barely. Made the team, barely played.
I don't know.
Dan, got a shot at that one, or are you cheating?
I don't know. I'm not going to cheat. I can't think of it.
Big guy, like Atwater big. Skinner. JL Skinner.
Yeah.
But listen, I'm not trying to show off here, but I know this only because of how preposterous it is sometimes when it comes to the draft, like how little guys actually get used. I think Alex Forsythe was a 7th round pick, something like that, and he may be like your starting center next year.
Generally speaking, you don't draft guys in the 6th or 7th round to actually contribute to their position.
Correct.
You draft them to contribute, but on special teams. So the hope is that you get a guy that is fast and can tackle well and just has natural instincts on special teams.
And now special teams has been somewhat mitigated by the new kickoff rules. It's just a little bit different. So you may not have the same need as you might have before. So to me, it's like you've got nothing to lose with taking some quarterback deeper in the rounds, even if he's just, here for a year and gone or two or whatever. Anyways, in terms of the draft, where the heck would the Broncos land? And I don't even know. I'm just scrolling down here. We got.
It's gonna be far. It's gonna be real far.
Well, let's see if they're. Dan, maybe you should just help me out because how far do I have to scroll down here to run into the go way down? Do I have to go all the way down?
Way down.
Am I going deeper than 27?
Keep scrolling.
You're 28th Broncos. Wow.
That's not good.
Last year's ranking they were 26th. This year they're 28th. Starting seasons, 13. First team All-Pro, 1. That's got to be Surtain. Second team All-Pro. I don't even know who that would be. Well, this is drafted in the past 5 years. Was Bowles drafted in the past 5 years? He was 2020. Okay, he'd fit. Yep, there you go. Regular season wins, 32. Wild card wins, nothing. Division titles, nothing. Conference titles, nothing. Super Bowl wins, nothing.
So we don't need to go through all these names here, but I'm going to give you the names, and I just want I want you to tell me what was the best draft class the Broncos had in the last 5 years. So last year was Marvin Mims, Drew Sanders, Riley Moss, JL Skinner, Alex Forsythe. Actually, you know what? A couple of those guys are supposed to contribute, but it's nothing.
By the way, real quick, Bowles was 2017, my bad. I think of 2020 of the COVID year because that was like Bowles' best year. But that's my bad.
Do you know who the first round pick in 2020 was?
Was that Chubb?
Nope.
No, what year was that?
He was 2018.
Just got traded.
Judy.
Yep.
Okay.
Jeez, wow, time flies, brother, when you're losing.
So you haven't had a first-round draft pick the last 2 years.
Correct.
Okay.
Haven't had a second-round draft pick in the last 2 years.
2022's class.
Well, Mims. No, they moved up for Mims. Sorry.
Oh, my gosh. 2022's class is a disaster. Disaster. Nick Benito, Greg Dulcich, Damari Mathis, Uwazurki, who got suspended for gambling. Delarian Turner-Yell, Montrell Washington, Luke Wattenberg, Matt Henningsen, Faion Hicks. You got nothing out of that class.
Well, a couple of them are still on
Mathis
the team.
and Nick Benito. Those two.
Yeah.
Those are the only two contributors that you got out of that class.
Yeah.
I would say 2021 was a good class. That was a really rock solid class.
Who's that?
Pat Surtain, Javon. Don't roll your eyes at that.
I'm rolling
Don't
my
roll
eyes.
your eyes at that.
Go ahead. Keep going.
You're going to get me distracted, and you're going to tell me Justin Fields would have been better, and I'm going to get mad at you, and then I'm going to lose train of my thought, and then it's just going to be like, stop, just.
Well, we've enjoyed, Russell Wilson.
Pat Surtain, Javonte Williams, Quinn Miners, Baron Browning, Caden Stearns, and then you had 3 or 4 others, including Jonathan Cooper. But you actually got
That's
6.
pretty good.
You got 6.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Major contributors out of that draft class.
That's good.
That's a rock solid class.
Plus, you got with Cooper,
And
you got
a superstar in Pat Surtain, and you got what you thought was going to be a superstar in Javonte Williams. Injuries derailed it.
Yeah, and I love the Jonathan Cooper pick there, too, because he had heart issues out of Ohio State.
And that was a 7th rounder.
Correct. So you got a 7th rounder who's actually a pretty good contributor, who had health. You rolled the dice about health issues, and it worked out. That's good.
Okay, so 2021's winning in a landslide right now, and Pat Surtain is a home run pick. Don't listen to D-Mac. Okay, 2020.
You're not giving me time to debate it,
because I don't want to hear you debate it. We already know we already know where you stand. I mean, do we need to hear you debate it? Go ahead.
No, we don't have to. It's just
go ahead. If
you don't have a quarterback, bro, you got to make it a priority. I'll just leave it there.
But you still wouldn't have a quarterback if you took those dudes.
But that's assumed incompetence syndrome to assume things are going to be one way the same way they were somewhere else.
I do assume that we would not have made Justin Fields or Mac Jones work. That's fair to say.
And I deny that premise because I think if you got Fields, you'd be more committed to a football quarterback-centric concept, period. It would have been a different mind thing. Likely you would have fired Fangio too, thank God, and you would have moved on to a more quarterback-friendly coach. But you didn't because, George Payton doesn't know what he's doing as a GM. He's a good assistant GM. Here's what they wrote in Sports Illustrated about this. Denver has arguably the worst draft record of any team over the past 5 years. Some of this is the result of poor work by the front office on draft weekend, and some of it is trading a boatload of picks for Russell Wilson, which only happened because you didn't get a quarterback in 2021 like you should have. Regardless, the Broncos are in a terrible position and now need to completely rebuild. Fair or not fair, that quarterback.
As I'm sitting here looking at it, when I look at any year's draft, if you walk away with 2 long-term guys, 2 to 3 long-term guys on your team, I think it's a respectable draft. Now, of course, it's relative to what your needs are, and if quarterback is one, that's always going to be compounded in value. But I think 2021 was actually a fantastic draft class. I think 2020 was interesting. You had Jerry Jeudy, you had KJ Hamler, Lloyd Cushenberry, Justin Strnad. You got 2 guys out of that class that were long-term contributors.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 2019 is even an interesting class. So you got Noah Fant, who I guess didn't work out here, but he just got paid by the Seahawks. You got Dalton Reisner, who still bouncing around without a deal right now, but just continues to be a starter in the NFL when he plays.
Mm-hmm.
Drew Lock, Draymond Jones. You got 2 or 3 really good players out of that class as well.
All right.
So actually, to hear 28, that seems unfairly low to me.
But you realize in 2022 and 2023, you didn't have a first or second round pick because of Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
You had Russell Wilson because in 2021, you didn't make a play at quarterback. So even if Fields was a disaster, even if he fell apart and was terrible, you would still have had first-round picks in 22 and 23.
Okay, well, hindsight 2020, yes, you would have been better off taking Justin Fields than Russell Wilson. But that is major hindsight that we're using there because there's nobody in their right mind that is going to tell you that at the time they would have rather had Justin Fields over Russell Wilson.
But certainly Patrick Surtain isn't as valuable as first and second round picks in 22 and 23.
Well, Pat Surtain is more valuable than Justin Fields today. We know that.
I get it, but you got to think of the totality of the situation because even if Fields doesn't work out, you'd still have those picks.
No, I understand.
And Surtain isn't as good as all of those picks combined.
I'm actually admitting the franchise would be in better shape today had they selected Justin Fields because then you don't go out and you get Russell Wilson.
That's right.
But that is major hindsight because at the time, everybody would have rather had Russell Wilson. Everybody.
That is correct, too. You're right about that too.
I'm not going to hold it against them. Like that's just like that's a like people get fired. Like I'm not saying George Payton isn't responsible. He is because it's his job. But I understand why he made the decision that he made.
I get it too. But even at the time, we said, even as excited as we were when we found out the details, we all said high risk, high reward. High risk, high reward. Well, part of high reward is also the high risk, and the high risk could go poorly, and it did.
You know what? That goes with Josh Allen. That goes with Patrick Mahomes. That goes with all these guys as well. It's high risk, high reward.
Well, nobody gave up what the Broncos gave up. They didn't. The Bills didn't give up what
the 49ers gave up more for Trey Lance.
Did they?
I think so. I think
Are
it
you
was,
sure?
Well, let's look it
Two
up.
first, two. All right, let's take a break. You can look it up. I don't know though, man. I don't know if they did. I don't think they 2 first, 2 seconds. A former first rounder and fan, a quarterback and lock, Shelby Harris. I don't know.
It was
man.
comparable.
Well, let's find out the details coming up next.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Where'd you find that?
I don't know the date of this is the only thing with it.
Okay.
But it was just tweeted today by one of the aggregating accounts. And it's Tom Brady saying he would not be opposed to coming back for the right team.
Oh, you have to find a date on it for sure. But he is talking about ownership with the.
Well, that's what makes me think that it's actually relatively current. Is he's talking about if? You got the sound?
You got it, Dan? So what is it from, Dan? Do you know? Like what?
It's the Deep
I just saw
Cut
it on
podcast.
Twitter. Yeah, it's some podcast with a guy that's got tattoos on his neck.
Good description.
What is?
Also, I mean, if you're going to go that far, he's got tattoos on his face also.
Okay, well, there you go. All right, well, here is Tommy on if he'd come back.
One day there's a situation, right? Maybe it's the 49ers, maybe, heading to the playoffs. Offense is great.
Patriots,
somebody,
Raiders,
look,
could be, you never know.
God forbid somebody goes down. Would you pick up that phone?
I'm not opposed to it. If they would, I don't know if they're going to let me if I become an owner in an NFL team, but I don't know if, I don't know. I'm always going to be in good shape, always be able to throw the ball. So to come in for a little bit, like MJ coming back, I don't know if they let me, but I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Dude, you know what my initial thought was there?
He is in good shape.
He went out of his way to mention the Patriots. You want to talk about the ultimate middle finger move to Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
You got to see this documentary, The Dynasty.
You know what?
You got to see it.
There's a part of me that actually thinks he would do it. There's a part of me that thinks he would love to go back with Jerod Mayo right now and go play for the Patriots.
They hated this documentary. They hated Belichick. He hated Belichick. Not all the players hated him.
Almost all.
Well, in the documentary, it showed the dividing lines, and it was offense, defense, and Belichick's a defense guy. So there's guys like McCourty who really like Belichick and other dudes like that. But and Robert Kraft just thought defense could win multiple Super Bowls, and so that's why he sided with Belichick, not Brady. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. He made a mistake, and I bet he regrets it to this day. He should have just moved on from Belichick at that point, which would have been weird because they just won a Super Bowl, but that's more or less where it happened.
You said they didn't all hate Belichick, and it is true. I mean, I do think the majority did. I will never forget, it was like a draw job moment for me when I was playing in Washington. We were playing against the Patriots, against my good old buddy Nate Solder, my teammate at CU.
Sure.
And after the game, we do what you do. You find your buddies, you go talk to them, right?
Yeah.
And I'm talking to him on the field, and I go, man, I feel bad for you, dude. I've been through that experience. And he goes, what are you talking about? I said, I played for Josh. I know how miserable that experience can be. I'm sure you'd love to play somewhere else. He goes, no, I love playing here.
Yeah.
And I was just like, what? I couldn't comprehend what the words were that came out of his mouth. You love playing for him? How could that possibly be?
I just think it's something that worked there at that time that would not work anywhere else. It's crazy, right?
I badly want Tom Brady to go back now.
That'd be great.
Oh my gosh.
The fans would love it. I mean, what do they got in New England right? Who's their quarterback?
Oh, it's going to be Jaden Daniels, or it's going to be Drake May.
I could see them having Drake. You want a mentor under Tom Brady for why not?
Right?
How great would that be for Drake May or Jaden Daniels? Be amazing.
Could you do like basketball style with football with the quarterback going in and say, I want you to play 5 games this year?
You could, but nobody.
Maybe 8 games this year.
Tyler, I 1,000% think you could do it. I suggested it in Manning's final year. I asked Kubiak about it when they were 4-0, and you would have thought I backed over somebody's dog.
I'll tell you the main reason why I don't think you could do it.
You could do it, but nobody would do it.
Well, I'm gonna give you the main reason why I don't think you can.
Go ahead.
It's not like basketball where you're playing the games every single day. It's not like that. You're not staying in shape. The backup quarterback literally might get 2 reps over 2 weeks. 2 reps over 2 weeks. So how could Tom Brady stay in game shape without actually practicing football?
You'd have to figure out a different way to
practice.
practice.
And it's not so much about game shape as it is in, staying sharp.
Can I tell you something that has just blown me away over 30 years of covering the NFL? I mean, it's 30 years, Tyler, of watching a variety of coaches and teams practice. I've been at hundreds of NFL practices. They all look the same. I mean, there might be a little variation here or there, Tyler, but I swear to God, I mean, I must have watched 20 coaches over 30 years hold an NFL level football practice, and it's for 30 years, Tyler, been basically identical.
Well, it's true. I mean, you go to individual period, you go to 9-on-7, you go to special teams, you come back from special teams, you go to team pass, then you go to team run, and then you go to move the ball, and then you got a special teams period, and then you got 2-minute drill to finish off practice.
And then maybe on Thursday you do red zone, and Wednesday you do whatever. You know, you have little variations. I've never seen an NFL practice, for example, where they would and sometimes in training camp, but not beyond that, where they would split the team basically and get more reps for the other guys. I've seen some variations of training camp.
The only time I ever did that in my career was Robert Griffin's rookie year.
You guys did do that, though, huh?
Yeah, we did it because he thought that Robert just needed that many reps.
Mhm.
He needed that many reps that we were actually going to split the fields. We weren't going to waste our time when the defense was out there on scout
During
team.
regular season. Regular season.
Training camp.
Yeah, see, I've seen it in training camp a little bit.
We didn't do it during the regular season.
But it's so funny to me because you do something in training camp, 6 weeks or whatever it is, right? Then you get to the season, 4 months, we're done. We're never doing that. And FYI, I'm blown away how few times you rep plays.
Yeah.
Overall. So in baseball and basketball and hockey, all you do is play games. You play games over and over and over and over and over again. And in football, you barely ever play games and you barely rep plays. So somebody's going to change something at some point. I don't know who it's going to be, but here's what's going to happen.
Well,
in
I'll
the
tell you
NFL.
what Mike did change, and he didn't do it in my first couple of years, but my last couple of years I had with Mike Shanahan, the later we got into the season, Mike was notorious for being one of the first coaches to start taking the pads off, right? Well before it was required by the CBA and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Mike would have one padded practice, and then on Thursdays, you might wear your pads for a team run, you take them off the rest of the practice. But as we got older, and maybe my 5th, 6th years in the NFL, as you would get to weeks 12 and on, we actually would only have one padded practice, but then the next one or the next practice or two of the week, it would literally be walkthrough to the whole point of the walkthrough was not so much to take it off our bodies as it was to get more reps underneath you. Because when we went to walkthrough mode, we could get in 50 reps versus 25.
I like that. Smart guy. Here's what's going to happen. Here's my big hot take. And this is going to seem surprising coming from me. But you realize the only reason I have my, quarterback sort of theories is just because of the nature of the game itself. If somebody comes along, Tyler, and I think it will happen, because I think the quarterback salaries are going to become so ridiculous, there is going to be a team at some point.
I thought Lamar Jackson was going to be the first. I know what you're going to say, and I thought he was going to be the first.
They're going to treat quarterbacks like running backs. They're going to develop systems where not too much is asked, and we can get the value that we need out of a guy in the 4th round, and we're just going to commit to a totally different style, and we're never going to pay quarterbacks big money like they're never going to play running backs big money in general. It's going to happen at some point. Somebody's going to win with it, and it's going to change everything. But it's going to take a pretty bold coach and organization to try it.
I thought Lamar Jackson might be the very first-round hit, like the first-round hit quarterback. It worked. That the team says rinse and repeat.
Yeah.
We don't want to commit to it long term.
Yeah.
Mainly because we're afraid of how sustainable is this long term.
Hey, 5 years, we'll do it again for another 5 years.
But the problem with that philosophy, though, you're never ever going to win with a running back playing QB. You'll never do it.
Okay.
It's never happened. It's not going to happen.
If somebody can figure it out, it's
good luck.
Well, I agree.
You can't win from 3rd down in the pocket. You ain't winning.
I get it. And you know what? Nobody's figured it out yet. And look at the quarterback salaries.
They haven't even figured out Lamar Jackson yet.
Well, he's a 2-time MVP. So then
What's
he's
he
gone
done?
to the playoffs multiple times, 2-time MVP.
So that's the definition of figuring it out.
It's pretty good. It's better than most.
It's pretty good. I take it. I'm not telling you I wouldn't like to have. I wouldn't want Lamar Jackson.
Hey, 13
but
straight
they
years.
figured it out.
13 straight years for the Jets. 8 years for the Broncos. Not figuring it out that far.
No. My point isn't that I wouldn't want him, but my point is they haven't figured out how to win a championship with him.
But see, again, I sort of roll my eyes about winning the championship thing because it's so hard.
They haven't figured
that.
out how to make noise with him.
Oh, you get into the playoffs, winning your.
That ain't making noise.
Winning
the
your.
Cincinnati Bengals made it to playoffs for like 15 straight years.
Okay, all right. I mean, I would take that degree of failure at any point. I mean, they didn't advance because they had a wide receiver fumble the ball at the 1 yard line this past year. That wasn't on Lamar Jackson.
Lamar did nothing in that last game.
Okay.
Nothing.
Are you anti-Lamar? Are you down on Lamar?
I'm not. I mean, to say anti-Lamar, it would imply that I wouldn't want him as my quarterback. Hell yeah, I'd want him as my quarterback.
Yeah, because I'm a big Lamar fan.
Hell
obviously.
yes, I would want him as my quarterback. But do I think that his style of football, and that dude is as talented of a thrower as you found as a true mobile quarterback. That is a true mobile quarterback that has got wicked talent with his arm. But even he can't win from third and long when he needs to.
Let's go to No Dumb Questions, Dan.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
So if you send us a No Dumb Question, on Friday we pick out somebody to win a $100 gift card to Old Chicago. They're the best. So at the Champ Mazda text line 303-504-0925, the voice of the people on our app. You could throw that in. We always love hearing from the voice of the people. And on Twitter or on Twitch and the text line, get that in too. The Safeway app. Well, that's the Twitch sponsor. Gets exclusive grocery offers and perks. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. What do you guys got? Anything good? What do you got, Dan? You got something, Dan? Go for it.
Well, the Masters start today.
Yeah, it's going right now.
Top 2 bucket list sporting events you have to attend in your lifetime live before you die. Top 2 bucket list sporting events you'd like to see live.
That's good. That's a good question. I'll tell you one that I didn't know was a bucket list, and I just kind of fell into it. And looking back on it, I'm like, yeah, that was a bucket list. The Home Run Derby was awesome. That was
cool.
That was an incredible experience.
That's awesome.
It was just action. I mean, there were 2-3 balls in the air at the same time. That was a fun experience. For me, I'm not even a huge F1 fan, but I fell into it over the Netflix
that's
series.
a good one. Where?
What
location?
I want to go to the Vegas one. I know it was a disaster.
Oh, that's kind of boring, though, because they go all over the world.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not planning on going to Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, but if you could, like, that's Dan saying, like, I mean, you
well,
wouldn't.
Fine, I'd go to Dubai.
I would be something like that.
Yeah.
I think going to. Yeah, you got to think about where F1 goes, but I love that concept.
Oh, F1 goes to every exotic place in the world. Monaco, they go to all of it.
How much money do I have to spend on this trip there,
that's
Dan?
a problem. Like, is this a realistic bucket list, or is this
No.
Yeah, am I just getting in the gate, or do I have some cash to spend?
You got cash to spend.
Then I want to see F1 in Monaco, and I want to go to a Wrexham home game to see Paul Mullen.
Wrexham. No.
Yeah, that's me.
You know what? You would get there and you'd be like, why'd I come here for this?
No way, man.
Yes, you would.
I'm dying.
It wouldn't be that exciting.
Traveling to Wales to go see a Wrexham?
Wales?
Yeah.
Wales?
I'm obsessed.
What do you want to go see in Wales?
Wrexham.
Fine. And then what?
Well, whatever. I'll be in Wales. I'll do Wales things.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll
go
see
to
my
the local pub and do some chants.
I'm Irish. I can, bop in Ireland or something too. I don't know. I'd figure that out. That's what I'd like to do. I'd like to go. Listen, I've never been to an English Premier League game as well. So how about that? Can I do a combo meal? I can go to an Arsenal game. I'll keep it in the family, and I'll go to a Wrexham.
You don't care about Arsenal. You don't care about English Premier League.
It's bucket list sports.
You don't care.
I'm telling you,
I don't care about F1 either.
No, but I'll tell you this too. I've never been to a World Series game. I've never been, which is crazy. I've been to multiple Super Bowls, Stanley Cup Finals, NBA Finals. Lucky. Never been to a World Series game.
Man, what would my other Masters is really hard to beat. I'm trying to think of something more creative. Just as it's
I
up
wouldn't.
there.
I don't care about the Masters because I've been to multiple golf tournaments, including the Ryder Cup. They're hard to follow.
No, you haven't been to the Masters though. I mean,
it's different. Well, why is it different?
It's arguably the greatest spectator experience in sports. The overall, the way, the hospitality,
where would you
everything
go?
that goes with it.
Where would you go in the Masters? That would be so special.
Well, the hard part with the Masters, it's going to be hard to. Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank on the word. When
Follow?
No, there's a word. Gallery. It'd be hard to gallery a particular player because it's
impossible.
Yeah, it is hard, and I'll give you that. But being at the Masters, that'd be tough to beat.
Maybe, but if you can't listen, I've been to U.S. Opens, Ryder Cups. It's really hard to follow them. It is, because it's not like TV where it just goes boom, boom, boom. Like, are you going to hang out on 16 at the Masters? You want to go to 18? Like, where are you
I guess I'd like to do a little bit of all those.
You want to hang out at Amen Corner?
Yeah, I'd be there for the par 3. I'd be there for all of it.
You want to hang out at Sagebrush and the Azaleas?
Yes, and yes. There's one of those that you don't want to be at?
I just don't think...
There's people texting the Olympics. I couldn't care less about going to the Olympics.
Well, what is the Olympics? What event?
Like, name the last Olympics that was like, oh, man, I got to be there for that.
I don't know. I've been to a couple of Olympics. It's not that big of a deal. You think there's going to be like trumpets playing down Main Street. It's
like going to the X Games. Like, the X Games would be more cool than the Olympics.
What Olympics did you go to, D-Mac?
I've been to Lake Placid in 1980 and Salt Lake City in 2002.
I mean, come on.
I
That's
have not
pretty
been
cool.
to a Summer Olympics.
Were you at the Miracle on Ice game?
I was not at the game, but we were there that week. Yeah, we saw my parents. We did everything kind of halfway. So we drove to Lake Placid and we saw like Finland against West Germany women's hockey. We stood outside of the rink to watch Eric Heiden, so we couldn't quite see him.
A lot of people say the Kentucky Derby. I'm not a horse guy. Like, it's just...
Well, again, how much
I've
money
been
you got?
invited to the Kentucky Derby a lot, actually. And
Wow.
I've never done it.
Wow, brag.
Well, back in the day when I hung out with rich people.
Yeah,
I
again,
used to have a lot of rich friends, D-Mac.
again, a lot. Yeah, what happened?
Well,
Ugh.
we all retired and lost our money.
I don't know. Well, it's a good question. It's a fun question. I think the Wrexham thing is more reasonable. I think it's more like doable. It's something cool. I like watching it on TV. I've talked to my wife about doing it, traveling to Europe and seeing a cool thing. How is that not?
I think you got to combine it with the overall like trip experience.
Well, I mean,
though.
that would be part
That's
of
why
it.
I'm like, Wales? Wales? What are you doing in Wales?
I don't know. I'm throwing an English Premier League game. But the Olympics, what about the Olympics would you want to see?
Nothing. There's like not an event that is like
What do you got to see?
Like I got to go to that water polo match.
I think the swimming events would be kind of fun to watch live.
Listen,
It looks boring
I
to
go to
me.
swimming. My daughters are competitive swimmers.
Dad is about to rip on his daughters right here.
I go
Everybody
to
stand
it
back.
all the time. I'm going to a 3-day event this weekend. I'm going to be at that pool for probably 18 hours this weekend, and I will watch my daughters inside that pool for a total of maybe 6 minutes.
I did the wrestling thing.
It is an exhilarating 6 minutes, though. I'll give you that.
I was just going to say, my kid did wrestling for about 5 years, and it is all day in a gym with people wearing Schmedium Affliction t-shirts.
Yeah.
But for those minutes, 3 to 10 minutes, whatever day is that your kid's on the mat, it's the adrenaline is like nothing you've ever felt. But you mix that in with hours and hours and hours of sitting around doing nothing. Whereas, as a hockey dad, you drop the kid off, you go get whatever you want, you show up at the rink, somebody else coaches your kid. That game is over in 50 minutes, Tyler. Bing, bada, boom. And then we go to Vail once a year and just get hammered walking up and down the streets.
Nice.
Hockey dads being the best.
I'd like to go back in the day, watch Andre Agassi at like Wimbledon or something.
The U.S. Open would be a fun bucket list sort of thing. That would be fun. And
I don't
U.S.
think-
Open,
I
not
don't think
Wimbledon.
I think I'd rather Wimbledon.
Wimbledon's too foo-foo she. Well, the U.S. Open's like...
Where did you go to high school?
Ipswich High School? What are you talking about?
I went to Cherry Creek.
Oh, right. I better be careful about how I define foo-foo she. It's PhD on 92.5. It's C-Mac from Mike Maroney Automotive. If you want your biggest discount and lowest payment on a Ford, Chevy, or GMC, here is the deal. You can get discounts up to $10,000 off. That's $10,000 off at Mike Maroney Automotive. Or interest-free financing as low as 0% APR for 72 months. With over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, you're sure to find the right vehicle at the right time at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. This is Mike Maroney. Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. For all the details, go online to MikeMaroneyColorado.com and tell them your pal D-Mac sent you.
Was that CB dunk on Rudy Gobert one of the best dunks you've ever seen?
That might have been one of the most insane dunks I've ever seen live, honestly. That was crazy. I didn't think he was going to do that.
And then Peyton Watson with 6 blocks tonight. Your young guy is coming in big time. What did you see from him?
Like I said, all season, they've just been growing. They've been adjusting. They've been more confident. And it's showing. So I think they're ready for what's coming.
All right, I'm going to let you do your thing. It's fan appreciation night here. How much do you appreciate Nuggets Nation?
I love Denver. I want to be here for the rest of my career.
All right.
I'm going to let them do their thing.
Here was Michael Malone talking about Jamal Murray begging to play in that game yesterday.
No, actually, he didn't want to play. I had to really, I had to twist his arm. What do you think, man? Come on. Jamal came up to me on the plane ride home from Utah because, with what he's been through, second night of a back-to-back, and Jamal, man, he was like a little kid, man, just begging to play. And that's what I love about him. I mean, nothing was keeping him off that floor tonight. Nobody. And he showed out. And again, really good win for us, but we still have 2 games to go. And we have to get on that plane tomorrow and head down to the Alamo and handle our business.
Okay, big game. The Spurs are 36 games behind the Nuggets.
Maybe you could just, this would be a DMAC theory. This would be an ultimate DMAC theory.
What's that?
Spurs got nothing to play for. They got nothing. Why would Victor play in this game? Why would he, sit him down? Take him over to next season.
That is not my theory about what they're doing at all. They are developing culture right now, and winning games isn't as important as
What you
competing.
say about the Broncos every time we get to the end of the year?
It's different. There's a lottery system in the NBA. There isn't in the NFL. There's seeding, slotting based on how you finish. The NBA is a little bit different. And the cap room for the Spurs is such that they can.
I'm just joking. Although Dan said he did sit last night. I didn't know that, actually.
Wembanyama sat last night?
Yeah,
really?
they're right ankle injury management.
really?
Well, that would be nice. That would be very nice.
Oh, well, listen, if the point is I'm going to treat my superstar with kid gloves at the end of the year, sure. I mean, if he's bothered by something, and if they don't have Wembanyama, the Nuggets are going to win, easily.
Let me ask something. Yesterday on the show, Scott was really doing his best to kind of hint at us like this game doesn't mean that much. Like
I know, and that was the vibe down there.
More or less like hey, they are fine with losing this game. And then they all kind of they repeated that. Joker said it before the game.
We need to drop it pretty soon here because I'm going to.
But then you hear Michael Malone talking about his conversation with Jamal, and no chance Jamal was going to want to miss that. Were they just pulling our legs about how badly they wanted to win this game?
I think they were hedging their bets because I really don't think they knew if Jamal and AG would be good to go before the game. They both went through their normal warm-ups, and hey, by the way, plenty of times they announced, hey, this guy ain't playing. When Malone talks to the press beforehand. That was not the case. So I think they were just hedging their bets. But as soon as AG and Jamal really were good to go, it was just game on. There was no looking back. So
it's a physical impossibility to put a true competitor in an environment like that and for them to not bring their absolute A game.
And that's what
to
happens.
not leave every last ounce of sweat that they've got on that court.
And that's why I think there is something bugging AG. He just wasn't kind of the same guy. So I think just talking about sitting guys down, I'd be more than fine if they sat AG for the next 2 games. I'll take our chances that we can beat Memphis and San Antonio without AG. If Jamal is bothered by something, I'd sit him too. I think Jokic is dealing with the back and the wrist and whatever, but I think he should be good to go. And I think you do got to try a little bit against San Antonio, a little bit. And boy, would it help if Oklahoma City and Minnesota were just to lose.
Man, would that be nice?
It would be great.
No decision to be made. Hey, look, we won. We won.
It'd be awesome.
We get to sit everybody down. Sit all 5 of them down.
And we heard from our dude who does.
Would they do that? Would they sit all 5?
Who? The Nuggets?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did it last year. Last game of the year. Dude, who is that? Oh, man, I'll give you a nickel because I can't remember his name. It was the last game of the year. This is 2 years ago. Sorry, 2 years ago. Last game of the year, there was questions if Jamal was going to play or not, and he used to wear 0-0. He was a guard. He was a short guard for the Nuggets a couple of years ago. The game meant nothing. The guy had barely played the whole year, and he put up like 25 points in the last game of the season.
I'm going to go with Facu.
It wasn't Facu. I'm forgetting who it was, gosh darn it. Short guard, 0-0. Anybody out there? Couple years ago. And he put up 25. It was crazy. It just goes to show like how good these guys are, that this dude who never played could put up 25 points because it was a totally meaningless game. 2 years ago.
Yeah, it would be really nice if both OKC and Minnesota would lose. So who does Oklahoma City have?
I'm not sure. Dan, do you got that? Is it Marcus something or
Marcus
other?
Howard.
Marcus Howard.
0-0, baby.
I'm close, right?
Yeah.
Are you looking at the game?
No, I just have their roster up from that season.
OKC's got the Bucks. Giannis got hurt.
Yeah, they're not doing so hot. But go ahead. Who else?
And then they got the Mavericks the final game. But I'm just looking at the game before.
Yeah, I think Minnesota's got somebody pretty easy as their next game, and then they have the Suns.
Suns.
Well, they have the Suns as the last game. Their last game. I don't know who they have in between.
They have got the Hawks.
That's I mean, and at home too. I know their last two games are at home. I don't know. You just win these next two. You know, the Spurs are 36 games behind you. Memphis is a train wreck.
All I know is you've come this far. You're definitely not going to start resting guys now. You finish this thing out and you go get that number one until you've got the opportunity to rest them if that presents itself.
I think you got to go play this one tomorrow night pretty hard.
Yeah.
And then
now look, hopefully
Sunday,
you get out to a nice lead and you can start managing the minutes in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
But you play until you put yourself in that position.
Well, I did not know Wemby didn't even play last night. That's good to know. Let's just hope they just shut him down. I'll tell you this, if I'm the Spurs, with what I have in terms of the future, and you do want your best shot in the lottery, I would shut Wembanyama down for the rest of the year. There's not a big reason to play him in the last two games. I would if I was Pop in the Spurs organization. Why would he play? If he sat out last night, why would he play the rest of the year?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know, other than maybe they like the competitive fire that they've had, even though they're losing games.
But
they're building a culture of being competitive.
I think they've done that, though. I think, hey, we've checked that particular
two
box.
games left isn't going to make you forget what you had done previously.
No, it doesn't matter. And frankly, there's a couple of bottom feeder teams you're kind of battling it out with draft positions. So sure. I didn't know that he was already hurt. Now that I know that, yes, I would shut him down. I absolutely would shut him down. Why would you play him? Doesn't make any sense.
I'm looking at their injury report right now. It says day-to-day. Keldon Johnson's day-to-day.
Wait, help me out. Were the Spurs on the road or at home last night? I'll bet they were on the road.
I believe they were in OKC.
Yeah. It'd be tough to shut down Wembanyama for a home game.
Well, okay, so
if you're
it says,
a Spurs fan, why exactly
Spurs head coach Popovich was non-committal after Wednesday's game against the Thunder regarding whether Wemby would play Friday against the Nuggets.
Yeah, because, again, it's a home game. You got to put butts in the seats.
We don't have a plan yet. Just see how the ankle is, and we'll go from there. So, yeah, why would he play? Why would he play?
Yeah, but they're not going to announce that until right up to game time because, again, butts in the seats.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a last question. Do the Spurs have a home game after the Nuggets game, or is that their last home game of the season?
I already moved on from their schedule.
Okay. Because that might matter, too, if he plays. If there's another home game, it probably increases.
Spurs got another home game against Detroit.
Oh, okay. Maybe they will sit him. That'd be great. Actually, maybe they will. Easiest path at this point. Who cares? The big game was last night. Can't wait to go through some of the details, the highlights. Man, to relive it all is coming up next. I got a great idea for you tonight. Maybe even this afternoon. Old Chicago. I mean, can you imagine how delicious that chicken bacon ranch pizza, how good is that going to taste for you later today? It's Old Chicago, a true Colorado success story founded in Boulder in 1976. And ranch is the sauce on the chicken bacon ranch pizza. It's a flavor explosion. And just to make it the best it can be, they have over 100 local and legendary beers. That is liquid gold. I'm telling you, you can't go wrong at Old Chicago. Salads, calzones, burgers, fish and chips. Everything is so delicious. So whatever you're feeling, it's an Old Chicago night tonight. And if you want to find a location, oldchicago.com. I guarantee there's one near you. No doubt about it. And if you get that Old Chicago app, $5 off your first order of $25. Chicken, bacon, ranch pizza. Tastes delicious. It's Old Chicago. Find them at oldchicago.com.
Inbound goes to Jamal Murray. Backcourt pressure being applied by Minnesota. Front court over to Christian. He's got Watson with him. Dunk that thing home! Right on Rudy Gobert! Oh, Rudy! Where you at, bro? Christian Brown just dunked that thing on your melon. Denver leads it by 12. Through the window is Anthony Edwards. Layup no good. Rebound down to Porter. Porter quickly up the floor. Denver's pushing the pace. Alley-oop. Dunk! Christian Brown! Let's go! Christian Brown! Denver leads it by 14! Timeout, Minnesota!
Kaz just takes his call so personal. Where you at, bro?
Where you at, bro?
Did Rudy steal his lunch money or something? Where you at, bro?
What's the our Minnesota friend that comes on the show that does Minnesota radio? What's his name?
That guy.
That guy. Was Kaz talking to him? Who's he talking to?
It's so funny hearing Kaz's calls, knowing where he is right in the stands, just screaming at Rudy Gobert. Where you at, bro?
Hey, Rudy.
Hey, where you at?
Defensive player of the year, huh?
How do you not love that call from Kaz?
Take that
kidding?
40 spot on you.
Hey, just a quick shout out to the University of Denver. They're playing in the Frozen Four today at 3 p.m. on ESPN2 against Boston University. So best of luck to them. Meanwhile,
if they win this, how many national championships would it be?
Oh, I have.
This is the finals, right?
Well, it's the Final Four.
Oh, it's Final Four. I'm sorry. But did you notice? Was I the only one? Because I actually tweeted this out, and I feel like nobody acknowledged my tweet. Why did they do the intro for the lineups of the finals for the NCAA tournament? The final game, they introduced it as UConn is making their 5th Final Four, 100th Final Four appearance tonight. And Purdue making their 6th Final Four appearance tonight. Not the finals. They referred to it as the Final Four.
Are you being serious about this?
I understand branding. I got it. But it's the dumbest thing of all time.
Well,
I know they bought the rights to it.
That is it.
It's on the court. I get it.
That's
it's stupid.
That's
it's the finals. It's the championship. It sounds dumb.
Okay, but you bought the Final Four.
So they literally pay money to make you say anything.
That's right.
No, I understand why. It's just dumb.
I mean, that's it. If you think it's, I'm with you. But that's it. That's the reason. How many for DU there, Dan?
They have 9. They're tied with Michigan for the most all time. So if they get this one, they're in first place overall with 10. 10!
Pretty impressive, man.
I'm seeing the Masters going off right now. I got to admit, man.
It gets your blood going, doesn't it?
Tiger does.
Yeah.
I can watch every shot.
I mean, Masters gets my blood going, but I admit it. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like any golf tournament when Tiger's in it.
Nothing.
It'll be the only tournament the entire year that he plays in, and he will be compelling. You know what? He's been playing lights out. I don't know if you saw the practice rounds and everything.
No.
I mean, he almost broke a course record on his practice round.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Lights out, but the question is, how long could that back and ankle last? He's got zero, like they say, like literally zero mobility in that ankle, like
really?
None.
I'm so intrigued. 48 years of age. I know the Masters is just a very comfortable course for older players anyways, though. You can figure it out.
Do we I'm sure you do remember. Do you remember what happened with Phil Mickelson last year?
No.
Oh,
Talk to me.
Lefty at the Masters Phil was having one of his worst seasons of all time last year.
Live lefty. Lefty live.
Yeah, went into the pit of misery out there in Live Golf.
Yeah.
Was underperforming left and right. Was one of the worst performing golfers on the Live Tour.
Yeah.
And then he gets to the Masters and he's got on the final round. I can't remember how much he was down, but I think he was down by 7 or 8 strokes. And he took it all the way down to the last hole or two.
Because Rahm won it.
Yeah. No, but Phil made a run at that thing.
Okay. I forget those details, like who came in second, third for things.
Well,
that sort of stuff.
I only remember that one because it was Phil and he was playing terrible golf going into it.
Yeah,
and the Live guys all dominated last year.
I know, and then
Koepka fell apart. Oh my gosh!
Then the PGA is kind of merging with Live, and it's all a jumbled mess.
Well, now Rahm, he was outside of Rory. He was one of the most vocal guys of anti-Live, and Rahm went over to Live.
I know. I felt bad. Wow, Tiger just put it within 8 feet on one, so he's got a birdie shot on one.
I forget, somebody on the station.
Nice job.
I forget who said it. If I could remember, I'd give you credit. But somebody on the station said, I don't hate the live guys. And that's me, man. I don't hate the live guys at all. Matter of fact, I'd have taken the money. I would have done it. And if you said you wouldn't have, I'd call you a liar. But so I don't hate those guys at all. But it's just so irrelevant because I couldn't tell you the last time I ever watched a live tournament start to finish.
I've never watched one. I never will watch one, and I have so much more respect for Rory McIlroy than for Phil Mickelson or Greg Norman. It's ridiculous. But it got cloudy. It got cloudy because the PGA wants a slice of that pie too.
And they sold out to him. The Saudis own both.
I understand, and so now I just sort of.
I actually don't understand. Why do they both exist if the Saudis own them both?
I'm watching the Netflix store, the thing, Full Swing.
Yeah.
And Rory doesn't understand it. Like he was like, why did I fight so hard for this if this is going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't expect me or you to understand it if Rory, who is fighting the good fight, doesn't understand it. So I'm left without an opinion on it.
Well, two things are guaranteed in the Masters. Rory will absolutely pee his pants, and an old dude will come out of nowhere and make a run at it at the end.
On the surface, I respect Rory and Tiger for, I think, standing up for the right thing, but then it got cloudy, and what is the right thing after all?
Well, now there is no right or wrong.
Right.
So if you don't take the money, you're an idiot. At this point, you're just an idiot.
DeChambeau is at 7 under through 17.
Isn't it amazing to look at that guy now? He is like a 180 of what he used to look like pre-live when he was bulking up and he was trying to break the driving distance records. His whole thing with the Masters, because the Masters is not known as a long court, like long drivers,
right?
And he was going to cut it with his drives. He was just going to be drive and pitch on every single hole,
right?
And now he's thinned down. He looks like he's like an 18-year-old version of himself.
Well, what people may not know about the Masters, for example, Augusta has changed its course, its undulations, the length. They've taken trees out, put trees all the time. The course is so it's the same course. So certain things are the same. 16's the same. The Amen Corner looks the same, but they make radical changes to that course all the time. So it does play different. You can't just say it's the same sort of thing. But I like that it's a more friendly course to guys that it's not just all big hitters. I think navigating the course, to me, makes the Masters much more interesting.
If Tiger can stay within 7 strokes going into Sunday, it will be the most exciting Sunday we've had in years.
All right, well, we'll keep you updated as it goes. He's got a good birdie opportunity at 1, and we take it from there. Last night, here is Nikola Jokic when he was asked about the MVP stuff.
I don't think we here in Denver have asked you a single MVP question this season.
Good job.
And I'm going to break it.
That was Jokic dropping an F-bomb. He did get to answering how he feels about the MVP stuff.
To be honest, I think they don't even care anymore because I think it's the whole MVP conversation. It's kind of getting out of their control. So I think I'm playing good basketball. The team is playing good basketball. If I win it, great. If I don't win it, congrats to the other guy. I think there is a lot of players playing really good basketball in the league, and I think a couple guys deserve to have that award.
Yeah, he's just done with it. The problem, it's not a problem. It's so meaningful for the organization and for the fans. And while Jokic doesn't seem to care about it, we do. I do.
Mm-hmm.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. Big
I take
time.
pride in it.
It's it's a lot of times awards like that can feel like they're more for the fans than they are for the individual, which is weird on this one because it's an individual award. But if there's ever been a guy that this award is for the fans and not the individual, Nikola Jokic is the definition of it.
I just don't know how you can deny it when it's a game on national TV at the top of the Western Conference, when, so much was on the line. And Jokic has 41 points on a future Hall of Fame defender in Gobert, at least according to Michael Malone.
Well, isn't he supposed to win Best Defensive Player of the Year this year?
He could.
Right now?
I don't know. Dan, is he the favorite?
He's
I
the
think
favorite.
He is. Yeah.
Huh? And then Christian Brown going left-handed.
Lefty.
Throwdown.
Why does the lefty look so much better? Why?
I don't know. We asked CB about it after the game. He said, yeah, I love dunking left-handed. People, we know it. Everybody knows it. Okay. Christian Brown had a couple of dunks that you can only pull off when you're 10 with a Pop-A-Shot, like, with the basket that you hang up in your bedroom. Like, he can do things that we all dream of doing, and he can do them in real time, in real life. I mean, and then Peyton Watson
What's
threw down
amazing
one.
about that with Christian is we've talked about it. Scotty's talked about it a lot also is, he's a little tight-hipped in NBA terms. Like, in NBA terms, he doesn't look like the most athletic dude in the world.
Well, I'll tell you this, brother. The rotation is, we know what's what. We know it's CB and P. Watt, and we'll see what gives them the best option to close. But to see those two guys close with AG and KCP on the bench, not that we don't need a KCP and AG, but all of a sudden you think, hey, this bench is all right, Michael Malone.
They were outstanding. In the first half, they struggled to make some shots, but the effort, the energy was really where it needed to be. But for CB, Reggie, Peyton, Justin, for those guys, and Aaron as our backup 5. Aaron had 9 assists tonight. That's going to be really important for us, as we all know in this room. Winning the non-Nikola minutes. So now you don't feel like you have to play in 42 minutes a night. But we're a deep team. We're a talented team.
It's awesome.
I have my back turned. I'm just dying to know. Did Tiger get the birdie?
I don't know.
I keep turning around trying to figure it out. I'm dying to know.
I'm not sure.
I need like a shot by shot.
He had like an 8-footer. It wasn't that. You know what? I had my eyes down when he was taking the shot,
If it
so
was
I'm not
an
sure.
8-footer, I'm going to say you got it.
It was not a hard putt. I don't know. I'm not sure. I could look it up, I guess.
I just pulled it up. I'm watching
Is
it
it
live on
not
my
up?
TV in
Is it
front of me,
not-
or my computer in front of me now.
Thank God he didn't start when we started the show at
Oh, you
at
can't
noon.
you can't put Tiger on TV and not have me compelled.
I don't know. Dan, anybody?
Got it?
You got it.
He got
Boy,
the birdie.
here we go.
He's
Here we
minus
go.
one through one.
Don't call it a comeback, baby.
Great start. Tiger historically has really struggled on the front 9 on Thursdays. He has. When he set that record way back in the day in '97.
Really?
Yeah. In '97, when he set when he did laps around everybody, Thursday front 9 +4. And then went on a
+4.
+4 first round back in like '97 on the front 9. And then just steamroll the rest of the course.
Well, he's older. He's more mature. He's playing the best golf of his life right now. And today, he's -1 after 1.
Well, I'm looking at the front page of ESPN.com. I see Christian Brown posterizing.
Oh, is it on there?
Yeah, man. Look at that. In case you missed it, CB taking Gobert down.
What's the title?
Ooh, I love that. Christian Brown posterizes Gobert, shines with trio of jams.
What front page are you looking at? All I see is Master stuff.
Well, scroll down, buddy. Scroll down. Look at the
Oh,
right
it's
side.
It's at the bottom of the front page.
Well, it's in the middle. It's right next to OJ Dead.
Is that the title? OJ Dead.
Well, it says OJ Simpson dead at 76. The complicated legacy of OJ Simpson. Is it really that complicated? Is it that complicated?
Well, a little bit.
I don't know, man.
A little bit.
It's not that complicated to me. It's pretty simple to me.
But if you kill someone, you can't celebrate what they did on the field anymore, D-Mac?
Let's Football Goes coming up next.
All right, check it out, guys. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone if that's what you need, but you got to know there's so much more to your overall health and wellness than just getting shot up with testosterone, and that's where my friends over at Revitalize Health come into play. Guys, they can help you out with hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, peptide therapy, and yes, testosterone therapy. Guys, go into Revitalize Health at one of their 3 locations and let them change your life. You're going to look better, you're going to feel better, you're going to sleep better. They've got 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
What was that?
Calipari.
Oh. Right. Right, Calipari. That's right. I met with the team. There is no team.
Before you get into the sponsor, no dumb question, though. Is there literally not a roster? Is there
I
nobody
really
on the
don't
roster?
know. I didn't understand it in the first place. Maybe there is no team. I don't know.
Tiger scrambling.
What? Do you want me to read the sponsor?
Yeah.
It's mountainhighappliance.com. Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs offering every major appliance line and brand. Thank you. Before we get to let football go, Tiger off 2, drilled it to the left, ended up in the pine straw, right? Is that what they call it?
Nestled up on the tree. He did have to punch out of that. I think it was left-handed.
He would have had to get it left-handed.
I'm actually ahead on the computer here.
Oh, okay.
So he punches out, had a decent little punch out, but then he skies the green.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
so
he's probably going to bogey.
You bogey 2. That's a par 5. That's bad.
Yeah.
That's giving away. That's not good.
He'll be back to even.
All right. Okay. Well, we'll keep you. Boy, Nate and Andy are going to have a hard time. They're going to have the DU hockey game on and the Masters on.
Do
either
one of those guys care about golf?
Nah, probably not. All right. Go ahead, Dan.
All right. Let's peek into the mind.
Let's Masters go.
Let's Masters go. Sean Payton met with the quarterback room. There is no quarterback room.
There's no quarterback room.
Okay, so that kind of leads into what I want to bring up here, fellas. So Jeff Legwald writes on ESPN yesterday, what's more likely to happen? The Broncos trade up for a quarterback or trade down to add more picks? That's the big question right now surrounding the Broncos in the draft. So Leggy writes, this is a team that hasn't made a first-round pick since 2021, fellas, since the 21 draft, and therefore has a shallow depth chart. The Broncos also lack the capital to make a move up to have a chance at least of one of the top 3 quarterbacks, at least without surrendering even more first-round picks and their most talented player and quarterback, Pat Surtain.
So aside from not having a way to do it, there is a way for them to do it. So there is a way for them to do it.
There's a way, but the argument Legwald's making is how much are you willing to give up as far as future assets
but
go?
I'm just annoyed with people saying there's not a way to do it.
You're annoyed with Jeff?
I'm annoyed with that theory. I'm not annoyed with Jeff. But don't tell me there's not a way to do it. There is a way. It's just not a great way. But don't tell me there's not a way. You can trade Pat Surtain and future number 1s. You can do it.
You're talking about to get to the top 3.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The premise of the question is if they're more likely to trade up or to trade down. Is that the premise of the question?
Well, so Leggy's saying a move down is more likely than a move up at this point for the Broncos to acquire more assets.
I'm actually I'm not telling you they're going to be able to do something insanely aggressive, go up to number 3. I get it. Leggy's right because they're just not going to trade him. You're right because, yes, they can trade him.
Right.
But they're not going to trade him, so Leggy is right. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Yes, there is a way to do it if you want to. They're not going to do it.
Yeah, so
However,
just say that.
I still stand. I actually feel counter to Leggy on this. I'm not telling you they're moving up to number 3. I think it's far more likely that they move up than they move down.
Way more likely.
Far more likely.
And it's because Sean Payton's making the decisions, not George Payton. Thank God. If it was George Payton, and even though you might not like it and you might not have the value on the quarterbacks, it doesn't mean that's how they feel about it. So the question is, what do you think they'll do? Well, they is Sean Payton. And Sean Payton ain't putting all this work into all this quarterback stuff to just not pull the trigger on it. He's going to pull the trigger on it. I don't think they're going to move up to 3 or 4, Tyler, but I wouldn't be surprised if they moved up to 9, something like that, especially with the Bears sitting there.
Yep.
So, I guess agree to disagree, respectfully.
Well, and another writer adds to what Legwald said. Basically, what we're hearing about the Broncos draft, an AFC executive, fellas, said, quote, there's no way Sean Payton goes into the year with that quarterback room.
Right, of course.
That's how they summed up the draft. Now, the question is, will it be early or down the board in the draft where they get that quarterback fix? Bo Nix has been a popular match for the Broncos this month. And considering the Broncos are without a second-round pick, but do have 6 day 3 selections, I could see them trading back for number 12 before selecting their signal caller for the future.
I do not see that whatsoever. I think whoever wrote that's an idiot. How about that? Can I sum
We
that
got
up
Mel
quickly?
Kiper's an idiot. I think he more or less said Jeff Legwold. Maybe.
No.
Maybe.
No. I just took umbrage. I took umbrage at a phrase.
Okay. I read between the tea leaves here a lot on this show. I'm just reading between the tea leaves. Now, whoever this guy's an idiot.
This guy's an idiot. Whoever wrote this one. It's
Well,
not
I'll tell
Jeff.
you this. He's right. There is no way Sean Payton's going into the season with this quarterback room as it stands. You might have to take a second or third round quarterback because you could, D-Mac, because somebody jumps over you because you lose the opportunity. Somebody goes nuts and selects Michael Penix at number 11. I mean, you might have to, but that's not a plan at that point.
No.
It's not. And at that point, it's cross your fingers, hope and prayer, and that's okay. If you get to that point, you still got to cross your fingers and you got to hope and pray.
Next story.
All right, I want to go to this piece of audio here. This is Jared Goff on Lions Fan Report podcast talking about how he feels about the local media surrounding the Detroit Lions.
Okay.
I have this, like, I probably need to drop it pretty soon here because I'm going to hopefully be in Detroit for a long time. But I have this thing with our local media where, like, they almost, like, relish in negativity at times.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's what gets clicks and that's what sells. But it's no longer what they need to live in. Like,
Right.
Hey guys, like we have a good team. We've had success. Like, we can be happy about that. We can celebrate that and not have to write about how, like, we're constantly the underdog. Like, no, like, teams are going to be gunning them for us now. Like, we won the division and all that. And I'm probably overthinking it in my head just because it's the chip on my shoulder and the competitor in me. But in that moment, I was just giving that guy a hard time. I actually really like him. But
All right, so fair or foul, Jared Goff calling out the local media there in Detroit
Shut
for
up.
relishing in
Stop
the negativity.
crying. What are you talking about? You are getting so many applause, so many flowers these days in Detroit.
Not
Tyler.
from you.
No, not for me, because I think Dan Campbell does not know how to do math. I think he's an inspiring coach, and I know everybody likes him, but
But hold on. I mean,
his math logic is flawed.
But to his point, you think there's not a lot of people out there in Detroit calling out Dan Campbell after the end of that season? Of course there are.
I think the most delusional fan base and pro their team is the Detroit Lions fan base. Talk about people who are an 8 Mile mentality, just happy to have a nice thing. They are. When is the second place parade? And you've got a crybaby quarterback talking about the media.
He's not a crybaby.
He sounds like a crybaby there.
D-Mac, name
Total
a professional
crybaby.
athlete that didn't have the exact same take. The exact same
Well,
take.
then they can all
Name
be crybabies. They're
one.
not.
Name one.
They're not stupid enough to say it out loud.
Name one.
I don't know.
You won't, because they
if I
all
hear
feel
it-
that way about the media. Every last one of them, including
All right.
myself when I was playing. I hated the media.
Well, then if I hear you crying, I'm going to call you a crybaby. Because that's what he is. He's being a oh, they're saying mean things about us. When they saying me. Shut up.
You're a child.
I'm a child.
You're a
I'm
child.
I'm not sitting there getting
Anybody
paid.
that calls another man a child is a child.
I'm not sitting there getting
Don't you know
paid
that?
millions of dollars and crying about a newspaper
not
writer
crying.
probably making $35,000 a
Stop
year
over-exaggerating. He's
because
not
he
crying.
said that, you should win more games.
You're so extreme. You're so extreme.
What
He's not crying.
What a whiner.
Oh, my gosh.
I can't wait for the Lions to win
You're
6
so
games next
anti-Dan
year.
Campbell that you're just like, you'll jump on anything with them.
I think he's not
Which
a good.
you're a fool.
I think he's a terrible game manager. He
I
doesn't
think he's a
understand.
hell of a head coach.
Okay, well,
I think he turned around that franchise. I think he
All
got him in
right.
a spot that they've never been before, and you'd be a fool to move on from him.
I'm happier to have Sean Payton than Dan Campbell. I will take Sean Payton twice every day of the week and twice on Sunday than Dan Campbell. Because once Sean Payton gets a good team, he'll be able to do
Hey,
math.
All I know is Dan Campbell's already proved that he's done what Denver needs to have happen.
What?
Dan Campbell's
Not
already
be able
done
to
it.
add in
He
the
turned-
playoffs?
He turned around a franchise that was garbage. a franchise that was in the dumps, and he turned them into absolute competitors. And we haven't had that happen here in the last 8 years.
I get it, but it's going to happen now that you got a guy in Sean Payton who's going to get you a quarterback.
I hope so, but Dan's already proven that he's done it.
You had John Elway was a lousy general manager after the Super Bowl, okay? Did a good job getting Peyton Manning and good things followed. So way to go. I'll give you credit there. But after that, man, you sunk the franchise by not doing a deal with Brock, drafting Paxton Lynch, hiring first-time coaches in VJ and Fangio, who suck. And then you got Hackett, which was a George Payton hire. You finally got an adult in the room, thank God, with Greg Penner and Sean Payton. And it's time for them to turn it around. So I can't wait for the Broncos to run circles around the Lions in about 3 years.
We are all dumber for having to listen to that. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Next story, Dan.
All right, guys, ESPN has reached a 9-year media rights extension with Peyton Manning's Omaha Productions, extending the existing partnership into 2034. The deal will see the continuation of the Emmy Award-winning Monday Night Football with Peyton and Eli and additional Omaha content such as Peyton's Places and Eli's Places. Are you guys a fan of the Manning cast during Monday Night Football? Me personally, I don't like it. I just want to hear the game. I just want to hear the broadcasters call the game. Not a huge fan of the Manning cast. What do you guys think?
I love the Manning cast.
I think it's gone downhill.
Oh, wow. You guys, damn. All right.
Don't get me wrong. I tune in and I watch it. But they've kind of lost their way a little bit, man. First off, way too many guests, way too reliant on the guests. The best part about the Manning cast is when those two guys sit there and they talk about ball and when they make fun of each other and they do brother things. That's the best part of it. But they've been bringing on these guests, and honestly, this year they literally scripted out their jokes. Like they were reading off of a card the jokes that they were pre-written about the guests that were coming on. I love the Manning cast. I don't think that it's perfect. I do think all the delays make it awkward, but I think that's kind of part of the appeal. Some people just look at it like it's so clumsy that they actually like what's going on there. It depends on what game it is, though. If I'm watching a great football game between two great teams, I'd rather watch the traditional broadcast. If it's a bad game, I'd rather watch the Manning cast.
I love the Manning cast. It's got some flaws for sure. And not having the guests able to hear them coherently sucks.
Tiger saved par.
No, nice job. Phil put it in the drink in 16. We're going to go squirrel here.
Tiger just drilled it down the middle.
Rory on Amen Corner put it right on the par 3.
He'll pee his pants.
Do we get back to the Manning cast or we just move on?
Oh, I was talking Masters now.
Okay. Do you have another story, Dan, or are we done?
Lastly, we brought this up earlier, but I did want to rehash the Sports Illustrated article that I saw today, ranking the best and worst teams at drafting players over the last 5 years. Chiefs number 1, Niners number 2. You got to scroll all the way down to number 28 for the Denver Broncos. Last year, they were at 26. And they say best picks are cornerback Pat Surtain, running back Javonte Williams, and wide receiver Marvin Mims. Those are their best picks over the last 5 years. It also says Denver has arguably the worst draft record of any team over the past 5 years. Some of this is the result of poor work by the front office on draft weekend, and some of it is trading a boatload of picks for Russell Wilson. Regardless, the Broncos are in a terrible position and now need to completely rebuild, close quote.
It's so funny how people can't separate a great player from a bad pick, but that is the case with Surtain. So I've wasted so much time in arguing this one, so I'll just let it go. Great player, bad pick based on need and what they need to do and what's happened in the future. It's been misery, and nobody has earned being given their walking papers more than George Payton, but he has survived. To the degree where I'm told behind the scenes, things are actually pretty smooth. Like, they're getting along great. The operation is as smooth right now as it's been. I don't know what that means for the future. I look at George Payton as merely an assistant GM, and I'm glad, and I think this does reflect the fact he's been a poor drafter and a poor general manager. I think that is a reflection of it, and I think that's accurate.
Well, he's definitely a lame duck in this situation. I'm not even quite sure what his role is on the football team. I'll fight you till our last breath on Patrick Surtain is a great player and a great pick. I think he could have been a great player and a bad pick had the quarterbacks that had been selected been good, but they were not good. So now it's a great player and a great pick. I think that George Paton does deserve credit for that situation, for evaluating the quarterbacks and saying, I don't like these quarterbacks. They're not good.
Okay.
But
no buts. I've been through this too many times. And I'm so exhausted of there's no way for them to move up. Of course there
what
is.
would it be? Okay. What would it be if it was in your definition, if you took Mitch Trubisky, okay? You took Mitch Trubisky when you needed a quarterback. Is that a great pick and a great player? Is that a great pick and a bad player? How do you break that one down?
It's the right position. You had the right philosophy when the Bears moved up.
But it's a bad selection.
Well, they had a poor valuation because you also had Deshaun Watson and Patrick Mahomes on the board. So
Right.
you had the right strategy, but you had the wrong evaluation. And also you were a lousy organization in terms of your coach and GM, the way things were set up.
Fine.
So it didn't support it. So
if you select a bad quarterback, it's not a good decision at all. It's not. There's nothing good about it. It's just bad.
well, I
You
see
got
it
wrong.
I see it as two parts. I see it's the strategy of how to do it, and then there's the evaluation. So I think it's two different things. So yeah, I think there's a
So here's what I would say with it. It's like Russell Wilson. I understand why they did it, but it was a bad decision. I wasn't mad at when they went out and got Russell Wilson. I was excited, just like I will be excited if they draft a quarterback. But if they get it wrong, it's a flat out bad decision, and there's no way around it. You got hindsight when you got hindsight.
The thing is, how do you recover from a bad decision? What's the best way? The Russell Wilson was really painful because it cost you cash and the future in draft picks. And the only reason you moved on Russell Wilson in the first place was because you didn't have a quarterback. So even if Fields or Mac Jones had failed, you could have moved on from them quickly. And what you did with Russell Wilson is you're stuck. And you're stuck with Russell Wilson because you didn't take Mac Jones or Justin Fields in the first place. So you got to take Patrick Surtain just out of it. But nobody can do that. Nobody can separate the decision in terms of the strategy and making the pick from the player himself. That's where everybody gets stuck. But I'd make the argument even the best cornerback, if you say Surtain's the best quarterback, is far less value than even a mediocre quarterback. But that's the slanted way of football. That is unfortunate, maybe fortunate or unfortunate. Your sport, Tyler, is slanted so much towards
If you get a bad
the
quarterback, it's just a bad quarterback, plain and simple. There's no way around it. Quick housekeeping from earlier in the day when we were talking about the Trey Lance trade. First off, Brock Purdy was the next year, not the same year.
Same thing.
But Trey Lance, sure.
No, it's not. Okay, go ahead.
Trey Lance went for 3 first-round picks and a third. So it actually was more than the Russell Wilson situation.
Say that again? What do you go
3 first-round picks and a third.
Well, how did he? One was a flip. One had to be a flip that year, so that doesn't count. That's just trading back or whatever.
That's true.
So
That's
it's
true.
2 first-round picks.
2 first-round picks and a third.
So it's less. Russell Wilson was.
Russ went for 2 first-round picks
and 2 second-round picks, and Noah Fant.
So it's almost the exact same.
And Noah Fant, who was a first-rounder, and Drew Lock, who's a quarterback second-rounder.
No, that's where they were selected. That's not what their value was.
Yeah.
Stop. No.
All right, hold on.
Don't you dare try to imply that that's what their value was.
All right, you tell me what the value of Noah Fant is.
His
and Drew
value
Lock.
was
And Shelby.
5th rounder.
Okay, so that's a
Max.
5th rounder. Who else? What's Drew Lock? 6th
Seventh.
rounder? 7th rounder? All right, what was Shelby Harris? Nothing. All right, so 2 firsts, 2 seconds, a 5th rounder and a 7th rounder?
Mm-hmm.
Is it more than the Trey Lance deal?
It's more. Not that much more. Not that much.
Just
at
checking.
all.
It's more, though, right?
Barely.
Okay. Well, what are we doing here? Hey, we have an update for Wyndham. What?
Never mind. We don't have time. You don't even remember what we were arguing about.
I don't. Wyndham Clark is having a great round. We'll give you the latest with DeChambeau and Tiger Woods. Plus, what should the Nuggets expect now after the best win of the year last night? That's next. All right, low testosterone can do a number on you, and guys in their 30s start losing 2 to 3% of that testosterone production every year. It happens gradually. You don't feel like the same dude. You know, everything is just, I don't know, man. You get down on yourself. You don't feel good, depression. You put on some weight, and your love life, ain't what it used to be. How about that? Well, listen, if you've got some of these symptoms, it may be just low T. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take that low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no. It takes a couple of minutes. Then schedule that consult. They're going to draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider is going to review those results, discuss your options, and then you make the decision together. Cost of the appointment is 99 buckaroonies, the medical consult T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call them today, 720-440-7900, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Jokic has it. Oh, spin move on Gobert. Beat him badly. Left-handed hook shot up and in. 99-90. Denver leads it by 9. 4:45 to go.
Great game by the Nuggets last night. I'm not going to lie, Tyler. It's been like incredible night with the Avs. Like, I mean, I'm thrilled to be going. I love being
last night.
there.
It was great for me that it worked out late because I was freaking a taxi cab for 6.5 hours after work yesterday.
How'd that work out
I didn't
for
get
you?
home until 9:30, and so unfortunately, I get to see the majority of the game, or maybe it was like 9. But I got to see most of the fourth quarter of that game. I didn't get to see the majority of it.
It was great from the start. Actually, the very start was pretty goofy. Like Jokic couldn't get the jump ball going. He just was jumping up like 3 or 4 times.
It looked like it was a bit of a slow start for both teams at the beginning.
It was like a slugfest. It was just kind of like a heavyweight fight, sort of punching at each other, pretty tight.
Yeah.
Then it got looser later on, and then it was the Dunkorama, and it was just awesome.
I mean, I went back and got caught up, and I mean, just phenomenal. I mean,
it was incredible.
So many storylines that came out of that game, from Jamal Murray, whether it was debatable whether he was going to play in the game or not. Just how do you not? I mean, you put a dude on that court in a situation like that, and a competitor is going to compete. There is zero chance you're getting him off the court, and there's zero chance that he wasn't going to play, just like Malone said. But to have both Christian and Peyton Watson have big games as the season's starting to wind down right now, you've got your concerns about the bench. Well, you know who the two guys that are going to be playing the majority of the playoffs are going to be, and that's Christian Peyton, as we broke it down earlier in the show. Yeah, Reggie's going to have to play simply because Jamal's going to need to get some breaks, but as the playoffs goes on further, he probably doesn't play as much.
Well, don't miss any of the action. Download the Altitude Sports Radio app. Take us wherever you go. You can listen to all your favorite shows, Avs games, Nuggets games, all that. No matter where you're all. Thanks to our friends at the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to WilhiteWins.com. That's Wilhite Wins. Also want to thank our friends at Revitalize Health for bringing you this fine program. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. All right, walk me through the rest of your day here with are you going to be able to
No, today is the one night of the week that I am not a full-time taxi cab. Thursdays are my I get to take a breath day.
Are you going to be able to go watch? Oh, is he putting for birdie right now? Don't tell me because you're ahead. I know.
I didn't see it. So
all right, so he's got a birdie putt at
I decided
3.
to do my job for a minute or two and not watch.
All right, here we go. It's about, I'd say, a 12-footer, Tyler, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe 14, something like that.
He almost drove the green.
So here goes Tiger to get to -2 on the day at 3, and he misses it outside. Didn't break the way he had hoped it, so he's got a tippity tap in for par. Kind of misread that one a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, Wyndham Clark, though, Tyler, is 3 under through 10. Our local hero who walks around with the U.S. Open Cup. By the way, you want to talk about something cool the other night? When he was at the Avs game, and he was just in the locker room with the U.S. Open trophy. So I was like, me to you to the U.S. Open trophy. I just kind of, I didn't talk to him like Vic Lombardi. He was like his best friend.
Duh.
But still, it was cool to be like I definitely took a gaze at it, and he was nice. He posed for a picture for me, and it was
cool.
It was like,
nice kid, man. I mean, I listened to that whole interview that he did on the morning show. Super nice kid. Unbelievable, man. Valor High School. Him and Christian McCaffrey, the same class coming out of Valor.
Bananas.
I mean, I keep talking about the kid that I coached over at Valor, Roger Rosengarten.
Yeah.
Might be a first rounder this year, probably a second rounder. The talent that comes out of there, it's just nuts.
So Wyndham Clark,
Luke McCaffrey.
Oh, he just bogeyed. Oh, wait a second. No. Oh, they're screwing around with the score here. Oh, he did bogey. He just bogeyed a hole. So he's 2 under through 11 now. Dang it.
Oh, this is a long tournament, though, man.
Yeah.
This is a long tournament.
How about
DeChambeau coming back from the dead?
He's in the clubhouse at 60 with 65, 7 under. So great round for him. Tigers 1 under through 3. And here we go. They had a 2-hour delay because of some weather issues. So I'm kind of pumped to get home and just sort of kick back and watch. I mean, we're only through 3 holes with Tiger. I got 15 holes of Tiger to watch. I'm kind of pumped.
You said Wyndham's on 13. Is that what you said?
On the website, it says through 11.
Or through 11.
So he's on 12.
All right. If he could drop another stroke or two, finish the day minus 4 to 5, he's in great shape.
Yeah, that'd be
great
fine.
shape.
Well, he's got. So he's got the par 316. Oh, Phil put it in the water on 16. Did I tell you that?
You did tell me that.
So he's got at least one more par 5 for sure.
What's Phil at?
Let me scroll down.
But remember last year he was not doing great leading into it. It was that final day that he dropped like 7 or 8 strokes.
Yeah, I'm not.
Phil. I think Phil's even.
I'm not the biggest Phil fan, so I don't. He can do bad. I don't care.
Phil's even.
Even par.
They're 16.
Okay.
You don't like Phil?
Well, I used to really despise him because I thought he was just such a waste of talent. Then I liked him for a little bit. And then the gambling stuff and all that crap kind of turned me off. Then he went to live, and I was just like, on Phil Mickelson.
You know, I get it. And I've kind of been through the same roller coaster with Phil. At the end of the day, I love watching that dude play golf. And when he gets dialed in, that is a pretty thing to look at.
Who's your favorite golfer besides Tiger to watch?
I mean, DeChambeau is kind of the train wreck that you can't take your eyes off of, that you're always just fascinated, whether he's going to balloon up to 400 pounds, be the strongest man on the planet, or lose all the weight like he has now. He's a fun guy to watch. I would say one of my favorites is Matt Fitzpatrick, actually.
Oh, okay. I like Fitzpatrick.
That dude is just steady Eddie and absolutely everything.
Sergio, I can't stand.
I love John Rahm. I think I'm getting a little bit of a wear out on him, though. A little bit of a wear out.
He's so good.
And now he's a sellout, too. I mean, I don't blame him. I would have taken the money. I would have taken the money. But, I mean, it's just hard to, like, when you take such a firm stance. Like, these other guys, they didn't take that stance, you know?
Who else is good? I'm a Rory fan. I like watching Rory. Who else? I don't know.
See, Rory drives me nuts now. I used to like Rory.
He's all over the place.
He drives me nuts.
He's very inconsistent.
Like, get off your pedestal. Like, get off your holier-than-thou pedestal.
That's a good one for Fitzpatrick. I do like watching him, too. He's a good story, too. I don't know. It's the Masters. I'll watch a ton
Fitzpatrick was on Full Swing last season, I think.
I like the guys on Full Swing.
Who's on? I haven't started watching this year. Who's on it?
Well, I've only watched the first couple of episodes, and it really focuses on the PGA sort of combining with Liv. So it's a lot of Rory. It's a lot on Rory right from the beginning. So I haven't plowed through.
Rory's letting him follow him?
Oh yeah. Well, he did. He has for the past couple of years. So he did again. And there's Bubba Watson. He kind of stinks now.
You stunk for a long time, buddy.
What happened to Bubba Watson?
You want to talk about... So Bubba Watson is by far my most random Twitter follower. By far.
That's right.
Bubba Watson follows me on Twitter, and sometimes you think about like these famous people that end up following people, and they follow like 10,000 people. He follows like 300 people, and I'm one of the people that he follows.
That's pretty funny. David Duvall thinks Bubba Watson's inconsistent.
Ooh. Hey, David Duvall is Cherry Hills royalty.
Oh, I know, but what happened?
Well, he went broke.
No, I got it. All right, Nate and Andy coming up. Go DU. Pioneers playing here in 5 minutes on ESPN2, so we'll root for them. Other than that, I mean, take a breath, everybody. No Nuggets, no Avs.
Just time to watch Masters.
We'll watch the Masters, pull for the Pios. And Nate and Andy, thank you, Grizz A. Dan, Bud Tanner, how you feeling? You okay? You going to be all right?
I'm powering through, baby.
Man, I respect that. By the way, I think there's some 9-hour-old breakfast sandwiches from McDonald's laying out there if anybody wants to nuke those
Dan
up.
already had one. Yeah,
I did?
I'm not going to say
I'll tell you what I did.
Nope.
I'll tell you what I did. I nuked it. I took the bread off. I scraped the cheese off, and I just had the egg and some meat.
Okay.
That's exactly what I did.
Okay.
That's all right. I stayed away from the bagel part of it. No, that's all right. You can keep me in check.
What's it?
What?
Nothing.
Maintenance, baby.
Are you maintenance?
I am maintenance. And I'm right.
Not another 10 or 12 or so?
No. Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
You think you're making a comment? Wow, really? I'm glad
you look great.
Glad you're in the foxhole with me. All right. Nate and Andy coming up next.
Oh, it was a good cause night last night. It was a good Nuggets night. It was a good Jokic night. It was a good Christian Brown night, a good Jamal Murray night. It was a pretty good time last night. The Nuggets smacked the Timberwolves and put themselves directly into the driver's seat to get the number 1 seed in the Western Conference, 116 to 107. A fourth quarter for the ages. Nuggets just go dunk contest on those dudes at the end of that thing. Christian Brown, signature NBA moment for Christian Brown last night.
Sure.
That was pretty good.
How many people do you think realize he played for the Nuggets?
He
had an all right finals last year.
He did.
I don't want to take that away from the young man.
But yes, there's like, hey, is that the kid from Kansas? It sure is. That's the dude. Also, he did not do the Wemby thing when he went at Rudy Gobert. It was just, I will yam all over you, you giant Frenchman. The other giant Frenchman got him to kick the ball out to MPJ and startled Chris Marlowe an awful lot. Different story when he went at Rudy. Nuggets just, they broke the spirit of those dudes in the fourth quarter in the second half of that game last night. Nikola Jokic, 41. Andy, 41 on 20 shots.
Yeah.
Is that good? That feels good. It feels like a good game to me. Made both of his threes that he took. Outside of some missed free throws, which who cares? Make him in the playoffs, obviously. 11 rebounds, 7 assists last night for the Joker. Andy, my biggest takeaway as I watched that game last night and what you saw the Nuggets do in the fourth quarter was like, it's that thing that I say a lot, but I also feel like I have to remind myself of it, is appreciate all of this.
Yeah.
That's a game where the best team in the NBA, put the pedal down and said, we are going to take this thing. And they went and did it. They rose to the occasion. The great players were great. The building was electric. This truly is the golden age of Denver Nuggets basketball. You, the Denver Nuggets fan, you guys have the team that does that. That is inevitable, that when they play their game, nobody in the NBA can hang with them. And I will say this about the Minnesota Timberwolves, Andy, that team is really friggin' good. They are really good, and they cannot hang with the Denver Nuggets.
It's a take that upsets people. I'm going to spit it out again because I don't care.
Let's have it.
Because, again, I don't say this lightly. I am a Denver native, for those of you new to the program. I have seen the entire career of John Elway. Watched a lot of Patrick Waugh when he was with the Avalanche. We could go on and on with whoever you want to pick out from history. Nikola Jokic, to me, is proving himself to be the biggest big game athlete this town has ever seen.
Ooh.
Well, you tell me. You tell me the last big game he's not showed up in.
That he shrunk from?
Again,
Couldn't
41 points last night.
Yeah.
Next closest teammate was Jamal Murray. 41 points.
Yep.
He was just toying with Gobert at the end. Did you see that one time where
I did. I saw the whole game.
Yeah, you saw it all. He had the play where he was in the paint, and I feel like he was trying to get, I think it would have been foul 5 on Rudy.
Yeah.
Where he went up, like he could have had it, and then he tried. He did 3 like little things to Rudy, trying to get him to jump so he could foul him out of the game.
I believe
and
on
get
that,
an out one, or maybe the 5th foul. But
I believe on that play, Rudy actually was holding the rim.
Right.
Don't forget how giant Rudy Gobert is, okay? And that Jokic does that to him. Rudy Gobert is one of the best defensive bigs that has ever lived, Andy.
Yeah.
He truly is. I'm not trying to put him on some pedestal. He doesn't look at his defensive player of the years and everything that he has accomplished. He is one of the best rim protectors that has ever played the sport. And Nikola Jokic regularly kicks the ever-living crap out of that guy.
Oh, he had the one on the block where he faked outside and then cut baseline, spun around, went inside.
Yep.
Rudy was nowhere near him. Where'd who go?
Right.
From Top Gun.
My favorite Jokic bucket from last night, it was like 3 minutes left in the third quarter, and the ball had actually been knocked away. Jokic and Rudy both broke back for it at midcourt. Rudy flopped all over the place.
Yeah.
Jokic picked it up and then just it was like he was Derrick Henry, like with a sliver of daylight. Jokic just put his shoulder down and he was pissed on that play. It was an angry bucket out of Nikola, slammed his way through the lane and finished with an and one while Rudy cried that he had been fouled, which he very clearly had flopped. That might have, well, up until the Christian Brown and Peyton Watson show at the end of the game, that was probably my favorite moment of the game because I get a kick out of Nikola has grown so much with his ability to kind of keep the emotions in check out on the floor. He really has. Okay? He still plays with a ton of emotion, but it bubbles under the surface, and he oftentimes utilizes it for good. Yeah, he had a couple of ejections this year. Who cares? It was the Pistons and the Bulls, right? But on that play, it was just, nope, I'm bleeping pissed, and I'm going to get a bucket right now. And when he decides that, there's no human being on the planet that can stop him.
No, and again, there's no team that can stop him.
Nope.
In any gotta-have-it game, I ask you, last 4 years, you can find some early on, but since Nikola's been MVP quality Nikola.
Yep.
When has he not shown up in a game you've had to have? Doesn't mean they've won them all. I mean, obviously, they haven't won them all.
Right.
But it's not been because of him.
Yeah, the Clipper game, he missed the 3 at the buzzer. Oh, well. He was still great that night. It was still a road game where the Nuggets barely showed up and then lost by a bucket.
And their best, the decision on the best play was apparently to just let him huck it up because they know he's their best shot.
Exactly.
But again, I don't remember. Look, man, Nate's had, I hate to say it, Nate is phenomenal. Nate had a rough series against Vegas a couple of years ago when they were ousted in the semifinals.
Yeah.
Okay. John Elway had plenty of Super Bowls where I remember the one against 49ers, one of his first passes, he took 2 steps back and basically threw the ball into the ground trying to hit Bobby Humphrey just on a little screen pass to the outside. I mean, and look, these are great players. These are great players. But watching that game last night, I just started trying to remember I don't remember a guy in this town's history where every time he knows it's on him if they're going to win, he'll be the difference.
Yeah.
And he performs every time.
The closest.
Go back to some of the playoff games, but again, you get knocked out. How many points does he have when nobody else can hit a shot?
Western Conference Finals in the bubble, because the Lakers were gigantic, and he had a tough series, but it was a tough matchup for him just because of the way that Laker team was built. They were so massive and they were a machine. And I also think that series it's a part of the Nikola Jokic arc, right? You very rarely get to just go and breeze your way to an NBA championship. You got to get knocked down before you can finally go and do something like that. Like that series to me was pivotal. It was also pivotal in the development of Nikola Jokic. The first round series against Golden State, Draymond gave him hell for like a game and a half, but then go back and watch that series. Nikola kicked the crap out of him the rest of that series and absolutely handled it. To your point, like there have been moments where guys have given him fits for a minute. That's it, though.
You never shut him down completely. And again, the other thing that's always tricky about Nikola is he sets other guys up for shots, and the Nuggets don't always have guys that knock down the shots he creates for them.
Yeah.
That's not his fault. That's not on him.
Nope. He's an all-time great. He's going to go down as an all-time great. He's going to win his 3rd MVP, which puts him in all-time great territory. When he gets another Finals MVP, we've read off that list before. The guys that have been three-time MVPs and 2-time Finals MVPs. I mean, it's the cream of the crop, and that's the basketball player that we're watching right now. 41, 11, and 7 in a gotta-have-it game that he, again, put his team on his damn back last night against a team, and I'm telling you this, a playoff series against the Timberwolves. And right now, they wouldn't get him until the Western Conference Finals if the Nuggets hold on to it. And the Timberwolves obviously would have to be able to get there. They got to get Karl-Anthony Towns back and healthy and everything else like that. That series will be a pain in the ass. The Nuggets will win it, But that will be a physical monster of a basketball series.
Just one other note, he played the most minutes of anyone last night. Now, Porter was just 1 minute off. Credit for Porter for getting that many minutes in, too.
MPJ was great last night, by the way.
38 minutes in a gotta-have-it game, 11 ahead of Jamal, 10 ahead of Aaron. 12 ahead of KCP. So I'm just saying, I mean, when you tell the guy, and look, Peyton Manning had his problems too, both here and in Indy. It's on you, bro. If you have a bad day, we ain't winning this thing. When has he ever had the bad day? That's all I ask you. That's all I ask you.
He shows up. He never doesn't show up. That's for damn sure. The Serbian machine always operates. We'll take a break. When we come back, our buddy Nick Kosmider joins the show for some NFL draft conversation and Bronco-y talk. We'll do that coming up here in just a moment. So much going on in the world of sports today. We'll have a lot of fun with that on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. It's the camping time of year again, and if you need to get the old truck or 4x4 ready to haul the fifth wheel or maybe some tie-downs for the gear and back, whatever you may need, they can get you set up at Colorado Off-Road. Now's a great time. Call Jerry Jones, see when you can get the truck or 4x4 in there, and he'll take care of you. Now, maybe it's not just a truck or 4x4 getting prepped for camping season. Maybe you need some accessories for all year round. Fortunately, they keep seeing from our weather guys that could be some more snow next week. Maybe if you're sick of shoveling snow out of the bed, get a bed cover. Get the power step rails. You can get the remote starts, light kits, towing winches, whatever you want. They've got it over at Colorado Off-Road. And Jerry Jones, this is his shop. His wife, Wendy, they've been doing it for a long, long time. It's a Colorado business. They know their stuff. They'll point you in the right direction, even if you just need some recommendations on product. They are located 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
is Nate and Andy. We are with you here on a lovely Thursday afternoon. The Nuggets rule. We know that. We're going to talk a lot about it today here on the show. 2 wins away from a number 1 seed in the Western Conference, but I feel the winds are blowing. Let's get drafty in here right now. We welcome to the show our pal Nick Kosmider of theathletic.com. He is also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you require Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. What up, Nick? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. Nick, we're just going to welcome you into Andy's take from segment number 1. And you covered Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets for many years before changing beats and heading over to the football side and starting to cover the Broncos. I know you weren't around and covering John Elway's career, but Andy Lindahl puts Nikola Jokic atop the Denver sports mountain. Do you feel as though he is justified in doing so now?
I think he's justified. I don't know that you're ever going to get a consensus from this city, this region, this community on that, just because of what John Elway was able to do for that team and finally getting it over this years long hump, winning the way that he did, going out on top, all those sorts of things just made him really an iconic figure that stands the test of time against most challengers. But where Nikola Jokic has the opportunity to have an edge is that he is still right now in his prime. He's about to win his 3rd MVP in 4 years, which there's only a handful of guys in NBA history who have won that prestigious award at that rate. He has a chance to add his 2nd NBA title this season. And look, this guy ends up winning 3 or 4 of these things, adds another MVP down the road. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's going to end up being one of the 5 or 6 best players to ever play his sport. And as great as John Elway is, he's not quite in that category. So he still has that chance. There's some people who will never let go of the John Elway baton, no matter what happens. That's just the way that it goes. But he's not wrong to be on that hill because, again, Jokic is in his prime and there's so much more ahead, I still think.
Well, Nick, you've watched what I've watched. And I grew up here. John Elway was incredibly amazing. I'm getting the hate text from friends already.
Good.
John Elway was amazing in Cleveland for the drive. John Elway was just all right against the Giants in the Super Bowl. John Elway was amazing against Cleveland again so they could get to their 2nd Super Bowl. Guess what? Not good against the Reds. Well, I shouldn't say that. The Washington team.
Football team.
The football team. And, when Doug Williams got his first Super Bowl. Shout out to Russell Wilson. Doug Williams. Look it up. And then in 89, John Elway was going to have to be phenomenal with the best running back I thought he'd had to that point in Bobby Humphrey, Rookie of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year that year. They got absolutely sandblasted by the 49ers. So John Elway, look, I don't think this town is what it is without John Elway when I say that. But, Nick, if we're just to break it down by purely clutch performances by athletes in the biggest of moments, whether to get a home field advantage, do something in the playoffs, or in this case, win a championship, you tell me a guy that you can think of, and we're going to start looking beyond just Denver, Nick. This guy, Nikola Jokic, shows up every single time. I cannot remember the last time he was one of the reasons where you're going, what the hell was that out of Jokic? When they absolutely had to have it.
Yeah, he's inevitable. That's what he is. He's inevitable. And that's where you get into some of what you're talking about, Andy, that he is a guy that is always going to deliver. And look, I sort of felt that way when I grew up in Arizona. Obviously closely followed the Suns as I was coming up, and there was those years they always seemed to lock horns with the San Antonio Spurs. And no matter how good Phoenix's offense was, what they had going, the way that Steve Nash could create, they had some of the most exciting teams in basketball for a while, but there was just always this roadblock against the Spurs because Tim Duncan and to a lesser degree, Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili was just that. He was inevitable. There was no way he wasn't going to answer when he had to, and that's what Nikola Jokic has become. And you're right, it is different. Like we tend to put all these really great players, in the same bucket. Like, oh, But when you go and you look at the playoff situations, Paul George, as great as a season as he's having, he's not delivered those moments in the playoffs. You go down the list, Jason Tatum not delivering to the same degree in the playoffs. Guys that you're sort of putting in his peer group in terms of best players in the league, they're not that thing, which is inevitable. And that's the way that I always describe Nikola Jokic. And it's a hell of a thing to be, because it allows you as a fan, as a coach on that team, as a teammate, to just always sleep well at night, knowing that you're not going to have to question what you're going to get out of him.
Nick Kosmider covering the NFL for The Athletic, but he was a longtime Nuggets reporter, and it's always we love to get basketball knowledge out of Kos, because one of the best reporters in town when it comes to covering that very sport. And hey, you know what, Nick? Another deep playoff run, which is probably likely. I would assume that The Athletic will throw you back on the basketball beat, so we're helping you get your chops back, okay?
Yeah, I do appreciate that. You're giving me some repetitions here.
That's right.
I appreciate that, and because you're right. Well, they're going to be back. They're going to be hosting. Looks like if all goes according to plan, if they're not something fluky or weird that happens this week, they could be hosting as many or having home court advantage in as many as 3 more series. In the West playoffs. So it's going to be another long spring into early summer. For the Nuggets, that's just what they've become.
Okay, so your colleague Dane Brugler put out The Beast this week, which, good God, man, the amount of here's what always blows my mind about this is just like the amount of backstory that he comes up on with for each guy, in addition to, like he's got the pros and the cons and all the typical draft stuff. But like, I didn't know like how like insanely athletic Drake May's family was or anything like that until I read all about, like, unbelievable the amount of information that is in there. As you have started to delve into it, or as you have looked deeper at these quarterbacks, has one of them risen to the top for you? Obviously outside of the Caleb Williams category, because there's no way that he will be there for Denver at 12. Do you have a favorite non-Caleb Williams quarterback in this draft?
Yeah, well, first of all, I agree with you on Dane. I remember last year or 2 years ago, the Broncos drafted Matt Henningsen out of Wisconsin, and everybody in this market and elsewhere was like sort of latching onto this quote that Dane had gotten from a scout, where he was comparing Matt's sort of brand, this guy, right? Like Henningsen, super smart guy, engineer, has worked on like robotic brain surgery type stuff, like just a super brilliant guy. And the quote that Dane had in this thing was like, he's Matt Damon from Good Will Hunting. Like, that's the kind of guy he is. And that was sort of just something we were able to build off of and run. So it's incredible, to your point. It doesn't matter where that player is stacked up in this draft, Dane's put in the work. So it's a really fantastic resource. So looking through that, and also just continuing to gather information about these quarterbacks as best as you can. Obviously, I'm not a scout, so I watch as much of the film of these guys as I can. I've gone back and I've watched some of these games. So I look at it through just the lens of a guy that covers the sport, that tries the best to kind of look at it from the best common sense thing that I can. And I just keep coming back to that this guy, Jayden Daniels, he has that electric ability, that sort of differentiating, unique playmaking ability that you see in the guys at that position who are elevating their teams, right? Like C.J. Stroud, Patrick Mahomes. Again, this is not a comparison. I'm not saying he's going to be Patrick Mahomes, but what I'm saying is he has the capability to be one of those boat risers, right? Like, he's not a guy that you're going to fit in your system. He's going to, he's going to do what's asked of him. And he's really consistent in the way that he reads, he progresses. But I just think he's got some of that otherworldly type talent and just sort of a energy about him that I think would give you a chance to have a guy that's coming in and he's like lifting your program up. Now, whether that's still worth what they're going to have to get to get him, whether he's even available, because the Commanders could just be like, yeah, we see the exact same thing. There's no way we're not drafting this guy, right? You might not have a chance to get him. But that's the guy for me right now that is a little bit differentiated from Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, Michael Penix, and the rest.
You know what I think is interesting, Nick? I feel like as we get closer to the draft, Mel Kiper puts out a big mock draft as well. Doesn't include Bo Nix or Penix, I guess, in his first round. Who was our guy the other day? Who's our Scott Friday guy from NFL Network?
Adam Rank.
Adam Rank. He did an interesting mock draft. And again, no Penix, no Nix, no Kool-Aid McKinstry in his first round. I do feel like as we get closer, some of the, hey, let's click on this, just like, hey, let's talk about it on the radio goes away, and guys start revealing a little bit of what they've heard. What percentage would you put the likelihood the Broncos draft another position other than quarterback if they stay at 12?
If they stay at 12, if they don't draft, I think if they stay at 12, I would put that likelihood at somewhere around, let's call it somewhere between 60 and 70%.
Okay.
Because I think that, like, because what you're going to have to assume if they stay at 12, I think, is that, you know, the top four that most people consider the consensus top four, right? Williams, Daniels, May, McCarthy have all gone somewhere before 12. And there's a possibility that at 12, Sean Payton likes Bo Nix or he likes Michael Penix Jr., but there's also a chance that they've done their work on those guys and just don't see them as a fit, so they're not going to draft them at 12, and they might not even draft them in the first round. So I think that if they're sticking around at 12, if they're not taking the big swing that they need to take in order to move up somewhere else to draft a quarterback, I think there's a decent chance that they take something else. Like, they could use a pass rusher, right? They don't have a guy on this team that has had double-digit sacks since 2018. They could really use some juice on the edge of that defense. They could certainly use an offensive tackle of the future. Garrett Bowles is 32 years old, last year of his contract. Still a guy that if you were to land that franchise tackle, maybe you could make a move to pick up some day two capital. You could convince yourself that you need a big playmaking weapon, even though you don't have the quarterback just yet. Maybe you want a guy to add some electricity to that offense, whether it is a Brock Bowers, whether it is Rome Odunze falling a little bit, Brian Thomas Jr., whatever the case might be. There is, I think, the opportunity just to add a really impactful player at all kinds of different positions that they have need both for talent and depth. So, yeah, if they're at 12 and the top four are gone, and again, they could like Nix a lot and say, hey, cool, my gosh, he landed to us at 12. This is incredible. We didn't have to give up anything, and we got our guy. That's in the realm of possibility. But I think if they are drafting at 12, I think it's more likely than not that they will draft a player that's not a quarterback, and then we'll be kind of pushing this can, I guess, of finding the future guy down the road a little bit.
Okay, but what if Sean Payton just wants to hang out and get a free agent next year? Because I understand what you're saying, but
yeah,
look, by all indications, Nix is going to be there, Penix is going to be there. There's some mock drafts that said basically, that J.J. McCarthy may be there. Or our guy Rank, I don't know. Now, Rank seems the most extreme. He had the Broncos getting Drake May at 12.
Yeah.
So I do think some of the love of the quarterback hype is starting to dissipate, as we get a little bit closer, because I just think a lot of us know that I don't know that I buy this is a 5-round QB draft in the first round yet this year. I'm not there yet. So I just wonder, I really just wonder, could they just be thinking about a free agent, whether it's Tannehill this year or, look, man, Nick, the Dak Prescott thing's weird, right? Cowboys just sitting there, haven't done jack with him. I'm not completely sure he doesn't get a free agent QB. You think he'd consider that? Has he ever talked about that?
Not in terms of anything beyond this year. But again, this is a guy who we know that his most successful path was finding a free agent who had success, but was a guy that he thought that he could help take to another level. And look, there isn't always a Kirk Cousins type player on the market in free agency. He was probably the best player to come into free agency since Tom Brady, I guess, but that wasn't a unique situation there. Of course, you never know how that the Dak Prescott thing is interesting. Like, there's always those, like the Tua, until they make a decision on his long-term future, who knows what's going on there. There is that opportunity, and I'm sure Sean Payton would like to work with a veteran that has had some success, so you're not completely starting this thing at ground zero. But I just think where they're at, like, this is the time to do it, because if you're building up to take a guy that's a veteran next year, are you like ready to be plug that guy in and play in 2025 and like compete, like that's what we're talking about here. And again, they've done the aging quarterback thing several times over the last 5, 6, 7 years, and it's failed miserably. At some point, you've got to draft the guy. They have not drafted a guy in the top 10, a quarterback in the top 10 ever. The last time they took one in the first round, it was Paxton Lynch later in the first round. You have to take a swing at some point, for a significant talent at that position and then develop him. And I still think that is like their plan A. Now, the May thing is interesting, right? Like you hear some people saying McCarthy is actually he's the guy that most evaluators maybe prefer at 3 or 4 if Daniels is gone, and maybe he's a guy that I don't necessarily think is the flavor for everyone. And I don't know how the Broncos view him, but I think he's probably the guy that has some more discerning or some more differentiating opinion on him. Like some view him very highly. Others think he's got quite a bit of work to do before he's going to develop into a guy you can start. So there are a lot of machinations, to your point, Andy, about how this can all play out. We like to think, hey, quarterbacks can go 1, 2, 3. The 4th, yeah, you might have to get to 6 or 8 to get him. And then it's like, okay, you're at 12. Do you like Bo Nix or Michael Penix? But who knows how this thing is actually going to play out, bottom line, when April 25th rolls around.
It's so funny, too, because a world where somebody falls for J.J. McCarthy and takes him in the top 3, if Drake May starts to fall, like when you talk about a guy that you could draft, you could have him hang out for a minute, you can let Stiddy be your starter this year, you can allow Drake May to develop and then go forward with them, and hopefully the coaching of Sean Payton, improved footwork, comfort in the offense, the physical tools that he already has. This is a guy that, 2-3 years down the line, he could be a star NFL quarterback.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I think some of the thing that would be appealing about drafting a quarterback if you stay at 12, because you've not then at that point used any additional capital. So now play this guy, get a really good sample size, and if he's bad and you're bad, guess what? You're going to draft in the top 3 or 4 next year. Like there's nothing that says you couldn't do it again. You couldn't draft a guy. You land in a better situation.
The Josh Rosen move. Yes.
The Josh Rosen move. Again, like Curry's still out a little bit on Kyler Murray, but he no doubt is an electric guy that lifted them. He's dealt with injuries and some other stuff with that team has been weird. But he's a dude. And I think you have the opportunity to say, hey, we could potentially get 2 shots at this. If you trade up a bunch and you give up future draft capital, then that's a different story. Then you have to really kind of tie yourself to this experiment, really hard. And so I think that would be another plus. But again, you can't draft a guy just because he's there and say, oh, we'll give it a shot. Like you gotta, as Sean Payton always says, just listen to what he says. It's always about the vision. And again, I'm just not. I don't know whether there are enough guys in this draft that they like to where, hey, X amount of them are gone. Let's take the guy at 12.
Nick, we are a little over 2 weeks away, or pretty damn close to it, to the start of the NFL draft. I don't know how many more ideas you have to be able to write about for The Athletic until we get this damn thing. So for your sake and ours, let's go ahead and speed it all up, but we appreciate it, man.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I would like that. I'm almost all the way to the analyzing kickers and punters and all that sort of thing. So I'm ready, man. Let's bring it on.
Also, I'll click on it, so I appreciate it, pal.
Got you guys. All right, man. Thanks a lot.
No, he didn't say long snappers. You calm down there.
I like punters and kickers.
Not as much as you like a long snapper.
I do love a long snapper. Yes.
Bob and Moyer.
I have a particular affection for the snappers long.
Who was our dude last year?
It wasn't Bob and Moyer?
Yeah, but there was another guy, remember? Very Italian name, I want to say.
Not Ben DiNucci, obviously.
No, not Ben DiNucci.
No.
There was another guy.
Oh, Fraboni.
Fraboni. Huh? My profiling there. I'm sorry to my Italian friends. Don't tweet me, Vic. I apologize.
Frabonix. I do love long snappers. They're fascinating people. It's correct, but at Lindahl. Yeah, just get the damn draft here already. Just make it happen, okay? I need this to go down. By the way, Pio's trailing Boston, 1-0 at the end of the first period. We'll keep an eye on the Frozen Four for all of you today as the program rolls along. That's right. We got live local sports today. DU going for yet another national championship. Luke Tuck with a shorthanded goal for the Terriers of Boston University. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
According to retailers, the most popular Halloween mask this year is O.J. Simpson. And the most popular Halloween greeting is, I'll kill you and that guy who's bringing over your glasses, or treat.
Ah, yes. At the age of 76, Andy, the juice is no longer with us. He has
been squeezed.
Gone ahead and ridden in that great white Bronco to the sky. O.J. Simpson dying at the age of 76.
Do you see someone created the white Bronco in her style today? And the tweet just said, who did this?
Can they find a coffin that fits? Yes.
Wow, tight fit there is what you're suggesting?
There you are. There you are. Uh-huh. Yeah, O.J. Simpson. So this is funny, actually. When we were in Las Vegas, what was that, last week, 2 weeks ago, however long ago that was. So you flew in the night before. Spring and I flew in first thing in the morning. Spring and I we got the stretch limo treatment.
Oh yeah, you were special.
It was pretty solid.
Yeah.
And so we're going from the airport, Harry Reid Airport there to the Circa, which is in old downtown Las Vegas. And I was able to give Spring the two little bits of knowledge that I have from all of the time that I spend in Las Vegas, including when we went by the Palace Station Casino, hotel and casino. I was able to point out to Spring, oh yeah, that's where the juice burst in with other accomplices to then hold up a bunch of memorabilia dealers at gunpoint to get his signed jerseys back or whatever else it was that he ultimately was convicted of, and that was the thing that put him in prison. But yes, the Palace Station Casino there in Las Vegas, the apparent downfall of O.J. Simpson after he, got away with double murder. Allegedly.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a wild time. Wild time.
It really, for the kids these days that didn't live through it, Andy, it consumed American culture, the O.J. Simpson trial.
Yeah, and it was, at least for me, so I was in college at the time. I'm assuming high school.
Yes.
And I remember I was at the Denver Athletic Club where was my job, running kids camps.
Mm-hmm.
And we were all getting ready to leave for the day. And the Denver Athletic Clubs, for those that haven't been in there, and I don't have the money to belong, so I can assume a lot of you probably are in the same boat. They had a lot of really swanky men's locker rooms with a bunch of TVs. It was like a sports bar inside the locker room sometime. And so I don't even remember what we went in there for, maybe just take a leak before we went home or whatever, but on the TV was the Bronco chase.
Sure.
The white Bronco chase with Al Cowlings driving him, that
AC, baby.
June is the...
June 17th, 1994.
Right. So...
a great 30 for 30, that one.
So he gets arrested ultimately, all this stuff, whatever. In my time, they kept trying to show as much as they could because I think we've gotten a little more loose. I don't know if it's because of the internet. We're just used to being shocked by things, unfortunately for me, I found a beheading video once of the first guy that was beheaded in Iraq trying to run security detail.
You just stumbled across that?
Well, one of our mutual friends found it, and I shouldn't have watched it. I'll just tell you that. But I did. Anyway, they were trying to show crime scene photos. Remember that? It was just constantly, but they were trying to show it, quote unquote, tastefully for TV. There's a lot of blood everywhere, and they're trying not to show certain parts. And so you were consumed with this, and then there was the glove, and is somebody really on the loose? And then he goes running. There was Kato Kalin, who became the roommate everybody knew.
The pool boy.
The guy, yeah.
He was down in the pool house.
Yeah. It just was one of those events that give me a bigger trial in history. Because I
can't think of one.
With the moon landing,
Andy,
the Kennedy assassination, these were events that happened in a day, and then the Challenger explosion, something else that happened in my lifetime. The OJ thing gripped the nation for what, Nate? 2 months, 3 months, whatever it was.
Think of the amount of people that are famous because they were just connected to it.
Yeah.
Judge Lance Ito. Do you remember the dancing Itos on Leno?
Yeah.
Okay, so Judge Lance Ito.
Marcia Clark.
The dream team. You know, you got your
Johnny
Cochran. You got Robert Kardashian in there, which that, by the way, just so everybody knows, like that's where, if you want to know why the Kardashians are famous, it's because of the OJ trial. That's how they broke, okay? Robert Shapiro was the original. He was the first one. Alan Dershowitz, F. Lee Bailey, the dream team of attorneys that OJ had. These people are all famous to this day.
What about, who was the most famous crooked LA cop? Do you remember him?
Oh, it was
and I think he retired and moved after he was done.
Mark Furman.
He moved.
Yes. He moved to Sandpoint, Idaho.
Yeah.
Which is right next to Coeur d'Alene, which was recently in the news because of the Utah women's basketball team. It's part of the country that unfortunately has a few too many people that are kind to those kind of guys. But yes.
Yeah.
Just again, coming back to what we know happening here today.
Yeah, man. It was, it was like, I just don't remember a story. Well, sadly, yes, I do. The JonBenet Ramsey thing, the murder and the investigation and trying to figure out, they still to this day don't know who did it. So
and I mean that was big in this part of the country because it happened in Boulder. It doesn't hold a candle to how massive the OJ thing was.
No, not even close.
It consumed everything in our society. You know, we're playing Norm Macdonald jokes, and we're going to play a bunch more today because they're all good. How many comedians, Andy, like late night talk shows, comedians, everything else, like all their material, their entire show, it was about the juice. It was about the trial and all of the absurdity that went on right there.
Yeah, it was unbelievable, man. It was unbelievable. It's one of those things that'll stick with me.
Yep.
Because, there's certain moments I remember being,
everybody remembers where they were when they saw the white Bronco.
Yeah. And it was wild.
I was at the batting cages at Pizza Sam's in Wakanda, Illinois.
Did you guys go in to watch?
We sure did.
You got to the point where you kept thinking it was going to end. I remember thinking, all right, I'm driving home. I'm giving this thing 45 minutes or whatever. I'm getting in the car. I'm going home.
You couldn't take your eyes away from it. It was and it was during an NBA Finals game.
Yes.
To the point where NBC and like Bob Costas is anchoring a split screen over on this side. You got Ewing and the Knicks against Olajuwon and the Rockets. And on the other side, here is Costas being like, hey, there's NFL legend O.J. Simpson running from the cops in Los Angeles, and this is the biggest thing happening in the world. O.J. at the time was an NBC NFL analyst.
And a massive... did a bunch of movies.
Yep.
Did Hertz commercials.
He was
beloved.
He was like the goofy and charismatic ex-athlete. All the executives at NBC, they were buddies with the juice. I mean, he was as entrenched in the old boys club as you possibly could be. And there he was on the run from the police. Very slowly, it should be added.
Dog track in Commerce City, someone said.
It's a good place to be for watching the juice on the run. Yeah. So O.J. Simpson no longer with us, and that's a shame. It's Craigman and Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is the Craigman and Lindahl Show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. DU and BU are in the second period currently, and Boston has a 1-0 lead on the Piles. Keep you updated on that as our show trods along here on a beautiful Thursday afternoon in Denver, Colorado. But, of course, we're talking a lot about that Nuggets victory last night over the Minnesota Timberwolves. All right, Andy, I got a fun little exercise here for us, okay? This is some after game number 80 dunk contest kind of stuff that we saw from last night. I want to power rank Nuggets dunkers.
Okay.
After last night's performance, or really after the season that has been. Okay?
The dunker in general or the dunks they've performed?
The dunker whom is aided by their resume dunks that they have performed. Okay?
All right.
This is who's right now, who is the best dunker of the basketball on this team? As we sit here today, after Christian Braun, a performance of a lifetime when it comes to dunking the basketball, who is the top dog dunker on these Nuggets?
I'm not going to be a recency bias guy, Nate.
Good for you.
I'm not gonna.
Look at you.
I got to stick with AG.
A man with convictions right there.
Got to stick with AG.
AG.
Now, when it comes to potentially, I'd go Christian. I'd go Peyton Watson.
Yeah.
But
yep.
Potential is only good if you've met said potential.
Sure.
Christian Braun has been pretty good, and last night was incredible.
Pretty good.
But you brought it up when a chance to do so to the Rookie of the Year.
Yep.
Yeah, you chose not to.
No, he definitely chose not to.
You stayed on the branch, little birdie. So I gotta go AG.
Aaron Gordon. Last night he had a pretty good catch and reverse lob dunk, but kind of at least in terms of being a scorer, a quieter night from Aaron Gordon. Last night to me was a bit of a reminder that AG, when it gets to the playoffs, his role changes a little bit.
Yeah.
He becomes a critical defensive stopper in what the Nuggets do. And I do think we'll see his scoring totals. Now, I don't know if he'll, have any 5-point games or anything like that in the playoffs, but it's not going to stun me. His role, and last night he had 5 rebounds, he had 9 assists in that game last night, playing the second unit center. But he will not be as big a scorer when they get to the playoffs because of everything that they need out of him on the defensive end of the court. He's just going to expend a lot of his energy on that end of the floor.
Well, and I think after watching last year's playoffs, and you saw evidence of it last night, they're not going to give him that free lane to come in and be the backside option.
Yeah.
Now, Michael Porter Jr., late in the game, certainly took a great advantage of that on a cut. Remember that? Just went straight baseline, wide open. I guess Brown was able to do it as well, but Brown was aided by the fact that Jamal was in the foreground for Joker, and so it drew a couple defenders, which opened the baseline lane for him. But yeah, he's the muscle. He's the bouncer. He being AG, he's the bouncer in the club for this team.
Yep. That's the dude right there.
Got to get him out of the key. The key's the club, and you got to get out of there. The paint. Anybody call it the key anymore? Is it just the paint? I feel like the key is a term from a decade gone by.
It's they're all out there, Andy. They're all floating around.
Do you say that?
I will say, like, if a player has the ball at the top, I will say a guy has the ball at the top of the key, but inside the key, I will say 3 in the key if a guy is called for 3 seconds. I will go with that every now and then.
Should we change in the paint next year
to in the key?
3 in the key.
Can you find your keys?
Huh? I like that. Huh? Something?
We have to have 3 dudes on the show, and I don't know.
Well, technically.
I don't know if there's budget available for it.
Suppose there could be.
Peyton Watson's number 2 on this list, right? He's the second best dunker on this team, correct? This is where we get into the Peyton Watson versus Christian Braun crux of the debate.
See, here's the thing. I believe Peyton Watson ultimately one day could be the best dunker on this team because his athletic ability is stupid.
Yeah.
He's got springs for legs.
Insane length.
But give me the poster in your Just help me out. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but help me. Like, he's great. The Peyton Watson dunks I think of are where he goes down the floor and dunks it in as he's run ahead of the field, not necessarily in the face of anybody. Now, he gets in your face and swats it away.
Sure.
I mean, he's an unbelievable blocker of the basketball, blocker of your shot.
Shot blocker,
but
if you will.
I can't think of a Peyton Watson dunk where he actually has a guy that he's just mauling on his way to the rim the way basically Christian Braun did last night.
I mean, last night he converted a block into a run-out dunk, which was pretty rad.
It is, but you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know the wow factor. The thing that gets the old score of 10 card in the air.
Sure.
Is when guys, because when I think of, you tell me what Aaron Gordon dunk you're going to remember this year. One of my favorite ones, and maybe one of my Nugget all-time dunks is, what was it, against the Lakers? Who was it against? Where he had three guys in the paint, and he just went up after the missed shot and slammed it back with all these dudes around him.
Aaron
he
Gordon,
was
yeah.
in traffic.
Yeah. No, AG is number one on this list.
No, I know, but I need Peyton Watson needs one of those. Last night, big old bad defensive player of the year, Rudy Gobert, hanging out in there, and Christian Braun said, "I don't care for your game, sir," and went to the left hand and gave him a facial. Do we have one of that caliber from Watson?
He had a pretty good left-handed dunk the other night on Hendricks from Utah. That was pretty good. Now, again, that's
in
not
the face of Rudy Gobert.
That's not Rudy Gobert, but it's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Let me put it this way: if I was taking a dunk contest guy,
if you're taking a dunk contest guy, it's Peyton.
I would take Watson over CB.
Sure, you might take him over AG right now, wouldn't you? The young legs.
I mean, Aaron Gordon is the greatest dunk contest dunker to have never won a dunk contest, which I'm sure he hates hearing that, but he is. Like that, he was robbed numerous times in his career when he should have won the dunk contest. CB is a great in-game dunker. I don't know if Christian Braun, this is going to sound ridiculous to say about an NBA player, I don't know if he has the fluidity.
No, it's fine. Stiff hips. People talk about it all the time.
He doesn't. He's not quite as steezy, if you will.
You don't need it though. He just went
as an in-game
yammed all
dunker.
over your dude.
Yeah, with the left
The
hand.
bottom line is, I'm going up and I'm going to slam this thing home. There's not a thing you can do about it.
Okay, CB at 2, Peyton Watson at 3.
Oh, you're fighting that, aren't you?
Are we in agreement on that?
Yeah.
Okay,
that'll be the list.
Who's number 4? Who's the 4th best dunker on this team? I will give you.
Is there a 4?
I will give you MPJ versus Jamal Murray versus DJ. Those are my next 3 candidates.
Oh, man. Hey, DJ, early in the year, had a little something going. Then he remembered he was late 30s or whatever he is, and that little something left.
DJ is one of the great dunkers in NBA history.
But we're talking Nuggets tenure.
Yes. The problem is that DJ dunks like once every 3 weeks anymore. And basically most of his buckets are dunks.
I just think of 3-point buckets when I think of MPJ. Give me some candidates for
He's a good dunker, though. He is a quality dunk. When he puts his head down and goes to the rack, he is a good dunker.
But his job also is to cash threes from beyond the arc.
I mean, as is Jamal's, and Jamal's a pretty sick dunker, too.
Yeah, but Jamal is the bigger pick-and-roll candidate with Jokic, thus finding the opportunity to
Jamal's reverse dunk the other night, plus... What's Jamal? 6? I think he's listed at 6'4".
Then it's Jamal.
MPJ's
We're
listed
done.
at 6'10". Jamal looks cool when he does it.
Look, I'm buying the car. We'll just go with Jamal. You don't need to work too hard on the paint coating protection or whatever.
Okay, so
just give me Jamal.
You going Jamal, MPJ, then DJ?
Yeah, look, if we were just holding up a dunk as dunk of the year, then I think DJ gets in this conversation.
Okay.
I don't remember, what has DJ had? 4 dunks this whole year?
It's more than
3
that.
of them
but
came pre-Christmas or something?
It's more than that, but your point is well taken right there. Where does Jokic fall on the list? He had a game with 3 dunks in the first quarter a couple of weeks ago.
Sure, but those were.
See, but the thing about Jokic dunks is they're so often like unexpected.
Sure.
That when they do happen, they're just kind of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, they are, but they're also very mundane. Like, technically, he's jumping over people sometimes to do it, but
not often.
Not a guy that's looking at you.
Honestly, he doesn't even want to dunk most of the time. It's sort of like if it's early in a game and he's kind of like, hey, I got a couple of legs right here. I'll go up and I'll throw it down. But it's hard to put him on that list. People keep bringing up Jay Huff. Jay Huff did have a dunk the other night. It was pretty rad.
Again, odd dunk. If we're
dunk.
doing the dunk of the year for the Nuggets in the 2023-24 highlight video,
We're power ranking
that's
Nuggets
something else.
dunkers is
Just
what
their
we're doing
ability
here.
to consistently
The quality of dunker on this roster last night after last night's ridiculous fourth quarter dunk contest. Let's put Jokic at 7.
I'm going to say this.
Mm-hmm.
CB's spot will be precarious if all of a sudden Watson wants to go put facials on a couple people. Then we can revisit the list.
Yes.
But for now, the other thing that cracks me up about Peyton Watson is he's like the car out of control. Took my son out for his first driving lesson the other day, and the old braking enough to slow it down a little more before we hit that end of the parking spot. That feels like Peyton Watson at the end of some of these runs, where he's just like 90-90. Oh, I better get up and dunk it. Then he dunks it, and he's able to grab on the rim, which stops said momentum. He's going like...
He is a guy that will blow a tire every now and then.
He needs to downshift. You know what I mean?
He's still he's a little bit of Bambi legs when it comes to developing that part of his game.
He needs to learn the McKinnon. McKinnon busts out the other night for those breakaway shots.
Yeah.
And does the 15 little chop deeks and all that, then fires the puck home even though he's going 90 miles an hour. But he was under control the whole time, Nate. That's not Watson. Watson feels like the rim sneaks up on him and he better jump up and grab it or he's going to run halfway up the first concourse.
Zeke at number 8?
Whatever. I'm kind of.
You didn't like Zeke's airballed corner 3 last night?
Just like, whatever, dude. What could have been? Somehow we're committed to more money for you.
I looked up at the end of the night, and Reggie had 3 turnovers. It only felt like it was 25.
Well, what about the time where he fell down, didn't get up, then did get up, went down again? I'm like, are we sure he's healthy?
I'm not.
He's got the old look.
Hit some big shots last night.
All due respect.
Killer 3 at the end of the shot clock.
Feels like he's got a little of the old man rubbery legs going on at times.
It's
where he's pushed all he can get out of said body.
That week off is going to do him good. All right, AG, Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, Jamal, MPJ, DJ, Jokic.
Booyah. There it is.
Honorable
That's
mention,
the list.
Zeke.
Really?
That is your.
Now, hold on. What about your guy Huff then? If we're gonna go honorable mention, people.
Jay Huff.
Yeah.
Jay Huff also gets in on honorable mention.
Hunter Tyson Hunter? Who we got? Tyson Hunter?
Hunter Tyson.
Hunter Tyson. Did he go throwing down on anybody?
Not recently.
Should we throw him in there?
He had some summer league dunks. Those don't really count so much. It's Crackman at Lindahl. We're ranking the dunkers. We're dunking all over you on Altitude Sports Radio.
Well, O.J. Simpson's lawyers stopped feuding this week, finally. The Dream Team, F. Lee Bailey and Robert Shapiro, were able to put aside their differences and express their admiration for each other after O.J. threatened to cut their heads off.
Wow, good job, Spring. That's the Killers. I get it. Clever. It's Kraken and Lindahl. Happy Thursday afternoon, everybody, here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, what did you pull up there in the break?
You want to hear it? I could send it to Spring.
Little Juice and John.
Turns out John Elway was interviewed by O.J. Simpson. This is from the account of Mile High Moments.
Okay.
Broncos beat the Oilers, the Jack Party Oilers, the run and shoot Oilers, who I believe had a defensive coordinator named Buddy Ryan. Remember when Buddy Ryan and the old Gilbride, I think Gilbride was the OC, and they wanted to punch each other on the sideline and all that? That's that Warren Moon Oiler team that had like some really, it was a really fun offense. I can't remember all the receivers, but just I remember as a Bronco fan, this game stressed me out so bad because the Oilers had just smoked them early in the year. They roll in 1992 to play the Broncos, and ultimately the Broncos had a comeback at the end of the game where the lore goes, apparently some kid from the Oilers on a kick coverage, Broncos end up on their own 2 again, needed just a field goal to win, not a touchdown. But some gunner from the Oilers runs by John and goes, "Not this time, old man." And John Elway converts 2 4th downs on this drive with his feet to ultimately get him in position. And our buddy Dave Treadwell converted a kick where Kubiak was the holder, and he had to scoop the bad snap, like the football's laying on its belly on the ground. As I remember Treadwell telling me about this. Because he's looking at Coobs like, are we going to kill it? Are we going to kill it? And he just went, whoop. He said Coobs never gave him the sign. So with the football laying on its belly on the grass, Treadwell started his approach going, I guess we're going.
Coobs had the hands, man.
And he picked it up, popped it up, and Treadwell is like one of his longer kicks of his career. Because Treadwell did not have a lot of leg, if you remember. He wasn't the 50-yard guy. Let's put it that way. But they won, and O.J. Simpson for NBC Sports, wearing black isotoners, would interview John Elway
in the isotoners
as he came off the field.
Somebody texted in before, isotoners have never recovered.
That was our guy Flax, yeah. Yeah.
Remember, wasn't it Dan Marino did the isotoner commercials?
Yes, every Christmas.
Yes.
Joking about getting his lineman that. Maybe that's why they let you get your butt kicked.
Maybe that's why the Juice had a pair.
Wanted more than isotoners.
Did we ever confirm, did Marino hook the Juice up with him after a game one time? Did the post-game interview and was just like, I can get you some gloves.
I just remember they were like that. It was like a Rolex and some isotoners. I'm pretty sure Isotoner was throwing their product out to the 5 sideline reporters that existed at that time.
Do you remember there was a famous SNL sketch very shortly after OJ had been acquitted, and Will Ferrell was actually playing the part of Marv Levy, coach of the Buffalo Bills, being interviewed on the sideline by Tim Meadows, who was playing OJ.
Okay.
And then,
I could see it.
And Meadows, goes in, and he's he's starting to do the telestrator, and he's like, I want to show you what happened on this play. And then it just results in him writing, I did it on the screen.
It's coming. Guys, again, Saturday Night Live had an absolute field day with this thing. The late night talk shows, Jay Leno, Dave Letterman.
So we're playing the Norm jokes all day long here on the show. By the way, Spring, you got to make sure you hit the Charles Woodson one from the ESPYs, because that one is Ken Griffey Jr. looked like he wanted to crawl out of his own skin when Norm told that joke. But Norm Macdonald ultimately, he got fired as the Weekend Update anchor because Don Ohlmeyer, then the president of NBC, him and the Juice were like old golf buddies.
Yeah.
And he was like, stop, this
Leave
is
him
going
alone.
too far. You're doing too many OJ jokes. And ultimately, Norm, who, in my opinion, was the greatest update anchor that ever lived, he got shoved out the door because he was merciless.
Oh, yeah. They just wouldn't let it go.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let it go. And look, it was funny. I'm not going to say it
had
wasn't
all.
funny.
It had it all. Speaking of things that we just can't let go, Andy, we got a lot of new information on our buddy Ippei Mizuhara today.
Yeah, I agree with Spring as far as the funniest bet, but I digress.
So, according to ESPN, the former interpreter for Shohei Ohtani stole more than, remember when we thought it was just 4.5? $16 million.
Wow.
Over 2 years to pay off gambling debts to an illegal sports book, according to an affidavit filed by federal authorities today. They filed a complaint accusing Mizuhara of bank fraud, which can carry a maximum fine of up to $1 million and or up to 30 years in prison. U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada saying, quote, "I want to emphasize this point. Mr. Ohtani is considered a victim in this case." Estrada added there was no evidence that Ohtani had any knowledge of Mizuhara's gambling activities or use of his bank account to pay his debts. He said investigators combed through years of text messages between the two and found no discussion of gambling. Quote, "Mr. Mizuhara used and abused that position of trust in order to plunder Mr. Ohtani's bank account to the tune of over $16 million, close quote. Number one, I don't use the word plunder nearly enough.
Sure.
And number two, when it's $16 million, yep, that's a plundering.
Okay. I again,
Mm-hmm.
like the Good Charlotte song, Lifestyles of the Rich and the Famous.
Sure. How do you not know?
How
do you not
notice 16 mil missing? How? Do you never look at your bank account? Like, ever?
I don't think so.
How do you trust this guy enough?
Either that or it's so high you don't notice 16 mil missing. It's like, oh, man, they raised the price on Netflix again? I don't know.
Come on. Yeah, Netflix. What ultra premium Netflix are you subscribing to? The hell's on that Netflix?
Nice.
Yeah.
Just send a service over to the house. It's way better than no commercials.
Yeah.
In 2018, the year that Ohtani moved to the U.S., Mizuhara helped him open a bank account where his Angels salary was deposited, the complaint states. Ohtani said he never gave Mizuhara control of his accounts, but Mizuhara allegedly told Ohtani's financial advisors and accountants, none of whom spoke Japanese, that Ohtani had denied them access to the account, according to the affidavit. Text messages show that Mizuhara began gambling with a bookmaker in September of 2021 and began losing substantial sums of money later that year. In all, the complaint states Mizuhara averaged 25 bets per day, ranging from $10 to $160,000 per bet between December 2021 and this January. First off, that's a hell of a range.
Yeah, it is.
$10.
What are you throwing the $10 down
160
on?
grand.
What was it like? What were you so not confident in that you threw?
What was the
$10 down on?
34-game parlay that you concocted? That you were like, if this just hits,
what? Hold on.
It's easy street from here on out.
Then he decided he'd go our guy Jay Huff, right, for MVP.
Wait a minute. Was Ippei the one that was betting all the money on DraftKings for the Jonte Porter props?
There it is.
Is that what's going on here?
Here's $10.
19,000 bets in all. Mizuhara's betting records, according to a spreadsheet obtained by authorities, reflected total winnings of $142 million, which sounds good until you account for total losses of $183 million during this span, leaving a total net balance of negative $40,678,436.
Okay, so by my math, we're still 24 million shy somewhere. I mean, what are we doing? He was because he pilfered, he plundered 16 mil.
16 mil.
But apparently was down 40?
My guess is
he got caught before he could get all 40 out.
That's what I'm saying.
Dude,
he never
you were gonna take 40 million off a friend?
Never finished paying off. Well, he was due. He was gonna get on a heater any day now, obviously. According to the affidavit, Mizuhara repeatedly texted the bookmaker asking for more credit. On November 14, 2022, he wrote, quote, "I'm terrible at this sports betting thing, huh? LOL. Any chance you can bump me again? As you know, you don't have to worry about me not paying!" Exclamation point.
This is like unfathomable. And I know, like, the last time we got into this, and I kept telling you, I cannot get over that a guy would keep floating credit to this guy, and you told me this guy doesn't care because the debt keeps growing.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah,
nonetheless.
For the bookies, you're just like, let it ride. This guy sucks.
What is he going? Hey, man, I'm into you 40. How does $100 million sound? $100 million. Dude, you thought you were going to get away with taking $40 million from someone else's bank account.
This dude
This is like a movie.
Had access. By the way, I believe it was also alleged that Mizuhara had disabled push notifications for Shohei, updating him on activity with his account.
Does he just spend so little money that no push notifications were like, eh? I mean, you're in baseball season, right?
He's pitching and hitting.
He's eating probably with the team most of the time.
He doesn't have any days off. Yeah, how many meals is he going out for? Again, it's Shohei Ohtani.
Dude, still, Nate, this is
unbelievable.
Here's,
you know what else is wild about this?
And you think you're going to get away with it.
In all seriousness, Andy, like the way, because the way that Shohei and Ippei were talked about, written about, portrayed before we knew any of this, it was a really wholesome story.
Yeah.
It was, here's guy, comes to the U.S., so committed to the game, to his craft, trying to do something that nobody has done basically since Babe Ruth. We've talked about it. Andy, this is one of the great athletes of our time.
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani.
Yes.
He still is. In the midst of all this, by the way, he's raking for the Dodgers. He's having a great year. He obviously can't pitch right now because he's coming off a UCL. But and when you looked at it, you were just like, oh, well, that's Ippei. That's his best friend. Ippei was very charming. Like, reporters liked him and everything else like that. And allegedly, while this was all going on, and everybody was like, isn't that nice? They're buds. They're training partners. They're always working together. Ippei was just robbing Shohei. I can't say robbing him blind because I'm pretty sure the bank account was just fine. Again, Shohei is so rich. He got a $700 million contract, and he was just like, I'll defer $680.
Oh, did you see, by the way, California's like, well, we're going to close that loophole.
Yeah, probably.
They're all over it. They want their taxes. Look, Nate, I get it, but this is untold amounts of money.
Untold.
How is the bank at some point not calling Ohtani and going, these are pretty large transactions you got going on. Can we just double check that it's you?
So let me tell you what happens when they do that.
Goes to Ippei.
They call. Shohei Ohtani picks up. I don't speak a lick of English. Let me hand the phone over to my interpreter. This guy will answer all your questions. To which Ippei says, looks good. No problems.
Is Shohei, you know what ultimately?
I mean, Shohei Ohtani like really is a victim in all of this.
No, I get it. Does he go and learn English after this? I'm not being flippant.
No,
because seriously,
you might want to.
Clearly, Ippei could keep this from him by, like you said, just talking English with the bank rep if that's what went down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's simple.
So don't you just be like, all right, give me some Rosetta Stone or whatever.
The level of trust that Shohei put into Ippei. These guys were, again, they were like partners. Remember, again, they were in Seoul the night before this all breaks. They're in Seoul and they're showing Shohei's new wife, the basketball player, and she's up in the stands watching the Dodgers-Padres game. And they're like, oh yeah, that's his interpreter, Ippei Mizuhara's wife, sitting right next. Like, again, this was a very wholesome story. Or so we all thought.
Not at all.
Turns out that, again, Shohei Ohtani was a victim the entire time and being massively, again, of what is being alleged right now by the feds is that Shohei was the victim of a massive fraud and theft perpetrated on him by his interpreter. Which, to be fair to Shohei, Andy, he would not be the first professional athlete to have put his trust in the wrong person and been robbed blind.
No, I'm with you.
These sorts of vultures exist all around professional athletes.
I'm with you. I still am amazed that he looks at his account so little that none of this, all this could be perpetrated without his knowing. How many months did they say again? 2 years?
Yeah, that this was going on. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that
16 mil.
Just insane.
Stole 16 mil from
And this
him.
guy's going, hey, by the way, is he safer? Is Ipe safer in jail now? Because the old money line is dried up. He is no longer, quote, good for it.
There are going to be dudes looking.
Yeah.
Yes. Although the bookie is also in big time trouble too. I mean, this is how this all came to light because the bookie was being investigated anyway. So I think the entire illegal operation is on the downfall. And the part that we learned about it is that, again, allegedly, Shohei Ohtani's interpreter was just gladly handing himself, we'll just call it tips. Just nothing but tips.
Yeah, I mean, again, not to go all Hollywood movie on you, I guess, because what the hell do I know about it? But seriously,
I do want to see this movie.
There
also.
can't be just two. It wasn't just this guy and Shohei, right? Someone else, or Ipe, someone else owed some money.
Yeah.
So someone is not getting their $40 million and can't be cool with it. Is all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's Craigman and Lindahl. What a day, man. What a day. R.I.P. the Juice. Hope you're having fun looking up. And Ipe Mizuhara stole 16 mil from Shohei. Plus the Nuggets rule. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Tell me something. How have you been feeling lately? We got the weekend approaching here in a couple of days. How's the energy level? You know, that was the main thing for me. Energy level, not sleeping so well. Little bit of mood, but I work with Nate Kreckman, so what can I say? These are reasons why I went and got my T levels checked. You can do the same over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Matter of fact, you don't even have to cruise into the clinic if you don't want to right away. You can go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take their quick low T quiz on their website. I'm nearing 50. Usually this hits guys in their 40s, but can also hit you in your 30s. So no matter your age, if you want to go ahead and you want to give this test a try, you can see if maybe some of these symptoms don't ring a bell with you and see if you can't get some of your energy back. So I'm going on about 5 weeks here or so. I can tell you that my energy has been up. I got a little puppy running around the house, so it's helped with that for sure because I'm not sleeping the way that I used to thanks to the puppy. But it's because of the puppy now. Anyway, if you want to have a chat with these folks, you can. And if maybe you find your lack of the old romantic motivation is down, it'll help with that too. Just stop by the clinic. Cost of an appointment's only $99. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Again, it's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, 720-440-7900.
Pios managed to tie it up before the end of the second period. 1-1 as they head to the third. Frozen Four action. College hockey, DUBU, going on right now on ESPN. We're keeping an eye on it for you here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So, Andy, the Nuggets get this victory last night. Obviously, a critical win. They're 2 wins away from getting home court advantage throughout the Western Conference playoffs, which, as we have talked about, is something that will help you in a tougher and deeper West. Okay, but how are they going to play it? How are they going to play these last 2 games of the regular season against a couple of bad tanking teams? Is this simply we go in and we play our playoff rotation and we get after it? Or does Michael Malone try to split the difference between, well, let's make sure we win, but let's somehow get out of this as unscathed as humanly possible?
I think now that you're in the driver's seat, you got to go ahead and park the car in the garage, right?
Yep.
Now it's there. It's 2 games. 1 weekend, 2 games. Let's get her done. Jokic was the last to come out of the game last night. Now, I think Michael Malone was trying to get him his own nice standing ovation.
Got to 41.
Right.
Got a 40-point game
Got
out of it.
40 burger.
Yep.
And then they were waiting for the right time to pull him out.
They're also just like there wasn't a stoppage. I think
Right.
they wanted. I think Jay Huff was standing at the scorer's table for like
Forever.
well over a minute.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that, look, the guy wants to play.
Yep.
Nikola wants another trophy.
He will play both these games.
That's what we know.
Yeah.
So
he will play both these games.
And look, I thought you said something earlier in the week that kind of showed itself last night. You mentioned that Jamal Murray, now how much time does it take for him to get his legs back? Unfortunately, with Jamal, we've seen these injury stints where he comes back and he needs a couple, 3 games to really be himself again. And he showed that last night.
He played great last night.
But he was gassed.
Yeah. There's still some rust on it. He had some uncharacteristic turnovers in that game last night. He had 4 turnovers. And that's a tough matchup for him, okay? And they can always, between Alexander Walker and Jaden McDaniels, they can always throw size at Jamal Murray when they need to. Plus Anthony Edwards is just he's marvelous defensively. So they're a tough matchup no matter what. But yeah, Jamal Murray last night looked like a guy that, while he's still Jamal Murray, and I thought he had a great game last night, his legs aren't there. They're just not there yet.
No, and I know Hastings and Marlowe talked about in particular, they're trying to wear Jamal out. Anthony was trying to wear Jamal out. It was his first game back, so I think you got to play him. If you're going to play him, Gordon's the one guy maybe I worry about resting because, as you said, I would have him dressed. I'd have him ready to go. But I maybe start P-Watt, and then I see what happens because he's going to be the one that he's got to do all the physical work in the playoffs, as we talked about.
Yeah, and he's been a little banged up. So if I can get him a little
extra break, then I'm going to give him a little extra break.
Yeah, it's you're playing 2 bad teams. Now, the Spurs, they're tough because of Wemby.
Right.
Like, no matter what, they're tough because of Wemby, who, quite frankly, in my mind, should be the Defensive Player of the Year over Rudy Gobert with what Wembanyama has been. And again, I don't think there's any greater evidence than Christian Brown was afraid to dunk on Wemby, and he went right at Rudy and yammed all over his face. So, yeah, I would give that thing to Wemby right now. Rudy's probably going to win it on reputation, but I think Wemby's got a case for it right there. Minnesota is done for again. Do you get some dudes that are just, they're gunning because they got a chance to play spoiler late in the year and nothing to lose. These are sort of dangerous games in that regard. Plus, after a big emotional win like last night, there's always a little bit of a letdown factor.
Yeah.
You go from national television, you go from that matchup against that team that has kind of become almost like as close to a rival as there is in the Western Conference to the Denver Nuggets, with Tim Connolly working there with what they're trying to build it up to be right now, a team that is designed to beat the Nuggets. And now it's like, okay, we'll go to San Antonio on a Friday.
Does Wemby play? Because Wemby's day-to-day with some stuff. So it's not like he missed the last game.
I would assume he plays.
It is their last home game, right?
Yeah.
So I think you've got to go for the number 1 seed now. Period.
You have to.
It's right there.
You have to.
With the perfect competition to do it against.
Yep.
Can't choke that away.
You absolutely have to gun for it. The job that Michael Malone has done this season, one of the things that impresses me most about where this team is now, Andy, and I know the job isn't completed yet, okay? The wire transfer is not completely in the account, to paraphrase Ipe. But this team has, as much as you can cruise control it while also putting yourself in a position to win 58 games and have the number 1 seed in the Western Conference, coming off of an NBA championship, dealing with the Jamal Murray injury. Where are we rating the job that Michael Malone has done this year? And I mean that in just terms of managing the regular season to set yourself up for the best product when you get to the postseason.
I think he could be coach of the year.
Mm-hmm.
He's a coach of the year guy. I think he could have been coach of the year last year.
Yeah.
Wasn't even discussed.
No.
I don't know. It's funny because both Bednar and Malone show you having superstars means everybody thinks apparently there's no coaching going on.
Right.
Because, and look, I think he's more worthy, him being Malone this year than last year, simply because I think it is harder, and we've seen it at times, to manage a team that just won the championship. There is a bit of a boredom factor. How do you fight that? And he knows he can't yell at them all the time. And I don't think he's had to use that too much this year. I think if they get these 2 wins, they were saying on postgame last night with Dempsey and Hanslick, this will be the most wins the Nuggets have ever had.
Right.
It'll snap George Karl's record by 1 game. So to me, the guy comes off a championship, has the whole NBA gunning for him. They're not a surprise because you've got a 2-time MVP on the team. And all that you get is a guy that's about to win his 3rd MVP in Jokic, and you may most likely set the franchise record for wins in your defending champion season. How is that not coach of the year stuff? You tell me.
I mean, I'm looking at it right now. So, Denal from OKC is the heavy favorite at -500. Chris Finch is at 5-1 right now there in Minnesota. Jamal Mosley in Orlando is 8-1. Joe Mazzulla is plus 8,000. And then Carlisle, forget it. Okay. There's really only 3 candidates. And OKC is going to get it done because that's a team that went from 10 seed to a top 3 seed.
Great.
The idea of, ahead of schedule.
But if we're always going to pay merit to the conversation about how hard it is to play every night when everybody's gunning for you. And they're about to set and again, in the tougher conference, not in the East.
Right.
You laid out earlier in the week what Boston's doing. What is it? Boston's got like a 10, 15 game lead on people in the East. They've had 0 competition this year.
You can also win Coach of the Year with great players. Like Steve Kerr won one in Golden State. Phil Jackson won it in Chicago. Pop won it in San Antonio. You can win a Coach of the Year with great players.
Nate, their culture hasn't changed.
Right.
I mean, to me, it becomes even harder when you have the great. This is basketball. To me, one of the big diva sports out there.
Sure.
Okay? And somehow Jamal, Aaron Gordon, MPJ, none of them have turned diva on you.
Nope.
None of them are demanding more shots.
Nope.
None of them are complaining about Jokic being the focal point. And I know you probably to the I don't know the what am I looking for? The modest basketball fan, the casual fan is the word I'm struggling to find. You may think, oh, I get it. It's Jokic. Why would they complain? Because that's how guys are. Everybody wants their shine after you win a trophy. Go ask the Denver Broncos how things felt after they won their trophy. How many guys won? Was Emmanuel Sanders the exact same guy he was when they were winning the Super Bowl?
Right.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't. He wanted to be paid, and it's fine.
The culture is solid here. It helps that everybody already was paid. There's no doubt about that. That certainly helps things out. But, at no point has Michael Porter ever, run in and demanded more shots or anything else like that. He's still the find the ball option. That's what he is on this team. He knows exactly what his role is, and he is aware that his trade-off is, first off, I do have a massive contract, and secondly, I get to win NBA championships this way. I get to go deep into the postseason and play the most important basketball.
He didn't go Jordan Poole on anybody.
Nope.
How'd Jordan Poole do after their last great success in Golden State?
Yep.
He got punched by Draymond Green and had to be traded.
Didn't work.
Nobody's done that on this team.
So right now, the Nuggets are the 1 seed as it stands today. They would play in the opening round, probably either the Lakers or the Warriors. There's a possibility it could be Sacramento or Phoenix, but they could be playing one of the Lakers or the Warriors.
I think it's hilarious, and I think so. I flipped over and caught the last few minutes of the ESPN broadcast last night. Mainly listened to Altitude.
Yeah,
caught the last few minutes of the ESPN broadcast. Just wanted to hear what the national folks were saying. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Try to get a broader scopic perspective or whatever. And they just keep talking about how tough the Lakers or Warriors could. Man, that's going to be tough. That's going to be. They make it sound like, we could see the toughest 7 and 8 seeds we've ever seen. And I'm just like, guys, how do you not see these teams at the end of their run? I don't get it. How do you not see that?
Lakers have been playing a little bit better, but I fear them not in a series. And Golden State.
Do you think they really want any part of the Nuggets series?
No, they don't. They know that. Nobody wants to play the Nuggets. That's what's so funny about it is, I expect the Clippers and the Mavs to have a great series, but then again, your reward is Nikola Jokic. That's it. So there you go.
And the best starting 5 in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me who's better.
Mm-hmm. There isn't one, so I cannot do that for you.
Who swept you in the conference championship a year ago?
It was an all-time great performance by a team that was
According
swept.
to Windhorse, that was
to
just simply incredible.
Fair, okay? We have the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We'll get to those. Plus, coming up at 5:20, we relive last night's 116-107 victory over the Minnesota Timberwolves. We'll have Kaz's highlights coming up then. We look forward to bringing that to you in hour number 3 of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Hour number 3, it is the best 5 o'clock hour in the business. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. Mark Springer is the producer of this fine program. He has football news for us. We call it the High Five, the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the National Football League. And we start with the passing of an NFL legend, which, as long as you don't Google anything about him, that's really his whole story. Go ahead, Spring.
Time for the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment. It is never ordinary at Bet365. I'll just read this from ESPN.com. O.J. Simpson, the decorated football superstar and Hollywood actor who was acquitted of charges he killed his former wife and her friend, but later was found liable in a separate civil trial, has died.
Funny how that works, by the way.
76 years old.
Yes. Yeah, the juice is no longer with us. In all seriousness, and I was just thinking about that, Andy. What if, like, you went into a coma, like right after Rocky's opening day, 1993?
Sure.
And then you just, like, woke up, like, last week. And then today you were just like, oh, man, I can't believe the juice is gone.
I loved him in Naked Gun.
He was Nordberg.
Yeah.
He was running through the airport.
So funny.
He was, what a character, man, and just a legendary player. Won a Heisman Trophy at USC. OJ. He kind of got famous for some other stuff over the many years.
Yeah. He's, you don't remember any of the sports accomplishments anymore.
Not
you don't
really.
remember the TV work. I mean, that faucet turned off real quick.
Sure did. A guy that became famous for a lot of other things. You don't hear of many people named OJ anymore.
No.
Kind of took that out of the vernacular.
I think O.J. Howard you brought up in the tight ends, on Wednesday or 2 days ago? Tuesday?
Yes.
I think that was the last O.J. I remember.
O.J. Mayo, remember O.J. Mayo?
Roughly,
former, he was a Grizzly, if I'm recalling correctly. O.J.
Not very
Mayo.
long though.
Right?
Was he?
He played at USC. So
remember that.
He was another USC OJ.
I do remember him more for the USC thing.
Yes.
Somebody was saying the Avis. I thought it was Hertz commercials, but yes, he did do rent-a-car commercials.
He sure did.
I thought it was Hertz. Maybe it was Avis. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Anytime you see a white Ford Bronco out on the road, it's the first thing you think of right there.
Well, but see, they don't sell the model anymore he drove away in. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The newer Bronco does not look like that.
Yeah. They're probably good for a redesign right there.
Yeah.
O.J. Simpson. Remember?
Yeah, somebody said that it's Orenthal James.
Remember when he popped up on Twitter? And he was like,
giving now that you mention
his sports takes that were
Wasn't
out
that
there.
that was like in the middle of our run here, right?
It
2 years after we started.
It sure did happen.
He got an account.
Somebody did point out the last video that he did on Twitter. It was not terribly long ago, and he said that he was dealing with the cancer, but he was feeling great. And so somebody pointed out, like, man, OJ could never stop lying, could he?
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
One last one.
Yeah.
No, I'm doing wonderful.
Yeah.
And OJ's not around anymore. O.J. Simpson, Buffalo Bills legend, dead at the age of 76. We won't miss you one bit. Spring.
High five.
Vikings GM Kwesi Adofo-Mensah talked to the media today. The Vikings have the 11th overall pick, right ahead of the Broncos in the draft. And early in his press conference, he said that Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell has said that whoever they draft at quarterback, it needs to be like a marriage. So he was asked this follow-up question later in the press conference. Can you fall in love? Can you be married to multiple quarterbacks in this draft? Here is Kwesi.
You mentioned picking a quarterback's a marriage and falling in love and finding a guy. Can there be more than one of those guys?
I believe. I agree, and I know. I hope my wife doesn't take that as anything negative. I do, yes, and we've kind of felt that way for a long time. Just partly because I think there is, again, when you go back to the team element in value, I think there's multiple guys that we are in love with just on an outright basis, but there's also other guys that we're in love with, given what if we get them at a certain value, what they'd also be able to come with, right?
So you're not really in love with them. You're in love with them if they're around at the proper value. Andy, do you buy this? Do you believe in quarterback polyamory?
Well, if you're going to get all hot and bothered about drafting one, then you better have some quarterback polyamory going on, because you don't know which one we don't even know where they're going to allegedly trade up to try to pick said quarterback, right?
Yeah, we're not sure.
So
could be Arizona at 4.
They must
Could be
have
the Chargers
a
at
couple
5.
of guys that they like,
But in
because they
love
went
with.
and got the extra pick from Houston.
Also, good for you that you get to be in love with so many quarterbacks. And here are the Broncos over here, and we can't even find somebody we can stand to be around for more than like a year and a half at a time.
Sure. But they made it work with Kirk Cousins, so maybe they're just more patient. I don't know.
So are you saying for the Broncos it's more of a you problem for those guys? Like, hey, what's the common denominator in all this? You seem to be the problem.
Well, I don't know. It's we can't seem. Listen, we talk about falling in love with a quarterback. We can't stay in love with a coach either.
Nope, can't do that.
We are just playing the field. We are bachelors to be. Huh?
Stuck with Sean Payton on that $90 million. There's no dead coach money. That guy just gets it all. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Tom Brady went on a podcast. It's the Deep Cut podcast with Vic Blends. And Vic Blends asked Tom Brady whether he would return to the NFL if a team in contention lost its starting quarterback late in the season. Here's Tom.
One day there's a situation, right? Maybe it's the 49ers. Maybe, heading to the playoffs. Offense is great.
Patriots, could be Raiders,
look,
could be, you never know.
God forbid somebody goes down. Would you pick up that phone?
I'm not opposed to it. If they would, I don't know if they're going to let me if I become an owner in the NFL team, but I don't know if, I don't know. I'm always going to be in good shape, always be able to throw the ball. So to come in for a little bit, like MJ coming back, I don't know if they let me, but I wouldn't be opposed to it.
So wait, is he Wizards MJ in this analogy, or is he MJ end of the 94-95 season wearing the 45 jersey?
Wizards MJ.
Wizards MJ, okay.
Well, what was he at the end of the Bucks run?
Although
Brady, wasn't exactly 45 Bulls.
Brady, I'm assuming that he is sticking to the TB12 method. So he's having his avocado-based ice cream and everything else. Anytime I've ever seen him, he still has a very angular face, like Jordan Wizards. Some of MJ's.
He got quite corpulent.
Right.
Just say it.
For Michael.
Yeah.
For Michael. The rest of us wouldn't mind looking like that, but for Michael, it was the hefty late-night calorie consumption while gambling and smoking cigars and eating poisoned pizzas finally started catching up to him.
If I ever run out of things to do,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go find Tom Brady and get him to eat some damn Bluebell. That's what I'm going to do. By the way, how do you think Fox feels about this? Seriously.
The more
they
that
finally get him to retire and commit to something, and now he's already thrown out on a podcast? If you need me late in the year...
Maybe the longer that they can kick the can on that $375 million contract, the better they're going to feel about
I
it.
bet you. Let's say he starts the games up.
Okay.
And then he gets the old November call, whatever it would be.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you they'd be like, thank you. We're good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please go do this.
By all means,
we shall
sir.
null and void everything we've got planned.
Can we still get
that's
Greg
a lot of
Olsen back?
cheddar that we've agreed to pay you.
$375
How about
million.
him saying the Patriots? Now that somebody's gone, I'd go back to the Patriots.
Hey, my old buddy Gerard Mayo.
Yeah.
I'll go hang out with that
My
guy.
old teammate seems like a good time.
I
The other
love that
guy
dude.
wasn't.
Yeah.
The guy with the love of lacquer or wicker furniture, whatever that. Remember Bill Belichick, the old COVID drafts where everybody was in their house and he just had that rattan collection or whatever the hell it was with his husky?
It was the Cape Cod collection.
Yeah. Sucker was straight out of the 70s.
The Martha Stewart collection from Home Depot.
Thing would leave a pattern on your skin as you got up and left.
I had a good buddy of mine. He's like, he's a larger fella. He's like 6'5", 260. He was telling me one time, wicker's just not an option for him.
Leaves a hole. Sorry about your chair.
Exactly. He's like, I don't want to have to buy you new patio furniture, so I'll just stand.
Real quickly, just on the old, me and falling through things on my deck seem to be.
What happened?
I'm out with the dog.
Okay.
And we've got a swing, just your typical swing.
Uh-huh.
You'd find it at any King Soopers or Walmart. But I don't have the cushions on it right now because I don't want the cushions. We still got weather to get through.
Yeah.
So there's that, whatever, the felt material or whatever the stupid stuff is that goes underneath. And I'm like, well, this holds the cushions. I'm just going to sit on it.
You went through it?
Went through it finally. So I'm sitting there because I'm trying to.
But the deck didn't fall, right?
I'm letting the dog run around the deck, and I'm trying to eat a bowl of cereal, and all of a sudden, whoop, right through the middle. Just ripped it all up. And of course, it's chocolate cereal. And for those that don't know, I lost a dog to a digestive problem, and chocolate's not good for dogs. So I'm trying to get out of the dang thing. I'm trying to keep the puppy away from the bowl of chocolate cereal.
Was it Cocoa Puffs, Cocoa Krispies, Cookie
Crisp? It was super lame. It was his stupid chocolate strawberry Cheerios. I don't think it was real chocolate, but
Okay.
after the trauma of last March, I don't really want to take a chance with the new one.
Sure.
So I'm trying to, Nate, I'm collapsed. If you could have been, I got my stupid legs up like I'm in the stirrups for an OBGYN visit. I got a bowl of cereal in my left hand, and I'm trying to ward off a boxer puppy with my right. And I got all the families going, I got nobody to help me get out of this thing. Butts on the ground.
The guy no analogy killed me.
Well, you tell me how else you're
Covered
gonna.
in
But you can see it. I didn't spill a drop. I got a steady hand, correct, when I played lacrosse. I'm ambidextrous that way. But the legs, there's no other thing that get the legs up that high for me in a man's life. We don't have those visits. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa. Wait, that's not the pose you assume when you're getting the old testosterone shot?
Oh, no. Are you kidding me? We're going 1990s baseball.
just Raffy and Miguel Tejada back in the stall.
Going total power hitter.
Just give me the B12. That's all I need. Is the swing chair, is it salvageable or is it done
I
for?
had to buy a new one of those dailies. I'm gonna have to put it on. This is like I should have known. It's like 2 years, 3 years old. It's totally weather worn.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm tired, and I was like, I'm just gonna sit right here. Again, I got away with it for a couple of times before it finally went. But then it just ripped.
There you go, everybody. Andy in the stirrups. Just enjoy that visual. That was good, by the way.
What, am I wrong?
They call radio.
I work in theater of the mind.
Theater of the mind right there. How was that trip to the theater, folks? Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, we only have time for one more. So
Like 7 with the fat guy and the spaghetti.
let's skip ahead because we have a Broncos note. Believe
What's
it
in
or
the
not.
box?
The Broncos have not signed many free agents, but free agent cornerback Levi Wallace is visiting the Broncos today, according to Jordan Schultz of Bleacher Report. 28-year-old cornerback, spent the past 2 seasons with the Steelers, previously 4 seasons with the Bills.
Levi Wallace, Andy, is this like insurance for if we don't get another starting corner in the draft? However the draft may shake out for the Broncos. Well, Levi will call you in a few weeks. Is that what this is?
I guess. His numbers are 12 interceptions and 54 passes defended in 5 seasons.
He's fine. He's a starting-ish NFL corner.
Did P.J. Locke leave? No, P.J. Locke stuck around. Who else is
He
left?
is still here.
Who was our guy with 2 names last year that didn't know how to not blow his coverage?
Not Riley Moss.
Turner Yell?
Oh, yeah, Delaren Turner Yell. Let's see.
This is the replacement for him.
Damari Mathis still exists.
Right. He drives Bronco fans nuts.
Traymon Smith still exists.
Okay.
P.J. Locke's here, but he's a safety. Right now it's the Brandon Jones, Caden Stearns, P.J. Locke trio at the safety position. Delaren Turner Yell still exists and is around. Plus, maybe there's a world where one day Riley Moss sees the field and is okay.
Yeah.
You got Jaquan McMillian.
Jaquan McMillan.
There
was
you go.
All right.
Jaquan, sure.
You know, we'd probably find out
He's
if they
your
were to
nickel
actually
guy.
sign him. We'd find out he's probably an all right special teams player, right? Something like that.
Hey,
So.
special teams is more critical than ever. Mm-hmm.
Do you? I will say this for all the mock drafts we've seen.
Yeah.
I don't. I guess I would go with edge rusher. Outside of that, how in the hell do you see Sean Payton signing off on a first round pick that's not helping his offense? A tight end, a tackle, whatever.
His defense,
A wideout even.
also needs considerable help.
Yeah, but you know,
Look, man.
Sean Payton. How about this? Sean Payton drafting a corner. You think? Maybe.
They need help.
I don't
everywhere.
disagree,
They
but I
need all the
just feel like let's say I don't know, the run on quarterbacks happens in 5 guys. Odunze. I don't think he will.
Sure.
But let's say Odunze slides to 12.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't saying no to that, is he?
Let's see. I'm looking at his Saints draft history here. His last draft with the Saints, he took a D end in round 1. He took Marcus Davenport 2018 in the first round. He took Marshawn Lattimore at 11 and 17. Marshawn was a good player. And that's right in the same neighborhood of the draft. Let's see. Took a DB in 2013. He's drafted these dudes before. He also had Drew Brees the whole time.
But still, let's just say Odunze is there. One of the top receivers in this draft by almost every expert.
I like him.
And the top corner's there.
Mm-hmm.
He's going receiver, is he not? He doesn't want dude.
Paid Josh Reynolds. Still got Cortland Sutton. Still got Mimsy. You got Tim Patrick coming back.
Yeah, if I get Odunze, guess who I'm calling about?
Still got
I'm calling literally every team about Sutton.
Miniature Jordan Humphrey. You have all of these dudes still around. It's not as though honestly, receiver is one of the better rooms on that team right now. Not much to speak of.
I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But again, the guy driving around hacked off at a sushi place, I don't think is signing off on a corner. Even though, look, I'm not knocking the pick.
He needs corners.
You have 2 first-round corners in this division. It's going to be required.
He does need corners. We'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to relive last night's Nuggets victory over the Minnesota Timberwolves, the fourth quarter dunk fest, and everything else with Kaz's calls from right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Charles Woodson. How about that? What a season he had. Great, man. He became the first defensive player to win the Heisman Trophy. And congratulations, Charles. That is something that no one can ever take away from you. Take away. Unless you kill your wife and a waiter, in which case, all bets are off. Just a word of advice.
Oh, there it is, the great Norm Macdonald. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. All right, 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. We're going to do a little text contest because we have 3 pair of Mammoth tickets to give away tomorrow. Mammoth play the Wings to wrap up their season tomorrow. And then we're going to get you a little recap of the Nuggets game last night because when it's that much fun, we like to do that on this show. 303-504-0925. We're going to pick the texters that get this right at random coming up here, and we'll announce the winner at 5:45. The 3 winners, I should say. Now, I just found out this game's sold out. Kind of a big deal. They're actually trying to dig up more tickets so people can come to this finale for the Mammoth because people love their Colorado Mammoth lacrosse.
People also love wings.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they love to eat wings.
Mm-hmm.
So
maybe some people are misled as to what they're actually going to. Ooh, wings.
I told you, they used to do these contests.
Mammoth wings.
So
I like the sound of that.
All you heard was Mammoth wings, and now they're going to show up and they're going to be upset. They're going to be upset about that.
Yeah, but you know what? Hey, you get them in the door and then you entertain them with a little lax.
Little bait and switch.
That's how you do it right there.
I think do they have wings inside Pepsi Center somewhere?
I don't know.
Pepsi Center.
Wow.
Well, it's
wow.
That's what it was in the time of OJ, and you put me back in that mindset. So, at Bowl Arena, do they have wings?
They got those over at McNichols? I need to know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Bears Stadium. They got any of them wings? All right.
All right.
I'm gonna make this real easy. You guys should know this.
Okay.
Okay? All I want to know is who is the player that dons jersey 96 for the Mammoth? Who is the player that wears the number 96 for the Mammoth? 303-504-0925. We will pick 3 winners for a pair of tickets at random for the game tomorrow, 7 o'clock, Ball Arena, Wings and Mammoth. 303-504-0925. 96. Who wears 96? This isn't no Nate Kreckman. What would you do? What would you have done? Where did the Mammoth originate from, and what was their average goal per game in the first season? You'd have done something like that.
Certainly, yes.
I'm making it easy.
I would have spiced it up a little bit.
For the Mammoth,
The
by
first
way.
answer
Yeah,
was
for the
Miko
Mammoth.
Rantanen.
For the Mammoth.
Some people call him the
Yeah.
Moose.
Technically, you're not wrong, 434, if we were talking Avs.
Uh-huh. But
So anyway.
it's not.
Give everybody about 10, 15 minutes, get the answer in. We'll pick 3 winners at random. You're going to the game tomorrow. Going to be a good time. It's the last home game the Mammoth have this season.
By the way, the last Bronco to wear 96, Ioma Owazurike.
Wow.
Does he know Ipe Mizuhara?
Do we have an update on that before we go to the highlights? What are we doing?
Actually, there is some new information here. According to John Boy, who tweeted this out, the Department of Justice says that Ipe used Shohei Ohtani's bank account to spend $325,000 on upwards of 1,000 baseball cards. That's a lot of Griffey rookies right there. 325 G's on baseball cards. That's also what Ipe was up to. It is also alleged that Ipe, in numerous conversations with the bank where the account was, that Ipe posed as Shohei Ohtani and was able to answer the security questions correctly over the phone.
Say that again over the phone. Okay. All right. The whole posing as Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, doesn't exactly look
when
like
in
him.
pictures he's half the size.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But over the phone, they knew.
Mizuhara received packages that were mailed to the clubhouse under the alias J Min. The packages contained baseball cards, including cards for baseball players Yogi Berra, Juan Soto, and Victim A. That being Shohei Ohtani.
Wow. God, what a story. What a story.
Unbelievable stuff right here. But yep, 325 G's on baseball cards. All right.
All right. Speaking of what a story.
What a story
last
the
night.
The Denver Nuggets put on display at the, don't call it the Pepsi Center, Ball Arena as they defeated the Minnesota Timberwolves 116-107. Let's relive the fun that was that Denver Nuggets victory, and let's begin in the opening quarter of the game. Back and forth affair, but did you notice Nikola Jokic took 2 threes and did not miss a single one? And I noticed Bob Myers was all over his analysis on this one in the first quarter. You got to pull Rudy out of the paint, or the key, as you would like to say. What better way to do it than to hit a 3 from the top? Here is Jason Kosmiski on the call.
Joker has it across the timeline. Nuggets lead it here by 1, 15-14. Inside the arc is Jokic. Hands off behind him to KC. Flips it behind his head. Back over to Joker. High pick there from Porter and a 3. Yes for Joker. Nuggets lead it by 4, 18-14.
That's right. He was 16-20 last night. He missed 4 shots. He didn't miss a single 3 that he took. He was 2 for 2 from behind the line. Let's go to the second quarter. Obviously, we're going to spend a lot of time in the second half, and particularly the fourth quarter of this game. Let's go to the second quarter. Jamal Murray he had a little bit of a flurry there. They had some rough minutes in the second quarter. Minnesota showed you the kind of problems that they can give you in the second quarter of that game against the bench unit, but even after Jamal returned, there was a run out that ended in an Anthony Edwards dunk. There was another run out that ended in a Rudy Gobert dunk and a timeout with him screaming in transition. Second quarter of that game, the Nuggets turned the ball over 6 times, but Jamal finally kind of got it going there towards the end of the quarter, including making this 3 off the dribble.
10-0 run here by Minnesota. Aaron Gordon going to come back in the game. Peyton Watson goes out. And here we go. KCP looks in. Denver can't turn the basketball over anymore. Minnesota completely dictating the pace here in the first half. Gordon hands it off over to Murray for 3. Jumpers up and in. That'll help. 40-36. Denver's down by 4.
Snap to 10-0 run. Critical 3 right there. Jamal was really good in that second quarter.
The crisp snap of the net.
I know, it sounds so good.
Great effects.
Let's get another Jamal Murray 3. This one off of excellent ball movement. This was under 2 minutes to go right before the half.
Edwards, 5 on the shot clock. He gets in the lane, leans in. Tried to alley-oop to Gobert. Leaking out as Porter the other way. Shovel pass Murray and a 3. Yes! Denver's back in the lead by 1. 45-44. Murray 3 of 3 from downtown.
Jamal had the touch going last night. He was 8 of 13 from the field in the victory. The Nuggets were down 3 at the break at 52-99. We go to the third quarter. Aaron Gordon was back after, what was that, a 2-game absence, I believe?
Yeah.
For AG. Not a big offensive output last night for Aaron Gordon, though he did have 9 assists in the basketball game. However, we did the power ranking of Nuggets dunkers earlier in the show today. This one is why big number 50 is on top.
Murray backs up behind the three-point line. Bucket here, you tie the ball game up. Murray has it in the paint. Jokic alley-oop, dunk behind his head. Aaron Gordon. Nuggets look like a completely different team to start their second half. They are playing with some life here.
Those dunker spot lobs, they don't really present themselves all that often with Rudy Gobert out there.
No, but you know what? They know Rudy's game a bit, don't they?
Yep. When they can pull him away from the rim, you can make those plays.
Nikola was in his head pretty good last night, wouldn't you say?
I would say.
He was toying. What do you think led to that? It started with Nikola screwing around at the tip with him a little bit. Did you see that where he was doing the fake, the jump ball or whatever?
Just clowning him.
Yeah, but there was a nastiness, dare I say, at points to Jokic's game with him.
I think he cares about his Rudy Gobert matchups.
You think did Rudy drop a comment maybe? Was
no,
something said?
I think it's the years of playing against Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
You got to remember this about Rudy. I don't think he's the most popular guy in the NBA.
No, not by a long shot.
Okay.
Not even, the Wolves don't seem to love him.
This was a guy that gets in fights with his own teammates. Draymond Green puts him in a chokehold, and really none of his teammates ran over to pull him off or anything else like that. Yeah, I just think in general, Rudy's probably a giant pain in the ass to have to play against. And also, like, he is one of the guys that can be a physical problem for Jokic. And I think Nikola gets a little bit up for those games. I really think he does.
Well, let's finish the highlights. Then I got a question for you.
Kyle Anderson had himself a really, really tough stretch towards the end of the third quarter, capped by this Jokic and one, which I believe was like 3 fouls in like 15 seconds on slow-mo. Here we go.
KCP, top of the key over to Christian Brown. Remember, it's about the players, number 25. Nobody came here to watch you. KCP has it. In the paint over to Jokic. Got fouled and made the runner. Kyle Anderson again.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Kyle Anderson cannot guard Jokic. I get why they do that matchup so Rudy can float, but it doesn't work. Naz Reid has a better chance against Jokic. Not a great chance out there. We know Cat can't defend Jokic at all. It just turns out there aren't many matchups for the guy. He's kind of a problem.
Yeah, it turns out, MVP kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Last I checked.
This was my favorite bucket of the night. I swear to God, this was my favorite even over the Christian Brown dunk. This was Nikola Jokic deciding, I am just going to shove it directly into Rudy's face. 2:50 left in the half, loose ball at midcourt. Rudy flops, Nikola goes and gets it, and then just charges at him like a big Serbian bull.
Here comes KCP. Reggie Jackson. Ball tapped away by Jokic, by Gobert. Jokic has it coming back the other way. Got fouled by Gobert. Layup is up and in. Gobert may get teed up here. He's right, though. I'm on Gobert's side here. Joker shoved him out of the way on that previous play and got away with one.
Wow. You don't hear that out of Kaz very often.
Hey. It got a little physical. It was
Rudy flopped.
A little bit of a weird ref game, I thought, last night. Sometimes you were letting him play and sometimes you weren't.
Nikola gave him a little shove and Rudy went down like he got shot.
They should have teed up. Gobert. Gobert and your guy Kyle Anderson both were going off. Neither got Jokic's been teed up in those situations.
Let's go to the fourth quarter. Let's just go to the dunk contest from here on out. 4 minutes to go. Christian Brown cuts backdoor. The best passer in the world finds him.
Does Jamal Murray, gets it across the timeline. Throws it off over to Jokic. Jokic has it at the point, picks up his dribble, throws it back over to Christian. Dog! 2 hands! You rock him, you chalk him, you dunk on him, you get fouled by him, and that's the Kansas way. Denver leads it by 9. Oh, Christian, such a good play.
A little dust in the wind right there, out of Kaz. Let's get to the one now.
The one.
Let's get to the one.
The highlight.
The one we're going to be talking about for years. Here we go.
Inbound goes to Jamal Murray. Backcourt pressure being applied by Minnesota. Front court over to Christian. He's got Watson with him. Dunk that thing home! Right on Rudy Gobert! Oh, Rudy! Where you at, bro? Christian Brown just dumped that thing on your melon. Denver leads it by 12.
That place was absolutely popping. And then this one, I would almost call this one like a heat check dunk.
Okay.
Because
I like that.
You thought the roof couldn't get blown off any further, and yet somehow Christian Brown could do it, this time on a lob from MPJ.
Through the window is Anthony Edwards. Layup no good. Rebound down to Porter. Porter quickly up the floor. Denver's pushing the pace. Alley-oop. Dunk! Christian Brown! Let's go! Christian Brown! Denver leads it by 14! Timeout, Minnesota! I want to say who's your daddy, but I'm not going to go there.
There you go.
Kind of did.
There you go.
Very next possession. This is again after a timeout. Why don't we get another dunk? This time, Peyton Watson turning defense into offense.
Inbound goes on top over to Walker. Throws it off on the high left side. Over to Edwards. Three-pointer read. Blocked by Watson. That's 6. He's got a breakaway. Dunk with the right hand. I'm a peacock, coach. You gotta let me fly.
That one, first off, let's not underrate the pass by Jamal, who caught it in midair and then did the overhead toss ahead to Peyton Watson because he saw it there. And then P. Watt, that was the full LeBron. That was the cockback extension and hammered that thing. That was beautiful. And that was pretty much it.
That was the number 1 seed.
That'll do it. Jokic finishes 41 points last night. He was a few assists shy of the triple-double, though he did have 11 rebounds in the victory. Jamal went for 20. MPJ, the other Nugget, in double figures with 18 points, 116 to 107. The Nuggets get the victory in what was one of the most memorable and entertaining nights of the season out there at Ball Arena. We enjoyed the hell out of it. We hope you did as well. Jason Kosmiski, voice of the Nuggets, on the call on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. It's the camping time of year again, and if you need to get the old truck or 4x4 ready to haul the fifth wheel or maybe some tie-downs for the gear in back, whatever you may need, they can get you set up at Colorado Off-Road. Now's a great time. Call Jerry Jones, see when you can get the truck or 4x4 in there, and he'll take care of you. Now, maybe it's not just a truck or 4x4 getting prepped for camping season. Maybe you need some accessories for all year round. Fortunately, they keep seeing from our weather guys that could be some more snow next week. Maybe if you're sick of shoveling snow out of the bed, get a bed cover. Get the power step rails. You can get the remote starts, light kits, towing winches, whatever you want. They've got it over at Colorado Off-Road. And Jerry Jones, this is his shop. His wife, Wendy, they've been doing it for a long, long time. It's a Colorado business. They know their stuff. They'll point you in the right direction, even if you just need some recommendations on product. They are located 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
Well, let's get to OJ. OJ Simpson's lawyers say they don't want the families of Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman in the courtroom during the trial. They're afraid the presence of the family members will just remind OJ of how much more killing he still has to do.
Unfortunately, OJ will never find the real killer. They shall walk scot-free now that he is gone. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on the 11th of April, 2024. I learned this, Andy, by the way, from OJ's Wikipedia page. Do you know in 2006, OJ starred in his own improv-based hidden camera prank TV show called Juiced?
Was it empty? Yes.
Typical of the genre, OJ would play a prank on everyday people while secretly filming them, and at the end of each prank, he would shout, "You've been juiced."
Juice! Give me the year again.
06. Less typical, each episode opened with topless strippers dancing around Simpson, who is dressed as a pimp.
That I don't remember.
He sings his own rap song, which includes the lyrics, "Don't you know there's no stopping the juice when I'm on the floor like I'm a lion on the loose? Better shoot me with a tranquilizer dart. Don't be stupid. I'm not a Simpson named Bart." In one episode, Simpson is at a used car lot in Las Vegas where he attempts to sell his white Bronco. Again, this guy claimed he didn't do it.
Right. Well, by that point, though, see, again, he could have had lawsuits against everybody. If he really didn't do it, he could have sued a lot of people for the accusations, right? Not one.
He'd already lost in civil. Again, he lost in civil court. But yeah, it was released on DVD, by the way. It aired as a one-time special on pay-per-view television and was later released on DVD. How many people ordered that? How many people ordered?
Do you want to know?
The OJ knockoff of Punk'd.
I got to tell you, though, I feel like you bringing it up.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I heard about it, but it had to be through like a late night, like a Conan O'Brien or something like that.
Juiced.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
I completely forgot about that. You don't remember hearing about that?
I don't. No. I did not recall this. I learned of it today while reading his Wikipedia page.
I swear, during that time frame you listed, it probably was a Conan O'Brien joke that made me aware of it.
Well, it was a real thing. It actually did happen. 303-504-0925 if you own Juiced on DVD.
What about if you just seen it?
If you've seen Juiced, did you order the pay-per-view? 303-504-0925. If so, just know you're a terrible person.
You're laughing.
It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are live from the Backus and Shanker studios. If you sustain serious injuries in a car accident, you want the best representation. You can afford the very best because there's no fee unless they win your case. Backus and Shanker, their passion is justice. Visit them at coloradolaw.net. Bryson DeChambeau, not many shanks today, Andy. He is leading at Augusta 7 under after round number 1. So way to go, Bryson. He is on top after 18 at the Masters. NBA tonight, Knicks Celtics in action right now. The interesting game coming up later this evening, the New Orleans Pelicans and the Sacramento Kings, if you want to go ahead and seek out a couple of potential Nuggets playoff matchups, should things fall the right way. Pels and Kings at 8 o'clock this evening on TNT.
You pulling for Tiger at all out there at Augusta?
Not
You
really.
want to see the old throwback. The old capturing of past glory.
Since he has decided to keep it in his pants over the last couple of weeks, should I be rooting for him?
That was the oddest confession ever.
Apparently, OJ's not out boning every day these days because he wanted to get ready for the Masters, I guess.
Okay, hold on. You just called him OJ.
Excuse me, Tiger.
Woods.
Tiger. Different one. Tiger. Excuse me. We've been talking about OJ all day.
I know. But look,
I've had the juice on the brain.
Isn't a crime.
This is very true. Getting chased down your driveway by your angry wife who's
using the golf club for another purpose.
To smack out the back.
God,
of
I
your
was
car.
running a CU game when that happened. I was trying to relay the details
Wasn't it
to
the-
Mark Johnson.
was it the
It's like
morning-
Thanksgiving weekend?
Morning after
They were
Thanksgiving.
playing like they're Utah. I think it was CU Utah or
Oh
something.
yeah, the what was
Might
it?
have been no
the
I-
Rocky Mountain rivalry.
You know what? It would have been a CU Nebraska game.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been a CU Nebraska game because I was on the broadcast. This is when I was, doing the board work in the control room or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That was another thing where I'm trying to explain it to Mark, and he just kept going, "What? Now what happened? What is going on with Tiger?" And I'm like, "I'm not sure."
I'm sorry, what now?
Ellen Nordgren apparently chased him with a golf club, and there's something going on with his Land Rover or something he was trying to drive away in that she put that thing through.
Anything he could do to get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
Hell hath no fury like a Swedish woman scorned. She was not happy with him. It was the voicemail, right?
Yeah,
It was remember because the voicemail had been released and it was Tiger. He was calling her to let her know.
Yeah, you're right. And
change your outgoing message to just being your phone number.
Right.
Yeah, because Elin was going to be calling.
That's just one of those where you're like, I mean, she was stunning.